The crimson mist heralds the annihilation of worlds, and ferocious beasts roam freely. Lin Jin, a scavenger struggling at the very bottom of the iron fortress, finds himself ensnared in despair. Amidst the refuse, he discovers a battered and barely alive scarab beetle. Little do they know, his awakened Omniscient Eye grants him insight into the ultimate mysteries of evolution. Wretched winged flame beetle evolves into Sunfall Calamity insect, mythic grade. The aristocrats mock him for forging a contract with a mere garbage insect. Lin Jin remains silent as he meticulously compiles a compendium of ferocious beasts amidst the tide of decay. He gnaws upon the ancient dragon, remains within the abyssal dragon tomb. His flame beetle quietly embarks on an unknown mythic path, undergoing a profound transformation. Chapter 1. Embers of the Crimson Mist. The frigid wind carries the scent of rust and the acrid stench of decay, sweeping through the lowest level of the flame, yellow No. 7 fortress. A vast waste processing facility lies within the rusted iron district. Mountains of metallic debris, discarded components, and rotting organic refuse accumulate. Under the dim, simulated twilight of the ceiling lights, grotesque and twisted shadows are cast. This place represents the end of the fortress's metabolic cycle and serves as a hunting ground for scavengers like Lin Jin, who cling to survival. 17-year-old Lin Jin curls up behind a wall constructed of discarded armor plates, his body wrapped in a coarse cloth coat that has lost its original hue. Though slender, his movements exhibit a feline-like alertness and coordination honed by years of enduring perilous environments. His face, obscured by grime and deliberately smeared ash, reveals only a pair of bright eyes. Those eyes shine like cold stars tempered in fire, serene to the point of indifference, imprisoning all emotions deep within. Only the precise scanning of his surroundings and an instinctual yearning for survival resources remain. Hunger gnaws at him, a persistent, dull ache in his stomach, reminding him that today's haul is far from sufficient to exchange for even half a block of synthetic protein. Within the fortress, social hierarchy reigns supreme for those like him. Without connections or awakened beast taming talents, the only path to survival lies in scavenging metal scraps in this steel graveyard or relying on sheer luck to find a low-tier beast crystal. The Crimson Mist Cataclysm has passed for a century. That unknown cosmic storm, which swept across the globe, unleashed the devastating energy known as Crimson Mist. Wherever the Crimson Mist traverses, flora and fauna undergo frenzied mutations, transforming into bloodthirsty beasts, polluting the land and rendering the environment toxic as the glories of the old world crumble into ruins within mere years. Humanity, like a scattered ant colony, clings to the remnants of supercity technology and underground shelters, establishing iron fortresses named steel domes or bastions to survive amidst the wasteland. Alongside the disaster emerged individuals of formidable mental prowess. Awakening beast-taming abilities, they could forge contracts with mutated flora and fauna, sharing their strength to survive in this apocalyptic era and ascend to the centers of power. Each upgrade of a beast provides feedback to the Beastmaster, with skills randomly acquired during the initial contract and each evolution. Beasts possessing unique talent skills are exceedingly rare. Harboring immense potential, their masters are guaranteed to inherit the beast's talent skills once it reaches the Lord tier. However, for reasons unknown, each individual experiences 3 segments of beast runes. When opening the beast space in their minds, these runes become void upon successfully contracting a beast. Consequently, each person can sign contracts with a maximum of 3 beasts. Yet in a world where resources are dreadfully scarce, most individuals can only contract a single beast in their lifetime. Should a beast perish, the beast master's spirit suffers a grievous blow, and that contract slot is irrevocably lost. If the beast master dies, the beast will also perish immediately. The selection of a beast is of paramount importance, often influencing an individual's entire life. Experts have discovered that individuals over the age of 18, whose mental faculties have fully developed, possess a significant likelihood of awakening beast-taming abilities. Yet, the world is not devoid of prodigies. Numerous geniuses awaken before the age of 18, often acquiring exclusive talents that facilitate the rapid growth of their beasts. Beyond the fortress lies a deathly wasteland ravaged by beasts, riddled with radiation and shrouded in toxic miasma. Within the fortress, resources are exceedingly scarce, power is highly concentrated, and human lives are often reduced to expendable numbers within the equation of survival. Lin Jin's parents vanished 10 years ago amidst a lower class uprising and subsequent food ration cuts, fading away like dust swallowed by the refuse. Hurry up, you little brats. The Scorpion Gang lords are in a good mood today. As long as you pay your dues, your safety is guaranteed. A rough voice echoes nearby, accompanied by the jarring clatter of metal against discarded pipes. Several burly men clad in tattered leather armor, their arms adorned with menacing scorpion tattoos, curse as they drive away other scavengers. Lin Jin's gaze sharpens, and he crouches lower. The Scorpion Gang is a malignant presence in the rusted iron district, controlling much of the refuse's output, thriving on exploitation and oppression. His current position is somewhat concealed, but he knows that attempting to leave with anything will be nearly impossible without bypassing them. He touches a rudimentary pouch fashioned from the resilient hide of a mutated rat at his waist. It contains merely a few hefty, decently preserved alloy scraps and a dull, lifeless low-grade fire crystal. With these meager possessions, even paying the dues would scarcely yield half a block of the most inferior paste. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he catches sight of a heap of freshly dumped industrial waste, emitting acrid white smoke on its periphery. A faint, dark red glow flickers, wavering like a candle in the wind. It is neither the reflection of metal nor the radiant glow of a crystal. It resembles something biological, struggling on the brink of death. Caution urges Lin Jin not to approach hastily. He holds his breath and stealthily advances, utilizing the debris as cover, moving like a specter. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is a beetling insect roughly the size of a palm, grotesque yet pitiful in its form. It boasts a dark red, heavy carapace, marred by charred scorch marks and deep fissures, as if it has just been retrieved from a furnace and brutally battered. Most strikingly, its elytra, which should have shielded its delicate membranous wings, are reduced to a mere remnant, jagged at the edges and caked in filth. One of its forelimbs is also severed, hanging limply. At this moment, it futilely scrapes with its remaining forelimb against the searing refuse. Attempting to extricate itself from this lethal high-temperature zone, the faint dark red glow emanating from its abdomen signals the imminent extinguishing of its life. Its compound eyes are clouded, exuding a sense of numbed despair. A crippled, mutated beetle in the refuse, this creature barely qualifies as food, serving merely as a snack for other mutated rats or venomous insects. Yet Lin Jin's gaze remains fixed. It is not sympathy in the apocalypse. Compassion is a luxury, a death sentence. Rather, it is the intricately formed, exceedingly fine, dark golden patterns on the beetle's carapace, faintly illuminated by the dim glow of its abdomen, which vaguely outline an ancient, mysterious, and even slightly ominous design. This pattern seemed to echo a vague shadow he had once glimpsed in a tattered ancient tome, nearly devoured by insects, located in a corner of the fortress library, annotated with words like forbidden and ancient breed. A powerful intuition seized him. This insect was far from ordinary. Just as Lin Jin hesitated to risk taking this seemingly worthless creature, a malevolent wind suddenly assailed him from behind. "Damn it, you little brat, hiding here to hoard some treasure?" sneered a thug from the Scorpion Gang, brandishing a rusted iron pipe that sliced through the air towards Lin Jin's skull. Clearly, Lin Jin's invisibility technique had faltered. Years of survival instincts honed through struggle compelled Lin Jin to lunge forward at the last moment. The iron pipe grazed his scalp and crashed against a nearby metal rack, producing a thunderous clang that sent sparks flying. "Hey, quite slippery, aren't you?" the thug cursed, raising his foot to kick. Lin Jin rolled away just in time, but the movement tugged at the painful wound inflicted by a mutated rat the previous day, momentarily stalling his actions. Another thug had already blocked his escape, a mocking expression on his face reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Search! This kid has shifty eyes. He must be hiding something valuable." Lin Jin's heart sank. With the Scorpion Gang targeting him, it was unlikely he would escape unscathed today. Failing to present them with satisfactory goods could result in losing limbs or, worse, being fed to savage beasts. He clenched the sharpened alloy bar hidden in his sleeve, his gaze as cold as steel, muscles tensed as he calculated the odds of a desperate fight and potential escape routes. Just as the two thugs approached with sinister grins, one lunged for the leather pouch at his waist. Buzz! An indescribable, soul-rending agony erupted from the depths of Lin Jin's mind without warning. It felt as if a red-hot iron rod had been brutally thrust into his temple and was being twisted mercilessly. Ugh! Lin Jin emitted a muffled groan of excruciating pain, his vision instantly engulfed by a crimson haze, the world spinning chaotically as his body uncontrollably convulsed, collapsing to the ground while clutching his head tightly. Cold sweat drenched his thin clothing. What the hell? What's wrong with this kid? Playing dead? The thug reaching for the pouch was startled, his movement halting. Who cares? This saves us trouble. Another thug impatiently raised the iron pipe again, preparing to bring it down on Lin Jin's curled-up form. Amidst the depths of blurring consciousness and impending collapse from torment, a singular beam of pure golden light, embodying the ultimate truths of the universe, suddenly illuminated the chaotic realm of Lin Jin's vision. This radiance pierced through the blood-red veil of pain, stabilizing and clarifying, imbued with a chilling sense of order that looked down upon all things. Following this, countless intricate, semi-transparent golden symbols and streams of data surged into his almost bursting consciousness like a flood unleashed from a dam. These symbols bore no resemblance to any known script, yet at the moment he saw them, their meanings were irrevocably imprinted in his mind. Mental critical point breached, life magnetic field resonance, information reception port forcibly activated, talent awakening confirmed, omniscient eye uniqueness, authority activated, basic information flow connected, commencing analysis. The pain receded like a tide, replaced by an ineffable clarity, as if the veil of the entire world had been suddenly lifted. All this transpired in an instant. He swiftly reacted, dodging the descending iron rod and rolling behind a nearby industrial metal barrel. Leaning against the barrel, Lin Jin gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his chin, yet his eyes, bloodshot from agony, shone with an astonishing brightness, fixated on the feeble, light-dimming beetle that had once again been exposed at the edge of the refuse. The moment his gaze locked onto the beetle, a cascade of cold, precise information comprised of pure golden light unfolded in his sight like a waterfall. Target scan. Flame beetle mutant, extremely weakened. Life level, mortal bone stage, first tier. Current state, near-death life, source energy below 5, core organs damaged, energy depleted. Attribute inclination, fire. Skills, fireball mastery 5, insect bite mastery 11. Potential qualification, ordinary level, potential. Information level 2 high, insufficient authority, forced analysis requires immense mental energy, deduction in progress, minimum estimate. Epic level? Epic level. Lin Jin's heart constricted violently, nearly leaping from his chest. In the education prevalent within the fortress, the potential qualifications and tier system for beast tamers were essential knowledge for survival. Qualification reflects the current growth rate of a tamed beast, while potential determines the upper limits of its development, categorized as inferior, ordinary, elite, war general, lord, king, emperor, epic, and mythic. Beast tamers can assist their beasts in evolving, aligning their qualifications closer to potential qualifications. Often, potential is deemed more crucial than early qualifications. Epic level is a concept that exists solely in textbooks, legends, and ancient murals. Throughout the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance, the highest known qualification is merely king level, tightly controlled by a powerful family that dominates the entire clan and its promotion pathways. Life level indicates the current strength of a tamed beast, classified into mortal bone 1st and 9th tier, battle soldier 1st and 9th tier, battle general 1st and 9th tier, lord 1st and 9th tier, king beginner, intermediate, advanced, with each tier's advancement signifying a qualitative leap in power. A tamed beast with inferior qualification will never break through to mortal bone, unless mutated randomly using rare materials. A gamble with enormous variability, the beast might soar to new heights or become utterly crippled. A nearly dead, discarded insect in a junkyard, with a minimum potential estimate of epic level? This was as absurd as a colossal tree sprouting in a wasteland. Yet the information conveyed by the Omniscient Eye was cold and unwavering, bearing an undeniable authority. The information stream continued, golden text inscribed like a divine oracle. Core talent. World-burning calamity flame source seal. Extremely incomplete. Activation rate 0.001. Evolutionary blueprint unique perfect path. Current form. Flame beetle mortal bone 1st tier. Next tier form. Scorching cutter insect can evolve at mortal bone 1st tier. Blazing dragon beetle can evolve at battle soldier 5th tier. World burning calamity insect can evolve at lord 3rd tier. Falling sun catastrophe insect mythic ultimate form. Perfect evolution conditions to scorching cutter insect. The torrent of information ceased. A lingering sensation of slight pressure remained in Lin Jin's mind. His mental energy seemingly drained, inducing waves of dizziness. Yet at this moment, all pain and weakness were eclipsed by an unprecedented, almost suffocating shock. The Omniscient Eye. Not only could it penetrate the foundational information and weaknesses of the target, but it could also unveil the perfect evolutionary path towards mythic status and all the stringent conditions required to achieve perfect evolution. It is worth noting that, at present, the evolution of beasts relies entirely on their instincts to seek out paths, wholly dependent on luck. A century has passed, and some evolution information has been mastered by humanity. Yet this knowledge is an invaluable treasure, often tightly held by the noble families. Only a few common evolution information streams for low-potential beasts have trickled down to the lower classes, providing them a glimmer of hope. By utilizing these common beasts to enhance their combat strength, they search for beasts of greater potential. His gaze swiftly locked onto the Starfall Iron Fragments 1G and weak residual radiation of Starfall Iron mentioned in the information. His vision acted like the most precise detector, quickly scanning the industrial refuse piles, emanating acrid white smoke. Moments later, his pupils constricted as he spotted a small, inconspicuous metallic fragment, the size of a fingernail, entirely black yet subtly reflecting a profound starlight, half buried beneath the searing refuse that the feeble flame beetle had clawed through. It turned out that the insect was not blindly struggling, it was instinctively searching for this vital object that could save its life and was the key to its evolutionary starting point. It was far too weak, nearly devoid of the strength to shift even a small amount of refuse. He happened to possess an inferior crystal core from a fire attribute mutated rat that had not leveled up yesterday. Although it remained in the mortal bone tier, it fulfilled the evolutionary conditions for this flame beetle. Damn it, what are you dawdling for? Tear that pouch off him. The curses of the Scorpion Gang thug yanked Lin Jin back to the harsh reality. The one wielding the iron pipe, seeing Lin Jin suddenly roll away, impatiently advanced again, while another reached directly for his leather pouch. Lin Jin abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, which had just borne the weight of cosmic information, now glacial, as if forged from eternal ice. The dizziness brought on by the depletion of mental energy could not obscure the resolute glimmer of desperation that suddenly ignited within his gaze. I cannot die here. Absolutely not. He ignored the hand reaching for his pouch and the iron pipe descending upon his shoulder. In the astonished eyes of the thugs, Lin Jin unleashed all his strength, plunging forward like a moth drawn to the flame. The target was none other than the feeble flame beetle and the Starfall Iron Fragment beneath it. Damn! Seeking death. The iron pipe struck Lin Jin's back with a menacing force. The searing pain and impact caused the taste of blood to surge to his throat, which he swallowed down fiercely. However, his forward motion did not waver. His hands, smeared with grime and cold sweat, precisely seized the feebly struggling beetle and the icy Starfall Iron Fragment at the moment his body crashed into the dust. The faint sensation of the insect's struggle, the cold, hard edges of the fragment, and the fiery pain on his back intertwined with the remnants of information from the Omniscient Eye in his chaotic consciousness. Survive, grow stronger. This path begins with this insect regarded as mere refuse by everyone. A contract. I must contract it immediately. With the pain and willpower compelling him, Lin Jin's mental energy struggled to penetrate the depths of his consciousness, touching upon the dim, fist-sized beast space that had just been unlocked alongside the awakening of the Omniscient Eye. To survive and become stronger, my path begins with this bug that everyone sees as trash. Contracted trite now. Under the forced push of excruciating pain and sheer will, his mental power struggled deep into his consciousness, reaching the fist-sized, grayish beast taming space that had just been opened by the awakening of the all-knowing eye. An ancient and succinct contract rune emerged instinctively within his consciousness, with the soul as the guide and the spirit as the covenant, with space as the witness. A feeble mental force laboriously constructed the bridge of the contract, striving to connect to the dying insect nestled in his palm. This process proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. Akin to traversing through a quagmire, each extension of mental energy brought forth a piercing pain akin to 1,000 needles. You little wretch, do you dare to steal? The scoundrel from a Scorpion Gang was utterly incensed, raising the iron pipe once more, this time aimed directly at Lin Jin's skull. Another thug, grinning maliciously, unsheathed a dagger from his waist. The shadow of death had never been as palpable as it was in this moment, coldly enveloping him. Lin Jin clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth like rust, as he fervently squeezed out the last remnants of his mental energy, infusing it into the flickering ember of life in his palm. Hurry, even faster. Chapter 2. The First Cry of the Crimson Blade. A steel pipe, propelled by a malevolent wind, tore through the air and struck Lin Jin's unguarded nape with a brutal force. The chilling touch of death etched itself into his nerves with a clarity that overshadowed the searing pain coursing through his back. The contract runes, forged from his mental energy, struggled to flow through the mire of his heavy consciousness, each attempt to coalesce feeling akin to the shredding of his very soul. In the palm of his hand, the flickering flame of the damaged fire beetle's life force was as faint as a candle in the wind, while the icy shards of starfall iron pressed painfully against his flesh. The contract was complete. Lin Jin emitted a silent roar from the depths of his spirit, exhausting the last vestiges of his willpower to sear the rudimentary yet sturdy soul contract rune into the feeble existence that resided within his palm. Buzz, an indescribable tremor, originating from the depths of his soul, surged forth. It was no longer a one-sided exchange, but a bidirectional, cold yet resilient bond. A faint yet extraordinarily pure source of life energy flowed back to Lin Jin's near-collapsing body through this soul link. This energy, imbued with a burning, destructive vitality, miraculously began to mend the grievous wounds on his back, alleviating the exhaustion of his mental faculties. It worked. A glint of icy determination ignited in Lin Jin's eyes. Though the returning energy was insufficient for immediate recovery, it was enough to dispel the near-fatal dizziness and unleash his final reserves of strength. He curled into a ball, then suddenly rolled to the side. Thud! The heavy steel pipe barely grazed his ear as it crashed down onto the ground where his head had just been, splattering a muck of filthy mud and debris. Damn it! You dare to evade! The thug wielding the pipe bellowed in frustration. Another thug, brandishing a dagger, lunged forward with a sinister grin, the blade glinting ominously as it aimed for Lin Jin's exposed side. Life and death hung in the balance. In that fleeting moment of the contract's success, a new, icy stream of information surged into Lin Jin's mind, accompanied by the solidification of the contract. Contract established. Bound beast, flame beetle naming. Status sync. Near-death weakness. Life energy restored to 15. First contract feedback. Host gains beast skill. Random. Fireball. Skill infusion in progress. Bodily adaptive transformation. Sync complete. A fireball. Lin Jin scarcely had time to ponder the implications of this skill, as his body's instinctual reactions outpaced his thoughts. The dagger-wielding hand was already mere inches away. Fireball. His mind instantaneously locked onto the target, the wrist of the dagger-wielding thug. A surge of searing power, derived from the soul contract, was abruptly drawn from Lin Jin's body, coalescing, compressing, and then exploding forth through his instinctively raised palm. Whoosh! A brilliant red energy sphere, merely half a foot in length, erupted from Lin Jin's palm without warning, emitting no earth-shattering sound, just a subtle noise akin to a hot knife slicing through grease. Thud! The dagger clattered to the ground. The sinister grin on the thug's face froze in disbelief, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. He watched in horror as his right wrist cleanly severed, the stump charred black, his palm seemingly evaporated, not a single drop of blood emerging. The agony hit him like a tsunami, crashing through his nerves moments later. Ah, my hand! The shriek, horrifically distorted, shattered the silence of the dump. This bizarre and terrifying scene, far exceeding the bounds of reason, rendered the thug who had just retrieved the steel pipe utterly dumbfounded, his earlier ferocity replaced by an overwhelming dread. His hand gripping the pipe trembled violently as he gazed at Lin Jin, as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. A monster! He is a beastmaster. He has awakened. The thug screamed, instinctively retreating. Lin Jin knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The moment he released the fireball, it felt as though his hand had been plunged into a furnace, engulfed in searing pain and numbness. His mental energy drained significantly, causing his vision to darken. This skill possessed terrifying power, yet its consumption was equally staggering. However, he forcibly suppressed all discomfort. His gaze icy as it swept over the wailing thug with the severed wrist and the petrified steel pipe wielder. The feedback from the contract and this critical strike had afforded him a precious moment to breathe. Crimson Blade. Without hesitation, Lin Jin named his contract beast in his heart. Crimson, representing fire, the flame of calamity. Blade, symbolizing the beetle's sharp fangs and the brilliance he yearned for. Simultaneously, he devoted the meager feedback energy he had just received, along with the scant remnants of his restored mental strength, unreservedly into the palm of the now weakened, yet no longer despairing fire beetle, thanks to the successful contract. Evolve. Now is the time. Buzz. The shattered, dark red shell of the crimson blade suddenly illuminated. The dim glow emanating from its abdomen intensified, becoming blazing hot. The shard of starfall iron, tightly gripped in Lin Jin's palm and pressed against the beetle's body, seemed to respond to an unseen call, melting away into countless threads of black liquid, shimmering with ethereal starlight, which swiftly seeped into the beetle's charred cracks and damaged areas as if it were alive. Hiss! The sound of searing heat echoed as the entire body of the crimson blade was enveloped in a faint crimson-golden cocoon. Within the cocoon, its form underwent a cataclysmic transformation. At the base of its broken limbs, dark red flesh and chitin writhed and extended, rapidly generating new, sturdier limbs tipped with sharp, serrated claws of crimson. From the remnants of its broken wings, a new, thicker layer of dark red chitin, edged with razor-like serrations, surged forth like molten lava, solidifying. Most astonishingly, its mandibles grew larger and more menacing, glistening with a metallic crimson sheen, resembling two blazing guillotines. An overwhelming and ferocious energy, multiple times stronger than before, radiated from the cocoon, embodying a tempest of violent cutting and searing heat. Beast evolution, flame beetle, scorching cutter, common bone, level 5. Status, weak healthy. Skill, fireball, mastery 8, bug bite, mastery 11. Scorching cut, 1. Shell reinforcement, passive, 1. Evolution feedback. Host life source energy restored, moderate. Mental energy restored, slight. Physical strength, slightly increased. Host gains skill, random shell reinforcement, passive. Potential qualification, elite, potential. Information level 2 high, insufficient authority, forced analysis requires significant mental energy. Undergoing simulation, minimum estimate, epic level. Boom. A torrent of energy, far more potent and searing than the previous contract feedback, surged through the soul bond, crashing into Lin Jin's body like molten lava coursing through his veins. Ugh! Lin Jin could not suppress a groan. The excruciating pain in his back from the steel pipe's impact rapidly subsided under the onslaught of the searing energy, healing. His mental faculties, once parched like a dry riverbed, were rejuvenated with a sudden influx of vitality, while a resilient sense of strength coursed through his muscles and bones, his skin seemingly tightening with a faint, radiant glow. He now possessed the strength equivalent to a common bone level 3, the sensation of regained power clearer than ever. Evolved. This is impossible. The iron pipe henchman bore witness to this astonishing transformation, his soul nearly fleeing in terror, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. With a shriek, he turned to flee. The henchman with the severed wrist, enduring excruciating pain, desperately attempted to escape from this demon. Thinking of escape? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. To release a tiger back to the mountain would invite endless repercussions. The vengeance of the Scorpion Tail gang would not dissipate out of fear. It would only grow more vicious. He sprang to his feet, his movements swift and steady, the strength bestowed by his evolution making his body feel remarkably lighter. Without a glance at the useless henchman, he propelled himself forward like a leopard, charging towards the fleeing iron pipe henchman. The henchman, hearing the rush of wind behind him, was seized by a primal fear and swung the heavy iron pipe backward in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Lin Jin did not flinch or evade. The enhanced reaction speed from his evolution allowed him to clearly track the trajectory of the iron pipe. His left hand shot out like lightning, precisely grasping the midsection of the pipe. A powerful impact reverberated through him, numbing his arm, yet the passive effect of his reinforced exoskeleton enabled him to withstand it. Simultaneously, his right hand, infused with strength, formed a fist, embodying the physical might gained from his evolution and a chilling ferocity, as he struck mercilessly at the henchman's temple. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The henchman's screams abruptly ceased, his eyes bulging in terror, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of sound. It was a clean and decisive kill. Lin Jin expressionlessly released his grip on the iron pipe, allowing it to fall into the murky water. He turned and approached the henchman with the severed wrist, who was writhing on the ground, pale from blood loss and agony. Please, don't kill me. It was Scorpion Tail boss. It was Sun Kuei who sent us. The henchman gazed into Lin Jin's emotionless eyes, gripped by the utmost terror, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Spare me. I will tell you everything, the secrets of the Scorpion Tail gang. Lin Jin crouched before him, his fingers stained with grime and blood, gripping the henchman's chin to force him to meet his gaze. The Scorpion Tail gang. Lin Jin's voice was hoarse and icy, akin to sandpaper grinding together. The leader, Sun Kuei? Yes. Scorpion Tail Sun Kuei. The henchman clung to the last shred of hope, speaking in a frantic rush. He has a beast companion. Yes, it's a rock-armored lizard. A level 6 ordinary beast. Very formidable. No one dares to provoke him in the Rusted Iron District. He has over 30 men, all ruthless characters. Big brother. If you let me go, I'll take you to where he hides the crystal cores. Lin Jin listened quietly, his gaze unwavering. Having struggled in the lower tiers for years, he was well acquainted with the infamous reputation of the Scorpion Tail gang. The leader, Sun Kuei, nicknamed Scorpion Tail, was ruthless and cold-hearted, dominating the rusted iron district. His ability to reign for so long was largely due to that fortuitously contracted rock-armored lizard. Though merely a level 6 ordinary beast with limited potential, it was still formidable in a low-tier area with scant beast tamers. A battle beast with a rocky hide and considerable strength could wield crushing military deterrence. The other gang members were merely thugs, relying on their numbers and ruthless nature. Trouble had already brewed. With Sun Kuei's vengeful nature, the death or injury of even a lowly henchman would not go unpunished. Moreover, Lin Jin, who was previously considered expendable trash, had seemingly awakened a beast taming talent and acquired a powerful beast. If this news spread, Sun Kuei would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him to safeguard his own position. Weeding out the problem was imperative. Lin Jin's gaze fell upon a tattered leather pouch at the henchman's waist. He reached out and yanked it off. Inside were a few inferior energy biscuits, some subpar metal pellets, and 2 pea-sized crystal cores emitting a faint, murky red glow. Crystal cores from low-grade fire attribute beasts of poor quality, yet desperately needed by him and Chi Feng at present. Scorpion Tail, Sun Kuei. Lin Jin murmured the names softly, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! A sharp sound resonated. The henchman's pleas were abruptly silenced, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his eyes reflecting the ultimate fear and confusion. Lin Jin released his hold, allowing the body to slump to the ground. He stood up, his expression unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect. He swiftly scavenged all valuables from the 2 henchmen, then approached the seething pool of corrosive waste. Chi Feng, now fully evolved, lay quietly there. Its appearance had undergone a profound transformation. It had grown significantly, nearing the size of an adult's palm. Its dark red, robust exoskeleton enveloped its body, reminiscent of finely tempered steel, glistening with a faint metallic sheen. All previous damage and scorch marks had vanished, replaced by a fresh and fierce aura. Its newly formed limbs were sturdy and powerful, with serrated claws glinting menacingly. The mandibles opened and closed, exuding a subtle heat. It was no longer the feeble insect struggling for survival amidst debris, but a cold-blooded instrument of slaughter, a scorching, cutting insect. Sensing its master's approach, Chi Feng lifted its head, its cold compound eyes locking onto Lin Jin, transmitting a clear wave of fierce intent and absolute obedience. Lin Jin extended a finger, gently touching Chi Feng's cold exoskeleton. The tip of his finger experienced a resilient texture along with a hint of warmth. He tossed the 2 inferior fire attribute crystal cores he had just scavenged. Chi Feng opened its mandibles, skillfully catching them, crunching them as if they were mere beans, and swallowed them whole. The dark red glow in its abdomen seemed to brighten slightly. Chi Feng, let us go, Lin Jin said softly, recalling Chi Feng into the newly opened beast taming space that barely accommodated it. He quickly eliminated any obvious traces he had left behind, dragging the 2 corpses to the edge of a pool of fetid liquid, pushing them in. Watching the bodies bubble, dissolve, and sink in the murky liquid, Lin Jin's expression remained unchanged. Having completed this, he seamlessly blended back into the vast shadows of the garbage dump, stealthily moving deeper into the more chaotic and concealable parts of the rusted iron district. Not long after he departed, a diminutive figure emerged like a rat from behind a pile of discarded tires, glancing at the toxic waste pool, then the direction Lin Jin had vanished, displaying a look of uncertainty before swiftly darting towards a certain hideout of the Scorpion Tail gang outside the garbage dump. Chapter 3. The Iron Stomach. The number 7 resource exchange point in the rusted iron district, mockingly dubbed the Iron Stomach by scavengers, is situated at the periphery of the waste processing site. It is a fortress-like structure crudely welded from the shells of abandoned armored personnel carriers. The heavy metallic exterior is pockmarked with scratches, dents, and dried dark stains, while several narrow windows are reinforced with robust iron bars, leaving only a cold gap for the delivery of goods. The air is thick with the sickly sweet scent of inferior nutrient paste, the sour odor of low-grade liquor, the pungent aroma of sweat, and a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of blood that seems to seep through the cracks in the steel. A long line twists before the window, each face gaunt, weary, and covered in grime. Their eyes clouded and watchful, resembling ravenous hyenas in the wilderness. Lin Jin tightened the coarse, hardened cloth coat that had lost its original color, burying half of his face in the raised collar, merging seamlessly into the end of the queue like a shadow. He clutched the now heavy rat skin pouch tightly in his hand. Inside lay his spoils from the desperate struggle on the brink of life and death the previous day, several fragments of alloy ingots, their purity somewhat acceptable. scavenged from the minions of the Scorpion Gang. A small pouch unearthed from the depths of a garbage dump, containing barely usable electronic components. And the most significant prize of all, a second-tier earthy crystal nucleus emanating a faint, murky red glow. This crystal nucleus was acquired when he casually dealt with a mutated second-tier earthy rat on his way home yesterday. The attribute did not align with his own. Thus he intended to exchange it for supplies. The instinct for survival propelled him to this place. He required sustenance, something to swiftly replenish his mental vigor, and most importantly, a stable energy source to maintain his crimson blade state. Each breath was tainted with the metallic tang of rust and the acrid scent of decay. A stark reminder of the chilling reality. The group inched forward sluggishly, each movement accompanied by suppressed coughs and hushed curses. Behind the window sat a man clad in a faded, crumpled army green uniform, his insignia long worn away, leaving only indistinct traces. His cheeks were hollow, and his eye bags drooped heavily. His gaze bore the weight of countless years and trivialities that had dulled his spirit, though a hint of pride in the face of the refuse before him lingered deep within. He was Old Shun, a grassroots personnel appointed by the military to oversee Exchange Point Number 7, a forgotten cog at the very bottom of the fortress hierarchy. He represented the last, albeit insignificant, symbol of order in this bastion, wielding the power to allocate the meager resources of survival. Each time he handed out paste or nutrient goo, it was done with a languid air of charity. Alloy fragments, inferior quality, 3 merit points. Old Shin's voice rasped like sandpaper, his eyelids barely lifting as he casually poked at the items Lin Jin had presented with a gleaming metal rod, as if inspecting a pile of refuse. Electronic components. Low recycling value, 2 merit points. Second-tier crystal nucleus, earthy attribute, purity, TCH, subpar, 30 merit points. Total, 35 merit points. Only after announcing the price did Old Shun lazily raise his eyelids, his murky gaze scanning Lin Jin's face, seemingly searching for a glimmer of joy or greed in the eyes of this silent scavenger, akin to a stone. Yet all he found was an abyss of cold indifference, as impenetrable as the perpetual gloom of the rust iron zone. What will you exchange for? Nutrient goo? Paste? Or will you hoard it and await death? Old Shin inquired, his tone laced with habitual sarcasm. In the eyes of a scavenger, 35 merit points might seem a modest fortune, yet here, it was merely enough to procure 7 cans of the most basic nutrient goo or 35 pieces of low-quality paste that could choke a person. 5 tubes of nutrient goo. 3 paste blocks. Lin Jin's voice emerged from beneath his collar, deep and clear, without a trace of hesitation. Nutrient goo would swiftly replenish energy. While the paste was difficult to swallow, akin to chewing wax, it was more filling and essential for reserves. He needed to survive with meticulous calculation. Old Chun raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. This kid, unlike most ravenous scavengers, had not chosen to exchange everything for paste. Perhaps he was starved enough to desire a brief indulgence? He smirked, refraining from further inquiries, and retrieved 5 tubes sealed in cheap plastic, exuding a cloying synthetic sweetness, alongside 3 palm-sized, hard, and colorfully unappealing paste blocks from a cold metal cabinet behind him, pushing them through the window. Simultaneously, he picked up a rugged, black wristband device featuring a small screen, and with a beep, tapped it against a similarly crude, unmarked metal ring on Lin Jin's wrist. The ring on Lin Jin's wrist vibrated faintly, a fleeting blue light flickering across its surface before fading back into dullness. This was the basic identity ring issued by the military to all registered residents of the fortress. It possessed no storage capacity, serving solely for basic identification, recording negligible merit points, and receiving official broadcasts. Instantly, Lin Jin's merit point balance shifted from 0 to 7. Silently, he tucked the pitifully scant food into the tattered inner pocket of his clothing, feeling its diminutive size and weight through the coarse fabric. The sense of security it provided was fragile and fleeting. As he turned to leave the window, his gaze resembled the most precise of scanners, swiftly sweeping across a large, dust-covered metal notice board in the corner of the exchange point. Several yellowed, curled notices were affixed there. Regulations for wartime management of the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance, cold stipulations governing everything at the lower levels. Supplementary notice on the conduct of scavengers in the area, filled with prohibitions and severe penalties for violators. Beside the notice board stood a relatively tidy young man, his sleeves hinting at a more sophisticated metal wristwatch with a miniature screen, impatiently tapping the windowsill with his knuckles, urging the sluggish old scavenger ahead of him. The screen of his watch flickered with a steady glow, seemingly reviewing some kind of map or task information. Lin Jin's pupils constricted ever so slightly. An explorer's watch. That was the military's emblem, a ticket to another world. This watch symbolized the identity of extramural military personnel. requiring not only proof of Beastmaster status, but also 150 points for exchange. He quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head like the most ordinary, most humble scavenger, quickening his pace to exit this iron belly permeated with despair and a flicker of faint hope. The Yanhuang Fortress Alliance. This name hung like a heavy shackle, yet also like a final beacon, casting its shadow over the eastern wasteland ravaged by the red mist catastrophe. It represented a vast coalition of surviving humanity struggling for existence. Composed of 17 fortresses of varying sizes, sprawled across the earth like iron behemoths. They resembled 17 defiant stars scattered across a canvas of death. Among them, 3 colossal pillars stood out: the heart of Yanhuang, the undisputed capital of the Alliance, the heart of technology and power. Rumored to be deeply buried with the core legacy of the pre-catastrophe era, the Dragon Spine Bastion, guarding the throat of the ferocious beast corridor in the northwest. An impregnable military stronghold with towering walls and fearsome artillery, and the deep blue dome, established along the shattered coastline, controlling mysterious marine resources and unique biotechnologies. Serving as the Alliance's tendril stretching into the unknown deep blue. The fortresses stood like isolated islands, connected only by teleportation arrays, unaffordable for ordinary people, relegating them to a lifetime within their cold cages, repeating monotonous and tedious lives day after day. The Rust Iron Zone, where Lin Jin resided, was merely a peripheral slum of Yanhuang No. 7, not even within the confines of the Iron Fortress, but rather an area beyond the unseen energy shield that extended beyond the city walls, isolated from the steel walls. Numerous such areas surrounded the fortresses, but possessing a skill could grant entry into the city to contribute to production. However, individuals like him, impoverished and without awakened Beastmaster talents, remained perpetually endangered, the first to be abandoned as cannon fodder in the event of a beast attack. Yanhuang No. 7 shone dimly among these 17 stars, situated in a lower middle position. Nestled in the southern part of the Alliance, resource-poor and primarily responsible for resource recovery and basic manufacturing. It boasted a massive waste disposal system and accompanying foundational manufacturing industry, serving as a crucial resource recovery node for the Alliance. The supreme authority of the Alliance was revered as the leader. The current leader resided in the heart of Yanhuang, perched high above the clouds, their name and true visage as distant and unattainable as a deity from legends to the bottom-dwelling populace like Lin Jin. Beneath the chieftain lies the very backbone of the entire Alliance, upheld by the 12 generals wielding the power of life and death. They are the true cornerstones of the Alliance, serving as both the sword against external darkness and the weights that maintain internal fragility. Each general guards a fortress or a critical line of defense, commanding formidable warriors beneath their banners. In their daily duties, the generals act as unwavering stabilizers, stationed in various outposts, determining strategies through projections at the heart of Yanhuang. Only when cataclysmic waves capable of toppling the entire Alliance surge forth do they convene at the heart of Yanhuang, gathering around the highest round table to shape humanity's fate with iron and blood. Within the fortresses, there may be intrigue, compromises, and the mire of injustice. Yet in the face of the singular and irrefutable ultimate goal of preserving the ember of human civilization, the wills of the 12 generals and the chieftain are as steadfast as forged steel. The rank of general stands as the pinnacle of power and authority, radiating an alluring glow while drenched in the blood of ambition. This position is predominantly occupied by the intricately entangled and deeply rooted Beastmasters families. These families, once mere merchants, scholars, or politicians prior to the cataclysm, rapidly ascended to prominence as new aristocrats, leveraging their family members' innate beast mastery abilities, the control of vital survival resources, and their cold, efficient survival strategies in the wake of societal collapse. The Zhou family, led by the current head Zhou Jingxiong, ranks among the 12 generals, overseeing the Longji fortress. Renowned for breeding and nurturing powerful aerial beasts, the Zhou family commands nearly one-third of the Alliance's air transport lifeline and critical aerial reconnaissance forces. Within their domain, they monopolized several small crystalline mines that harbor pure wind energy. The Shi family, under General Shi Yong, governs the Panshi fortress. They specialize in the cultivation of Earth-type and Defense-type beasts, intricately linked to the military's engineering units and city defense systems, functioning as one cohesive entity. The supply chains for numerous high-purity metal veins and construction materials within the Alliance are firmly grasped in the hands of the Shi family. The Su family, a relatively nascent power, does not belong to traditional general lineages. However, the current head, Su Mingyu, rose from the ranks of commoners to join the 12 generals. Thanks to a rare contract beast, the Qinsi Vine, which possesses formidable auxiliary healing abilities, along with his exceptional command skills demonstrated during several large-scale beast-tied defense battles. His family is responsible for crucial medical logistics and the operation of several underground agricultural bases within the Alliance. Su Mingyu's ascent is itself a legend, propelling the Su family into rapid expansion as a newly established noble house. Power is akin to a vortex. Even generals hailing from humble origins, once they ascend to prominence, their families quickly absorb the Alliance's resources like greedy sponges, swelling into new behemoths. Resources, energy cores, rare evolution materials, stable energy supplies, and ancient relics imbued with power. These cornerstones of beast mastery and personal survival are predominantly held tightly by the military and these intricately connected, flourishing families. The common populace? They can scarcely aspire to even the scraps. This harsh reality is the fundamental reason countless awakened individuals, fully aware that the world beyond the fortress is hellish, nonetheless continue to join the military in droves. Outside the fortress lies an endless tapestry of death, vast, desolate, and silent, where once thriving cities have crumbled to dust. And the land has been irrevocably altered by the energies lingering from the red mist and the ferocity of beasts, now fraught with unpredictable dangers. Referred to as the no man's land. Ordinary individuals can survive in such an environment for merely 5 minutes, while only beast masters, endowed with extraordinary powers, can venture into this unknown expanse. The twisted creations of the red mist, ferocious beasts of myriad forms, bloodthirsty and violent, range from the diminutive bone rat swarms to lord-level behemoths capable of shaking city walls, lurking everywhere. They pose the greatest threat to survival, yet also serve as the primary source of resources. Small secret realms formed by the cataclysm, like bubbles nestled within the wasteland, harbor environments that may either conceal bountiful resources, such as energy crystal clusters, rare minerals, and unique plants, or house even more formidable and bizarre beasts. They stand as both places of hope and potential graves. To join the military and become a member of an exploration team is almost the only legitimate and relatively safe pathway for lower-tier awakened individuals to acquire resources and enhance their own and their contract beast strengths. As a benefit, the military provides each new member, even those at the lowest tier, with a basic model of a spatial wristwatch. The core of this wristwatch is a mineral, known as spatial stone, relatively easy to obtain within the secret realms. While a mere thumbnail-sized piece of spatial stone can fetch exorbitant prices on the black market, the military, which controls the vast majority of known secret realms within the Alliance, possesses ample reserves to support such large-scale distribution of benefits. The young man Lin Jin saw at the exchange point wore the most basic Type 1 Explorer-esque spatial wristwatch. It serves not merely as an identifier, but as a key. Yet, even this rudimentary Type 1 wristwatch represents a beacon of hope for Lin Jin, who struggles in the mire of the Rust Iron District. It signifies an initial inclusion into the order of the fortress, granting him the legitimate right to accept missions, accumulate merits, in exchange for resources that once seemed unattainable. This marks the starting point for his ascent from the lower echelons towards a broader world. Chapter 4. A Silent Declaration. Lin Jin glided like a wraith through the labyrinthine narrow alleys and towering heaps of industrial waste in the Rust Iron District, ultimately returning to his home at the very bottom of the fortress, near a massive sewage pipeline. This was but a makeshift shelter, barely held together by large discarded armor plates and tattered waterproof cloth, cleverly concealed in the shadow of the enormous pipe and a small hill of rusted metal components. The entrance was so narrow that only one person could pass sideways, and the potent mixture of rust, machine oil, and sewage created an almost tangible stench. Though remote and filthy, this place was relatively safe, situated on the fringes of the toxic Scorpion Gang's territory, akin to a peculiar calm within the eye of a storm. He stood at the entrance like the most vigilant of beasts, pausing to listen intently, ensuring no signs of pursuers or prying eyes lingered before slipping into the shelter like a fish gliding through water. Inside, the space was cramped and oppressive, shrouded in dim light, yet meticulously organized by its occupant, almost to a fault. A bed fashioned from discarded tires and faded rags, a rusted metal ammunition box serving as a table, and a neatly stacked collection of salvaged, sharpened tools alongside a small bucket of relatively clean, filtered water sealed with plastic wrap occupied the corners. Lin Jin carefully tucked the food he had exchanged for into a hidden compartment beneath the metal box, tearing open a tube of nutritional paste and swiftly consuming it in silence. The cloyingly sweet artificial flavor stimulated his taste buds, yielding an odd sense of satisfaction that quickly transformed into a gentle yet palpable warmth, dispelling the weariness and weakness brought on by hunger that had accumulated deep within. He retrieved one of the paste blocks, forcefully breaking off a small piece to chew, grinding it slowly with his molars. The hard granules scraped against his mouth, producing a faint crunching sound akin to gnawing on cold stone. This was the flavor of survival, rough and unadulterated. After replenishing the bare minimum of energy, Lin Jin sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. A whisper of intent stirred within him, and a crimson stream of light emanated from the beast mastery imprint on his chest, soaring forth with a hint of warmth before settling steadily in his palm. It was none other than the fiery, transformative creature he had evolved during his first metamorphosis, the blazing cutter worm. At this moment, Chiefing radiated vitality and vigor. The dark crimson, substantial exoskeleton glimmered with a cold, restrained metallic sheen under the dim light of the shelter, the previous scars of damage having vanished entirely, replaced by new, powerful contours. Its size had grown to nearly that of an adult's palm, and as it lay there in silence, it exuded a disquieting aura of ferocity, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. It rested quietly in Lin Jin's palm, its compound eyes subtly shifting, conveying an unmistakable sense of intimacy, loyalty, and an insatiable thirst for power. When a contracted beast possesses low aptitude, it can only transmit basic emotions to its beast master. Only those of higher rank can achieve wisdom and communicate with humans. Thus, a contracted beast of inferior quality merely needs to be rendered incapable of resistance, while a high-quality beast requires acknowledgement through any means to form a contract. Lin Jin held his breath, focusing intently, as his consciousness delved deep into the sea of awareness. Within his eyes, a barely perceptible golden light, reminiscent of the cosmic paths of stars, flickered to life. Its cold and profound gaze fixated on the chiefing resting in his palm. Beastmaster, Lin Jin. Strength, ordinary bone, 3rd stage. Talent, all-knowing eye. Skills, fireball, shell reinforcement. Target, scorching cutter bug, chiefing, ordinary bone, 5th stage. Status, healthy, life source energy, 98. Attributes, fire. Potential aptitude, quality, elite, potential. Core talent, world-burning calamity flame, source ceiling, activation level, 0002. Core skills, scorching cut, proficiency level 2, shell reinforcement, passive, proficiency level 3, fireball, proficiency level 8. Bug bite, proficiency level 11. Evolutionary blueprint, unique perfect path. Next form, blazing dragon armored bug, warrior 5th stage, can evolve. Perfect evolution conditions to blazing dragon armored bug. 1. Core materials, core of Earth's flame essence, 10 grams, lava core fragment, 1 piece. Essence of dragon-like beings, trace amounts, key requirement. 2. Auxiliary materials, fire attribute or dragon attribute crystal cores of warrior 1st stage or above, 3 pieces. 3. Energy requirement, pure fire attribute energy, large quantity. Devour powerful fire attribute or dragon attribute beasts, must meet specific conditions. 4. Environmental requirement, geothermal lava environment, optimal, success rate 15. High-intensity fire attribute energy field, success rate 5. 5. Success rate, perfect 85, must meet all core conditions, environmental bonuses take the highest value. Severe warning, minimum mental strength of host, warrior 1st stage. Insufficient purity of dragon-like being essence will result in permanent damage to evolution potential. Probability of failure in activating world-burning calamity flame talent significantly increases. The cold and detailed stream of information vividly presented itself in his mind, akin to the most intricate blueprint. Chiefing's skill proficiency had been gradually increasing, a noteworthy feat considering that enhancing skill proficiency is notoriously challenging. Often, comprehension of extraordinary power in the ordinary bone stage only allows a beast's proficiency to reach 15, requiring relentless practice over time. With a proficiency level of 10 already considered a significant talent, skills sharing a common origin would see one skill's proficiency enhancement also spur the other, such as Chiefing's fireball and scorching cut. Ultimately, proficiency reflects a beast's mastery over its skills and understanding of extraordinary abilities. When skill proficiency reaches levels of 20, 50, 80, and 100, qualitative enhancements occur, dramatically altering the skill's potency. If his assumptions held true, then his talent could accelerate the mastery of skills for the contracted beast. Lin Jin's gaze remained fixed on the glaring, blood-red warning. Essence of dragon-like beings, trace amounts. Dragons. Even in the vast yet fragmented records of the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance, these beings belonged to a distant mythological epoch. True pureblood dragons had long since vanished in the terrifying energy tides at the onset of the Red Mist Cataclysm, or concealed themselves in realms beyond human technology and power. The so-called dragon beasts that sporadically appeared in the wilderness were merely fortunate remnants, containing a trace of dragon blood or mutated forms. The essence of dragon-like beings? The difficulty of obtaining it far surpassed the odds of finding starfall iron fragments in a junkyard, by hundreds or even thousands of times. How many subdragon species would he need to slay to procure enough dragon essence? Moreover, the other stringent threshold, the host's minimum mental strength, warrior first stage, loomed like a frigid chasm before him. His current mental strength, nourished by the contract and the initial evolution feedback, barely grazed the threshold of ordinary bone third stage, leaving a significant distance to traverse before breaking through to the transformative warrior stage, a journey requiring life and death trials. An overwhelming, nearly suffocating sense of pressure descended upon Lin Jin, like an invisible boulder crashing upon his heart. Indeed, the path of myth is fraught with peril and thorns. Yet, the ember of determination in his eyes did not extinguish. Rather, under the weight of this pressure, it burned with greater calmness and resolve. Military, explorer's watch, mission, secret realm, these terms whirled rapidly in his mind, colliding with one another. The path that seemed to be laden with constraints might indeed be the sole avenue to survival, becoming increasingly clear in his heart. That rudimentary explorer's watch appeared to be the only tether he could grasp, leading him toward the faint hope of dragon essence. He extended his index finger, with a reverence akin to a sacred vow, gently caressing the cold and resilient exoskeleton of Chiefing. The metallic hardness and a hint of underlying warmth transmitted through his fingertips. Chiefing reciprocated with an unwavering wave of will, brimming with battle intent, as if silently declaring, regardless of whether the path ahead is lined with mountains of blades or fiery seas, it shall follow its master, incinerating all obstacles. At that moment, outside the shelter, an exceedingly faint sound, akin to a metallic sheet scraping against rough concrete, pierced Lin Jin's heightened senses like a serpent's flickering tongue. His body tensed instantly. As taut as a drawn bowstring, his gaze sharp as a drawn ice blade, every breath coalescing into a razor's edge. His entire being seemingly merging into the shadows of the shelter, becoming one with the rust and darkness. The Chiefing in his palm reacted even faster, transforming into a silent crimson streak of light, vanishing into the beast's space in an instant. Lin Jin's hand had already stealthily slipped into the gap beneath the metal ammunition box, grasping a half-section of an exceptionally sharp alloy strip, glimmering with a chilling light. The icy sensation coursed through his fingertips, radiating throughout his body. The members of the Scorpion Gang? Had they caught the scent of blood so swiftly? The storm seemed to arrive with even greater swiftness and ferocity than he had anticipated. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Lin Jin's mouth. Come forth. The sound of metal scraping echoed like a parasite, trailing along the corroded exterior of the shelter, imbued with the patience and coldness of a predator. Lin Jin's body coiled like a drawn bow, each muscle brimming with latent power, akin to a stone submerged in a deep pool, his breath almost non-existent. He did not act immediately. Instead, he spread his mental energy like an invisible web, sensing everything beyond the shelter. The footsteps were light, more than one, encircling the shelter's exit and two potential observation blind spots in a fan shape. A faint, indescribable odor of blood and decay permeated the air, mingled with the scent of rust from the junkyard, rendering it particularly pungent. It was not a human scent. It was a beastmaster. Lin Jin's heart sank slightly. The movements of the Scorpion Gang were swifter and more ruthless than he had anticipated. Sun Kuei evidently did not regard him as an ordinary troublemaker. Instead, he had summoned the gang's most formidable forces, Beast Tamers. This confirmed Lin Jin's judgment. Sun Kuei would never tolerate the presence of a wild beast tamer, harboring an unknown threat. In the Rust Iron District, the all-knowing eye, Lin Jin silently intoned within his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a frigid golden light suddenly ignited, allowing his vision to pierce through the thin metallic sheet, directing his gaze toward the source of the most potent scent. Target, Mire Hound, Contract Beast, Mortal Bone, Level 5. Status, Excited, Life Source Energy, 90. Attributes, Poison. Potential Qualification, Ordinary, Ceiling, Mortal Bone, Level 9. Skills, Stench Tracking, Passive, Proficiency 12, Fang Bite, Proficiency 7. Poisonous Fangs, Proficiency 5. Weaknesses, 1. Highly reliant on smell. Intense, irritating odors can disorient or even incapacitate it. 2. Light and fire sensitive. Exposure to strong light or extreme heat will slow its movements and diminish its desire to attack. 3. Weak abdominal defense. Energy defense is exceedingly low. Evolution path. Information surged into his mind in an instant. A cold glint flickered in Lin Jin's eyes. This was not a brute force battle beast, but rather a support-type beast specifically enhanced for tracking. Sun Kuei aimed to pin him down first, ensuring his escape was impossible. Beside the Mire Hound stood two formidable human figures, their muscles bulging, wielding hefty metal clubs, their fierce gazes sweeping menacingly over the makeshift shelter. Their aura was significantly stronger than that of the two lackeys from yesterday, yet they remained merely robust, ordinary men. The Scorpion-Tail chief had declared that the little brat was surely hiding here. The stench has led us right to him. A burly man with a scarred face lowered his voice, gesturing toward the entrance of the shelter. The stench he referred to was the mire hound. Its body cloaked in dark green, sticky fur, drooling, with its nostrils flaring incessantly. The hound emitted a low, threatening growl from its throat, its forepaws anxiously scratching at the ground, fixated on Lin Jin's shelter. Damn it, kill him. Anyone who dares to touch our scorpion gang is asking for death. Another bald giant sneered, hefting his metal club. Lin Jin's mind raced. A head-on assault? Faced with a mortal bone level 5 tracking beast and two evidently skilled gang members. Even if Chi Feng could ambush the hound, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. The commotion would inevitably attract more enemies. Hide. The shelter had but one exit. Once blocked, he would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. The only avenue for survival lay in the weaknesses revealed by the all-knowing eye. His gaze darted across the cramped shelter like a precision probe. In the corner, a sealed barrel of filtered water. Beside it, several small remnants of potent descaling agents he had previously gathered for tool polishing. Furthermore, there was the caustic waste he had deliberately retained from yesterday's body disposal. Tainted with a corpse-dissolving liquid, stored in a thick glass bottle, originally intended for compositional study. A perilous plan instantly took shape. He moved silently to the corner, like a phantom, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. With one hand, he seized the bottle of acrid corrosive waste, and with the other, he grabbed several pieces of the potent descaling agent. Concurrently, he communicated with the beast's space. Chi Feng, prepare. Target, the mire hound's abdomen. Chi Feng responded with a chilling battle intent. Lin Jin took a deep breath, casting aside all hesitation. He forcefully kicked open the dilapidated metal sheet that served as a door. Bang! The moment the metal flew outward, Lin Jin's body surged forth like a cannonball. His target was not the men but rather the mire hound, poised to pounce at the entrance of the shelter. Out! Get him! The scarred face and the bald man roared, brandishing their clubs to charge forward. In that fleeting moment, swoosh! A thread-thin, yet blindingly bright crimson beam, akin to the scythe of death, shot forth from behind Lin Jin. Its speed exceeded the limits of human reaction. The target was the unprotected, excitedly quivering soft abdomen of the mire hound. It was Chi Feng's searing cut. A woo! The mire hound let out a chilling, pitch-altered wail. Its resilient fur and feeble abdomen crumbled before the extreme heat, a horrifying gash revealing its innards instantly appearing on its belly, searing organs exposed to the tainted air. The pungent scent of blood and viscera flooding the atmosphere. The excruciating pain incapacitated it entirely, rolling on the ground, emitting a deathly whimper. This sudden assault and the beast's anguished howl momentarily froze the two charging brutes, their faces etched with horror. They had not even glimpsed the source of the attack. Now, the instant Lin Jin burst from the shelter, his left hand forcefully smashed the descaling agent against the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand yanked the cork from the bottle of corrosive waste, splattering the viscous liquid, reeking with a potent, irritating scent, like spilled ink, onto the mire hound's wounded abdomen and the surrounding ground. Hiss! The descaling agent evaporated upon contact with the air, creating a dense cloud of acrid white smoke. Meanwhile, the corrosive waste splashed onto the mire hound's bloody wound and the ground, generating billowing clouds of yellow-green smoke, reeking of intense acidity and strong oxidizing odors. The two scents melded into a tempest of extraordinarily potent, stifling gas capable of suffocating an ordinary person in an instant. Ugh! My eyes! Cough, cough, cough! What the hell is this? It stinks. The scarred face and the bald man were the first to be assaulted, the overwhelming, extreme mixture of irritating gases flooding their nostrils and eyes, causing tears to stream down their faces as they coughed violently, their eyes burning and unable to open. Their attacks devolving into chaotic flailing. The already mortally wounded mire hound, under the dual onslaught, convulsed a few times before falling silent. Its dark green fur quickly soaked in the oozing tainted blood and corrosive liquid. Lin Jin, suppressing the burning sensation in his nasal passages and throat, gazed coldly as if encased in eternal ice, devoid of any compassion. He glided through the chaotic smoke like a nimble eel. His targets were the two temporarily incapacitated henchmen of the Scorpion Gang. The scarred man was still desperately rubbing his stinging, tear-filled eyes, attempting to discern his surroundings. A silent red shadow flitted past him from the side of his neck. Swoosh! Scalding liquid sprayed forth. The scarred man's movements abruptly froze, a hissing sound escaping his throat as he futilely clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror, before he collapsed heavily to the ground. convulsing a few times before becoming still. Hearing the commotion from his companion, the bald man's alarm bells rang in his mind, and he struggled through the excruciating pain to swing his metal club in self-defense. However, amidst the smoke, Lin Jin's figure closed in like a vengeful Grim Reaper. The half-length alloy bar in his hand, suffused with a chilling determination to kill, was thrust with precise force into the bald man's gaping mouth, penetrating straight through to the back of his skull. Ugh! The bald man's eyes bulged, his body spasming violently for a moment before all movement ceased. His gaze filled with horror and despair as he slumped lifelessly to the ground. Clean. Efficient. Lin Jin did not linger for a moment. Nor did he spare a glance at the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Upon confirming the demise of his target, he melded into the shadows like a wraith, vanishing into the depths of the towering metallic ruins of the junkyard with a few deft movements, leaving behind 3 swiftly cooling corpses and a pungent atmosphere thick with the scent of blood, charred flesh, and acrid chemical fumes. Chapter 5. The Perfect Grave. Within the lair of the Scorpion Gang, nestled in the rusted iron district, a hall transformed from an abandoned factory workshop, suffused with the stench of inferior tobacco, sweat, and blood. The gang leader, Sun Kuei, a stocky man with dark skin and a grotesque centipede scar marring his bald head, wore a grim expression as he stroked a massive lizard beside him, its rock-like armor reminiscent of a small calf, the rock-armored lizard. Its cold, slit-like pupils surveyed the hushed gang members below. Have you found them yet? 2 living souls and a foul hide. And you can't even retrieve them from a trash heap? A bunch of worthless fools. Sun Kuei's voice, though not raised, dripped with a chilling ferocity. At that moment, the factory doors were flung open with a violent crash. Several gang members stumbled in, bearing 3 bodies shrouded in filthy tarpaulins, their faces ashen. The overwhelming stench of blood instantly eclipsed the hall's previous odors. The tarpaulin was violently ripped away. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. All gang members gasped, a chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. There lay the corpse of Scarface, the bald man, and that of the decaying hound. Scarface's throat was brutally slashed, the wound charred and curled, his eyes wide open in death. The bald man's mouth gaped, a blood-soaked metal bar lodged within. His demise horrific and gruesome, while the hound's abdomen was cleaved open, its entrails exposed, equally lifeless. Brother Kuei, we found them. A trembling gang member exclaimed from outside the makeshift shelter, his voice quaking with utter terror. They're all dead. Scarface, the bald guy, and the foul hide have all been taken out. That little brat was merciless. Sun Kuei leapt to his feet, his stocky form radiating an ominous presence. The centipede scar on his face twisted grotesquely in a fit of rage, becoming engorged and purple, resembling a venomous centipede come to life. He approached the bodies, gazing down at the gruesome fates of his 2 trusted subordinates and beloved hound. The blackened, fatal gash on Scarface's neck, the cold weapon in the bald man's mouth, and the gaping wounds on the hound's abdomen silently mocked his authority. This was a tremendous loss, 2 capable henchmen and a prized beast of burden. This was not merely a humiliation, but a direct blow to the very core of the Scorpion Gang's power. Lin Jin. Sun Kuei spat the name through clenched teeth, his voice like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet to freezing levels. Even the rock-armored lizard at his feet sensed its master's almost annihilating fury, growling uneasily as the earthy energy surged violently between the gaps in its heavy armor. Brother Kuei, gather all the brothers. Let us slaughter that little bastard. Chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. One of his loyal subordinates screamed, his eyes wild with rage. Avenge Scarface and the bald man. Kill that bastard. The hall erupted into chaos, emotions reaching a fever pitch. Fear and fury intertwining as the gang members brandished their weapons, their roars nearly threatening to lift the roof. Silence, all of you. Sun Kuei bellowed suddenly, his voice a thunderous clap that reverberated throughout the workshop, sending dust from the ceiling cascading down like a gray rain. The hall fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the gang members. Sun Kuei's chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with wrath akin to molten lava ready to erupt. Yet he forcibly restrained himself. The methods displayed by his adversary, precise and ruthless beast attacks, the cunning use of the environment to create toxic traps, and this cold, efficient, lethal style of killing, doused his boiling rage with a chilling realization, filling him with unprecedented trepidation. This boy was no mere troublemaker, but a deadly serpent lurking within the refuse. His beast mastery talent was likely far more formidable than anticipated. A grand search would only lead more of his brothers to their doom. In the familiar terrain of his opponent, having a larger number could become a liability. Speak. Sun Kuei's voice, as cold as iron scraping against iron, pierced the air as he pointed a chilling finger at the body bearers. What else happened at the scene? Did you leave any traces? What was that boy's beast in attack style? Tell me everything, word for word. He crouched down, stifling his nausea as he meticulously examined the charred gash on Scarface's throat and the metal bar in the bald man's mouth, his gaze growing increasingly frigid and profound, as if seeking to extract every shred of information about the killer. Moreover, Sun Kuei slowly rose, his gaze a sharp blade sweeping over each of his terrified subordinates. 200 points of merit, plus 5 third-tier ordinary bone crystals. For the head of Lin Jin. Alive for questioning, dead for confirmation. But remember, his voice suddenly rose, brimming with an undeniable murderous intent. Keep your eyes peeled. The quieter you are, the better. If anyone alerts the enemy and jeopardizes my plans, I will skin them alive. He intended to weave an invisible web of death from the insatiable greed prevalent in the depths of the rusted iron district. He would force Lin Jin to descend into madness and despair beneath the shadows of betrayal and suspicion, under the watchful gaze of countless greedy eyes. And, Sun Kuei added, his voice sliding like a serpent across ice, keep a close watch on all escape routes from the rusted iron district, especially those military recycling points and cannon fodder recruitment centers. Not a single fly is to escape. He harbored a profound premonition that this Lin Jin, this harbinger of doom, would not rest indefinitely amidst the refuse. The military might well be the only escape route he could conceive. He must crush that lifeline before his adversary could grasp it. The rock-armored lizard at his feet emitted a low, destructive growl, the earthy energy swirling violently beneath its heavy shell. Thus began a more insidious, cruel, and lethal hunt against Lin Jin, silently orchestrated by the enraged Scorpion King. The 3 corpses on the ground stood as cold declarations of war, heralding the bloody beginning. 200 points of merit, 5 third-tier ordinary bone crystals. The bounty cast by Sun Kuei fell like a boulder into the murky waters of the rusted iron district, instantly stirring up waves of greed. This reward was a fortune capable of altering the fates of the destitute scavengers, sufficient to drive them to desperate measures, even betrayal. Lin Jin's name and blurry likeness spread like a plague through the shadowy corners of the rusted iron district. Behind every weary, murky pair of eyes sparkled the glimmer of greed. Once numb faces became vigilant and dangerous, as the fragile remnants of trust among neighbors evaporated. The junkyard transformed from a hunting ground for survival into a vast, invisible death trap, where every shadow might conceal a lurking serpent. Lin Jin, like the most seasoned specter, traversed silently through the steel ruins and fetid heaps of refuse. He discarded his previous shelter, exploiting his instinctual familiarity with the junkyard's intricate terrain, continuously shifting his hiding places. Each movement was masked by the wind, each pause chosen for its wide vantage point, facilitating an escape. Chi Feng remained in his beast mastery space, a mere whisper of connection maintained, akin to a dormant volcano. His all-knowing eye operated at its zenith, his mental energy continuously flowing like a gentle stream. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, any unnatural traces or hostile glances stood out like fireflies in the night. Target, scavenger, male. Status, tense, greedy. Intention, to seek traces of the target in exchange for a bounty. Carrying, sharpened iron rod. Target, scavenger, female. Status, fearful, hesitant. Intention, possibly betraying, struggling internally. Carrying, non-threatening items. Target, Scorpion Gang scout, disguised. Status, focused, vigilant. Intention, monitoring the area, signaling upon spotting the target. Carrying, signal flare, and sleeve. A stream of cold analytical information surged into Lin Jin's mind. He danced through the minefield of threats, skillfully evading each potential danger. He observed the once-numb scavengers, their eyes now ablaze with insatiable greed, almost consuming one another. He noted the hidden members of the Scorpion Gang, lurking in the shadows of critical passages like venomous spiders. The pressure bore down on him like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly battering his nerves. His mental stamina rapidly diminished under the strain of omniscience, bringing waves of sharp pain and dizziness. Yet, the coldness in his gaze crystallized further. Did Sun Kuei intend to ensnare him with this bounty? Then let this web become his very noose. For 3 days, Lin Jin seemed to evaporate from existence. The Scorpion Gang's bounty sank like a stone into the ocean, causing only chaos and suspicion in the rusted iron district without any substantial progress. Sun Kuei's patience was slowly devoured by impatience and rage. Whispers of doubt began to surface within the gang. Brother Kuei, could that kid have run away? Or perhaps met his end in some stinking gutter? One trusted aide inquired cautiously. Run? Sun Kuei slammed his hand on the table, causing the bottles to clink violently. The centipede scar on his face twisted in anger. Every exit from the rusted iron district is under my watch. Not even a fly could escape. He is surely hiding in some rat hole. Keep searching. Dig him out. even if we have to scour the earth. At that moment, a slight figure scurried into the hall like a mouse. It was the thin monkey who had witnessed Lin Jin dispose of a body at the junkyard. His face bore a mix of sycophancy and barely concealed excitement as he lowered his voice. Brother Koei, I have news. Someone saw him. Where? Sun Koei sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with ferocity. In the depths of the furnace area, near the abandoned incinerator number 3. The thin monkey replied hastily. An old cripple said he went there at night to scavenge metal scraps from the waste heat pipes and seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow slipping into the maintenance tunnel behind the incinerator. He couldn't be sure, but the figure looked somewhat like him. The furnace area? Abandoned incinerator number 3? A flicker of doubt crossed Sun Koei's eyes. That area was one of the most dangerous and inhospitable places in the junkyard. The massive, derelict incinerator loomed like the carcass of a steel beast. Its internal structure complex and fraught with high temperatures and toxic gases. The labyrinth of pipes twisted like a maze, and it served as a terminal pressure relief point for the fortress's abandoned energy conduits, resulting in chaotic energy fields and poor signals. Communication devices like the explorer's wristbands could be rendered useless. It was an excellent hiding spot, but also a perfect grave. Is the information reliable? Sun Koei's gaze bore into the thin monkey, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent. The old cripple is too frightened to lie. Plus, that place is remote and perilous. It makes sense that the kid would hide there, the thin monkey hastily assured. A cruel smile crept onto Sun Koei's lips. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he had to go. This was the only lead in 3 days. Moreover, in such an environment, the opponent's beast would be hindered by the complex terrain, while his rock-armored lizard's defensive capabilities and strength would be maximized in confined spaces and harsh conditions. Good. I bestow upon you 10 merit points. Sun Koei tossed a piece of inferior crystal core to the thin monkey and then waved his hand fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Scarred face, bald head, bring your men. An iron wall squad, follow me. Bring the flamethrowers and gas canisters. I will personally venture into the furnace area and drag that damned rat out to roast. Yes, Brother Koei. A chorus of bloodthirsty agreement echoed through the hall. Chapter 6, Resentments Resolved. The abandoned incinerator number 3 loomed like a colossal, rusted steel tomb, standing in the depths of the furnace area suffused with the acrid scent of sulfur and burning metal. The immense furnace had long since cooled, yet the residual heat still warped the air, and the ground was searing. The intricate network of thick pipes coiled around it like a colossal serpent, with some damaged sections hissing as they leaked scalding industrial fumes and gray-white dust. A group of over 20, led by Sun Koei and accompanied by the rock-armored lizard, akin to a mobile fortress, encircled the incinerator with a palpable aura of menace. Scarred face and bald head, accompanied by 7 or 8 henchmen wielding flamethrowers and gas canisters, secured the main exits. Sun Koei, clad in rudimentary metal armor and armed with a heavy blunt weapon, cautiously approached the entrance of the maintenance tunnel where Lin Jin might be hiding, an entrance beneath the massive furnace, barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. Scattered near the entrance were fresh footprints and discarded, stained synthetic food wrappers, seemingly left in haste. Brother Koei, look, the traces. He must be inside. Scarred face pointed excitedly at the entrance. Sun Koei's gaze darkened. He did not rush in immediately. He gestured for the rock-armored lizard to advance. The rock-armored lizard crouched low, its heavy rocky shell glinting coldly in the dim light. Its icy vertical pupils scanned the dark entrance warily, emitting a low, threatening hiss as if it sensed danger. Prepare the flamethrowers. Burn the inside thoroughly. Sun Koei ordered with a sinister grin. Whatever is inside, we'll roast it to a medium doneness first. Scarred face immediately commanded 2 henchmen to step forward, hefting the heavy flamethrowers and aiming them deep into the tunnel before pulling the triggers with a forceful squeeze. Whoosh! 2 thick, orange-yellow torrents of blazing fire roared into the darkness of the maintenance tunnel. The terrifying heat ignited the air near the entrance in an instant, causing the metal pipes to sizzle and glow red-hot. The passageway transformed into a sea of flames in an instant. After a sustained barrage of over 10 seconds, the flamethrower's fuel emitted a warning, prompting the 2 to cease fire. The heat waves rolled from the entrance, and the acrid scent of molten metal filled the air. Now, squad, clear the path. Rock-armored lizard, stay close to me. Sun Koei's eyes shimmered with a cruel light as he waved his hand. For burly men clad in metal armor, wielding heavy hammers and tower shields, formed a tight formation, pushing through the lingering heat waves as they charged into the smoke-filled, chaotic tunnel. Sun Koei followed closely behind, the rock-armored lizard plodding along like a tank, guarding him. The interior of the tunnel proved to be even more intricate than anticipated, resembling the intestines of a giant beast. Everywhere were charred pipes and twisted metal frameworks, the ground thickly coated with searing ashes and clumps of metal that had melted and then solidified. Although the flames from the flamethrowers were fierce, they clearly could not illuminate every corner. Many pipes and structures remained shrouded in darkness. "Brother Kuei, there's a fork ahead," shouted one of the burly men, his voice echoing in the narrow space. Sun Kuei furrowed his brow, illuminated by the beam from his subordinate's helmet, revealing that the passage ahead was divided into two narrower forks by collapsed pipes and accumulated debris. A faint, barely perceptible scent reminiscent of sulfur mingled with metallic dust wafted through the sweltering air. "Split up. Scarface, take 2 men down the left path. The rest follow me to the right. Be cautious," Sun Kuei commanded decisively, refusing to grant Lin Jin any respite. Scarface acknowledged with a grunt, cautiously leading 2 subordinates armed with flamethrowers into the left fork, while Sun Kuei steered the remaining Iron Wall team members and the armored lizard into the right passage. This corridor was even narrower, with the armored lizard's massive form nearly scraping against the pipes on either side, producing a jarring screech as it advanced. The air grew increasingly heated, the residual flames scorching its armor. Sun Kuei's focus sharpened, and the armored lizard heightened its senses to the maximum. Suddenly, one of the Iron Wall team members at the forefront found himself standing on nothing. A sharp crack echoed as the thickly ash-covered ground collapsed beneath him, revealing a concealed, bottomless maintenance shaft. The unfortunate soldier barely had time to issue a short gasp before plummeting into the abyss. "Be careful," Sun Kuei shouted urgently. Almost simultaneously, a faint yet piercing sound sliced through the air from above, behind a thick, glowing red pipe. A blood-red thread shot precisely towards the seam, where a helmet met the neck of another team member. "Ah!" That soldier screamed in agony as his neck was instantaneously severed. His head, still encased in the helmet, tumbled to the ground, charred at the neck. Above, Sun Kuei's eyes widened in horror, his reflexes sharp. He jerked his head up, mentally bellowing, "Armored lizard! Earth spike!" The armored lizard let out a thunderous roar, its forelimbs crashing down. A powerful wave of yellow-brown energy surged forth. Multiple sharp, energy-condensed rock spikes erupted from the ground and the walls of the passage, covering the area where Lin Jin might be hiding. However, the anticipated sound of piercing flesh was absent, replaced only by the harsh noise of rock striking metal pipes. At that moment, boom, 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 the left fork erupted with deafening explosions, accompanied by harrowing screams. Scarface and his group. "Brother Kuei, help! There's an explosion!" Scarface's cry was abruptly silenced. Sun Kuei's heart sank. It was a trap. The enemy's target was not him at all. They had intentionally lured him to divide his forces. "Retreat! Quickly!" Sun Kuei decisively ordered the 2 terrified Iron Wall team members. He turned to lead the armored lizard back, but it was too late. In the brief span of mere seconds, while they had focused on the attack and explosions, Lin Jin had silently appeared at their retreat route. Right at the edge of the recently collapsed shaft, he had somehow slid down from the intricate overhead pipe structure, clinging to the scalding metal walls like a gecko. His complexion was pale from the exhaustion of his mental energy, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, akin to burning ice. In his hand, he brandished a rudimentary jet device, fashioned from metal pipes and valves, filled with a viscous, foul-smelling corrosive waste. Behind him, several discarded metal cans hissed as they sprayed a potent, yellow-green gas, the noxious fumes of a powerful descaling agent. This smoke rapidly spread through the passage's airflow towards Sun Kuei and his team. "Sun Kuei," Lin Jin's voice resonated in the narrow, sweltering corridor, cold and clear. Carrying a tone of finality, "I accept your bounty." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jin abruptly activated the crude jet device. A thick, foul-smelling stream of corrosive liquid spewed forth like a venomous serpent. The target was not Sun Kuei himself, but rather the fortress-like armored lizard beneath him. Seeking death, Sun Kuei roared, as the armored lizard sensed the threat, bellowing in an attempt to raise its rocky shield. However, Lin Jin's angle of attack was exceedingly cunning. The corrosive liquid was not a blanket assault. It was aimed precisely at the relatively vulnerable joints and eyes of the armored lizard. Simultaneously, Lin Jin swept his other hand forward. The red blade, poised and ready, manifested like a crimson lightning bolt, instantaneously appearing above the armored lizard's head. Its target, the creature's nostrils. Searing cut. Maximum power. Lin Jin issued his cold command through their mental link. 2 beams of scarlet light, more concentrated and blinding than before, shot deep into the armored lizard's enormous nostrils. Roar. The armored lizard emitted an earth-shattering cry of agony. The nasal cavity was one of its weakest defensive points. The extreme heat of the cutting lines swiftly seared through its mucous membranes, even damaging its fragile brain nerves. The intense pain sent it into a frenzy. Its massive body reared up, wildly thrashing its head, while its heavy tail swung like a battering ram. Boom, boom. The metallic pipes on either side of the corridor were easily bent and torn apart. Debris and metal fragments cascaded down like a torrential downpour. No, steady yourself, Sun Kuei exclaimed in horror, attempting to calm the rampaging beast through their bond. But the armored lizard was suffering from excruciating pain at its weakest points, rendering the contract's binding power significantly diminished. Even more perilous, several droplets of Lin Jin's corrosive liquid splattered onto the relatively soft gaps in the armored lizard's exposed underbelly as it thrashed about. Hissing white smoke rose. At that moment, the potent, irritating fumes mixed with strong oxidizers had already enveloped Sun Kuei and his team. Cough, cough. My eyes. I can't breathe. The last two Iron Wall team members bore the brunt of the noxious smoke, tears streaming down their faces as they coughed violently, their armor unable to fully shield them from the omnipresent gas attack. They clawed at their throats and eyes in agony, completely losing their combat capabilities. Sun Kuei also felt a burning sting in his eyes, his breath constricted, but being a beastmaster, his constitution far surpassed that of ordinary men. He forced himself to endure, his mental energy surging as he tried to regain control of the armored lizard. Yet Lin Jin would afford him no opportunity. Red blade. Target. The structural supports at the top of the corridor. Lin Jin's chilling voice echoed once more, like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. The red blade transformed into a crimson shadow, darting towards several critical, rusted load-bearing beams that connected to the massive incinerator overhead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several searing cutting lines shot forth with precision. The structure, already weakened by heat and corrosion, succumbed effortlessly to the scorching beams, severing the rusted metal supports like a hot knife through butter. A grating, thunderous sound of metal twisting and breaking filled the air. With the loss of critical support, the heavy mass of discarded pipes and furnace structures that had accumulated above came crashing down like an avalanche. No! Sun Kuei let out a desperate roar, his eyes filled with boundless fear and disbelief. A massive shadow suddenly loomed over him and his armored lizard. Boom! The deafening sound of the collapse, accompanied by the piercing noise of twisting metal, drowned out Sun Kuei's final words. Countless remnants of steel, shattered pipes, searing ashes, and molten metal cascaded down like a torrential landslide, instantly entombing Sun Kuei, the rock-armored lizard, and the two Iron Wall members still writhing in agony. A cloud of smoke, mingled with acrid gases, billowed skyward. The entire abandoned incinerator area seemed to tremble. In the moment that Lin Jin severed the load-bearing beam with chiefing, he shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, narrowly evading the collapsing core zone. He stood at the edge of the swirling dust, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as parchment, his forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. The continuous use of the all-knowing eye for precise calculations, directing chiefing to launch a lethal assault, and finally detonating the preset trap near Scarface had nearly drained his mental energy. He coldly surveyed the vast steel graveyard before him. As the dust settled, it revealed a towering mound of twisted metal, several meters high. No signs of life emerged from within, only the faint crackling sounds of cooling metal. Sun Kuei, the leader of the Scorpion Gang, along with his pride, the rock-armored lizard, was forever buried beneath this grave of steel, wrought from his own greed and brutality. Lin Jin did not linger to confirm the outcome. He swiftly retracted chiefing, stifling the intense headache and dizziness, and turned to disappear into the labyrinthine maze of pipes behind him, vanishing completely into the enveloping dust and the pungent scent of sulfur. When the surviving members of Scarface's crew and the surrounding Scorpion Gang members, who had managed to escape death, arrived at the scene in terror, they beheld the steel ruins that had descended like divine retribution, with the fragmented shell of the rock-armored lizard and blood-stained clothing scraps faintly visible among the debris. Fear washed over the hearts of all the Scorpion Gang members like a chilling tide. Their leader was dead, buried here alongside the strongest beast. The tree had fallen, scattering the monkeys. It was unclear who first let out a terrified cry, but the remaining Scorpion Gang members instantly crumbled, fleeing like startled crows, abandoning all thoughts of bounty and revenge. The charred mark left by Lin Jin ultimately became the epitaph for the Scorpion Gang. News spread like a tempest throughout the Rusted Iron District. Shock, fear, and disbelief eventually transformed into a profound sense of awe. The silent scavenger Lin Jin had eradicated the Scorpion Gang, which had plagued the Rusted Iron District for years, in the most ruthless and lethal manner. His name became a bloody, taboo legend among the lower strata. When Lin Jin's figure reappeared outside supply exchange point number 7, at the end of the numbed queue, all gazes around him shifted. No longer were they indifferent or tinged with greedy curiosity, but rather filled with trepidation, avoidance, and even a hint of barely perceptible ingratiation. As he walked through, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Old Chin remained seated behind the window, numbly processing exchanges. But when Lin Jin approached the window and presented his identity ring, Old Chin's murky eyes lifted and paused for a second on Lin Jin's face. Still obscured by grime, yet unable to mask the cold aura emanating from beneath. He asked nothing, merely rasped the prices. Common bone level 6 earth attribute crystal core, rock armored lizard, quality, medium, 150 merit points. Refined alloy block, 10 merit points. Signal flare, captured, 5 merit points. Lin Jin silently collected the exchanged goods. This time, what he received was different. An Explorer Type 1 wristwatch, basic issue. A Wilderness basic survival kit, compressed rations, water purification tablets, first aid kit. Old Chin silently pushed out a rugged black wristwatch with a small screen and a compact sealed bag. This wristwatch was a symbol of identity for military auxiliary personnel. If exchanged outside the barrier, one would not only need to prove their Beastmaster status, but also require 150 points. He picked up the peculiar device, dripping a drop onto Lin Jin's identity ring and the new wristwatch. He stowed the identity ring and handed the wristwatch to Lin Jin. The moment Lin Jin took it, a hum resonated. The Explorer wristwatch's screen illuminated, a soft blue light sweeping across Lin Jin's face, completing the identity binding and permission activation. This blue light would not only verify his identity, but also detect any extraordinary energy within him, preventing deception. A simple interface materialized on the screen: personal, map, tasks, exchange, communication. The screen indicated he had 12 merit points remaining, with the basic survival kit costing him 10 points. Lin Jin donned the wristwatch on his left wrist, feeling the cold metallic touch. He grasped the survival kit and turned to leave. This time, he did not glance at the bulletin board in the corner. His gaze pierced through the murky air of the rusted iron district and the low ceiling, seemingly directed toward the vast and perilous wilderness beyond the fortress. The enmity with the Scorpion Gang had been resolved. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He took a step forward, merging into the throng of the fortress's lower levels. Chapter 7, Codename Ashes. The demise of the Scorpion Gang was akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters, the ripples of which had yet to subside. Their lair, the abandoned factory workshop, had become a forsaken land. The gang members had long scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos: shattered bottles, overturned tables and chairs, scattered inferior weapons, and a lingering stench of sweat, blood, and a hint of fear in the air. Lin Jin moved like a phantom beneath the night, silently infiltrating. He bore no semblance of a victor, his gaze remaining icy and focused, as if merely conducting a routine resource retrieval. Energizing the all-knowing eye with his mental power, golden data streams flickered into view, meticulously sweeping across every corner. Target: damaged metal safe, inferior. Status: lock cylinder damaged, physical damage. Internal detection: weak energy fluctuation, crystal core. Metal reaction: alloy, paper items. Target: wall cavity, rough. Status: concealed space present, trigger-based simple trap, poison spike. Internal detection: high purity energy crystal core, common bone, level 7. Earth attribute: unknown metal fragments, starfall iron. Weak reaction. Information flowed through his mind. Lin Jin moved swiftly and accurately. He sidestepped the clumsy poison spike trap, prying open the cavity with a sharpened alloy bar, retrieving the only 2 items within: a walnut-sized crystal core radiating a rich, earthy glow, and a metal fragment no larger than a fingernail, entirely black and faintly reflecting deep starlight, precisely the starfall iron he urgently needed for the first evolution of chiefing. Although diminutive, its purity was exceptionally high. This high-level Earth attribute crystal core was likely what Sun Kuei had expended a fortune to prepare for upgrading his beast. Yet now it had come into Lin Jin's possession. Individuals like Sun Kuei, who lacked promotion potential and wished to evade military control while acquiring resources, could only carve out their own domains in the slums, not only to obtain the resources offered by the impoverished inhabitants of that area, but, more importantly, to be close to the wilderness and relatively safe, allowing them to hunt low-level ferocious beasts nearby to enhance themselves. The safe had been violently breached, revealing a dozen or so crystals of varying qualities and several decent, refined alloy blocks. It seemed the gang members had opened it previously, leaving behind the bulk out of fear he might return to plunder and cause trouble. Lin Jin swept up all the crystals, alloy blocks, and that precious tiny fragment of starfall iron, stowing them into the Explorer wristwatch's 1 cubic meter storage space. After completing his scavenging, he ignited the pile of rags and waste oil accumulating in the corner. The flickering flames danced, illuminating his impassive profile. He turned and departed, his silhouette vanishing into the dense night outside the factory. Behind him, The flames ravenously consumed the last remnants of the Scorpion gang, reducing all grievances to ashes. Upon returning to his new temporary hideout, nestled within the vast, abandoned cooling tower, he found himself on a narrow platform shrouded in thick rust and limescale. The air here was damp and cold, offering a broad view that was easy to defend yet challenging to breach. Lin Jin settled into a cross-legged position, finally affording himself the opportunity to scrutinize the cold, black device encircling his wrist, the Explorer Type 1 wristwatch. With this timepiece, he could traverse the various barriers at will. His fingertip glided across the chilled metallic edge of the watch face, a faint blue light flickering to life as the screen unlocked. He accessed his personal interface and began inputting some basic information. When it came to his code name, Lin Jin pondered momentarily, then gently tapped and entered Ashes. The purpose of the code name was not merely for the convenience of undertaking missions, but also served as a safeguard. After all, even within the barriers, safety was not guaranteed, as some malevolent beast tamers lurked, assassinating military personnel. After a brief hesitation, he utilized the scanning function to authenticate the true rank of his beast. Red Flame, as certain missions had level restrictions. The succinct interface presented the following. Personal information, real name, Lin Jin, hidden. Visible only to high-level authorities. Code name, Ashes rank. Non-commissioned personnel promotion path, to advance to the next level of corporal. The requirements are, Beast rank, Mortal Bone level 5, already met. Total merit points accumulated to 300, not met. Total merit, 12, exchangeable, 12, bound beast. Species, Scorching Cutterbug, suspected mutant, strength, Mortal Bone level 5. The total merit represented the points accumulated from the moment he acquired the wristwatch. Any previously spent points were not included. The promotion criteria were not particularly stringent, but choosing to advance meant a full commitment to the military. One could opt to don a military uniform and join the structured army, or become a lone wolf, or enter a formal squad. However, one's information would then be entirely under military control. Military orders were absolute. Upon encountering mandatory summons, refusal was not an option, even if it meant facing death. Yet, such compulsory missions would only be issued in dire circumstances, such as a beast assault on a fortress that threatened its very existence. Despite the constraints imposed by military service, ascending the ranks signified access to rarer resources, the unlocking of more hidden realms, and the ability to consult highly confidential information. Few would choose to decline such an opportunity. He returned to the initial interface and lightly tapped the map. Map system, comprehensive map of the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance overview. Displays the locations of 17 fortresses, major safe passages, aerial, underground, and known high-risk areas, marked in red. Detailed map of Yanhuang Fortress Number 7 includes public areas, military control zones, industrial zones, and residential areas. Mission area map unlocks upon accepting a mission, marking mission collection points, mission area boundaries, known danger zones, and resource points, requiring exploration to supplement. Real-time positioning can be disabled effective only within the fortress and certain safe passages. In the wilderness, signal reliability varies with the environment and may be interrupted. Lin Jin was quite satisfied with this functionality. The map system was incredibly convenient, guiding him wherever he ventured. With an air of anticipation, he turned his attention to the mission system. The mission system presented a scrollable list, with task levels categorized by difficulty, level 1, level 2, level 3, etc., corresponding to different beast ranks. Additionally, it featured functions for filtering, accepting, and abandoning missions. Tasks that had already been claimed and reached the recruitment limit would be marked as accepted. Mission System, Level 1. Anomaly Beast Group Reconnaissance and Mineral Collection in the Rustbone Wasteland, Outskirts. Merit. 200 base merit points. The more information and resources submitted, the greater the merit. Requirements. Non-commissioned personnel and above, beast strength of Mortal Bone Level 5 or higher. Risk, medium-low. Location, 7th District Military Station. Level 1. Clearing blockages in the D7 District pipes of Yanhuang Fortress Number 7 requires assistance from Earth-type and Strength-type beasts. Merit, 50. Requirements. Non-commissioned personnel. Risk low. Location, D7 District Engineering Office. Already accepted. Level 2. Elimination of the Corrupted Claw Werewolf Den, located at the edge of Blackwind Gorge. Merit, 800. Requirements. Sergeant and above. Squad operations. Beast strength of warrior level. Risk high. Location, 6th Brigade Command of Long Spine Fortress. Level 2. Bounty. Fallen Beast Tamer Huang Tian. Beast. Wind Wolf. Strength assessment. Warrior level 3. Has ambushed an exploration squad and fled in Yanhuang Fortress Number 6. Based on the comparison of personnel exiting the city and strength, the following portrait is provided. Merit, 1000. No acceptance restrictions. delivering the head to the exchange point will yield merit. The first mission immediately caught his eye. It was a permanent task available daily. There was no rush. He would revisit it after fully exploring the watch's features. Next, he accessed the exchange function, revealing a diverse array of items categorized meticulously, even including limited-time exploration rights for small hidden realms. Though his wristwatch permissions were insufficient for such explorations, exchange system, available merit points, 12. Resource category, all levels of crystal cores, evolution materials, basic, metals, medicines, food, drinking water. Information category, basic beast data, beast evolution routes, some low-level hidden realm maps. Equipment category, weapons, armor, low level. Service category, basic medical care, beast treatment, training ground usage duration. Aside from the information category, all other items required an application on the wristwatch and subsequent exchange at the Military District S exchange point. He first reviewed the evolution materials for Red Flame. The core of Earth Fire and Lava Core fragments each required 10,000 contribution points. And the Dragon Essence was nowhere to be found, with the Crystal Core for a Dragon Attribute Warrior level 1 costing an exorbitant 8,000 contribution points. It seemed he would need to devise a means of acquiring these himself. Ultimately, he exchanged for the Alliance Basic Mental Strength Meditation Method, public version. Alliance Basic Resource Compendium, public version. An overview of the Rustbone Wasteland, non-confidential, costing him 10 merit points. The moment he completed these exchanges, the information was transmitted to his wristwatch, granting him access to review it at any time. He then turned his gaze to the final communication feature. Communication system, public channel, receives official announcements, emergency alerts, and regional broadcasts. Squad channel, activated upon forming or joining a squad. Encrypted voice and text communication, range dependent on the environment. Point-to-point communication, requires knowledge of the other party's name or wristwatch number. Sufficient permissions are necessary to initiate contact. It is said to be maintained by a wise beast bound by a leader's contract, possessing vast mental network abilities, providing communication signals, and even detailed maps of the fortress's internal and surrounding safe areas. His wristwatch had a mere 1 cubic meter of storage space, accommodating only inanimate objects and beast eggs. Operated through mental command, with slight spatial fluctuations during access, Lin Jin's gaze swiftly scanned the mission list, ultimately lingering on the task he had already earmarked. Level 1. Anomaly Beast Group Reconnaissance and Mineral Collection in the Rustbone Wasteland. Merit, 200. Requirements, non-commissioned personnel and above. Beast Strength of Mortal Bone, level 5 or higher. Risk, medium-low. Location, 7th District Military Station. The requirement of Mortal Bone level 5 or higher was conveniently met by Red Flame. The risk was moderate to low, the merit promising, and most importantly, the location was the Rustbone Wasteland. There, perhaps, lie the environmental clues he so desperately seeks, or a glimmer of hope for obtaining the essence of dragons. As he embarks on his first venture into the wilderness, it is imperative that he is accompanied by an experienced guide. Once he becomes somewhat familiar with the surroundings, he can undertake solitary missions, exploring resources while fulfilling his tasks. With a gentle tap of his finger upon the icy screen, a notification emerges. Mission, Rustbone Wasteland, Outskirts, Reconnaissance and Collection accepted. Gathering time, tomorrow at 7 o'clock, Fortress Standard Time. Assembly location, Supply Station, Zone 7. Recruitment Hall Number 3. Mission Supervisor, Sergeant Wang Meng. At nearly the same moment that Lin Jin accepted the mission. In the upper core area of the Yanhuang No. 7 Fortress, within the Defense Command Office. A spacious chamber adorned with a large holographic projection of the fortress structure and an Alliance strategic map. A middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored dark green military uniform, adorned with a silver star on his epaulette, reclined in a comfortable chair, his eyes closed in meditation. The man, with a resolute visage and a composed demeanor, is Major General Chun Weigua, the highest military officer of the Yanhuang No. 7 Fortress. The watch upon his wrist is far more exquisite and intricate than Lin Jin's Explorer Type 1, featuring a larger dial with faint blue energy patterns swirling along its edges. At this moment, the watch's screen quietly illuminated, revealing a message that popped up in the sidebar. Talent briefing, daily dispatch, generated by the neural network's filtering algorithm. Name. Codename, Lin Jin, codename, Ash. Age, 17. Region, Rust Iron Zone. First Beast Contract Registration, Scorching Cutterworm, Mutated, Bone Level 5. Potential Assessment, Preliminary likely to awaken his contract before the age of 18. His Beast Mastery ranks among the top 11 of new registrants of the same period. High probability of having awakened beast-related talents, type unknown. Personality assessment, based on preliminary analysis of mission acceptance cautious, independent, efficient. Latest update, has accepted a Level 1 mission, Rustbone Wasteland, Outskirts, Reconnaissance, and Collection. Major General Chun Weigwa slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over the briefing. At 17 years old, with a bone level 5 beast awakening from the lower strata, he indeed represents a promising candidate. Under normal circumstances, he might warrant a second glance. However, as the garrison commander of Fortress Yanhuang No. 7, he peruses no fewer than 8 or 10 talent briefings daily. Some emerge from families rich in resources. Others burst forth from the brink of life and death, while some are exceptionally gifted, yet fade away prematurely. In this world, talent is abundant. What is lacking, however, are those capable of truly maturing into formidable forces that can shoulder the burden of humanity's future. Lin Jin, Ash, Major General Chun Weigwa softly recited the name and codename, his tone devoid of any ripple. The tale of a youth rising from the bottom is indeed inspirational, yet the harshness of the wasteland far exceeds imagination. How far can a young man traverse on the perilous path of beast mastery, one that demands valor and relentless effort, even at great cost? He maintained a reserved disposition. The outskirts of the Rustbone Wasteland, led by Sergeant Wang Ming, Chun Weigwa recalled the forthright and relatively experienced sergeant. He casually swiped his finger across the watch, connecting to his aide's communication channel. Xiaozhong, Major General Chun Weigwa's voice was steady. Tomorrow, Sergeant Wang Ming will lead a team to the Rustbone Wasteland outskirts for that Level 1 mission, and there's a newcomer on the list, codename Ash, age 17. Please ask Wang Ming to pay a little attention to him. Assess his potential, ensure he doesn't perish too swiftly, but refrain from offering any special treatment. That is all. Understood, General. The aide responded promptly. The communication concluded, and Major General Chun Weigwa's gaze returned to the vast strategic map on the wall, marked with extensive red areas that signified the unknown and dangerous territories surrounding the fortress. The fate of a lower-tier youth stirred fewer ripples in his heart than the trajectory of a newly discovered beast pack on the map. He powered down the watch's screen and closed his eyes once more. The office returned to silence. Meanwhile, within the cold, cooling tower of the lower strata, Lin Jin had already turned off the watch's screen. He meticulously inspected the compressed rations and purification tablets in his survival kit. Accessing the document titled Overview of Rustbone Wasteland, non-confidential, and illuminated by the faint glow of the watch's screen, quickly flipped to the section detailing the basic information about the Rustbone Wasteland. His gaze was focused and calm as his fingers glided over the descriptions of the wasteland's terrain, common ferocious beasts, and several areas marked as potential unstable energy nodes and small spatial rifts. Chiefing, Lin Jin whispered. A flash of crimson light appeared as the evolved scorching cutterworm silently landed beside him, its cold compound eyes reflecting the dim light. Its shell glistening with an understated metallic sheen. It conveyed a yearning for combat and consumption. Lin Jin fed it several fire attribute crystal cores, sufficient for the scorching cutterworm to ascend another level, ensuring greater safety for their expedition into the wasteland the following day. He extended a finger, gently tapping the heavy shell of Chiefing, feeling the chill of its surface. Tomorrow, the Wasteland. Chapter 8, Prelude to the Wasteland. The supply station in Zone 7 loomed like a gray behemoth, lying dormant against the steel exterior of the fortress. The towering alloy gates stood wide open, revealing soldiers clad in standardized but somewhat worn dark green combat uniforms, their expressions varying from stern to apathetic. More numerous were individuals like Lin Jin, dressed in a motley array of attire, their auras a blend of eclecticism. The air was thick with the sense of machine oil, metal, sweat, and a barely perceptible tension. Lin Jin enveloped himself in an old, deep gray trench coat with a hood, concealing most of his face in shadow. The screen of his Explorer watch illuminated, displaying navigation to the assembly point. Passing through the bustling registration hall, amidst the lingering sense of disinfectant and metal shavings in the equipment maintenance area, he arrived at Recruitment Hall No. 3, situated at the station's edge. This space resembled a vast warehouse, where the echoes of buzzing voices filled the high-domed ceiling. Over 30 external explorers congregated in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations, checking their gear, the atmosphere charged with excitement, apprehension, and a subtle hint of wildness. At the front of the hall stood a burly man in a somewhat worn military uniform, his physique reminiscent of an iron tower, a shallow scar etched across his face. With arms akimbo, he surveyed the crowd with keen eyes. The insignia on his epaulets signified his rank as Sergeant Wang Ming. Lin Jin's arrival caused no stir. He blended into the shadows at the edge of the hall, leaning against a cold metal support column. His gaze, shrouded beneath the hood, scanned the room with the precision of a sophisticated scanner. He meticulously assessed each individual who appeared unique or potentially threatening. Gathering information that none could escape his omniscient eye, Wang Ming, steady and substantial aura, Contracted beast, a warrior-level rock-armored turtle, experienced, with a scrutinizing gaze. Codename Iron Arm. Zhongli, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular and rugged, clad in rudimentary metal armor, wielding a massive alloy warhammer. His contracted beast is a bone level 7 rock-armored wild boar. Outgoing and boisterous, he was boasting to those nearby. Codename Eagle Eye, Zhao Feng's slender frame. Dressed in tight leather armor, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, a short crossbow at his waist. His contracted beast is a bone level 6 iron-feathered hawk. He was taciturn, meticulously polishing his bolts, occasionally glancing around, pausing briefly on the shadowy spot where Lin Jin concealed himself. Codename Herbalist. Su Wanner, a youthful girl with a delicate yet resolute countenance, donned in a faded robe marked with medical insignia. Beside her, there crouched a verdant luminescent vine of the 5th tier, nearly the height of a person, emanating a gentle emerald glow. Its leaves were as translucent as jade. Apart from these few distinctive individuals, the rest exhibited rather mediocre abilities, with most of their contracted beasts being of the conventional 5th tier. Sergeant Wang Meng raised his hand to check his watch, his rugged voice booming like thunder throughout the hall, instantly silencing the cacophony. Silence. Everyone. State your code name and the type and tier of your contracted beast. Move quickly. The team commenced their movement. Each person stepping forward in turn to report their information to the scanning device connected to Wang Meng's wrist. Iron Arm. Stone Armored Wild Boar. 5th tier. Eagle Eye. Iron Feather Falcon. 6th tier. Bai Chao. Little Luminescent Vine. 5th tier. Skinny Monkey. Burrowing Weasel. 5th tier. When it was Lin Jin's turn, he stepped forward. His voice calm and unruffled, emanating from beneath his hood. Code name, Ashes. Contracted beast, Scorching Cutterworm. 6th tier. 6th tier? Wang Meng's heavy brows lifted slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lin Jin's face hidden beneath the hood. Scorching Cutterworm? This type of insect beast has a low potential rating in the public database. Achieving the 6th tier is indeed rare. He directed the scanner on his wrist towards Lin Jin's watch to verify the information, the screen flashing a green light. Wang Meng non-committally murmured, refraining from further inquiry, yet Lin Jin sensed that the other's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. Once the information was recorded, Wang Meng stepped to the forefront, his voice resonating. Listen carefully. This is a level 1 mission, reconnaissance and mineral collection at the periphery of the Rusted Bone Wasteland. The target area map and mineral sample images have been synchronized to your watches. With a swipe of his wrist, a holographic map projected into the air, outlining the periphery of the Rusted Bone Wasteland, with several red circles marking reconnaissance points and blue dots indicating mineral collection sites. An image of a mineral, flickering with a dark red glow and sharp angles, also appeared. Mission objectives. First, confirm the recent gathering of ferocious beasts in the marked areas, documenting their species, numbers, and any abnormal behaviors. Second, collect at least 3 units of red iron crystal samples. The risk level is moderate to low, but that does not imply the absence of danger. Anything could emerge from the wasteland, so remain vigilant. The rules: obey commands. No unauthorized actions. Loot will be distributed based on contribution, and mission target items must be submitted. Report any unusual circumstances immediately. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd replied sparsely. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Wang Meng bellowed. Understood, sir. The response became more synchronized. Very well. Wang Meng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Set forth. Target, East Gate 3. The heavy alloy gate slowly ascended amidst the roar of hydraulic machinery, revealing not the constant light and circulating air of the fortress interior, but a gust of wind laden with the scent of rust, dust, and a hint of decay. The sun filtered through the thin remnants of the red mist clouds, casting a dim, tepid light that illuminated the vast, desolate earth before them. The Rusted Bone Wasteland. A desolate wasteland a century after the red mist cataclysm, showcasing brutality and barrenness in its starkest form. The ground was a tapestry of dark red and charred black, resembling a massive, parched wound. Jagged, bizarre rocks jutted out like the bones of colossal beasts, scattered haphazardly. Twisted black trees, long dead yet defiantly standing, resembled desperate arms reaching towards the sky. The ground was thickly coated with rust-red dust and fragmented metallic debris, producing a rustling sound underfoot. The air was suffused with an indescribable, oppressive atmosphere. A blend of metallic oxidation, radioactive dust, and a hint of biological decay. The towering steel walls of the fortress gradually receded behind them, morphing into a blurred silhouette on the horizon. A sense of insignificance and solitude, coupled with the unique oppressive ambience of the wasteland, instantly seized some newcomers who had set foot in the wild for the first time. Stay together. Maintain a vigilant formation. Wang Meng strode at the forefront of the team like a moving fortress, his contracted beast kept within. Yet a palpable wave of heavy earth elemental energy enveloped the area ahead. The others fulfilled their roles according to Wang Meng's directives. Iron Arm hefted a large hammer, his stone-armored wild boar closely trailing him, serving as a shield on the flank. Eagle Eye and his iron feather falcon deviated from the group, swiftly maneuvering like ethereal phantoms amidst the high ground or colossal rocks, the falcon's keen gaze surveying the expansive territory. Bai Chao and the little luminescent vine were safeguarded in the relative safety of the middle of the formation. Lin Jin opted for a position towards the rear, where visibility was comparatively open, allowing him to observe the entire team's positioning. He stored the red blade within the beast space, maintaining a faint connection. His mental energy in a semi-activated state, the Eye of Omniscience operating in the lowest energy consumption mode, akin to an invisible radar, capturing every subtle energy fluctuation and life essence in the surroundings. The team advanced in silence, save for the sounds of footsteps, breathing, and the wind whispering across the wasteland. Boots crunched against the rust-red gravel, producing a monotonous rustling sound. Damn it, this cursed place, where not even a bird would defecate. What kind of abnormal beast herds could there be? Zhang Li's loud voice shattered the oppressive silence as he impatiently rapped his warhammer against a nearby charred rock. Emitting a dull thud, Iron Arm, be quiet. Maintain silence. Wang Meng admonished without turning his head. Zhang Li sulkily sealed his lips. Not long after, the reconnaissance lead Zhao Feng transmitted a message through the squad channel. Eagle Eye reports, 2 kilometers ahead, coordinates X7, Y3, a small pack of corrupted wolves has been spotted. Approximately 15 in number, feeding on the carcass of a large mutated rhinoceros. Behavior is normal. No abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Suggestion, detour. Received. All team members, turn right by 30 degrees. Avoid the corrupted wolves' activity range. Wang Meng immediately commanded. The team quietly altered their course. Lin Jin's Eye of Omniscience also detected faint life signals and a trace of blood from afar. He slightly raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the distance. Witnessing the bloody feeding scene, corrupted wolves, 5th-tier pack beasts, posed minimal threat, yet there was no need to waste time. After approximately an hour of travel, the terrain began to grow rugged, with towering weathered rock pillars and bottomless crevices emerging. The scent of decay in the air seemed to intensify. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey's burrowing weasel became agitated, emitting a low growl towards an inconspicuous crack in the ground. Skinny Monkey promptly crouched down to inspect the ground, then sent the burrowing weasel into the crevice for exploration. His expression shifted slightly as he reported through the squad channel. Report, Captain. There are numerous fresh underground digging traces here. They are not from the corrupted wolves. The claw marks are wider and deeper, and the residual scent is very aggressive, as if indicating a massive migration of burrowing lizards. The direction points towards a reconnaissance site in our mission area. Burrowing lizards? Wang Meng's brows furrowed immediately. These were typically 6th-tier pack beasts that preferred burrowing and rarely migrated en masse on the surface, let alone approach the fortress direction. Can you determine their scale? Wang Meng asked gravely. The traces are chaotic, but there are indeed many, estimated to be no less than 100. Skinny Monkey's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Over 100 burrowing lizards migrating unusually? This is certainly abnormal. The atmosphere within the team instantly turned serious. All team members, accelerate. Target the nearest reconnaissance site. Eagle Eye, expand your reconnaissance range. Iron Arm, be ready for combat. Bai Chao, watch for injuries. Everyone, prepare your weapons. Wang Meng issued his orders with resolute authority, his voice imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. The screen of the military watch on his wrist illuminated, seemingly accessing detailed geological and monstrous distribution data of the mission area at an accelerated pace. Lin Jin's expression grew solemn. Silently, he infused a fragment of his mental energy into the watch, conjuring the mission map, his gaze fixated on the location marked as the reconnaissance point. This site, adjacent to a region referred to as the Rusty Rift, was annotated on the map as potentially harboring unstable energy nodes. Through the passive scanning of the all-knowing eye, he detected a trace of an exceedingly faint, yet deeply resonant, chaotic and searing essence, imbued with an ancient, oppressive aura that stirred the depths of his very soul. This presence was so tenuous, entwined within the decay of the wasteland, that had it not been for his bond with Chi Feng, it would have been nearly imperceptible. This essence bore an incredibly distant resemblance to the draconic essence described in Chi Feng's evolutionary chart, yet it was far more tumultuous, frenzied, and suffused with destructive potential. Could it be that the source of the anomalous beast horde was linked to this faint essence? He stealthily followed the hastening group, his gaze sharp as a blade beneath his hood, sweeping across the depths of the dimly lit wasteland ahead. Chi Feng transmitted a potent wave of desire and vigilance from the beast control space. The secrets of the rusty bone wasteland seemed to be more perilous, yet more tantalizing than anticipated. Chapter 9, Prelude to Madness. Sergeant Wang Meng's command was akin to a boulder cast into still waters, shattering the oppressive tranquility of the wasteland in an instant. The team accelerated abruptly, the heavy thuds of their footsteps and the rapidity of their breaths replacing the previous silence. Rust-colored dust was stirred up, enveloping the air in a thin mist under the waning sunlight. Eagle Eye and his iron feather falcon darted away from the group like arrows released from a bow, transforming into blurred shadows as they sped toward the coordinates marked on the mission map, approaching a weathered rock promontory at the edge of the rusty rift. The sharp cry of the iron feather falcon pierced the stillness of the wasteland, laden with a sense of foreboding. The iron arm let out a low growl, and the stone-armored boar quickened its pace, the rough stone shell scraping against the ground, producing a rustling sound. It gripped its heavy hammer, scanning the jagged rocks and unfathomable chasms on either side with vigilant eyes. The lean monkey appeared somewhat anxious, closely tailing the midsection of the group, while its burrowing weasel anxiously sniffed the air, emitting short, sharp cries. Lin Jin remained at the rear of the formation, his steps swift yet steady. His mental energy was intensely concentrated, pushing the all-knowing eye's environmental scanning mode to its limits. Within his field of vision, golden data streams cascaded like a waterfall. Environmental scan, energy field disturbance intensifying. Life signal density increasing, northeast direction, reconnaissance point area. Special energy residue, weak, chaotic, scorching, persistently amplifying. Geological structure analysis, ahead, 3 kilometers, rusty rift's edge, rock layer structure fragile, large-scale voids present, suspected subterranean lizard nesting grounds. The tremor originating from the soul contract grew increasingly lucid, chaotic, searing, suffused with a stifling, ancient pressure. Indeed, there was a faintly distant similarity to the draconic essence described in Qi Feng's evolutionary chart, yet what he now perceived felt like a grotesquely twisted and tainted version, replete with destruction and ominous foreboding. Something was amiss. Far too amiss. The lean monkey's voice trembled notably as it transmitted through the team channel. The burrowing weasel is nearly frantic. The agitation beneath us is intensifying. It feels as though something is going berserk down below. Almost simultaneously with its utterance came a thunderous rumble, a dreadful roar emanating from the depths of the earth, akin to the bellowing of an ancient behemoth, erupting violently from the direction of the northeastern reconnaissance point. The ground beneath them quaked violently, massive rock columns shedding fragments, while the fissures in the earth twisted and expanded as if alive. An earthquake? Someone exclaimed in terror. No, it's not an earthquake. Sergeant Wang Meng's countenance transformed dramatically. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the reconnaissance point, barking, "Eagle Eye, report the situation." In the team channel, Zhao Feng's voice crackled with unprecedented urgency and a hint of horror. "Eagle Eye reporting. The reconnaissance point. It has collapsed. Something is emerging from below. My heavens. It's the subterranean lizards. Countless, and they are all gone mad. They are attacking each other. No, they are attacking something. What in the world is that?" His voice faltered in shock. Boom, boom, boom. A series of even more intense explosions and energy shockwaves surged forth from the direction of the reconnaissance point, akin to a tsunami. The chaotic, searing essence in the air suddenly spiked. All teams, prepare for battle. Rally toward the reconnaissance point. Watch out for falling rocks and fissures. Wang Meng, a seasoned veteran, swiftly suppressed his astonishment and issued clear commands. The blue light on the military watch on his wrist flickered rapidly, seemingly analyzing the incoming energy data and sharing visual information with Zhao Feng. Iron Arm, move to the front. Stone Armored Boar, clear the path. 100 herbs, prepare to heal. The rest, weapons drawn. Prepare for ranged attacks. A series of rapid commands were dispatched. The team, braving the violent tremors and the onslaught of chaotic energy shockwaves, pressed forward with great difficulty. Lin Jin's expression was grave to the utmost. He no longer held back. With a mere thought, a crimson flow of light flared forth, and the searing cutterbug, Qi Feng, materialized upon his shoulder. The dark red, heavy shell shimmered with a restrained luster amidst the chaotic energy field, its compound eyes coldly locking onto the front, while its mandibles opened and closed, exhaling a volatile breath that conveyed a fierce battle intent and a hint of instinctual trepidation toward higher beings. Upon traversing a slope strewn with colossal boulders, the sight that met them sent shockwaves through every heart. What was once a relatively flat, weathered rock promontory, designated as the reconnaissance point, had now completely collapsed into a vast, unfathomable pit, the edges of which continued to crumble, shrouded in dust and smoke. Surrounding the pit, as well as further out across the wasteland, were the frenzied subterranean lizards, swarming like a tidal wave. These beasts, measuring over 2 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in thick, earthen-colored scales, armed with sharp claws and fangs, were now engulfed in madness. They no longer burrowed as they usually did but charged across the wasteland with bloodshot eyes, tearing into one another, scales shattering, blood splattering, and severed limbs strewn about. It was as if they were driven by some invisible, frenzied force, their minds consumed by the singular instinct for destruction. Yet, that was not the most terrifying sight. In the center of the pit, amidst the swirling dust and the chaotic tide of lizards, a colossal dark red figure was slowly rising from the fractured earth. Suffocating in its enormity, the silhouette resembled a grotesquely enlarged and mutated subterranean lizard, but far more fearsome. Its length was estimated to exceed 20 meters, with massive, twisted spikes resembling solidified lava protruding from its back, while its rough dark red shell was riddled with cracks, from which searing light coursed, as though molten lava surged within. Its immense head bore no eyes, only 2 voids ablaze with chaotic crimson flames. A gaping maw, lined with spiral-shaped teeth, opened to emit a silent, yet soul-shaking roar. A maelstrom of chaos and searing heat, imbued with a soul-chilling pressure, surged forth like a tangible shockwave, radiating from its epicenter with a thunderous resonance. Warning: detection of an ultra-high energy life form. Information shielding. Forced analysis poses extreme risk. Target: unknown corrupted behemoth. Preliminary form: larval stage. Energy fluctuation: battle general tier, initial stage. Continuously escalating. Attributes: fire, corruption, earth. Core abilities: chaotic lava breath, geomantic absorption, mental frenzy aura. Status: unstable, exceedingly frenzied, energy absorption in progress. Weakness analysis: extremely vague core energy node, located within the thorax. Connection to the earth: fragile, mental frenzy state, can be disrupted. The information stream from the all-seeing eye flickered frantically in Lin Jin's mind, laden with stark warnings and an impenetrable obscurity. His heart clenched tightly, as if gripped by an icy hand. Battle General Tier, although merely in its initial stage and in a state of extreme instability. The terrifying energy fluctuations and chaotic pressure were far beyond the capabilities of mere mortal ranks. This was undoubtedly a calamity potent enough to annihilate the entire squad. Damn it, is it truly Battle General level? Sergeant Wang Meng's voice trembled, filled with incredulous horror. The screen of his military wristwatch blazed with blinding red light, sounding frantic alarms. Retreat. Entire team, immediate retreat. Abandon the mission. Fall back towards the fortress. Eagle Eye, return swiftly. Yet, it was already too late. The larval form of the corrupted behemoth, having just broken free from the Earth's restraints, seemed thoroughly enraged by the cacophony of life forces and energy fluctuations surrounding it. Its eyes, ablaze with chaotic crimson flames, abruptly turned towards Zhao Feng and his iron feather falcon, who were attempting to withdraw from the edge of the pit. A silent roar reverberated, shaking the very essence of the soul. The molten spikes along the beast's spine ignited in blinding red light, and its colossal maw, lined with spiral fangs, gaped wide. From the depths of its throat, a viscous, magma-like dark red energy surged violently, the surrounding air distorted and scorched, while the frenzied chaotic fire energy raged like a tempest. Eagle Eye, get out of the way. Wang Meng's eyes widened, his voice a desperate roar. Zhao Feng's complexion turned ashen, his reflexes honed to perfection. He hurled himself sideways, simultaneously commanding, Iron Feather, evade. The iron feather falcon emitted a piercing cry, its wings bursting forth in a dazzling metallic sheen as it dove sharply to the lower side. But it was too late. Boom! A torrent of dark red energy, more than 3 meters in diameter and as viscous as lava, erupted violently from the beast's maw, akin to a breath from the depths of hell. With a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all and a chaotic will, it spanned hundreds of meters in an instant, engulfing the very high ground where Zhao Feng had just been. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific explosion melted the rocks as if they were wax, vaporizing them. And a towering pillar of molten fire shot skyward. Scorching shockwaves carried lethal fragments of lava and violent blasts, sweeping outward like a tsunami. No. A teammate let out a mournful cry. Defend. Wang Meng bellowed, a radiant yellow-brown light erupting from him, as a formidable rock shield coalesced instantly before him. Zhongli also roared, his stone-armored boar rising on hind legs, the thick shell emanating a yellow-brown glow, shielding its master. Lin Jin's pupils constricted. In the moment the devastating lava breath erupted, he reacted, his body as weightless as a feather, darting backward while retracting the chiefing into the beast summoning space. The all-seeing eye whirred chaotically, calculating the trajectories of the shockwave and lava shards. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Scorching fragments rained down like bullets. Lin Jin's figure twisted and darted amidst the howling shockwave and lethal fragment storm, narrowly evading death with each perilous maneuver. A fist-sized shard, its edges flowing with lava, grazed his shoulder, searing the fabric instantly, while the passive effect of his reinforced shell spared him from grievous wounds, though an intense burning sensation remained. Smoke, lava, chaotic energy, desperate screams, and the acrid scent of charred remains instantaneously filled the air. As the terrifying shockwave and rain of lava shards began to subside, the scene before the survivors struck terror into their hearts. The high ground where Zhao Feng had stood, along with the surrounding hundreds of meters, had been utterly transformed into a deathly purgatory, flowing with dark red lava. The rocks had melted, the earth scorched to a glassy state, and the air was thick with deadly toxic fumes and sulfurous odors. Where were Zhao Feng and the Iron Feather Falcon? They had left not a trace. Completely vaporized beneath that cataclysmic breath, Wang Meng's face turned ashen, the rock shield riddled with cracks, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Bai Chao's complexion was ghostly pale, the light of her little healing vine dimmed, her eyes filled with sorrow. Several weaker explorers in the team were either dead or injured from the recent shock, their wails and fearful cries echoing. The frail monkey lay collapsed on the ground, his pants soaked, his gaze vacant, thoroughly terrified by the world-shattering force. The architect of this devastation, the newly born corrupted behemoth, appeared to have exhausted considerable energy after unleashing that terrifying attack. Its colossal form swayed slightly, the molten spikes on its back dimmed, and its eyes, ablaze with chaotic crimson flames, turned once more towards the survivors of Wang Meng's squad. That silent, destructive gaze hung like the scythe of death above them all. Everyone, calm down. Wang Meng's voice thundered, forcefully quelling the panic and rage among his team. It has just unleashed its ultimate attack. Now is its moment of weakness. Iron Arm, you and I will draw its attention. Bai Chao, immediately tend to the injured. The rest of you, carry the wounded and retreat towards the fortress at once. This is an order. The stench of death and sulfur from the lava purgatory weighed heavily on the hearts of every survivor. The fall of Eagle Eye left a cold, brutal mark deeply etched into the souls of Wang Meng's squad. The embers of fear had yet to cool, as the newly manifested corrupted behemoth brought forth catastrophic disaster, its chaotic and frenzied pressure casting a tangible shadow over the rust-bone wastes. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Sergeant Wang Meng's voice resembled the low growl of a wounded beast, imbued with an undeniable resolve. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the massive, grotesque form in the pit, greedily siphoning the chaotic energies of the earth. The molten spikes on its back visibly regaining their blinding luminescence. The pressure of the battle general tier, even in its initial and unstable stage, was far beyond the aspirations of this battered squad to contend with. Iron Arm, hold the rear. Bai Chao, take the injured. Hurry. Wang Meng's commands were terse yet emphatic. The stone-armored boar huffed, positioning itself at the back of the squad, the yellow-brown energy aura swirling around its rugged shell, exuding a formidable defensive presence. Bai Chao fought back tears, her little healing vine struggling to stabilize, the emerald tendrils extending rapidly to ensnare two injured teammates, dragging them half-heartedly from this deathly realm. Lin Jin cast one last glance into the depths of the pit, catching a fleeting glimpse through the all-seeking eye of a few faint yet pure dark golden glimmers, now completely submerged beneath the roiling lava and chaotic corruptive energies. In the Beast Taming space, Chiefing conveyed a desperate roar, an expression of an insatiable yearning for primal power. Yet it also clearly communicated an unassailable warning. This was not the moment to reap rewards from the flames. The most pressing concern was survival. Chapter 10, Trials of the Wasteland. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned, merging into the retreating ranks. His steps were swift, his gaze colder and more unyielding than the rocks of the wasteland. That flicker of emotion, originating from the depths of his soul, had been buried deep within his heart. The path of retreat proved to be more arduous than the journey there. The emergence of the corrupted behemoth was akin to casting a boulder into the wasteland, sending ripples far beyond imagination. The chaos unleashed affected not only the burrowing lizards. Environmental scan, abnormal life, signal activity surge. Energy field persistently disturbed. Corruption essence spreading. Caution to the left. A pack of corrupted claw hyenas. The team member responsible for flank vigilance shrieked a warning. A dozen hyenas, their eyes a furious crimson, drooling and bearing patches of decay, erupted like vultures upon catching the scent of blood from behind a weathered rock pillar. Their targets were the injured members of the team and the slower-moving slender monkeys. The slender monkeys, paralyzed by fear, scrambled to hide behind Iron Arm. His digging weasel had already curled into a trembling ball. Seeking death, Iron Arm roared, his heavy hammer sweeping through the air with a mournful whistle. Bam! The foremost corrupted claw hyena was struck, bones splintering with a wretched scream as it flew backward. The stone-armored boar also roared, charging with its head lowered, its sharp stone tusks smashing another hyena aside. Yet the sheer number of hyenas was overwhelming, and they were undaunted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as several hyenas circled around the defense line, ready to pounce on the wounded, a number of delicate yet intensely blazing crimson beams, akin to a precise net of death, interlaced and sliced through the air. PFF, PFF, PFF. The throats and vital joints of 3 hyenas were instantaneously melted through, leaving charred holes. Their forward momentum halted abruptly, and they writhed on the ground in agony, gasping their last breaths. Lin Jin's figure appeared in front of the injured, with Chiefing quietly resting on his shoulder, its mouthparts slightly opening and exuding a scorching aura. His gaze was frigid, devoid of any unnecessary movement, striking once before retreating. "Well done, Ashes." Wang Ming glanced over and solemnly commended, his evaluation of the taciturn newcomer rising yet again. Precise, efficient, and reliable in critical moments. The team dared not linger, and after dispersing the pack of hyenas, they continued their frantic flight. However, the malice of the wasteland had not yet abated. The disturbed iron-beaked vultures circled overhead, poised to swoop down for a meal, while the venomous sand scorpions, concealed beneath the gravel, launched sudden attacks. Even some normally docile carrion beetles turned aggressive. Each skirmish was brief yet intense, akin to a hammer being forged, incessantly testing this dwindling team while also tempering Lin Jin and Chiefing. Combat analysis. Corrupted claw hyena, Fong bone level 5, weakness, spine joint, abdomen. Attack mode, pounce and bite, combined with distraction. Combat analysis. Iron-beaked vulture, Fong bone level 4, weakness, wing base, eyes. Attack mode, dive and peck. Combat analysis. Venomous sand scorpion, Fong bone level 3, weakness, tail, spike connection. Attack mode, ambush, toxin paralysis. The Omniscient Eye was operating at high speed, continually optimizing its functions, transitioning from requiring intense concentration for deep analysis to flowing with instinctive ease. Lin Jin's coordination with Chiefing grew increasingly harmonious. Chiefing was no longer confined to singular scorching cuts. Lin Jin began to guide it towards more flexible attacks. Hiss, hiss. 2 beams of scorching energy did not strike directly, but rather traced an unusual arc, accurately hitting the wing base of an iron-beaked vulture attempting to swoop in from an awkward angle. The vulture shrieked as it plummeted. Chiefing's compound eyes glimmered, seemingly intrigued and exhilarated by this new method of controlling energy trajectories. During an encounter with several frenzied armored gophers, Lin Jin focused his thoughts. Chiefing. Area suppression. Chiefing suddenly flapped its wings, its mouthparts blazing with crimson light. No longer a singular cutting line, it unleashed a barrage of dozens of fine, scorching rays, slightly lower in temperature, but covering a broader area. Hiss, 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 like a rain of burning steel needles. Though the power was insufficient to instantly slay the Fong bone level for armored gophers, the instantaneous area-wide assault reddened and smoked their armor, the intense pain causing them to squeal in disarray, halting their advance. This bought precious time for the stone-armored boar to charge. Skill development. Scorching Ray Net. Proficiency level 1. Release a dense barrage of scorching energy rays for localized area damage, with dispersed power but excellent restraining effects. Chiefing conveyed its elation at mastering a new technique. After each battle, Lin Jin promptly collected valuable crystal cores, utilizing the Omniscient Eye to eliminate the corrupted impurities, feeding the pure energy cores to Chiefing for consumption. Simultaneously, he took advantage of the combat intervals to absorb those cores with relatively mild attributes or those unusable by Chiefing, slowly yet steadily refining his mental strength. The night in the wasteland was bitterly cold, fraught with peril. The squad set up camp beneath a massive rock that provided some shelter from the wind and offered an expansive view. The flickering campfire drove away the chill and illuminated the weary, burdened faces of the group. Zhao Feng's sacrifice weighed heavily upon their hearts, like an unseen boulder. The healing vines of 100 herbs emitted a gentle green light, continuously tending to the injured. Iron arms silently wiped his bloodied, flesh-smeared hammer, his gaze still a deep crimson. Yet beneath the fury, there was a hint of solemn determination. Wang Ming leaned against a rock, resting with his eyes closed, though the furrowed brows revealed that he was urgently communicating with the fortress via his wristwatch. Lin Jin sat in the shadows at the edge of the campfire, leaning against the cold rock. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be resting, yet his spirit was highly concentrated. Within his sea of consciousness, the golden data streams of the Omniscient Eye were conducting a deep status scan and combat data review of Chiefing. Beast, Chiefing, Scorching Cutterbug. Life level, Fong Bone level 8, peak. Status, healthy, life source energy, 95. Skills, Fireball, 12, Scorching Cut, 8, Reinforced Shell, passive, 9, Scorching Ray Net, 2. In just a few days of desperate fleeing and relentless battles, under the extreme pressure of life and death, combined with the precise resource utilization and combat guidance from the Omniscient Eye, Qifeng's strength skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. It surged from Fongbone level 6 to the peak of level 8. Only one step remained to reach the pinnacle of Fongbone level. Lin Jin's mental strength also benefited significantly, reaching Fongbone level 5. Qifeng's shell became thicker and more profound, shimmering with a dark red metallic luster. And as its mouthparts opened and closed, the scorching aura became even more contained and lethal. The price was immense fatigue and near exhaustion of mental power. Yet the flames flickering in Lin Jin's eyes burned hotter than the campfire itself. Power. Tangible enhancement of strength. With every battle, every act of consumption, he drew closer to that seemingly unattainable path of legend. The fortress had responded. Wang Ming's deep voice shattered the night silence. He opened his eyes. Gazing at the holographic projection from his wristwatch, his expression grave. The High Command confirmed the existence of a commander-level corrupted behemoth, larval stage, designated as the Molten Core Crawler. It has been classified as an A-level threat. The rapid response team from the Dragon Ridge Fortress is mobilizing and will arrive for extermination within 3 days. During this time, all exploration teams operating in the Rusted Bone Wasteland must maintain a distance of 50 kilometers from the Rusted Rift. Those who disobey will bear the consequences. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, imbued with a hint of weariness, yet predominantly reflecting the steadfastness of a soldier. Our reconnaissance mission, though costly, has yielded critical intelligence, and the merit points will be calculated to the highest standards. Our foremost task now is to return alive. Tomorrow, we shall alter our route, circumventing the high-risk zones, and advance towards the southwestern Panshir outpost. There lies our supply point and temporary fortifications. Upon hearing of a safe haven, the tense nerves of the group slightly relaxed. Wang Ming's eyes finally settled on Lin Jin, carrying a tinge of complexity and inquiry. Jin, your scorching cutter worm has progressed rapidly. You performed admirably in the recent battle. Lin Jin nodded subtly, remaining silent. Moreover, Wang Ming paused, lowering his voice regarding the fortress. General Chun is aware of our situation here. He instructed me to convey to you that returning alive constitutes the greatest merit. This statement seemed laden with implications, hinting that Major General Chun Wei's attention towards Lin Jin had not waned due to this calamity. Lin Jin's eyes flickered, yet he maintained his silence. The general's scrutiny was both a burden and an intangible resource. He needed to grow more swiftly. The night passed in silence. Save for the mournful wails of the wind across the wasteland, and the occasional distant roars of beasts twisted by corrupting forces, reminding everyone that danger was still near. In the ensuing 2 days, under Wang Ming's leadership, the team cautiously navigated the southwestern region of the wasteland. They skirted the absolute prohibition zones of the Molten Core Crawlers. Yet the pervasive influence of the corrupting aura was inescapable. The intensity of their encounters, though not as terrifying as facing the overlord beasts directly, was more frequent, with the creatures becoming increasingly ferocious and unpredictable. Qifeng became an indispensable spearhead for the team. Its precise and lethal scorching cuts efficiently dealt with the ambushing flying beasts and speed-oriented assassins, while its area of effect scorching ray net provided invaluable respite and control space for teammates when confronting smaller beast hordes. Even when faced with a steel-backed sandworm that suddenly erupted from the ground, Lin Jin commanded Qifeng, skillfully directing several scorching cutting lines into the vulnerable gaps of its exoskeleton, inflicting severe damage and creating a lethal opportunity for Zhang Ming's stone-armored wild boar. Qifeng's dark red shell absorbed energy through each battle, etching scars upon it, and growing ever more resilient and powerful. Lin Jin's mental fortitude, refined through repeated exertion and recovery, became increasingly consolidated, akin to steel being forged repeatedly. When the silhouette of the Panshir outpost, constructed from immense rocks and alloys and adorned with shooting apertures, finally emerged on the horizon, a wave of subdued exclamations and muffled cheers erupted from the team, a testament to their survival. The outpost was modest, housing a small squad of regular troops. As Wang Ming revealed their identities and led the battered, fatigued team into the outpost, the soldiers on guard regarded them with respect. To emerge alive from the ravaged territory of the Molten Core Crawlers was, in itself, a testament to their strength. After a brief period of rest, treatment, and resupply, Wang Ming busily exchanged intelligence with the outpost commander. Bai Chao utilized the limited medical equipment to tend to the wounded, while Tai Bai, cradling his heavy hammer, slumped against a wall and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Jin sat alone in the shadow beneath the outpost's watchtower. The screen of his Explorer wristwatch glowed, displaying a commendable balance of merit points. Yet, his attention was not fixated on this. His fingers glided over the task list, setting the filtering conditions to area, Rustbone Wasteland, Southwest, surrounding Pancher Outpost. Risk level, level 1. Level 2. Task type, extermination, collection. Required Beastmaster strength, bone level 8 and above. Soon, a task entry caught his eye, level 1. Exterminate the beast horde at Blackclaw Mine. Task area, 15 kilometers southwest of Pancher Outpost, abandoned Blackclaw Mine, and surrounding area. Task objective, eliminate the major threats, species, steel-toothed ground mice, leader estimated bone level 9, corrupted crystal scorpions, rock cave bats, etc., within and around the mine. Ensure the safety of the entrance to the first main corridor. Risk level, medium-high. Base merit, 500 points, additional calculated based on leader kills, extermination count, and resource recovery. Requirements. A team of formal recruits or seasoned external personnel, 3 to 5 individuals, is recommended for acceptance. Required Beastmaster strength is suggested to be bone level 8 and above, with the capacity for underground combat. Notes. It is reported that there may be unstable energy nodes deep within the mine, or accompanying rare minerals, such as starfall iron ore. Further investigation required. Blackclaw Mine, starfall iron ore? Lin Jin's gaze locked onto the notes section. Starfall iron. This was indeed one of the auxiliary materials required in Chi Feng's evolution chart, transitioning from a scorching cutterworm to a blazing dragon-armored insect. Though the notes were vague, merely suggesting potential existence, it merited exploration. This was precisely the sharpening stone he and Chi Feng needed to break through their current bottleneck. More importantly, the mine's environment, dark, narrow, and potentially high-temperature zones, seemed to resonate with the evolutionary requirements of the blazing dragon-armored insect. Chapter 11. The Underflow of the Ore Vein. His finger hovered above the acceptance button. Just then, a resonant voice rang out. Hey, Jean, are you looking at that Blackclaw Mine task? Tai-Bai, having awakened at some point, approached with his heavy hammer, excitement dancing on his face, the previous sorrow somewhat alleviated by the new objective. Count me in. Damn it. I've been simmering with frustration in the wasteland. It's perfect to take it out on those ground mice. My stone-armored hide is thick and tough, just right for breaking a path ahead. The wilderness was indeed the place where strength surged most rapidly. Through this ordeal, Tai-Bai's beast had already reached bone level 8. Bai Chao joined him, her bone level 7 healing vine gently swaying beside her, radiating a reassuring aura of life. Her gaze resolute. If healing support is needed, I can join. The mine's environment is complex. It's better to be prepared. Lin Jin raised his head, his eyes beneath the hood surveying Zhang Li and Su Wanner. The synergy of Tai-Bai's strength and defense, Bai Chao's healing and support, combined with his and Chi Feng's precision strikes and explosive power, indeed formed a highly complementary temporary team. He did not immediately acquiesce, but turned his attention to Sergeant Wang Ming, who approached. Wang Ming glanced at the task information, then at Lin Jin, Zhang Li, and Su Wanner, pondering for a moment before nodding. The Blackclaw Mine is a tough nut to crack, but given the strength and coordination of the three of you now, with caution, you should be able to handle it. Remember, the objective is to clear the entrance and the first level, establishing a safe point. Do not venture into the depths. The situation there is uncertain, and the risks are too great. Upon task completion, return to the outpost immediately. Understood, sir, Zhang Li assured. Thumping his chest, Su Wanner nodded in agreement. Lin Jin's gaze returned to the wristwatch screen, his fingertip gently pressing the acceptance button. Task. Exterminate the beast horde at Blackclaw Mine has been accepted. Team members confirmed. Jin, team leader, Tai-Bai, Bai Chao. Time limit, 72 hours, Fortress Standard Time. The Blackclaw Mine lay 15 kilometers southwest of the outpost. The entrance to the abandoned mine loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Set against the dark red foothills, the weathered wooden mine supports had long since decayed, leaving only rusted steel beams that stubbornly held up, as if they might groan and collapse at any moment. The air was thick with the scent of rust, dust, and a deeper, chilling dampness emanating from the earth, mingled with a faint hint of sulfur and a certain fiery restlessness. Damn it, this hellhole smells worse than the fortress's sewage pipes. Ironarm spat, tightening his grip on the heavy hammer resting on his shoulder, while the stone pedestal beside him huffed. Earthy energy coursing beneath its rugged stone armor as it vigilantly scanned the darkened cave entrance. Quiet, Ironarm, Lin Jin's voice emerged from beneath his hood, deep and resonant. He stood at the cave's threshold, making no immediate move to enter. The all-seeing eye had silently activated. A golden stream of data flowing quietly at the periphery of his vision, scanning the surroundings near the entrance. Entry area stable, no large life signals detected. Geological structure. Faint energy responses in the deep rock layers. Geological activity. Historical remnants. Direction. Deep within the mine. Special mineral residue. Weak starfall iron radiation detected. Increased likelihood of associated or veins. No high-energy threat warnings. How far can Bai Chao and Qingluo's perceptions extend? Lin Jin inquired. Su Wan'er took a deep breath, the verdant little healing vine swaying gently. Approximately 50 meters. The atmosphere inside the cave is quite chaotic, filled with ferocious beasts, yet there is no overwhelming sense of pressure. She endeavored to articulate the vague perceptions conveyed by Qingluo. Very well. Iron Arm, lead the way with the stone pedestal, focusing on defense. Bai Chao, provide support from the center, while Qingluo keeps watch for ambushes from above and below. I will cover the rear, responsible for clearing flank threats and dealing with ranged dangers. Lin Jin swiftly assigned roles. The interior of the mine was even more oppressive than the entrance. The abandoned mining lamps had long extinguished, leaving only the beam projected from his wristwatch and the gentle green glow emitted by Qingluo to faintly illuminate the path ahead. The tunnel wound downward, its walls lined with marks of excavation and water-seeping moss. Squeak! A sharp screech suddenly pierced the air. A flurry of gray shadows lunged down. Combat erupted in an instant. Steel-toothed gophers, corrupted crystal scorpions, and cave bats launched an unending barrage of attacks, testing the squad's nerves and coordination. Iron Arm's valor was as steadfast as a boulder. As he swung the heavy hammer, it cut through the air with resounding force, while the stone pedestal's solid defense absorbed a significant amount of damage. Bai Chao rapidly grew in strength during the fray, directing Qingluo's healing light waves with precision and timeliness. Lin Jin operated like a meticulously crafted killing machine. Under his command, Chiefing executed scorching cuts with unparalleled accuracy, maximizing the control of the searing beam net. The all-seeking eye continued to scan, analyzing weaknesses, optimizing attacks, and greedily capturing the increasingly distinct faint source of starfall iron radiation in the air. Battle, devour, refine. At last, Chiefing successfully ascended to the 9th tier of mortal bones, its shell growing denser with each surge of energy, a faintly glowing dark red metallic sheen pulsing with intensity. Lin Jin's mental fortitude also became increasingly refined and resilient through the relentless strain and recovery. After clearing a den of elite gophers led by a 9th-tier steel-toothed gopher king at the main tunnel's intersection, the team arrived at their objective area, a relatively open platform piled with, or at the end of the 1st tier of the main tunnel. This is the place to establish a safe point. Phew, finally cleared it. Iron Arm leaned on his heavy hammer, panting, while the stone pedestal bore a few new wounds. Qingluo, heal. Bai Chao commanded the little healing vine. Its gentle glow enveloping both the stone pedestal and Iron Arm. Lin Jin remained vigilant. The all-seeking eye scanned the platform laden with discarded ore. The mission objective was nearly complete. Just as he prepared to issue orders to establish a safe point, his gaze fell upon a nondescript pile of ore mixed with ordinary red iron in a corner of the platform. Target, abandoned red iron or pile. Composition, iron oxide. Silicon dioxide, trace metal impurities. Anomaly, contains special crystals, depth, 12 meters. Deep scan, crystal form, irregular prism shape, energy response. Contained, inert. Weak, wrapped in thick layers of impurities. Information layer breakthrough, all-seeking eye analyzing. Core identification, dragon crystal or, naturally degraded, immature form. Attributes, fire, stars, weak. Contains extremely sparse dragon pulse energy, inert. Energy level, medium, inert. Uses, can substitute for some starfall iron as evolution assistance material for the scorching flame dragon beetle. Effectiveness approximately 60 of pure starfall iron, but contains weak geomantic dragon energy, potentially enhancing evolutionary stability. Status, well wrapped in thick layers of impurities and ordinary ore. Energy isolation is excellent, no leakage. Dragon crystal ore, though merely an immature degraded form, its energy and effects pale in comparison to pure starfall iron, let alone the legendary dragon crystal essence. Yet as a substitute, it suffices to meet the current evolutionary assistance needs of Chiefing. Most importantly, it lay right before him, easily accessible. Moreover, its exterior was enveloped in thick impurities, indistinguishable from ordinary waste ore. Had it not been for the all-seeking eye, it would have been impossible to discover. A stroke of fortune, an unexpected yet entirely rational stroke of fortune. This ancient geomantic node that might exist deep within the mine, a byproduct that had slowly settled over the long passage of time. Lin Jin's mind raced with thoughts. Direct excavation would create too much noise and require time, potentially attracting unnecessary trouble. How could he safely and discreetly retrieve it? Just then, rumble. The entire mine, no, the very earth itself, began to tremble violently without warning. Much more severe and prolonged than any previous aftershocks from battles. Enormous rocks cascaded from the ceiling. The tunnel moaned under the unbearable weight. It was as if a colossal creature was stirring the earth's veins from afar. A piercing alarm blared from his wristwatch. Environmental alert. Massive geological energy upheaval. Source direction, rusty rift. Energy shockwaves spreading. Mine structural stability declining. High-speed moving high-energy life, signal detected, War General tier. Trajectory is shifting towards this area. Magma crawlers? Iron Arm and Baiccao's faces turned ashen in an instant. Wang Ming's warning echoed in their ears. How had that monster come to this place? No. Wait. It was not coming towards them. It was fleeing. Lin Jin's all-seeking eye captured the more critical information. The high-speed moving War General tier signal emitted a chaotic and turbulent aura. It was indeed a magma crawler, yet the energy fluctuations it radiated were exceedingly unstable, filled with agony and ferocity. Its trajectory was erratic, not a straightforward charge, but rather a frenzied escape amidst energy upheaval and some grievous injury. Its path merely grazed the area where the mine was located. Even so, the oppressive force of a War General beast, even if just passing by, felt like a calamity descending. It's the monster's pressure. Quickly, find cover. Get down. Iron Arm shouted in panic, dragging Baichao behind a massive pile of, or for shelter. Deep within the mine, spurred by this terrifying pressure, the remnants of ferocious beasts that had been mostly cleared out let out desperate cries, thrashing wildly in chaos, plunging the entire mine into utter disorder. Chaos, a fortuitous opportunity. Just as Iron Arm and Baichao were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure and instinctively sought shelter. Too distracted to think of anything else, Lin Jin made his move, like a cheetah poised to strike. His figure darted toward the pile of discarded or containing dragon crystal or with ghostly speed. His mental focus sharp. The all-seeking eye precisely locked onto the dark golden core wrapped in impurities deep within the ore pile. Chiefeng, scorching cut, minimal power, thinnest ray. Target, or wrapping, precise peeling. Hiss, a thread-thin, exquisitely refined crimson beam shot forth silently from Chiefeng's maw, poised on Lin Jin's shoulder. No cataclysmic explosions erupted. Only the barely audible sound reminiscent of laser precision cutting through metal. The light sliced through the dense layers of, or with the finesse of a skilled surgeon, expertly avoiding the useless impurities, delicately caressing the juncture between the dragon crystal ore and the surrounding rock. A soft thud resonated. A fist-sized stone, drab and unremarkable, riddled with pits as if it were the most inferior of waste minerals, tumbled from the crevices of the ore pile. Its faint, dark golden luminescence was entirely concealed by the thick exterior, with no energy escaping. Cast aside amidst the rubble, it would not garner a second glance. Lin Jin swiftly grasped the seemingly worthless mineral. Its slightly warm touch was instantly absorbed into the storage space of the explorer's wristwatch. The entire process unfolded with remarkable speed. Concealed beneath the cacophony of earth-shattering tremors and the cries of Baichao and Tibi, unnoticed and unperturbed. Ash, quickly, take cover. Baicao's anxious voice rang out. Without hesitation, Lin Jin's figure flickered, retreating behind the massive stone where Tibi and Baichao sheltered. His demeanor remained calm, breath steady, as if merely executing a routine tactical evasion. The ground trembled ominously, a terrifying pressure sweeping over the pit like a tangible tsunami. The chaotic, violent, and anguished aura of the molten core crawler was palpably close, as if hovering above them. The structure of the pit quaked violently, more debris cascading down. Yet, as the all-seeing eye determined, that dreadful pressure and chaotic energy source did not linger. Instead, it raced through the mining area at an alarming speed, fleeing deeper into the wasteland. Clearly, it was not targeting this location, merely a desperate escape triggered by an energy upheaval and some unknown assault. The vibrations and pressures gradually receded. Has it gone? TB cautiously peered out from behind the stone, his face still pale. Yes, it seems to have fled, likely gravely wounded by the military or something else. Lin Jin replied solemnly, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic yet significantly diminished threats of the mining platform. Our mission is essentially complete. We should not linger here. Establish a temporary safe point immediately, then withdraw. The shaken TB and Baichao sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lin Jin stood vigilant, his mind probing the wristwatch's storage space where the inconspicuous mineral lay. The dragon crystal ore was secured, though merely an immature, degraded specimen, as a substitute for starfall iron. When combined with the subsequent finds of core flames or lava fragments, it would suffice to support Chiefeng's next perfect evolution. Moreover, the faint trace of dragon energy contained within might yield unexpectedly beneficial stability. The timing was not yet ripe. The environment was perilous, unsuitable. and Chiefing had not yet met the evolutionary criteria. They must return to a place of absolute safety, prepare meticulously, before initiating the evolution. Soon, the safe point markers were established. The trio dared not linger a moment longer, retreating swiftly along their path out of the mining pit. Scattered ferocious beasts encountered along the way were swiftly eliminated by Chiefing's precise and efficient strikes. Emerging from the pit, once again bathed in the dim yellow sunlight of the wasteland, TB and Baichao felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. Damn it, this mission almost cost us our lives, TB exclaimed, cursing yet betraying an air of newfound composure born from adversity. Thank goodness it was just a passing encounter, Baichao murmured, tenderly caressing the leaves of Qingluo, still shaken. Lin Jin cast a backward glance at the ominous entrance of the mine, his eyes, hidden beneath the hood, deep and serene. This expedition into the pit had not only accomplished the mission and garnered substantial merit and combat experience, elevating Chiefing to the pinnacle of ordinary bone stage, but more importantly, that seemingly worthless dragon crystal or had quietly found its way into their possession. Let us return to the outpost to report our findings. Lin Jin's voice remained calm and steady as he took the lead, melding into the rust-colored light of the wasteland. Chapter 12. The Embers of Dragon Breath. The alloy gate of the Rock Sentinel outpost closed heavily behind them, sealing off the desolation and sulphurous air of the wasteland. After a brief rest, settling of the mission, and resupplying basic provisions, Lin Jin, TB, and Baichao once again stood before Sergeant Wang Ming. Wang Ming's gaze swept over the three, revealing unmasked relief. He gave TB's sturdy shoulder a hearty pat and nodded at Baichao, before finally fixing his gaze upon Lin Jin. His expression a mix of complexity and inquiry. It's good to see you all back alive. You three did splendidly. The cleanup of the Black Claw mine was thorough, and your merit points have been credited to your wristwatches. He paused, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face, even tinged with reverence. As for that molten core crawler that nearly brought you down, you needn't worry. It won't escape far. General Chun has taken action personally. TB and Baicao's eyes widened in astonishment. General Chen Weigua, the commanding officer of the Yanhuang 7, was a figure they regarded as almost mythic. The general killed it? TB could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. Killed? Wang Ming grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his excitement brimming with pride. What a waste. That creature was just emerging as a battle general. Though it became a bit mad from the energy upheaval, its essence is frightfully formidable. What kind of person is General Chun? His insight is razor-sharp. He discerned the dragon bloodline within that beast, albeit chaotic and muddled, once refined. It might truly become a genuine subdragon. A subdragon? Baichao gasped in awe. In the Alliance's Beast Taming hierarchy, anything associated with the word dragon signified immense potential and terrifying combat prowess. Indeed, Wang Ming nodded vigorously. The general severely injured and subdued it, then directly bound it. Now that creature is being forcefully stabilized, and its bloodline refined with the general's secret methods and resources. Once it recovers and is nurtured properly, its ascension to a lord-level beast is virtually assured. The general's strength is bound to rise to unprecedented heights. This revelation fell upon them like a boulder dropped into still waters. TB and Baicao's faces were painted with shock and envy. A major's contracted beast on the verge of attaining lord-level potential represented a tremendous boon for the entire Yanhuang 7 fortress. Lin Jin, however, felt a flicker of unease beneath his hood. General Chun had bound the molten core crawler? This explained the temporary calm that had settled over the wasteland. Yet the tremor in his heart, originating from the soul link with Chiefing, did not subside with this news. Rather, it subtly pointed towards the birthplace buried beneath the lava. Thus, Wang Ming concluded, the greatest threat on the periphery has been temporarily alleviated. If you wish to continue honing your skills in the wasteland, the safety has increased significantly compared to before. However, the core area of the Rusty Rift remains designated as a military exclusion zone, strictly off-limits. The energy field there is too chaotic. The residual corrupting essence and geological upheaval could spawn monsters at any moment. Understood. Thank you, Captain Wang. TB and Baichao promptly replied. Having survived the mine's peril, they held a mix of reverence and yearning for the wasteland. Lin Jin nodded silently, his mind already made up. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts posed a significantly reduced threat to Chiefing, now at the pinnacle of ordinary bone stage, with increasingly refined combat skills. Lingering on the periphery was inefficient. He required stronger pressures, more abundant resources, and the need to validate that deeply buried intuition, the pure dark golden light that stirred Chiefing's soul, glimpsed by the all-seeing eye, still lay beneath that lava purgatory. Having bid farewell to the ironclad and verdant herbs preparing to embark on new missions around the outpost, Lin Jin's silhouette once again melded into the dusky light of the rusted bone wasteland. His direction resolutely set towards the Forbidden Zone, a graveyard for the Eagle Eye and the birthplace of the molten core crawlers. Unburdened by the encumbrance of a team, Lin Jin's movements became extraordinarily efficient. The all-knowing eye functioned as an unparalleled radar, deftly evading unnecessary entanglements while precisely locking onto valuable prey. The Crimson Edge no longer required restraint. The pinnacle power of a 9-tiered bone entity erupted forth in its entirety. When confronted by a horde of feral, doubled in number corrupted clawed hyenas, the crimson searing ray net descended like the net of the Grim Reaper, instantly incinerating the joints of the leading hyenas, causing them to howl and collapse. The Crimson Edge dove down, its mandibles snapping open and closed, swiftly devouring the crystal cores with the speed of lightning. As he traversed the dunes, a massive iron-spined sandworm, lurking beneath the sands and comparable in size to a small truck, suddenly launched an attack. Lin Jin, having long since detected it with the all-knowing eye, remained undeterred, his mental focus heightened. The all-knowing eye instantly deciphered the energy weak points at the connections of its carapace. The Crimson Edge transformed into a streak of red lightning, delivering precision cuts of concentrated heat that penetrated the fissures like a scalpel. Dark red lava-like blood erupted as the immense sandworm writhed in agony, only to be completely pierced through the skull by the searing rays of the Crimson Edge that followed closely behind. Within a natural maze formed by weathered rock pillars, Lin Jin even chose to engage a 9-tiered bone entity Iron-beaked vulture leader occupying a high vantage point to hone the aerial combat capabilities of the Crimson Edge, pushing its maneuverability and precise strikes to their limits. The searing rays left charred marks upon the vulture leader's iron feathers, compelling it to expose its vulnerable abdomen. A concentrated strike, embodying the full power of the Crimson Edge, pierced through its chest like a crimson spear, sending the massive bird carcass crashing to the ground. Devour, battle, temper. The harsh yet bountiful wasteland transformed into nourishment for the growth of the Crimson Edge under Lin Jin's precise hunting. Each confrontation was executed with finesse, each consumption further solidifying the essence of the Crimson Edge, rendering it more fervent and intense. When that familiar, scar-like massive pit reappeared at the edge of his vision, the essence of the Crimson Edge had undergone a qualitative transformation. Beastmaster, Crimson Edge, Searing Cutterbug. Life level, Warrior tier, 5th tier. Status, Pinnacle, Life Source Energy, 100. Attributes, Fire, Insect. Core Talent, World-Burning Calamity Flame, Origin Seal, Activation, 0003. Core Skills, Searing Cut, 19. Reinforced Carapace, Passive, 18. Searing Ray Net, 12. Fireball, 15. Insect Bite, 9. 5th Tier Warrior. The Crimson Edge had increased in size, now approaching that of a small canine. Its dark red carapace exhibited a profound, restrained metallic texture, with edges as sharp as blades. Its compound eyes grew colder and deeper, and as its mandibles opened and closed, the searing breath it exuded seemed almost tangible, capable of melting gold and iron. A pressure befitting a warrior tier entity, far surpassing that of mere bone entities, subtly emanated. Lin Jin's mental fortitude surged in tandem, firmly crossing the threshold into the 1st tier of warrior status, sufficient to support the Crimson Edge's impending evolutionary needs. Before him, the birthplace appeared even more startling than when he had departed. The vast pit was largely filled with cooled, black-red lava, solidified into a grotesque, glass-like terrain, radiating astonishing residual heat. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, charred remains, and a chaotic taint, rendering it suffocating. The military had evidently conducted a cleanup and blockade, with glaring energy warning stakes embedded at the pit's edge, flashing blinding red lights, cautioning against high-energy radiation and structural fragility. Yet, Lin Jin's all-knowing eye penetrated through layers of obstruction. Deep scan, core area of the pit, approximately 30 meters beneath the lava layer. Energy field, chaotic, diminishing, high temperature. Residual corrupting essence. Special energy source, weak but pure dark golden energy source, highly restrained. Status, deeply buried beneath solidified lava and fractured rock layers. Energy is tightly isolated, with no signs of leakage. No military energy markers or collection traces detected. Indeed, it remained. Why did the military not retrieve it? Lin Jin understood instantly. That entity lay buried 30 meters beneath the lava. The military's main force comprised extermination units, with their primary objective being the formidable molten core crawlers. In the aftermath of such chaotic upheaval, the risks of delving into the lava layers to excavate a weak energy unknown object were exceedingly high and not worth the peril. The greatest gain for the general was contracting the molten core crawler itself, a living, potentially powerful battle-class subdragon beast. In contrast, the unknown object buried underground naturally held a lower priority. Moreover, this area had been designated as a forbidden zone, and more specialized exploration teams would eventually address it, though they had evidently not yet arrived. This hidden opportunity now lay in Lin Jin's hands. More crucially, the scanning of the all-knowing eye simultaneously returned another vital piece of information. Environmental compatibility assessment. Current area, residual heat of geothermal magma, not dissipated, strength, high. Fire attribute energy field dense, strength, medium-high, space relatively stable. Meets the environmental conditions required for the searing dragon-armored bug's evolution. Geothermal magma, environment alternative. Compatibility, 95. The time was ripe, the conditions favorable. Now was the opportune moment for the Crimson Edge's evolution. Lin Jin's heart raced fervently. The Crimson Edge transmitted an unprecedented, almost fervent desire and tremor within the Beast Master space, for that deeply buried dragon crystal essence held a deadly allure for it. Without hesitation, Lin Jin circumvented the military's warning stakes, swiftly and stealthily descending towards the bottom of the pit, utilizing the jagged rocks and solidified lava protrusions along the pit's edge. The closer he approached the core, the higher the temperature rose, the air scorching as if to ignite, and the chaotic, corrupting essence thickened, enough to unsettle even ordinary warrior-tier beastmasters. However, Lin Jin's mental prowess was as resilient as iron, and the attributes of the Crimson Edge were inherently harmonious with this place. Upon reaching the pit's bottom, he beheld a solidified, undulating dark red lava plain. In the center, a hole several meters in diameter loomed, its edges smooth and still radiating terrifying heat. This was the passage left by the molten core crawler as it burst forth. Deep within the hole, a faint dark red glow pulsed, indicative of the still warm geothermal magma. The target locked by the all-knowing eye lay approximately 30 meters beneath this hole, encased in thick layers of lava and rock. Crimson Edge, Lin Jin called out. The crimson flow flickered, and the fifth-tier Crimson Edge hovered before him. No words were necessary. The profound soul connection allowed it to instantly grasp its master-s intent, sensing the primal call that was so tantalizingly close. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened like a blade. His mental energy surged as he fervently urged the all-knowing eye, streams of golden data cascading like a waterfall, accurately constructing a structural model of the lava and rock layers below, marking the most fragile, least energy-interfered penetration path. Searing cut, maximum power, continuous output, target, marked path. Melt through it for me. With a piercing shriek filled with excitement and determination, the Crimson Edge unleashed its full brilliance, its entire body radiating a blinding crimson light. Its mandibles opened wide, no longer a fine line, but a meticulously condensed beam of crimson energy, as thick as an arm, akin to a glowing steel rod, forcefully struck the lava surface node marked by the all-knowing eye. A deafening sound of erosion resonated. The solidified lava, under the full force of Qifeng's eruption, melted away with astonishing rapidity, akin to butter, vaporizing into thick, unyielding white smoke that surged skyward, accompanied by a pungent aroma of sulfur. Lin Jin's mental acuity was intensely focused, continuously guiding Qifeng to adjust its angle and depth, ensuring that the energy beam penetrated downwards along the most effortless and safest path. Veins throbbed at his temples as beads of sweat, barely emerging, were instantly evaporated by the searing heat. The immense expenditure of mental energy brought waves of dizziness. Yet the flames in his eyes burned ever brighter. 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. A resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a sudden lightness of the energy beam. The hard rock layer below was completely melted through, revealing a vertical channel, deep and narrow enough for only Qifeng to pass. At the end of the passage, a faint yet pure dark golden radiance flickered amidst the tumultuous, scorching air. A surge of pure, ancient energy, imbued with supreme majesty, reminiscent of a dragon's vein, erupted violently from the depths of the channel, accompanied by terrifying heat. It was it, the dragon crystal essence. Qifeng, descend and consume it. Here, complete your evolution. Lin Jin's thoughts resonated like a mighty bell within the depths of Qifeng's soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Qifeng transformed into a blazing red meteor, charging down the molten path it had carved, resolutely racing towards that speck of dark golden light. In an instant, its form was engulfed by the roiling, scorching heat and the dark golden glow below. The next moment, boom, the entire lava pit trembled violently. A dragon's might, far more pure and domineering than when the molten core crawler was born, mixed with the searing flames that could incinerate all, erupted thunderously from the depths of the earth. Lin Jin was hurled away by the ferocious shockwave of energy, crashing heavily against the solidified lava wall behind him, a sweetness filling his throat. Yet his eyes only reflected ecstatic joy. It was done. The environment was in harmony, the materials were in place, and Chiefing's accumulation was sufficient. A perfect evolution was underway. The terrifying pressure of dragon flames persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually receding. As the smoke and light dissipated, in the center of the lava pit, at the edge of the hole melted by Chiefing, a brand new figure quietly hovered. Its size was now comparable to that of a robust hound. The overall form retained the outline of a beetle, yet its appearance had undergone a monumental transformation. Chapter 13. Beneath the steel canopy. The new visage gradually emerged. The carapace was no longer a singular dark red but exhibited a profound, weighty texture, a blend of molten dark gold and crimson that resembled metal. The surface of the shell was adorned with naturally formed, dragon scale-like raised patterns, the edges sharp as blades, glistening with a lava-like sheen. Its back was covered with a pair of heftier, serrated wing casings, now slightly unfurled, revealing broader energy membranous wings ablaze with dark golden flames beneath. The head had grown more fearsome, its mandibles evolving into two pairs of gigantic, dragon-tooth-like, crimson gold guillotines, sparks flying upon opening and closing. The compound eyes had transformed into a deep, dark golden hue, as if they burned with an everlasting dragon flame. 6 limbs were now sturdier and more powerful. Encrusted with fine dark golden scales, their ends equipped with sharp, metallic claws capable of rending steel. The forelimbs, particularly robust, seemed to harbor the strength to shatter mountains and split rocks. An aura belonging to the warrior tier, yet far more ferocious and domineering than that of a typical warrior, saturated the air with the essence of ancient dragon might and world-burning flames. Merely hovering in place, the surrounding air twisted due to the intense heat, and the lava beneath seemed to grow more animated. Lin Jin, suppressing his excitement, activated the all-knowing eye. Beast evolution, scorching cutter bug, blaze dragon armored beetle, 2nd tier warrior. Status, peak, life source energy, 100. Attributes, fire dragon. Potential qualification, Lord level. Potential, information level 2 high, insufficient permissions, minimum estimate, epic level. Core talent, world-burning catastrophe flame, original seal, activation level, 01. Skills, dragon flame cutter, proficiency 12 converges the scorching dragon flame imbued with a faint dragon might and the essence of the world-burning catastrophe flame, forming a high temperature. Penetrating cutting ray, dealing additional damage to dragon and armor-type targets, accompanied by a faint dragon might intimidation effect. Lava armor, passive active. Proficiency 11 greatly enhances shell defense and fire energy resistance. Can be actively activated, covering the body with a flowing lava energy armor, significantly reducing physical and energy impacts, and inflicting burn retaliation on close attackers. Blaze dragon wings, flight, mobility, proficiency 1 unfurls energy membranous wings ablaze with dark golden flames, achieving far superior flight speed and aerial maneuverability, leaving a brief burning trail in its flight path. Enhanced dragon devour, passive when devouring fire-type or dragon-type creatures or materials. Energy conversion efficiency is greatly enhanced, and there is a chance to absorb faint dragon aura to strengthen itself. Scorching ray net, 15 can integrate dragon flame characteristics. Evolution feedback. Host's mental strength elevated to 2nd tier warrior. Physical strength significantly enhanced. Acquired faint affinity for fire and dragon energy. Obtained random skill, blaze dragon wings. Indeed, after evolution, Chiefing's level did not increase but rather diminished. The energy within had become more concentrated, and the complex energies had been thoroughly purified, resulting in a qualitative leap in power. Chiefing gradually descended before Lin Jin. Its dark, golden compound eyes gazed at its master, transmitting a wave of unprecedented strength, loyalty, and ancient dragon majesty. Lin Jin extended his hand, and Chiefing lowered its head, gently rubbing its hard, yet warm carapace against his palm. A surge of connection. A bond of strength coursed through his entire being. Gazing at this transformed dragon-armored war beast, radiating astonishing might, and feeling the leap in his own power, Lin Jin's lips finally curled into a cold and sharp smile. The molten core crawler had been contracted by General Chun Weigua, so what? His chiefing had already embarked on the path to the pinnacle. The winds of the rusted bone wasteland, laden with the scent of rust and dust, swept over Lin Jin, yet could no longer evoke the initial bone-chilling coldness. Before him, the evolved chiefing, the blaze dragon-armored beetle, hovered silently, its thick shell of interwoven dark gold and crimson glistening with a lava-like sheen, the edges of its slightly unfurled energy membranous wings sparking with dark golden embers. The latent yet domineering dragon might and world-burning flame essence served as an invisible barrier, causing the ferocity of the wasteland to retreat in its presence. It was time to return. The fortress, The lowly area where he had struggled to survive was no longer his sole refuge. He needed to consolidate and digest the power feedback from Chiefing's evolution to utilize the military's more abundant resources in preparation for the next step. He prepared to head to the Yanhuang No. 7 fortress, the true core of the bastion. The journey back was exceptionally tranquil. The news of the molten core crawler being contracted by Major General Chen Weihua had evidently spread. The ferocious beasts at the edge of the wasteland seemed to have retreated significantly, with even the usually ambushing corroded claw hyenas rarely making an appearance. The occasional display of warrior-tier dragon might from Chiefing further compelled some of the more perceptive beasts to flee far in advance. When the towering silhouette of Fortress Yanhuang No. 7, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, reappeared on the horizon, Lin Jin's state of mind had transformed entirely. The colossal gate resembled the throat of a giant beast, swallowing and expelling streams of people and goods. This passage describes the sole conduit connecting the rust iron zone to the inner sanctum of the formidable barrier, marking the initial checkpoint of stringent security. Beyond the gate lies a realm of chaos, filth, and the relentless struggle for survival. Within the gate, however, exists a bastion of order, where resources and power intertwine at its core. The queue awaiting inspection is both lengthy and numbing. Lin Jin, enveloped in a deep gray trench coat with his hood drawn low, inconspicuously stands at the end of the line. Beside him is a convoy of scavengers laden with salvaged metals and inferior crystalline cores, exuding a pungent odor of rust and sweat. A few individuals, akin to him, don explorer wristwatches, their expressions oscillating between fatigue and vigilance. When Lin Jin's turn arrives, the voice of the gatekeeper is cold and formulaic, eyes scrutinizing. These guards, well-equipped and exuding a steady demeanor, are undoubtedly high-ranking warriors of the common class. Lin Jin dutifully raises his left hand, revealing the explorer wristwatch. The guard directs a specialized scanner towards it. A low hum resonates as blue light sweeps across. Instantly, Lin Jin's code name, rank, non-regular personnel, merit points, 1132 points, and a glaring red alert flash on the screen. Warning, high-energy contract beast detected. Energy fluctuation, warrior level. Type, unknown variant beetle, suspected high threat. Please remain vigilant. The guard's expression shifts instantaneously, instinctively retreating a half-step, hand resting on his energy pistol at his waist. The gazes of several guards sharpen, converging upon him. A warrior-level beast appearing at the lower gate is undoubtedly a subject requiring heightened attention. Release your contract beast and submit to an energy nature scan and registration. Proceed slowly. The guard's voice carries an irrefutable command, tension thickening the air. Lin Jin's thoughts stir slightly. With a swift motion, a scarlet stream of light flashes. The blazing dragon-armored beetle, Red Edge, materializes before him. It does not fully unleash its oppressive aura, yet its dark golden and scarlet, menacing exoskeleton, the energy membrane wings ablaze with dark golden flames. And the searing dragon's breath emanating from its mandibles raised the temperature in the vicinity of the gate several degrees. The intangible dragon's might, mingled with the pressure of a warrior-level beast, diffuses like a tangible wave. The guards collectively inhale sharply, faces paling, hands trembling upon their weapons. The queue of onlookers emits a stifled gasp, instinctively retreating, their gazes towards Lin Jin filled with awe and trepidation. It remains tranquil, as long as no one threatens me. Lin Jin's voice emerges from beneath the hood, calm yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The captain of the guards takes a deep breath, suppressing his trepidation, and directs a more advanced scanner at Red Edge. The device emits a series of rapid beeps, the screen flashing with a frenzy of complex data streams. Energy attributes: fire, primary, unknown dragon-type energy, weak, high-density, exoskeleton. Threat assessment: high, controllable. Registration recommendation: approved. Codename Ashes, your contract beast has been registered. You may proceed. The captain's voice, somewhat dry, gestures for passage. The heavy alloy gate gradually swings open before Lin Jin. Stepping across the threshold feels akin to traversing the boundaries of worlds. Outside the gate lies a dim, murky realm suffused with rust and despair. Inside, the light abruptly brightens to a constant luminescence, the air filtered through multiple layers, carrying a hint of cold metal and ozone, a far cry from the oppressive atmosphere outside. A vast alloy corridor, wide enough for several armored vehicles to traverse side by side, stretches before him, illuminated by bright cold light sources. The corridor's flanking walls are fortified with an array of pipelines, surveillance cameras, and concealed defensive weaponry launch points. Uniformed soldiers, exuding a robust aura, patrol in synchronized formation, their cold gazes sweeping over each entrant. Occasionally, uniquely designed engineering machinery or small transport vehicles glide silently past. This is the true interior of the barrier, cold, efficient, and meticulously ordered, akin to a precisely functioning war machine. Here, resources are redistributed, and power is concentrated and controlled. In stark contrast to the chaotic struggles of the refuse-laden lower realm, this is a world of its own, belonging to beast tamers, warriors, and the wielders of authority. Lin Jin does not linger, directing his swift steps towards the military logistics and administrative area, guided by the map on his wristwatch. His objective is clear: to ascend in rank and enhance his privileges. Within the Merit and Promotion Management Hall at the barrier's core, the processes are markedly more efficient than those at the lower exchange points, presenting his warrior-level red edge and the total of 1132 merit points on his wristwatch. The officer receiving him reveals a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Codename Ashes, non-regular personnel. Confirming contract Beast Strength, Warrior, Level 1. Confirming total merit, 1,132 points. The officer's tone is bureaucratic, aligning with the criteria for promotion to sergeant. Do you confirm the promotion? Upon promotion, you will formally enter the ranks of the Yinhuang No. 7 barrier garrison and must adhere to military regulations, comply with non-combat assignment directives, and be subject to conscription in times of war. Confirmed. Lin Jin's response is succinct and resolute. The promotion process initiates. Updating information. The officer operates swiftly on the device. Lin Jin exchanges for the upgraded wristwatch, its screen flickering with blue light as the interface refreshes. Rank, Sergeant. Privilege level, elevated. Storage capacity increased to 10 cubic meters. Monthly basic allowance, 50 merit points, already dispersed. Remarks, potential assessment increased, included in the barrier's key cultivation observation list, filed with the garrison command. Sergeant, though merely the starting point within the military hierarchy, it signifies his official entry into the barrier's military system, liberating him from the identity of the lowest-tier cannon fodder. More importantly, it grants him enhanced privileges and inclusion on the Command S observation list. General Chun Weigua's attention has, undoubtedly, now genuinely settled upon the codename Ashes. Without delay, Lin Jin strides towards the resource exchange area. With his elevated privileges, the exchange list has expanded considerably. Exchange system, Sergeant privileges. Resource category, warrior-level crystalline cores, various attributes. Rare metals, fine gold, secret silver, etc. Mid-tier, evolution materials. Information category, regional beast ecology records, non-core, maps and strategies for certain low-level and mid-level secret realms. Equipment category, standard warrior-grade armor, weaponry, requiring merit credit points, specialized operation gear. Service category, mid-level training ground, elemental simulation, beast taming skill guidance, basic. Special, limited-time exploration rights for small and micro-secret realms, requiring merit points and rank prerequisites. Lin Jin's gaze immediately fixates upon the special categories, secret realm exploration rights. He checks the filtering conditions, fire attribute environment, small, low to mid-risk, exploration duration, within 72 hours. Soon, an entry materializes, secret realm name, Scorching Cavern. Type, small stable secret realm, attached to main space. Environment, underground lava cave network, high temperature, rich in fire elements, accompanied by fire attribute minerals. Main threats, lava salamander, high-ranking common class, warrior level 1, fire crystal scorpion, unstable geothermal vents. Resources, fire attribute crystalline cores, medium to low quality, fire flame crystals. Lava stones, chance. Exploration time limit, 72 hours. Redemption requirement, sergeant rank, 800 merit points. Note, the energy field within this secret realm is stable, and its spatial structure is simple, making it suitable for novice and intermediate beastmasters to engage in adaptive training and resource gathering. The Scorching Cave, an environment rich in fire elements, it serves as an ideal locale to fortify the strength of chiefing, hone new skills, and potentially acquire magma stones, an excellent fire-type energy mineral that can partially substitute for lava core fragments as a power source. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jin paid the 800 merit points. Redemption successful. Acquired 72-hour exploration rights for the Scorching Cave, solo. Coordinates and basic map of the secret realm have been synchronized to the wristwatch. Teleportation authorization activation time, 24 hours later, requires spatial stabilization coordination. Having completed these transactions, Lin Jin departed from the bustling management hall. Instead of exchanging for equipment or services, he sought out a single-occupancy rest pod designated for sergeants and above. The chamber was modest in size but clean, quiet, and secure, featuring alloy walls, a temperature control system, a sturdy cot, and a simple workbench. For Lin Jin, it was a rare sanctuary within the fortress. He sat cross-legged on the bed, with Chiefing quietly hovering before him. its dark golden compound eyes reflecting the cold white light of the chamber's ceiling. His mental energy delved into the sea of consciousness, intricately contemplating the changes brought by his ascension to the second tier of warrior status. His perception became sharper, the control over his mental energy more refined, and the burden of the all-knowing eye seemed somewhat alleviated. He guided his mental energy, meticulously organizing the soul link with Chiefing, feeling the more vigorous, purer essence within it, imbued with a trace of ancient dragon might and infernal firepower. Chiefing conveyed various insights of its new form, a novel mastery over dragon flame-cutting strength, the defensive mechanisms of magma armor, and the mobility leaps granted by its blazing dragon wings. Lin Jin assumed the role of a stringent mentor, guiding it to familiarize and optimize every detail. Simultaneously, the all-knowing eye operated at high speed, performing an in-depth analysis of Chiefing's new panel, simulating possible scenarios and optimal strategies that could arise within the scorching cave environment. Time flowed quietly in this contemplative state. Chapter 14, Lava Forged Edge. When the countdown for the activation of the authorization reached 0, Lin Jin opened his eyes as his wristwatch emitted a soft vibration. A gleam of brilliance shone within his eyes, and his breath was as steady as a mountain. The previous weariness and sharpness had been entirely retracted, replaced by a profound tranquility, tempered through experience. Chiefing retracted its fiery aura, settling quietly beside Lin Jin like the most loyal dark golden armor. He stood, adjusting his deep gray trench coat and lowering his hood once more. Pushing open the door, he stepped into the cold, orderly alloy corridor within the fortress. The lights elongated his shadow, casting it upon the polished metallic floor. The entrance to the scorching cave was not located in some desolate wilderness as he had imagined, but rather hidden deep within the core area of Barrier 7, inside a colossal structure known as the Geothermal Coordination Tower. In the center of the vast circular hall, a stable spatial gate composed of intricate energy circuits and flickering crystals floated. The scene within the gate was not the typical dazzling array of a teleportation array, but rather a swirling, pulsating dark red halo, emanating an alarming heat and sulfuric scent. This was the entrance to the scorching cave. Lin Jin presented his exploration authorization. A cold mechanical voice confirmed it, and a beam of energy enveloped him. The sensation of spatial distortion surged instantly, and in the next moment, he found himself in an entirely different realm. A heat wave struck him, nearly suffocating. The air warped from the intense heat, revealing a vast, cavernous underground world strewn with jagged rocks. The dark red rocks dominated the color palette of this realm, with slow-moving lava flowing through fissures, glowing like the molten blood coursing through the veins of the earth. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and the acrid aroma of burning minerals. The ceiling soared high, adorned with countless clusters of crystals burning with ethereal blue or ghostly white flames, providing an eerie yet feeble light source. In the distance, a dull, heartbeat-like rumble of geothermal activity echoed. This was the Scorching Cave, a small lava secret realm attached to the main space. The wristwatch map illuminated, marking basic terrain, several known resource points, and hazardous areas. Lin Jin did not act immediately. He took a deep breath of the hot, dry air, feeling a slight sting in his lungs, while Chiefing emitted a pleased low growl. Here, the fire attribute energy was so concentrated that it was nearly suffocating for it. It was akin to a fish returning to the sea. Let the journey commence. Lin Jin's voice resonated with clarity in the expansive cave. The next 72 hours would be dedicated to pure tempering and hunting. Chiefing unleashed its full power. Its dark golden and crimson scales shimmered with a molten sheen under the illumination of the cave's flames. It no longer needed to consciously suppress its dragon might. The aura of a warrior intermingled with that infernal flame intent, as if an invisible sovereign were surveying its domain. Upon encountering a group of lava salamanders, rank 8 beasts that feasted on fire crystals, perched at the edge of a lava lake, Chiefing flapped its dragon wings and dove down like a blazing dark golden comet. Dragon flame cutting, no longer a slender line, but a beam as thick as an arm, solidified into a substantial crimson golden pillar, accompanied by a faint dragon roar as it cleaved through the hardened skull of a lava salamander, vaporizing it along with its core crystal. The momentum of the beam swept across the surface of the lava lake, igniting large surges of boiling magma. As Lin Jin approached the volcanic crater, he was ambushed by several fire crystal scorpions lurking near the scalding steam vents. Magma armor. Lin Jin focused his thoughts. Instantly, a flowing, liquid-like dark red energy armor enveloped Chiefing's surface. The scorpion's lethal stingers and scorching pincers struck the armor, producing a dull thud, the energy armor fluctuating violently, yet remaining unbreached. Simultaneously, the terrifying heat contained within the armor retaliated, instantly searing the attacker's limbs. causing them to sizzle and produce smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Qifeng swung its powerful forelimb. Its clawed appendage covered in fine dragon scales effortlessly tearing a fire crystal scorpion in half. While exploring a narrow cave marked as an unstable geothermal area on the map, they encountered a colossal lava giant salamander, a Tier 3 warrior beast, lurking in the core of a lava pool. The giant salamander roared, sending towering waves of lava surging. While Qifeng's dragon wings flared, dark golden flames blazing fiercely, showcasing a terrifying agility that even Lin Jin found astonishing. It weaved through the boiling lava waves and dense molten projectiles like a sprite of fire, the scorching trails left by its blazing wings briefly disrupting the giant salamander's perception. Lin Jin's all-knowing eye swiftly locked onto the relatively vulnerable throat scales exposed by the salamander's eruption. Now, maximum power dragon flame cutting. Qifeng opened its maw wide, concentrating all its energy into a singular point, unleashing an unprecedentedly massive crimson-golden beam that screamed through the air, striking precisely at that vulnerable scale. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, vaporizing half of the lava giant salamander's head along with its throat scales, its massive body thrashing wildly in the lava pool before ultimately sinking. Devour. Battle. Temper. Qifeng acted like a ravenous furnace, voraciously absorbing the abundant fire energy and ferocious beast cores within the secret realm. Its size grew imperceptibly, the patterns of its scales becoming increasingly distinct and profound, the dark golden sheen deepening in richness. The might of that infernal dragon flame became ever more solid and weighty. Lin Jin also reaped considerable benefits. His mental fortitude was rigorously honed through the intense utilization of extreme command and the Omniscient Eye, steadily advancing towards the third tier of a warrior. His physical body, subtly influenced by the high-temperature environment, exhibited a marked enhancement in resistance to fire-based energy. The bounty of resources was equally abundant. Within the storage space of his wristwatch lay a trove of quality fire attribute crystal cores, dozens of fiery crystals radiating stable heat. And most importantly, 3 fist-sized molten stones, a vibrant crimson hue enveloping them, as if magma coursed within. These were among his goals for this expedition, containing pure fire energy that could partially substitute for lava core fragments as a source of evolutionary energy, and could also be consumed by Qifeng to augment its fire attribute concentration. Just as the exploration time was drawing to a close, Lin Jin prepared to head towards the last marked resource point on the map, a solitary platform surrounded by lava. When the passive scan of the Omniscient Eye abruptly detected an exceedingly faint, yet anomalous fluctuation that starkly contrasted with the overall fire energy of the secret realm. Deep scan, subsurface rock layer beneath the lava island platform, depth, 15 meters. Energy field, high concentration fire energy encapsulated core, faint spatial fluctuation, metallic reaction, non-fire-based. Information layer breakthrough, Omniscient Eye analyzing. Core identification, unknown alloy fragment, approximate, 0.5 square meters. Surface inscribed with unnatural patterns, not beast-like, not recognized Alliance technology style. State, encased in thick lava solidification, energy isolation optimal. Threat assessment, extremely low, no life response. Note, patterns contain weak mental interference information, already shielded. Directionality, unclear. Unknown alloy? Unnatural inscriptions? Mental interference? Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. This was undoubtedly not a product of the secret realm's natural phenomena. It resembled fragments of some artificial construct, distinctly divergent from the style of Alliance technology. He was immediately reminded of the origins of the red mist catastrophe, that unknown cosmic storm that swept across the globe. Could this be debris from an extraterrestrial object that fell before or during the catastrophe? Qifeng, excavate it. Lin Jin commanded without hesitation. Qifeng's sharp claws and searing dragon flames alternated with precision, swiftly melting through the rock layers and retrieving the metallic plate encased in dark red lava solidification. The plate felt cold and heavy in his grasp, starkly contrasting with the surrounding searing environment. Its surface was adorned with twisted, eerie, and seemingly animate dark purple patterns. As Lin Jin attempted to probe it with his mental energy, those patterns seemed to awaken, emanating a chilling, chaotic, and malevolent mental fluctuation, attempting to erode his consciousness. Buzz. Within his sea of consciousness, the golden radiance of the Omniscient Eye flared up suddenly, akin to the sun melting snow, instantly dispelling and purifying the chilling, chaotic mental interference. The metallic plate returned to a state of cold silence. Lin Jin's expression darkened. This object was anything but simple. The patterns upon it instilled an unsettling feeling within him, as if he had brushed against a colossal secret hidden beneath the wasteland. He swiftly stored the metallic plate in the deepest recesses of his wristwatch's space. concealing it with a substantial amount of fiery crystals and molten stones to obstruct any potential energy detection. Time's up. Explorers, please return to the teleportation point immediately. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The cold prompt from the wristwatch echoed. Lin Jin cast one last glance at this lava world that had tempered both him and Qi Feng, his figure vanishing within the teleportation beam. Geothermal Coordination Tower, Teleportation Hall. As the light dissipated, Lin Jin reappeared. His deep gray trench coat was dusted with dark red ash, carrying a potent sulfuric scent, yet he stood there like a blade sheathed in its scabbard, exuding a restrained yet profound sharpness, having been refined through the baptism of lava. Qi Feng, perched on his shoulder, retracted its fiery glow, yet the aura belonging to a high-tier warrior beast compelled the other beast tamers, who had just concluded their explorations, to glance at him instinctively. Routine inspection. The scanner swept over Lin Jin and Qi Feng. Contract beast, blazing dragon armor bug, energy fluctuation, warrior, tier 4. Status, stable. Explorer, ashes, sergeant, mental state, stable, no abnormal energy contamination. Carried resources, fire attribute crystal cores, abundant, fiery crystals, molten stones, compliant with exploration harvest. No prohibited items. Warning, weak residual spatial fluctuation detected, low intensity, mixed attributes, compliant with secret realm environment, recorded for filing. The inspecting officer's pupils visibly contracted upon seeing Qi Feng's warrior tier 4 energy reading. To elevate from tier 2 to tier 4 in merely 72 hours was astonishingly remarkable. Moreover, he had never witnessed such a form or prowess in a beetle before. He scrutinized Lin Jin deeply, marking the potential assessment with emphasis, extremely high, warranting close attention. Sergeant Ashes, the exploration is concluded. You may leave. The officer's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Lin Jin nodded slightly and briskly exited the hall. He did not head straight to the resource exchange, but instead returned directly to his individual resting pod. After sealing the pod's door, he activated the basic soundproofing and anti-detection barriers. He sat cross-legged, not rushing to examine the mysterious metallic plate, but instead, he first immersed himself in his mental realm. His mental energy turned inward, akin to the most precise instrument scanning his being. His connection with Qi Feng's soul grew closer and more resilient. Like an alloy forged in fire, the mental energy of a tier 2 warrior flowed like a river of molten lava, condensed and brimming with power. The core of the Omniscient Eye seemed to have stabilized further, with the golden light that dispelled the mental interference from the metallic plate consuming far less energy than anticipated. Next, he summoned Qi Feng. Beast, Qi Feng, blazing dragon armor bug. Level, warrior tier 4. Status, pinnacle, life source energy, 100. Attributes, fire, dragon bug. Potential qualification, lord level, stable. Potential, information layer exceedingly high. Minimum estimate, epic level. Core talent, cataclysmic flame of the world, origin seal, activation level, 0, 15. Skills, dragon flame cutter, 18. Lava armor, 15. Blazing dragon wings, 12. Enhanced dragon devour, scorching ray net, 20. New, lava spit, 1 comprehended during intense battles in the searing cave. After a brief charge, spews forth a small area of high-temperature lava flow from its mouth, causing continuous burn and area damage, requires substantial energy consumption. Perfect evolution, cataclysmic flame bug, can evolve at Lord Tier 3. Perfect evolution conditions, 1. Core material, pure blood dragon essence, 10 grams purity must be 90, sourced from a true pure blood dragon, magma core heart, 1 piece. 2. Auxiliary materials, Lord level fire attribute crystal core, 1 piece, or King level dragon attribute crystal fragments, 3 pieces. Starfall iron, 200G pure cosmic metal, used to enhance shell and spatial affinity. Immortal ashes, 50G high purity energy ashes, containing the essence of flame catastrophe. 3. Environmental requirements, flame cataclysm domain, spatial stability. No spatial fissure interference, otherwise, evolution may trigger spatial collapse. Success rate, perfect 85. Risk, insufficient purity of dragon essence will result in permanent damage to potential, 30 success rate. Inadequate environmental compatibility will lead to energy backlash, 25 success rate. Insufficient mental strength of the host will cause ritual disruption, 40 success rate. Host's mental strength, 2nd tier warrior, stable. Affinity for fire and dragon energy enhanced. 4th tier warrior. New skill. Activation level of the world-burning calamity flame increased. The growth of Qi Feng has far exceeded expectations. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Lin Jin's eyes. The refinement in the lava cave holds immense value. At last, he cautiously extended his mental energy into the depths of the wristwatch space, touching a mysterious metal plate heavily encased in fiery crystals. Cold, heavy, lifeless. The dark purple patterns on its surface resembled solidified venom. Having learned from previous lessons, Lin Jin refrained from direct investigation, opting instead for indirect observation and recording through the all-seeing eye. Target: unknown alloy plate, fragment. Material: composed of unidentified elements, possessing extremely high strength and strong resistance to energy corrosion. Surface inscriptions: non-naturally formed, not of known civilizations, script or symbols. Structure contains characteristics of chaotic mental pollution, now purified. Residual information, analyzed by all-seeing eye: ambiguous directional coordinates, deep within rusted bone wasteland. Keyword: fragments, corruption, surveillance, seeds, awakening. Threat level: unknown. Recommendation: deep storage to avoid mental contact. Corruption, surveillance, seeds, awakening. These fragmented keywords pierced Lin Jin's mind like icy daggers. Combined with the metal plate's non-alliance, even non-Earth style, and the malicious mental pollution patterns, a chilling hypothesis arose. Is there some highly intelligent and malevolent observer or sower lurking behind the cataclysm of red mist that envelopes this wasteland? And this metal plate might be a fragment of a destroyed monitoring device or information node. He recalled the chaotic, corruptive power of the molten core crawler and the unusually frenzied beasts of the wasteland. Everything seemed interconnected. Lin Jin's gaze turned icy. He resealed the metal plate, covering it with more ore. This object posed a significant hidden danger, but could also be the key to uncovering the world's truth. Until he possessed sufficient power, no second person must be made aware of it. Rising to his feet, he approached the narrow porthole. Outside lay the cold, orderly, and brightly illuminated steel jungle within the fortress's barriers. The sergeant's insignia glimmered faintly on his uniform. The sedimentation had concluded, yielding substantial rewards, yet the fog ahead thickened. The flames of chi foam quietly burned upon his shoulder, the dark golden compound eyes reflecting the steel torrents outside the window. Chapter 15: Underworld Currents. Merit points are the hard currency within the fortress military system, redeemable for resources, permissions, and services. However, it has a fatal limitation. It cannot circulate outside the official fortress framework. Transactions involving merit points are subject to stringent military oversight and regulation, prohibiting any form of private trade or transfer. This means he cannot use merit points to acquire rare resources that are unavailable through official channels or severely undervalued, such as high-purity crystal cores with specific attributes, certain ancient relics of unknown origin, or even seemingly worthless items that might harbor tremendous potential. Moreover, the core materials required for Chi Feng's next evolutionary blueprint, the world-burning calamity flame bug, namely the molten core heart and immortal ashes, are either exorbitantly priced or marked as out of stock or requiring specific permissions on the military's exchange list. Relying solely on completing military assignments to accumulate merit points is inefficient. Time waits for no one. He needs broader channels and more flexible currency. A name surfaced in his mind: the Dark Alley. It is a gray area at the junction of the lower and middle tiers of Fortress Yin Huang No. 7, existing with the military's tacit approval. There, a motley assortment of individuals thrives, with information flowing freely. It is also the largest unofficial material distribution hub within the fortress. More importantly, the currency in circulation: there is a unified currency known as credit points. Credit points exist in the form of physical cards issued by the fortress, containing encrypted energy chips, or are recorded in specific black market wristwatch accounts, physically isolated from the military system. It serves not only as a common currency for transactions in unofficial shops, but is also the true hard currency in the fortress's shadowy underworld. He plans to visit the Dark Alley, trading his surplus spoils, useless to him but potentially valuable in the black market, for credit points. Then, he will use these credit points to seek out possible opportunities. He requires a more inconspicuous outfit, while the deep gray trench coat is understated. In a place like the Dark Alley, a tightly wrapped stranger with a heavy presence would attract attention. Moments later, Lin Jin appeared on a relatively secluded street in the middle tier of the fortress. His deep gray trench coat had been replaced with a slightly worn, oil-stained work jacket, and he wore a low-brimmed cap. He also applied a simple disguise, smearing some dust on his face to obscure his overly sharp gaze. His entire demeanor shifted from that of a detached warrior to that of an ordinary, struggling worker or a down-and-out explorer. Chi Foam was securely contained within the Beastmaster space, not a hint of its presence escaping. Navigating through several narrow, dimly lit back alleys redolent of low-quality synthetic food and cheap energy drinks, he pushed open a nondescript, rusted iron door. Behind it lay a damp, cold staircase descending into darkness. The air instantly grew murky, mingled with the sense of sweat, inferior tobacco, rusting metal, and an indescribable tension. Descending the staircase, he found himself in a vast underground space that felt like entering an entirely different realm. The dark alley lived up to its name. This was not an open-air passage, but a gigantic subterranean area expanded from abandoned underground pipelines and air raid shelters. The ceiling was adorned with thick, rusted pipes and dimly flickering neon signs, casting ambiguous and hazy light. Both sides were lined with a haphazard array of shops and stalls constructed from discarded containers, metal sheets, and even blast doors, squeezed together with no planning, leaving only a narrow street wide enough for a few people to walk side by side. The cacophony of voices was vibrant yet oppressive. Explorers clad in various attires, shrewd brokers, fierce mercenaries, vendors peddling contraband, and countless others like Lin Jin, deliberately concealing their identities, formed the bizarre tapestry of life here. The air was thick with the sense of trade, desire, and danger. Lin Jin silently merged into the crowd. He lowered his cap's brim, quickly scanning the stalls and signs lining the street. The all-seeing eye operated at minimal power, resembling an invisible radar, filtering through the overwhelming information in search of shops that would purchase materials and any potential auction house information. Soon, he zeroed in on a shop with a tattered sign reading Old Lame's Junk Recovery, its entrance cluttered with various metal scrap and beast bones. The proprietor was a one-eyed, limping old man, puffing on a low-quality pipe, his murky gaze occasionally flashing with insight, a typical veteran of the dark alley. Such shops often offered relatively fair prices and were known for their discretion. Lin Jin approached, cutting straight to the chase, pulling back the corner of his work jacket to reveal several bulging fabric bags, lowering his voice. "I've got goods, in large quantities. Crystal cores, ores. Interested?" The old man glanced at Lin Jin with his single eye before scanning the bags, a glimmer of interest flashing in his murky gaze, and mumbled through his pipe. "Discuss inside." Following the old, limping man into the narrow, cluttered backroom of the shop, Lin Jin proceeded to empty the contents of several cloth bags onto the table, dozens of irregularly sized, variably attributed common bone stage crystal cores, a few pieces of moderately refined yet unremarkable metals, and some byproduct ores casually extracted from the mines. The all-knowing eye had long since estimated the fluctuating market value of these items in the black market. The old man extended his bony hand, deftly rummaging through the assortment, murmuring to himself. The earth core, wind core, and water core of the 5th and 6th common bone stages were of average quality, while the ice core was somewhat rare. The metal ingots were laden with impurities. The byproduct ores held little value. As he belittled the goods, he quickly calculated in his mind. "I'll buy them all for a flat price of 7,500 credit points," he announced, his solitary eye fixed intently on Lin Jin. Lin Jin's expression remained impassive, though inwardly he scoffed. The offered price was excessively low, undercutting his estimated minimum black market value by a full 10%. 8,005, he countered. "You know the quality of these items. The ice core and that piece of red copper or are worth more than this." His voice was hoarse, carrying an unyielding finality. After a brief, silent standoff, the old man seemed to realize that this seemingly destitute individual was not easily deceived, ultimately conceding to a sale at 8,000 credit points. A few intricately patterned, tactile light blue plastic cards, along with a temporary black market wristwatch that recorded the remaining balance and required activation, were pushed towards Lin Jin. "We look forward to your next visit," the old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Lin Jin accepted the cards and wristwatch, turning to meld into the throng of the dark alley. 8,000 credit points, a substantial initial capital. His objective was clear as he ventured deeper into the alley towards a building constructed with thick, explosion-proof walls, where two formidable guards stood sentinel at the entrance, while a neon sign flickered, proclaiming the presence of a bone-chilling auction house. An entry fee of 100 credit points was required at the door. Lin Jin paid the fee, receiving a black metal mask devoid of any markings to obscure most of his face, leaving only his eyes and chin visible. Upon entering the auction hall, the lighting was even dimmer. At the center stood an elevated platform, brightly illuminated. Below, rows of seats fanned out, now filled to about 70 to 80% capacity, shadows flitting about, all adorned in various masks, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation and tension. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. The auction was in full swing, with items being displayed and bids called, from finely modified weapons and rare medicinal formulas to mysterious ancient technological components and formidable beast taming gear, even certificates for certain exclusive services. The bidding crescendoed, the digits of credit points flickering rapidly on the electronic screens, as a chilling electronic voice announced astonishing prices. Lin Jin settled into a corner seat, adopting the demeanor of a true observer, his gaze coolly assessing. His aim was not these items. His eyes scanned the auction list, ultimately resting on the upcoming segment dedicated to live specimens and beast eggs. Among them was a set of 3 unknown beast eggs. Sourced from the periphery of ancient ruins deep within the rusted bone wasteland, their energy response was weak, and the risk of hatching was exceedingly high. Even seasoned beast tamers could not discern their quality. Gamble eggs. This represented a high-risk, high-reward gray area within the beast taming industry. Unknown beast eggs, procured from wild ruins. Secret realms, or even certain unique beast nests, held wildly varying values due to the inability to accurately detect internal life forms and potential. They could hatch into astonishingly rare beasts, yielding overnight wealth, or conversely, produce worthless dregs or stillborns, resulting in total loss. Thus, such eggs were typically auctioned in groups at remarkably low prices to attract those desperate for a stroke of luck or professional egg traders. Having reviewed several groups of eggs with rather ordinary qualifications, it was no wonder that a single group fetched such a low price. The auctioneer's voice dripped with allure. Next up is a set of 3 unknown beast eggs discovered at the periphery of ancient ruins deep within the rusted bone wasteland. The shells are hard, with ancient patterns. Although their current energy response is weak, consider the mysteries of the ruins. Imagine the miracles birthed from the rusted bone wasteland. Perhaps within lies a rare cub possessing an ancient bloodline. Starting bid, only 1,000 credit points. Each increment must be no less than 100. A low murmur of laughter and discussion rippled through the crowd, as it was evident that most were skeptical. A weak energy response often indicated inferior quality or frail vitality. The eggs from the ruins' periphery might not even be genuinely linked to the core of the ruins. Yet, Lin Jin's breath momentarily caught in his throat. The all-knowing eye activated as the auctioneer unveiled the 3 unremarkable, grayish eggs, their surfaces marred with coarse spiral patterns, flooding his vision with a torrent of golden data streams. A sudden, overwhelming drain on his mental energy surged forth, bringing a piercing headache, but Lin Jin endured, his gaze locked onto the trio of eggs. Target scan, unknown beast egg, white. Life source energy, weak, on the brink of dissipating. Potential quality, inferior, limit, common bone stage 3. Status, innately deficient. Core withered, hatching success rate, below 1. Target scan, unknown beast egg, gray. Life source energy, weak, stable. Potential quality, ordinary, limit, common bone stage 6. Status, developmentally delayed, energy deficient, hatching success rate, 35. Target scan, unknown beast egg, black. Warning, high-intensity information shielding layer detected, natural, ancient. Forcefully parsing. Mental energy consumption escalating. Breach. Life source energy, extremely restrained, underneath the disguise, vigorous. Potential quality, elite, stable. Potential, general level warrior. Core contains faint spatial attribute fluctuations. Status, deeply slumbering, disguised. Life essence formidable. Hatching requires special energy stimulation, spatial attributes, high purity life energy. Hatching success rate, natural 5, forceful awakening, correct guidance 85. Evolutionary blueprint projection, fragment spatial system, agility system, mental system, route unknown, immense potential. The third egg. Lin Jin's heart raced. Beneath that seemingly dull and coarse shell lay an astonishing secret. Warrior level potential, a rare spatial attribute. And that natural shielding layer. This was no ordinary item from the ruins' outskirts. It was likely a treasure that had drifted from the core area of the ruins. Or perhaps the offspring of a rare spatial beast adept at concealment, its value immeasurable. To his surprise, such a fortuitous find awaited him on his inaugural visit to the auction house. As for the white and gray eggs, to avoid drawing attention, he knew he had to acquire them as well. 1,000 credit points. Is there no higher bid? The auctioneer's tone revealed a hint of exasperation. Clearly, interest in this set of subpar eggs was scant. 1,001. A languid voice called from a corner, belonging to a portly figure masked as a fox, appearing to be a professional egg trader hoping to snag a bargain. Lin Jin took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and raised his bidding paddle with a deliberately altered hoarse voice. 1,005. The fox-masked man regarded Lin Jin with surprise, hesitating briefly before shaking his head in resignation. Spending more money on a group of likely worthless eggs was not worth the risk. 1,005 for the first time. 1,005 for the second time. 1,005 for the third time. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell swiftly, seemingly eager to avoid any chance of Lin Jin retracting his bid. Under the scrutinizing gazes of either sympathy, mockery, or indifference, Lin Jin calmly approached the podium and paid a sum of 1,500 credit points. The staff carefully placed 3 dull, lifeless beast eggs into a specially designed metal briefcase lined with cushioning material and handed it to him. As he grasped the heavy briefcase, Lin Jin could distinctly feel the faint yet resilient pulse of life emanating from the third egg, heavily disguised beneath layers of concealment, alongside a spatial fluctuation that stirred his very soul. The energies of the white and gray eggs were so feeble they were almost imperceptible. He lingered not, nor did he glance at the subsequent auction items. In such a dark alley, to tarry with cargo was to court danger. He navigated through the bustling crowd with the same understated swiftness he had arrived with, exiting the auction house, leaving the alley behind, and rejoining the orderly flow of the fortress's mid-level area, where the atmosphere was cold and structured. Beneath the brim of his hat, a cold and sharp curve graced Lin Jin's lips. He resolved to return immediately to his safe haven to research methods for hatching the black egg. As for the white and gray eggs, perhaps he could attempt to hatch the gray one, should he succeed. Even a common beast of the 6th tier could yield a modest profit. The white egg, on the other hand, was to be disposed of, quickening his pace. Lin Jin swiftly vanished into the shadows of the fortress's steel forest. Chapter 16. Egg Group Investigation. The cold alloy corridors of the fortress swallowed the din and murk of the alley. Lin Jin's steps were steady and swift. The specially designed metal case containing the 3 beast eggs pressed closely against his frigid chest, severing any external prying. The shadow cast by his hat obscured the keen light in his eyes, leaving only a hasty, inconspicuous silhouette of a lower-tier worker. A wave of mingled curiosity and vigilance emanated from chi foam within the beast space, a natural instinct responding to the black egg within the metal case, its suppressed resonance still managing to elicit a faint echo in the surrounding space. Lin Jin remained unresponsive, his mental energy highly restrained, akin to the most precise of instruments, scanning every detail of his surroundings. He could not yet store it in his wristwatch, within the fortress, especially in the mid-level area. Any hint of anomalous spatial energy could attract unnecessary trouble. He did not return directly to his single cabin in the officer's lounge. While relatively safe, it was not entirely secluded and lacked the necessary conditions for experimentation and hatching. More importantly, he required a space that could completely block detection, one that he could absolutely control. Thus, a modular apartment near the edge of the industrial zone in the mid-level area of the fortress emerged as the optimal choice. This accommodation was specially provided by the military for mid to lower-ranking officers and seasoned technicians, renowned for its stringent management and top-tier security measures. Furthermore, each standardized unit was equipped with a basic energy shielding layer, a uniquely ingenious design. This energy shielding layer possessed formidable capabilities, effectively isolating against conventional external detection, thereby ensuring the privacy and safety of its occupants. No external electromagnetic interference or other forms of probing could penetrate this robust barrier. Consequently, residents could live and work here with peace of mind, free from concerns about personal information being compromised or unnecessary disruptions. Having recently been promoted to sergeant, he was eligible to apply for rental. The process was surprisingly efficient, proceeding smoothly without a hitch. First came the identity verification stage, where the staff meticulously checked Lin Jin's wristwatch identification and related information, ensuring his identity was genuine and reliable. Next, the staff deducted a month's rent from Lin Jin, a requisite step for moving into the apartment. The final step involved the entry of biometric information, where Lin Jin followed the staff's instructions to input his fingerprint and facial data into the system. Although this process was somewhat tedious, it was crucial for the apartment's security management. Moments later, all procedures were completed. Lin Jin received the encrypted access card for his apartment, clearly marked B7, for 132. This card was not only the key to his entrance, but also a symbol of his new life. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, a standard single apartment unveiled itself before him. Though modest in size, the room exuded a sense of cleanliness and order. It housed a hardboard bed, simple yet unpretentious, providing ample space for rest. Adjacent to the bed was a sturdy alloy workbench, evidently the place of his endeavors, adorned with various tools and items. In one corner stood a built-in cabinet with basic refrigeration capabilities, convenient for storing food and beverages. On the opposite side lay a compact washroom, though limited in space. It sufficed for basic hygiene needs. The walls and ceiling were embedded with faint blue energy patterns, which not only served as decoration but were vital conduits for maintaining room temperature, ventilation, and basic energy shielding. These patterns silently provided the necessary energy and security for the room. The entire apartment exuded a cold, minimalist efficiency, as though it were a miniature embodiment of the fortress itself. Compact yet fully functional, everything perfectly in order. Lin Jin locked the door behind him, activating the additional physical lock and energy shielding of the access system. The apartment immediately fell into a deeper silence, as if entirely severed from the outside world. He approached the workbench and carefully set down the metal case. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rare flicker of anticipation within. His mental energy sharply focused as his all-seeing eye surged to maximum power. Buzz. It felt as if a myriad of golden stars exploded within his consciousness. His vision engulfed by a torrent of pure golden data streams. The immense consumption of mental energy crashed upon his awareness like a tsunami, inflicting a stinging pain and a profound sense of dizziness. This time, it was no fleeting glance as in the auction house. He intended to conduct a thorough and comprehensive analysis, stripping away all facades to uncover the core essence. Target deep scan, unknown beast egg, white. Life source energy, continuously diminishing, on the brink of exhaustion. Core structure, chaotic, innate source defect, irreversible. Hatching success rate, 0.01. Value assessment, none. The information regarding the white egg crystallized instantly, coldly proclaiming its utterly worthless nature. Lin Jin promptly eliminated it from further consideration. Target deep scan, unknown beast egg, gray. Life source energy, weak, stable. Potential qualification, ordinary, ceiling. Common bone 6th tier, subspecies rock armor mountain beast. Status, delayed development, energy deficiency. Hatching plan, inject moderate amount of pure earth attribute energy, 1 common bone 7th tier crystal core, maintain temperature at 37 C, incubate, success rate, 87. Estimated hatching time, 72 hours. Value assessment, low. The information regarding the gray egg also brought no surprises. A creature with limited potential, a common bone 6th tier rock armor mountain beast, held little market value, and hatching it would require the investment of a rather costly earth attribute crystal core. Tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. The most suitable course of action would be to exchange it for merit points within the military. His entire focus was now locked tightly onto the final egg. Objective deep scan, unknown beast egg, black. Encountering high-intensity information shielding layer, natural, spatial attribute. Breaking through shielding layer, phase 1, life source energy, extremely abundant beneath camouflage layer. Life origin intensity, warrior level, damaged. Breaking through shielding layer, phase 2, core potential quality analysis. Quality, elite, stable. Potential, lord level, damaged state, upper limit. Core energy attributes, space, mind, light. Breaking through shielding layer, final phase. Core talent identification, fragment. Void stealth, prototype. Spatial anchoring, prototype. Status, deep slumber, life origin self-protection mechanism. Hatching key, requires powerful spatial attribute energy impact to awaken core, or high purity life energy, lord level life essence, for forceful nourishment and guidance. Natural hatching success rate, current state 5, forceful awakening, correct guidance 85. Risk warning, erroneous energy stimuli such as fire, thunder, and other violent attributes will lead to core collapse. Spatial attribute energy impact requires precise control of intensity. Evolution blueprint projection, extremely vague void crystal deer, warrior level, illusory universe radiant deer, lord level, dimensional divine thought deer, emperor level, mythical, route unknown, potential enormous. Source, an unstable spatial rift. The torrent of information surged through Lin Jin's consciousness like a dam bursting, revealing a potential at the lord level. Stable dual attributes of space and mind, and the embryonic form of core talent. The hazy evolution blueprint hinting at myth. Each piece of information capable of igniting a tempest within the realm of beast taming. A wave of immense euphoria surged within his chest. This was undoubtedly the most suitable second beast for him, with unparalleled auxiliary capabilities. Yet he forcibly suppressed his excitement, leaving only a flicker in his eyes, akin to a tangible cold gleam. The severe headache and the encroaching darkness before his eyes, a consequence of mental exhaustion, were firmly held at bay by his formidable willpower. The value of this egg far exceeded his previous estimations. Once successfully hatched and nurtured, its worth could not merely be quantified in credit points. It was, in essence, a key to supreme combat prowess. Even if sold, it could undoubtedly procure astronomical resources sufficient to facilitate Chiefing's next evolutionary leap. However, the risks were equally monumental. The hatching conditions were stringent, necessitating precise spatial energy impacts. A misstep would result in catastrophic failure, leaving him with nothing. Furthermore, such a level of potential, if leaked, would attract unimaginable covetousness and calamity. Calm, Lin Jin silently chanted within, compelling himself to detach from the overwhelming torrent of information. He swiftly deactivated the all-knowing eye. The intense sense of depletion slightly alleviated, yet his mind still throbbed with lingering discomfort. He opened the metal box, carefully retrieving 3 eggs and placing them on the workbench. The white egg lay lifeless and cold to the touch. The gray egg exhibited a slight warmth, imbued with a faint earthy essence. However, the black egg, when his fingers brushed against its rough spiral pattern, pulsated with a remarkably faint yet resilient rhythm, as if he were caressing a dormant miniature spatial bubble, containing vast and tranquil power within. He placed the white egg into an inconspicuous metal canister, injecting a small amount of corrosive solvent. After a faint sizzling sound, this worthless egg, along with its last vestiges of life source energy, was completely obliterated. The metal canister was discarded into the organic waste disposal of his apartment, leaving no trace behind. He stowed the gray egg away, intending to exchange it for merit points with the military at an opportune moment. The black egg, however, required a spatial attribute energy impact. Where could he find a controllable source of sufficient intensity? It had to be an impact, not gentle nourishment. The all-knowing eye's information repository rapidly sifted through possibilities in his mind. Official channels? Spatial attribute crystal cores were immensely valuable, requiring high-level permissions and merit points for exchange. His meager savings were but a drop in the ocean. Spatial beast tamers were exceedingly rare, holding esteemed status. As a mere sergeant, he had no access to them. There existed a highly coveted void crystal, or an essential material for constructing spatial teleportation arrays, uniquely capable of continuously radiating spatial energy. However, this was not easily found. It only appeared in small realms that stabilized after spatial turbulence. Such realms were exceptionally rare, and once discovered, the military would promptly monitor them and dispatch advanced teams for exploration. After all, the value of this void crystal ore was immense, holding significant strategic importance for the military. All clues seemed to converge on one location: the Spatial Stability Anchor Maintenance Station in the core area of the fortress. Within the Huanyu Fortress Alliance, each large fortress resembled an impregnable stronghold, serving not only as shelters for survival, but also as crucial defenses against the threats posed by the fragility of spatial structures following the Red Fog catastrophe. The fortress's stability relied heavily on their powerful spatial stabilization technology. This technology, through meticulous calculations and advanced equipment, effectively maintained spatial stability, preventing it from becoming fragile under the influence of the Red Fog catastrophe. Through this spatial stabilization technology, the internal space of the fortress remained relatively stable, allowing people to live and work there safely. Simultaneously, this technology established relatively secure corridors between cities, facilitating smooth movement of personnel and resources. These corridors acted as bridges connecting various fortresses, traversing the fog-filled regions, providing a safe passage for people. Within these corridors, spatial stabilization technology played a crucial role, ensuring the structural integrity and preventing collapse due to spatial fragility. This technology relied on spatial stability anchors, dispersed throughout the fortresses like nodes. During their operation and maintenance, controllable, localized spatial energy fluctuations inevitably occurred. Maintenance personnel needed to regularly monitor and calibrate these fluctuations. If he could access the core debugging port of the anchors, perhaps he could harness the standard spatial pulses generated for self-diagnostics as an energy impact source to awaken the egg. This pulse intensity was standardized, theoretically allowing for precise control. However, this meant infiltrating a military facility with strictly controlled core technology, risking exposure to the very spatial stabilization systems upon which the fortress depended. The risk level was at its peak, and if discovered, treason would be a light charge. Lin Jin's gaze flickered beneath the cold light of the apartment. The scales of enormous risk and reward teetered violently at either end. Should he sell it directly, seeking a buyer in the black market for this unhatched egg? The risks were equally formidable. Buyers could very well resort to murder for the egg or drive the price down to an intolerable level. Moreover, how could he substantiate the egg's value? Should he reveal that he possessed the all-knowing eye? That would be tantamount to courting death. Consider the military? Should he present this egg to General Chenhuegua? Perhaps it could yield unimaginable merit and resources, even catapulting him to greatness. Yet the price would be the complete relinquishment of ownership over this potentially boundless spatial beast, along with the immense risk of exposing part of the all-knowing eye's capabilities. Options raced through his mind, analyzed, weighed, and dismissed. Cold rationality sliced through temptation and risk like a scalpel. Lin Jin's gaze deepened profoundly. He approached the window, gazing through the reinforced glass at the towering silhouettes of spires in the fortress's core area, shimmering with energy brilliance. Among them, a uniquely designed edifice, crowned with a colossal energy crystal, housed the central control center for spatial stabilization anchors. There was no need to rush. He would first place the egg into his wristwatch and await the opportune moment for hatching. Chapter 17. The spark ignites. In the early morning, the fortress's temperature-regulated circulation system emitted a low, resonant hum, while the chilling light filtered through the narrow windows, casting the B7. 432 apartment into stark geometric contrasts of light and shadow. Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as tranquil and profound as a deep pool. devoid of any lingering drowsiness. Despite being in the relatively safe confines of his apartment, his nerves remained taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ever prepared to confront any looming danger. Lin Jin's sleep quality was far from ideal. Even within this seemingly enclosed space, he could not truly relax. Every time he closed his eyes, it felt like a fleeting escape, and upon awakening, that flicker of vigilance would invariably return to him. He meticulously inspected the black box containing the spatial beast egg and the mysterious metal plate, ensuring their shielding was intact before storing them deep within his wristwatch's space. Today's objective was to visit the Spatial Stabilization Anchor Maintenance Station in the fortress's core area. He needed to assess the environment, security levels, and the potential risks and possibilities of utilizing its spatial pulses in order to devise a feasible plan for hatching the remarkably promising black egg. Dressed in a deep gray standard sergeant's uniform, with cold shoulder insignia, Chi Feng retracted all his presence, quietly lying in wait within the beast's space. Lin Jin pushed open the door and merged into the frigid metallic flow of the mid-level area. The once bustling streets had transformed into an unusually congested throng. The crowds surged like a tide, their hurried and resolute strides suggesting they were all drawn by an invisible force, converging towards the central square with uncanny unanimity. Typically, the denizens of this city were perpetually preoccupied, each absorbed in their own lives. Yet today, this scenario shifted dramatically. The flow of people was denser than usual, with individuals jostling shoulder to shoulder, and in some areas, the crowd had reached a point where passage was nearly impossible. These individuals hailed from various corners of the city, each bearing distinct identities, backgrounds, and purposes. Yet at this moment, their direction was remarkably aligned towards the central square. An oppressive sense of excitement permeated the air, eliciting both tension and anticipation. This atmosphere starkly contrasted with the fortress's customary air of austerity, as if two entirely different realms were converging here. As Lin Jin passed a towering administrative building, the massive holographic projection screen was utterly encircled by the throng. The illumination from the screen eclipsed the artificial morning light, casting vivid reflections on faces that exhibited a spectrum of emotions: excitement, curiosity, and awe. The screen was displaying a momentous announcement that reverberated throughout the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance. The Flame of Yanhuang, a new dawn. The first Yanhuang Fortress Flame Cup Youth Beast Master Elite Competition is officially launched. The visuals transitioned to a grand setting, the heart of Yanhuang, the Dome Hall of the Supreme Council. A colossal circular conference table, forged from a dark golden energy alloy, hovered in midair, surrounded by projections of the profound starry cosmos. 12 figures encircled the table, each exuding a formidable presence akin to towering mountains. Behind them, the ethereal projections of their contracted beasts loomed, the shadowy wings of the cracking sky cloud rock, the tendrils of the abyssal lord, and the colossal fists of the titan great ape. Mere projections that could leave even the low-tier beast masters before the screen gasping for breath. Embodying the Alliance's pinnacle of combat prowess. Above the round table sat the Alliance leader, Qin Wu. He did not reveal his contracted beast, yet simply by his presence. His mental will radiated like an expansive cosmic backdrop, encompassing and commanding all. Beside him, the phantom of a star map gently swirled. The scene focused on a general, the guardian of Dreamweaver City, General Su Mingyu. Clad in a moon-white general's uniform, she possessed a gentle demeanor imbued with an ineffable spiritual pressure. Her presence illuminated by the soft glow of the massive luminous vine, Thousand Silk Vine. Fellow compatriots, Su Mingyu's voice resonated through the screen, clear and gentle, yet imbued with a soul-piercing strength that instantly quelled the din among all who watched within the fortress. A century has passed since the Red Mist catastrophe. Humanity has forged order amidst ruins and erected fortifications in the shadow of ferocious beasts. Yet, corruption still lingers, natural disasters loom, and the tide of ferocious beasts surges ever stronger. The weight of the future will ultimately rest upon the shoulders of the younger generation. Her voice suddenly ascended, imbued with a fervent declaration of the future, to discover the pillars of our Alliance's future, to inspire our Yanhuang youth to strive valiantly, to unify the indomitable spirit of the 17 fortifications. By the decree of the Supreme Council, the esteemed Alliance leader, Qin Wu, has personally authorized the inaugural Yanhuang Fortress Flame Cup Youth Beast Master Elite Competition. At the moment her words fell, the screen shifted to portray the molten torrents of iron and steel being forged in the Furnace Fortress, the towering steel walls of the Dragon Ridge Fortress, the colossal beast projections exploring the deep sea beneath the cerulean dome, and the mysterious contours of Shadow Island traversing the shadows. The iconic images of the 17 fortifications flashed by, finally settling upon the magnificent core beast-like cluster of the heart of Yanhuang. The competition is open to all youth beast masters under the age of 20 within the Yanhuang Fortress Alliance, whose contracted beasts have achieved the rank of battle soldier or above. Su Mingyu's voice rang with authority. The competition will be divided into 2 stages, the fortification selection and the final showdown. Each fortification will independently organize selections to determine the most outstanding seeds. Ultimately, the top 100 elites will converge at the heart of Yanhuang, under the witness of the Alliance's supreme leader and all compatriots, to vie for the honor of being the Flame Champion. She raised her hand slightly, and an astonishing list of rewards was projected in the center of the screen. The Alliance's highest honor, the Flame Champion Medal, personally awarded by the General, granting S-level privileges within the Alliance. Resource rewards, King-level evolution resources, epic-grade Beast Master equipment, skill crystal cores, a single spiritual baptism from the core Beast Light. Special privileges, a 3-month cultivation qualification in the Kunlun Dragon Vein Secret Realm, a tailor-made beast cultivation plan from the Alliance's top research team. Beneath the list, there were also generous rewards for the victors of each fortification selections, Lord-level resources, access to advanced training grounds, and significant merit points, among others. This is not merely a matter of glory and rewards. Su Mingyu's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, reaching into the hearts of every young beast master. This is a trial, a test. It is a declaration to corruption and ferocious beasts. Our human flames, passed down through generations, shall never extinguish. Young prodigies, raise your battle flags, forge bonds with your partners, for the future of the fortifications, for the hope of humanity. Fight. The scene ultimately froze around the blazing flame totem encircled by the insignias of the 17 fortifications, as stirring background music resonated profoundly. Boom. The square erupted in a frenzy. Gasps, discussions, and exuberant shouts merged into a cacophonous sea. Countless youthful faces flushed crimson, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Battle soldier rank. Under 20. King-level resources. Personal commendation from the leader. Each condition struck like a hammer upon their hearts. Lin Jin's Explorer wristwatch was likewise inundated by a torrent of information. The dedicated Explorer and Beastmaster communication channel was scrolling at a speed nearly too swift to comprehend. Channel. Yanhuang number 7 Beastmaster Exchange Square. Blade Edge Rookie. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. The Flame Cup. King-level resources. Am I seeing things? Logistics invisible. Dude, you're not seeing things. The leader and the 12 generals announced it together. This is unprecedented. Aged newbie. At the tender age of 20, I find myself at the warrior tier, lamenting, oh, woe is me. I have only just turned 21, and my contracted beast remains a mere 9-tier common creature. How I despise this. Rational analysis expert. Dear aged newbie, please accept my condolences, my friend. It is evident that they are unearthing superlative prodigies. The warrior tier is an insurmountable barrier. Gossip enthusiast, look at the revelations from other barriers. In the neighboring Yanhuang number 6, young Master Li Xian, son of General Li Jinwu, has just turned 18. And his contracted beast is rumored to be a juvenile blue wave dragon shark, the latest breed from the deep blue dome. He is starting off at the warrior tier 3, a water and dragon type. This is clearly aiming for the finals. Indigenous Dreamweaver, huh? What is so impressive about a general's son? Here in Dreamweaver City, we have a civilian genius, Su Xiao, whose mental prowess is said to surpass that of General Su in his youth. He has contracted a rare illusory melody butterfly, whose mental attacks are nearly impossible to counter. A dark horse for the selection. Aspiring elite. The Olympus barrier is truly outrageous. General Ares' son, Carlos Spartacus, awakened his contracted beast at just 16. And it's a direct descendant of his father's holy light griffin. With light and wind attributes, his speed and attack are unparalleled. The background and resources are simply astonishing. Northwest tough guy, step aside. Our Longji barrier Zhou Yen is the real deal. He is the nephew of General Zhou Zhengxiong, and has contracted an ironclad earth dragon, a perfect blend of offense and defense. It's rumored he has single-handedly battled the beast of the warrior tier in the wasteland. Absolutely a force of violence. Know it all know. 7. Let us not just talk about others. What about our Yanhuang number 7? Who is participating? Is it Major Li Weiming's son, Li Yin? His contracted beast seems to be a defensive steel rock giant shield turtle. Rumor mill king. Li Yin's defense is formidable, but his offense is somewhat lacking, no? I heard there's a fierce character emerging from the waste management facility, codenamed Ashes, a sergeant. His contracted beast is a mutated fire-armored bug, incredibly fierce. He has achieved great feats in the Black Claw mine. Even General Chun has taken notice of him. General S. Fan. Rumor mill king, Ashes? I've not heard of him. How strong can a fire-armored bug be? Even if it's mutated, its limits must be finite, right? I predict he'll be eliminated in the first round. My money is on Chen Hao. Major General Chen has just contracted a lava earth dragon. His nephew, Chen Hao, though only 17, has been well-resourced since childhood, and his contracted beast is a lava earth dragon, with both fire and earth attributes, excelling in both offense and defense. This is truly the pride of our number 7 barrier. Onlookers, a lava earth dragon versus a blue wave dragon shark? A light griffin versus an illusory melody butterfly? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. I must head to the registration point. Even being a spectator would be worthwhile. Information cascades like a torrent. Each name and each potential beast representing immense power and resources, fervently discussed, compared, envied, or questioned within the channel. Lin Jin stands expressionless on the periphery of the crowd. The luminous holographic screen casting light upon his deep gray uniform. The surrounding clamor and the heated words in the channel seem separated by an invisible ice wall. Why is there suddenly a major competition? In the past, these prodigies would remain concealed until they had matured. So why are they now exposed to public view? Has the Alliance achieved some groundbreaking advancement? The Ember Cup? Monarch-level resources? The Kunlun Dragon Pulse Secret Realm? The Kunlun Dragon Pulse Secret Realm is of paramount importance to the Huaxiao Alliance. It is said to contain a true dragon and the secret to elevating sub-dragon bloodlines to true dragon bloodlines. This has been strictly controlled by the Alliance, and such rewards, especially monarch-level evolution resources, are essential for Chiefing S' next evolutionary step into the cataclysmic flame insect. Its value far surpasses any resources he currently has access to. However, the risks are equally immense. He would be exposed to the highest echelons of the Alliance, and with Chiefing S' unusual potential and the 2 positive mutations it has undergone, how could he explain this? If he does not pursue answers, he will receive more resources. Yet he also faces the relentless pursuit of fallen beast tamers and intelligent ferocious beasts. He cannot remain hidden within the barrier forever. Even his Omniscient Eye ability could attract unpredictable attention and covetous desires. He briefly glances at the discussions regarding Ashes and the fire-armored bug, then shifts his focus away. Underestimation? This suits him perfectly. Remaining low-key is most advantageous, while his strength has yet to reach its zenith. Moreover, he still falls somewhat short compared to the true prodigies. Based on his self-assessment, he can currently only rank in the 2nd tier. His gaze ultimately rests upon the blazing totem of the Ember Cup displayed on the large screen. His expression unwavering, marked only by the most composed deliberation. Participating would disrupt his plans, drawing him prematurely into the fray and amplifying the risks. Conversely, abstaining would mean missing out on an exceptional shortcut to acquire monarch-level resources, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain such resources in the future. Chiefing S' evolution would be indefinitely postponed. After a moment, Lin Jin slightly lowers his eyelids, concealing the calculating glimmer in his eyes. He does not linger, turning away, his pace neither hesitant nor hastened, maintaining that unique, seamless rhythm as if merging with the background, navigating around the noisy crowd, and continuing towards the direction of the Fortress Core Zone S Spatial Stability Anchor Maintenance Station. It was as if the thunder reverberating throughout the Alliance, the glory and rewards igniting the arena, and the names of prodigies fervently debated in the channel bore no relation to him, the sergeant codenamed Ashes. Only he was aware that deep within his heart, as tranquil as ice, the options regarding the Ember Cup and monarch-level resources had been distinctly marked. Alongside the hatching of the spatial beast egg, the metallic plate secret, and the risks of the spatial anchor, all placed upon the balance of survival and evolution, awaiting the most ruthless evaluation and decision. The pressing concern remains that deeply concealed spatial beast egg. Its hatching is crucial for enhancing his combat prowess. News of the competition is merely another boulder cast into the turbulent wasteland, and no matter how immense the resulting waves, one must first discern the path beneath their feet. His figure melds into the cold steel corridor, completely isolating himself from the clamor and brilliance behind him. Chapter 18. The Opportunity of the Secret Realm. The air in the Fortress Core Zone seems to solidify with an even heavier metallic quality. Lin Jin, like an inconspicuous specter, follows the pre-planned peripheral route. Observing from a distance the tightly guarded structure, the central control hub and maintenance station of the spatial stability anchor. It is not the heavily fortified fortress one might envision, but rather a colossal, intricately geometric structure built of dark silver alloy. Countless energy conduits of varying thicknesses resemble the roots of a giant tree, deeply embedded in the fortress foundation, winding upwards to connect with a massive crystal suspended in midair, exuding a gentle blue-white glow, the main anchor core. The Omniscient Eye operates at minimal power, cautiously revealing streams of golden data that outline an imperceptible defensive network, triple alloy gates, each requiring different biological information and dynamic keys. The walls exceed 3 meters in thickness, interlaced with energy-damping layers. The surrounding open areas are dotted with automated surveillance turret cannons, their barrels deep and their energy circuits in a semi-activated state. Such turrets could easily inflict severe damage on warrior-level beasts, and collectively, they could restrain even warrior generals. Patrolling squads consist entirely of warrior-tier individuals, with the captain being of a higher warrior tier, equipped with high-quality, standard exoskeleton armor and energy weapons. Above, micro-drones silently hover, scanning every approaching life form and non-life form for energy fluctuations. An invisible, high-intensity energy shield envelopes the entire structure like an eggshell. This shield is not constant. Its energy frequency undergoes complex and irregular transitions within the sight of the Omniscient Eye, and any unrecognized energy contact would trigger the highest level of alarms and counterattacks. The area near the main anchor core is characterized by an extremely active and chaotic spatial energy field, creating a natural no-go zone. Forcing one's way in would be tantamount to suicide. A formidable mental field, imbued with a chilling sense of order, enveloped the periphery of the edifice, acting like an invisible sieve that filtered out all entities infused with malice, chaos, or intense psychic fluctuations. Lin Jin could perceive that the source of this mental field was at least of lordly caliber, potentially emanating from some form of psychic beast or cutting-edge apparatus. The mere act of sensing it caused a slight sting to the all-seeing eye within his sea of consciousness, warning him against any attempt to probe further. It was impenetrable, austere, and as secure as a fortress. Lin Jin swiftly arrived at a chilling conclusion. With his current psychic strength at the second rank of warrior and his status as a sergeant, the likelihood of quietly accessing the core calibration port to utilize standard spatial pulses was nearly non-existent. Any forcible attempt would result in immediate subjugation or death, consequently revealing the secrets of the spatial beast egg and the enigmatic metallic plate. The risks far outweighed the rewards. The plan was infeasible. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jin melded into the shadows of the background and silently turned to depart. In a corner unseen by him, a middle-aged man glanced at his hiding spot, and upon sensing his strength, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. After Lin Jin had left, he withdrew his gaze. Lin Jin's steps remained steady. Yet the core of his thoughts had already marked the plan involving the spatial anchor points with an extremely high-risk label, placing it in the pending zone. He needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Upon returning to the frigid confines of apartment B7, for 32, Lin Jin secured the doors and windows, activating a shielding mechanism. He sat cross-legged on the hard bed, his psychic energy delving into the sea of consciousness, akin to a meticulous engineer re-evaluating the conundrum of hatching the spatial beast egg. The essence of a lordly life was far beyond his reach. He could not access it at present. The source of precise spatial energy shocks had also been obstructed. Was he to pin his hopes on the black market in search of the exceedingly rare spatial attribute crystal cores? That would require a vast amount of credit points and necessitate venturing into the war-torn frontier fortresses, which pose not only a constant risk of death, but also significant exposure risks. Just as his mind raced, calculating various possibilities and their risk chains, at precisely 3 o'clock, the entire internal broadcasting system of the Yanhuang No. 7 fortress, along with all explorers' wristwatches, were simultaneously activated by a steady and penetrating voice. It was Major General Chen Weigua. To all military and civilian personnel of Yanhuang No. 7, I am the garrison commander, Chen Weigua. His voice, transmitted through the broadcast and wristwatches, bore a metallic hardness that instantly quelled the clamor within the fortress. The Alliance's Youth Beast Master Elite competition has officially commenced. To select the elite seeds representing our Yanhuang No. 7 fortress, the command has resolved that the selection contest will take place in 7 days. At the central beast fighting arena of the fortress, Lin Jin's gaze sharpened, yet his thoughts remained uninterrupted. The news of the selection contest was anticipated. The crucial aspect lay in the details. Chen Weigua's voice continued, clearly announcing the rules and rewards. Eligibility: participants must be under 20 years of age, with contracted beasts at the warrior rank or above. Registration and strength verification must be conducted at the designated registration point of the command. Selection format: elimination on the arena until one side's beasts fall. Specific details will be announced later. Rewards are as follows. For 5th to 3rd place, 10,000 merit points. Standard warrior grade armor, a weapon of choice, and 1 month of access to a mid-level training ground. For 2nd place, 20,000 merit points. 500 grams of rare secret silver or resources of equivalent value, 1 month of access to a high-level training ground, and personal guidance from me. For 1st place, 30,000 merit points. 1 warrior grade attribute crystal core of choice, 1 month of access to a high-level training ground, personal guidance from me, and here, Chun Weigua's voice paused slightly, emphasizing his tone. The top 5 contestants will form a team to explore the Nova's secret realm, with exclusive rights for the first week. Boom. The entire fortress seemed to ignite once more. The wristwatch channels were instantly inundated with the words Nova's secret realm. Chun Weigua's explanation followed swiftly. The Nova Secret Realm is a small affiliated secret realm located at the edge of our fortress's defense perimeter, where spatial fluctuations stabilized just 3 days ago. Preliminary energy detection indicates that its internal energy activity ceiling is at the peak of the warrior rank, with a relatively simple spatial structure and a moderate to high rating for resource abundance. Its core is suspected to connect to a larger, yet unstable main secret realm. But this exploration is limited to the safe and stable affiliated areas. This exploration marks the first time the resources have not been developed. The top 5 winners will have a week of exclusive exploration, after which the secret realm may be opened to other qualifying beast masters based on circumstances. Exclusive. First exploration. Peak warrior rank ceiling. Connection to the main secret realm. Each word resonated with lethal allure, especially for young beast masters in dire need of resources. This was nearly an opportunity to ascend to greatness in a single leap. While the warrior-grade crystal cores were undoubtedly precious, they paled in comparison to the allure of exclusive rights to explore an unknown secret realm for the first time, laden with untold possibilities. The discussions in the channel erupted instantaneously. Under the lemon tree, Nova's secret realm. A week of exclusivity. This is insane. The rewards are even more formidable than anticipated. Fortress veteran, Major General Chun, is generous. He is pulling out all the stops to encourage the youth. Truth Seeker, peak warrior rank. Doesn't that mean young Master Chun Hao's Lava Earth Dragon would wreak havoc inside? The first place seems almost predetermined. Space Enthusiast, Nova's secret realm. Could there be spatial attribute, ores, or ferocious beasts inside? My beast is just shy of spatial affinity. Lin Jin's gaze ignited upon hearing the keywords Nova's secret realm. Spatial fluctuations stabilized, small affiliated secret realm, and first exploration, akin to a cold star igniting in the darkness. There was a way forward. Spatial crystals. The crucial material for hatching the spatial beast egg, which contains stable spatial energy and can continuously emit spatial fluctuations, was most likely to be found within such a recently stabilized, spatially active small secret realm, particularly since it was connected to a larger, unstable main secret realm. The possibility of spatial energy overflow was immense. The all-seeing eye instantly aligned this information with the requirements for the spatial beast egg. A brand new, relatively controllable plan rapidly formed in his mind. Seize first place in the Yanhuang No. 7 selection competition to gain exclusive rights to explore the Nova secret realm for a week. Enter the secret realm and diligently search for spatial crystals. If successful, the paramount challenge of hatching the spatial beast egg would be effortlessly resolved. The egg's provenance could also be seamlessly explained as derived from the secret realm. If spatial crystals were not found within the secret realm, he could leverage his first-place status and remaining rewards to propose a seemingly reasonable request to Major General Chun Weigua, seeking permission to utilize the standard spatial pulse calibration port at the Spatial Stabilization Anchor Maintenance Station under the General's personal supervision, to stimulate an unknown beast egg suspected to possess spatial attributes, but currently in deep slumber. With the General personally overseeing it, it would be safe and controllable, aligning with the fortress's interests. This plan was exponentially superior to any clandestine infiltration. The origin of the egg would be attributed to the secret realm, rendering it flawless. Although the General's scrutiny would still exist, it would at least be above board. This plan interconnected the selection competition, secret realm exploration, spatial beast egg hatching, and the utilization of spatial anchor points, potentially even drawing the General's deeper attention, forming a clear chain of action. The king-level resources were a distant grand ambition, while the immediate exploration rights to the Nova secret realm and the potential existence of spatial crystals represented the key to resolving his pressing dilemma and acquiring a second beast with immense potential. This is indeed an opportunity for him to make a significant leap in strength within a short span of time. As for his power, Lin Jin calmly assessed his own capabilities in comparison to chiefing. The 4th-tier warrior chiefing possesses formidable skills such as dragon flame cutting, lava armor, blazing dragon wings, and lava breath, along with an abundance of practical combat experience and fierce instincts. Chun Hao's Lava Earth Dragon, boasting a sub-dragon bloodline, starts at least from the 5th tier of warriors, with ample resources at its disposal. Lian Steel Rock Giant Shield Turtle exhibits astonishing defensive capabilities, not to mention other unforeseen dark horses. Chiefing's advantages lie in the peculiar explosiveness of its skills, its aerial mobility, and the precise command of Lin Jin's all-knowing eye. However, its disadvantages include a potentially lower tier, vulnerability in its beetle form, and a lack of means to counter special attributes such as powerful psychic abilities. Only 1 week remains. With just 7 days until the selection tournament begins, he must elevate Qifeng's strength to a new pinnacle, at least achieving the peak of the 5th tier, or even striving for the 6th tier. Simultaneously, he must enhance his own mental strength to support more intense command and the utilization of the all-knowing eye. Under the influence of his beast taming talent, it is merely a matter of time. He requires training, high-intensity, targeted, and pressure-filled practical training. Lin Jin's gaze swiftly locked onto a previously overlooked entry in the task list on his wristwatch, a team mission marked as Level 2. Located deep within the Rustbone Wasteland. Purge the corruption nest. Location, southeastern Rustbone Wasteland, deep within the stinking swamp. Threat, numerous high-tier common bones, first-tier warrior corruption locusts. Bone-eating mud crocodiles, leader, suspected 5th-tier warrior corruption giant moth, and its guards. Mission requirements. Eliminate the core threat of the nest. Obtain the corruption giant moth's crystal core and 10 bone-eating mud crocodile spines. Recommendation. A 5-member team of 5th-tier warriors, at least 1 strong attacker and 1 healer or anti-poison support. Reward. 1,500 merit points. Team. Additional distribution based on contribution. The toxic environment could compel Qifeng's lava armor and its own fire resistance to evolve. The insect-like and crocodilian beasts are the optimal targets for enhancing Qifeng's dragon devour and lava breath, while the 5th-tier leader serves as a whetstone to test strength. As for the team, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. He did not require a burden. He only needed a goal. While taking on a high-risk team mission alone is rare and draws attention. Given his gradually accumulating reputation as a ruthless individual within the military task system and his sergeant status, it is not entirely unfeasible. For Qifeng's strength, the risk-reward ratio makes it worth a shot. Lin Jin rose, approached the workstation, and without hesitation, tapped the solo acceptance option on the task projection screen emitted by his wristwatch. The system promptly displayed a vivid red warning, which he ignored, confirming it directly. Codename, Ashes, Sergeant, successfully accepted the team mission to purge the corruption nest, solo mode. Task location coordinates have been synchronized. Warning, this task has a risk assessment of extremely high. Team formation is strongly advised. Disregarding the warning, Lin Jin swiftly organized his equipment, replenishing high-energy nutrients, detoxifiers, a basic medical kit, and spare energy batteries. He placed a gray beast egg into an inconspicuous bag, preparing to detour to the military resource point to exchange for merit points and acquire resources required for the mission. Finally, he cast a glance at the quiet black egg and the cold metallic plate nestled deep within the wristwatch's storage. 1 week. In 7 days. He must stand upon the stage of the selection tournament, wielding indisputable strength to secure the key to the stellar secret realm. This would lead to even greater advancements in his power. He pushed open the apartment door, and a chilling wind surged in. The deep gray uniform accentuated his tall, yet somewhat slender figure, but the eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat gleamed with the sharpness of a tempered blade. Chapter 19, The Corruption Swamp, Part 1. At the southeastern edge of the Rustbone Wasteland, the air seemed to congeal with a viscous death. The stinking swamp, a desolate place even the most avaricious scavengers avoid, now bore witness to a solitary figure. Lin Jin stood atop a relatively solid black soil mound, twisted and sparse trees protruding from its surface, gazing at the boundless expanse of the murky swamp bubbling with dark green effervescence. The nauseating stench of decay mingled with the sharp scent of hydrogen sulfide and unknown toxic miasma, forming a visible pale purple poisonous mist that enveloped the swamp. The light was distorted by the toxic fog, casting eerie yellowish patches. In the suffocating silence, the only sounds were the occasional popping of bubbles and the faint, chilling rustles and shrieks emanating from afar. This was the periphery of the corruption nest. Merely the environment itself was enough to deter common bone-tier beast tamers. Lin Jin took a deep breath, the scorching, sulfur-laden air filling his lungs, bringing a slight sting that was soon adapted to by his enhanced fire resistance and resilient physique. He activated the basic environmental monitoring function of his wristwatch, and a translucent visor interface unfolded in his field of vision, displaying the concentration of the toxic fog, energy radiation, and red dots representing potential threats. Qifeng, with a mere thought, the dark gold and crimson light flickered, and the blazing dragon beetle appeared on Lin Jin's shoulder. Upon its emergence, Qifeng's compound eyes warily scanned the surroundings, emitting a low hissing sound as its mandibles opened and closed, clearly instinctively repulsed by the foul and toxic environment. The lava-like sheen on its body seemed to dull slightly. Lava armor, maintain normal state, Lin Jin commanded. A hum resonated as a layer of flowing liquid lava-like dark red energy instantly enveloped Qifeng, encasing it within a small furnace of flames. The surrounding toxic mist, upon contact with this layer of high-temperature armor, immediately hissed and burned away, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. The corrosive effects of the toxins were significantly diminished. This was one of Lin Jin's strategies, to leverage the omnipresent toxic environment of the swamp to compel Qifeng's lava armor skill to operate continuously, evolving and enhancing its resistance to abnormal states, particularly toxin resistance. Target: 300 meters ahead, at the swamp's edge, a group of 9-tier common bone-eating mud crocodiles. Quantity: 7. Dragon flame cutting, precise elimination. Beware of the venom spray. Lin Jin's command was instantaneously conveyed through the soul link, and the all-knowing eye highlighted the target's vulnerabilities. Squeak. Qifeng emitted a sharp hiss, its dark, gold membranous wings abruptly unfurling, dispelling a small patch of toxic mist, transforming into a streak of crimson gold light as it dove downward. The battle erupted in an instant. The mud crocodiles, detecting the intruder, let out a guttural roar, opening their massive mouths dripping with dark green venom, their thick tails churning the mud as venom sprayed forth like a high-pressure water gun. Qifeng's agility was showcased to its fullest under the enhancement of the blazing dragon wings. It nimbly weaved through the dense streams of toxic liquid, leaving behind blazing trails of flight. Simultaneously, its mandibles gaped wide, and a concentrated column of tangible crimson gold light, dragon flame cutting, was unleashed. PFF. Precise. Ruthless. The first beam of light pierced directly through one mud crocodile's eye socket, vaporizing its brain along with its crystal core. The second beam barely grazed another mud crocodile's throat as it sprayed venom, the intense heat instantly severing its trachea and arteries. Dark red. Foul-smelling blood mixed with venom splattered into the swamp. The remaining 5 mud crocodiles, enraged, charged furiously. Qifeng abandoned the pursuit of precise eliminations, its form suddenly soaring upward, brewing a searing red glow within its mandibles. Lava breath. Whoosh. A small stream of viscous, terrifyingly high-temperature dark red lava surged forth like the breath of a fire dragon, cascading down. The area covered was small, yet it accurately enveloped the most concentrated region of the mud crocodiles. A chilling wail erupted. The molten lava clung tenaciously to the resilient yet fire-averse exoskeleton of the mud crocodiles, searing and eroding them in a frenzy. In an instant, 2 mud crocodiles ignited into towering torches, writhing and wailing in the mire, soon succumbing to silence. The remaining 3 were scorched by splattered lava, their movements significantly hampered. Crimson Edge swooped down, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, complemented by the searing rays of its finishing attack, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes. The battle concluded, and the 7 mud crocodiles of the 9th rank were reduced to charred remnants, slowly sinking into the swamp. Crimson Edge adeptly consumed the crystal cores with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, Lin Jin utilized a specially crafted tool to rapidly collect the necessary skeletal remains of the corrosive mud crocodiles, while his all-knowing eye scanned the surroundings, vigilant for greater threats. On the first day, Lin Jin and Crimson Edge prowled the periphery of the swamp, encountering several waves of small toxic locust swarms and solitary corrosive mud crocodiles. Crimson Edge efficiently cleared the threats using its dragon flame cut and searing ray net as its primary arsenal. The lava armor gradually enhanced its proficiency to level 16 while enduring the continuous onslaught of toxic mists and sporadic venom attacks, significantly bolstering its resistance to toxins. Lin Jin's mental fortitude was repeatedly honed under the strain of concentrated command. On the second day, he delved deeper into the mire, where the concentration of toxic mists escalated and visibility diminished. A multitude of toxic locusts emerged, their acidic vapor proving more corrosive to the lava armor. Crimson Edge found itself in a fierce struggle. The efficiency of the dragon flame cut was insufficient to contend with the swarm, and the range of its lava breath was limited and costly. In a critical moment, Lin Jin commanded, blazing dragon wings, maximum power. Hover low. Clear the path with searing trails. Crimson Edge understood, unfurling its wings in fury, dark golden flames surging forth. It ceased seeking kills, instead flying at high speed close to the swamp's surface. The burning dragon wings left behind scorching trails that ignited upon contact with the mundane locusts, incinerating them instantly. The war soldier rank leaders were forced to clumsily evade, their formation thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Crimson Edge dove in, executing a precise dragon flame cut to eliminate the leader. This battle saw the proficiency of the blazing dragon wings surge to level 18, granting it newfound insights into area clearing. Lin Jin's mental prowess also approached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank in the war soldier tier. On the 3rd day, he discovered a relatively dry island ensnared by the roots of enormous decaying trees, where they took a brief respite. Crimson Edge consumed the crystal cores to assimilate energy, while Lin Jin employed the all-knowing eye to deeply analyze Crimson Edge's condition, optimizing skill transitions and energy pathways. Crimson Edge's aura steadily ascended, nearing the pinnacle of the 4th rank in the War Soldier tier. The lava armor passively operated during their rest, continually resisting environmental toxins, achieving proficiency level 17. On the 4th day, they encountered the first War Soldier rank 3 corrosive mud crocodile king. Its size was thrice that of a normal mud crocodile. Its exoskeleton encased in thick, bony plates, and its venomous spray struck with the force of cannonballs. The dragon flame cut left only scorch marks on the bony plates. The lava breath was mostly evaded as it rolled into the mire. Lin Jin calmly directed, "Lure the enemy. Attack its supporting left forelimb joint." Crimson Edge exploited its aerial advantage, incessantly harassing and provoking the Crocodile King, deliberately presenting an opening. The Crocodile King took the bait, lunging out of the mire. At the moment its left forelimb struck the ground, a charged dragon flame cut accurately struck its relatively vulnerable joint connection. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The Crocodile King roared in pain, its body losing balance. Now, lava breath. Target, the wound. Thick molten lava surged violently into the Crocodile King's torn injury and gaping maw, inflicting dual burns from within and without. The Crocodile King thrashed wildly in the mire, ultimately succumbing as its innards were incinerated. In this battle, the proficiency of the lava breath elevated to level 5, enhancing the precision of timing. Crimson Edge devoured the Crocodile King's crystal core, its aura surging dramatically. Beast Mastery, Crimson Edge, level, War Soldier tier, 5th rank. Chapter 20, Corrupt Swamp Tempering, Part 2. On the 5th day, Lin Jin and Crimson Edge finally approached the core region of the lair. The toxic mists darkened, the air filled with a high-frequency, disorienting hum. The muddy ground occasionally bulged with massive bubbles, emanating lethal neurotoxic gas. Lin Jin was compelled to expend precious antidotes and ordered Crimson Edge to maximize the power of its lava armor, forming a small high-temperature purification domain. Suddenly, several War Soldier rank 4 corrosive giant moths appeared, their wingspans exceeding 3 meters, their scales exuding potent paralyzing and hallucinogenic toxins, their flight paths erratic, and their toxic fireballs formidable. The battle proved exceptionally arduous. Crimson Edge's dragon flame cut was skillfully evaded by the giant moths, and the range of its lava breath struggled to keep pace. Several near misses from toxic fireballs and scale dust heightened the tension. The all-knowing eye operated in overdrive. Lin Jin's temples throbbed as golden data streams frantically refreshed his vision, capturing the subtle patterns and energy nodes of the giant moth's flight trajectories. Left wing, 3rd energy node. 3 o'clock direction, anticipate interception, dragon flame cut, dive, blazing dragon wings, disrupt their flow, force a turn. Right side, lava breath to block their path. Under Lin Jin's nearly prescient command, Crimson Edge flitted like a butterfly through the maelstrom of deadly toxic fire and scale dust, striking the giant moths at their most vulnerable points with each attack. Exhausting immense energy, they barely managed to slay 2 of the guardians. Crimson Edge bore several charred marks from the toxic flames on its carapace, its aura somewhat waning. Lin Jin's mental strength, pushed to its limits, finally broke through. Host mental strength level, War Soldier tier 3, stable. On the 6th day, Lin Jin traversed a terrifying forest of enormous moth cocoons and skeletons, arriving at a lair encircled by a viscous, dark green toxic lake, constructed from decayed giant trees and bones. At the top of the lair rested the target of this mission, a War Soldier rank 5 corrosive giant moth. It was over twice the size of its guardians. With a wingspan nearing 5 meters, its exoskeleton displayed an eerie pattern of dark purple and deep green, while its multifaceted eyes burned like 2 orbs of green ghostly fire. Thick, viscous toxin dripped from its form, corroding the lake's surface into swirling green smoke. A suffocating pressure mixed with potent neurotoxins enveloped the area. Upon detecting the intruders, it emitted a piercing shriek that could shatter eardrums. The entire lair seemed to come alive. Countless mundane rank corrosive locusts surged forth like a tide of black from all directions. The remaining 2 War Soldier rank 4 guardian giant moths also emerged from the shadows. Crimson Edge, maximum power lava armor. Target, giant moth leader. Ignore the minions, charge. Lin Jin's command resonated with determination. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. With a piercing cry unlike any before, Crimson Edge erupted. The lava armor on its surface boiled instantaneously, dark red energy erupting like tangible flames into the sky, enveloping it in a fiery cocoon akin to a blazing sun. It transformed into a burning meteor, ignoring the self-immolating locusts that rained upon its armor. Disregarding the toxic fireballs hurled by the guardians on either side, and barreled straight toward the apex of the lair where the giant moth leader awaited. The giant moth leader unleashed a torrent of dark green toxic fire, several times thicker than that of its guardians, aimed directly at Crimson Edge. Boom! The collision between the lava armor and the toxic fireball resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, instantly obliterating the surrounding locust swarm, as crimson lava and dark green flames intertwined in a chaotic dance of annihilation. Crimson Edge was thrust backward by the immense force, its lava armor fluctuating violently. Its brilliance dimmed, yet it persevered. Dragon flame cut, target, multifaceted eyes. Lin Jin's command rang out amidst the aftermath of the explosion. Crimson Edge gritted its teeth against the shockwave, its mouthparts agape. A brilliantly condensed and searing column of golden light pierced through the noxious mist like a spear of judgment, striking with unerring precision at the colossal compound eye of the giant moth, ablaze with emerald, ghostly flames. The giant moth had clearly not anticipated such a swift counterattack after enduring its full-force assault. Instinctively, it raised its heavily armored forelimbs to shield itself. A chilling sound of corrosion echoed ominously. The golden beam collided violently with its armored appendage, and the resilient shell was mercilessly melted through, leaving behind a charred, gaping hole under the influence of the draconic power and the infernal flames. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing wail from the giant moth. A perfect opportunity. Lava spewed forth, surge in. Lin Jin's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Without hesitation, Qi Feng drew upon his energy, frantically compressing the fire essence he had recently absorbed from the crystal core into a viscous, almost solid dark red lava flow, akin to a high-pressure magma cannon, which forcefully surged through the breach in the forelimb's shell and into the giant moth's body. An indescribable howl of agony reverberated through the lair. The giant moth's massive form convulsed violently, rolling in anguish as dark red lava and shredded innards erupted from the fissures in its armored shell. It struggled to take flight, but the blazing dragon wings had already enveloped Qi Feng, shadowing him closely. The final strike. Draconic flame severance. The golden beam erupted once more, this time accurately piercing through the relatively vulnerable connection between the giant moth's head and thorax, exposed in its torment. Boom. The giant moth's vast body stiffened abruptly, its emerald compound eye dimming instantly, plummeting like a collapsing mountain from the lair's apex, crashing into the toxic lake below, creating a monumental splash of murky green waves. The remaining locusts and guardian moths, bereft of their leader, were thrown into disarray. Though Qi Feng was at the brink of exhaustion, his formidable presence still lingered, and several draconic flame severances swiftly dispatched the guardians, scattering the swarm. The core of the lair lay in ruins, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred lava mingling with the stench of toxic fluids. Qi Feng landed beside Lin Jin, his breath ragged, his dark golden shell marred by scorch marks and corrosive traces, the glow of his lava armor dimmed, clearly drained and bearing significant wounds. Yet, his dark golden compound eyes still burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Lin Jin promptly approached, utilizing specialized tools to dissect the giant moth's remains, extracting a fist-sized, entirely dark green energy crystal core of the fifth-tier corrupted poison giant moth, from which viscous toxic fluid seemed to flow. He also gathered the last few high-quality bones of the corrosive bone mud crocodile required for the task. Well done. Lin Jin patted the warm shell of Qi Feng and placed a pure fire attribute crystal core into its mouth to aid in its recovery. He himself consumed high-energy nutrients and a mental recovery potion to alleviate the severe headache and fatigue. Beast, Qi Feng, Blazing Flame Dragon Beetle. Level, Warrior Tier, Peak of 5th Tier. Status, Severely Injured, Recovering. Life Essence, 45. Core Talent, World Burning Calamity Flame. Activation Level, 016. Skills, Draconic Flame Severance, 21. Lava Armor, 19. Blazing Dragon Wings, 20. Lava Spout, 8. Enhanced Dragon Devour, Scorching Ray Net, 22. Host Mental Strength, Warrior Tier 3, Stable. Objective achieved, even exceeded. Qi Feng solidified at the peak of the 5th tier, merely a step away from the 6th tier. His own mental strength had broken through to the 3rd tier. The required materials for the mission were also fully collected. Lin Jin glanced at his watch. The 6th day, evening. Only one day remained until the deadline for the selection competition registration. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jin recalled Qi Feng into the beast space for recuperation, turned, and, dragging his weary yet still upright form, sprinted back towards the fortress. On the 7th day, morning, a travel-worn Lin Jin returned to the entrance of barrier number 7. His dark gray sergeant uniform was splattered with mud stains and dried dark red blood, exuding a potent stench of decay and sulfur. His complexion was somewhat pale, with faint dark circles under his eyes, the telltale signs of excessive mental strain. Yet, those eyes were now even deeper and sharper than before, as if forged from tempered cold iron. The guards, upon seeing his disheveled appearance and the single-person mission record of exterminating the corrupted poison nest, high danger, displayed on his watch, were filled with shock and awe. Hastening their inspection, Lin Jin did not linger, heading straight to the task transfer point at the fortress. He submitted the corrupted poison giant moth crystal core and 20 bones of the corrosive bone mud crocodile. Mission: extermination of corrupted poison nest completed. Evaluation: S. Exceedingly completed solo. Acquired merit points: 1500 base, 500, exceeding reward, 2000 points. Additional rewards: high purity detoxification serum, X3, mission reward. Next, he proceeded to the Resource Recovery Center, exchanging the gray rock armored mountain beast egg and all the other non-fire attribute common bone tier crystal cores he had collected over the past few days. Acquired merit points: 350 points, beast egg, 220 points, crystal cores, 570 points. At this moment, the total merit points displayed on Lin Jin's watch reached an astonishing 3,702 points, a sum sufficient to evoke envy in any ordinary sergeant. However, he paid it no mind, continuing onward without pause towards the registration point for the selection competition beside the central arena. Chapter 21, The Arena Awakens. Even on the final day, the registration point was bustling with people, the atmosphere vibrant. The officer in charge of registration was overwhelmed with tasks. When it was Lin Jin's turn, the officer asked, without lifting his head, in a mechanical manner, for his name, age, contracted beast type, and level. Name: Lin Jin. Age: 17. Contracted beast: blazing flame dragon beetle. Level: warrior tier 5. Lin Jin's voice was hoarse yet calm. Warrior tier 5? The officer abruptly raised his head, taking in Lin Jin's slightly disheveled but keen-eyed appearance. Along with the ash code displayed on his watch and the recently updated S-level mission record, a flicker of realization and seriousness passing through his eyes. Release your contracted beast for energy verification. The figure of Chi Feng materialized, despite the shell still bearing the marks of incomplete repairs and its aura somewhat weakened. The pressure emanating from the peak of the 5th tier was palpable, and the glimmer of lava flowing across its dark golden and crimson shell, alongside the faint draconic might, instantly silenced the surrounding cacophony. Many young beast masters preparing to register cast looks of astonishment, apprehension, and curiosity. The energy scanner lit up with a green light. Contracted beast, blazing flame dragon beetle, variant, energy fluctuation, warrior tier 5, status, lightly injured, threat assessment, high. Verification passed. The officer dutifully inscribed the information on the registration form and handed Lin Jin a metal tag marked with a numerical identifier. Verification passed. This is your entry badge. The selection competition will commence tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the central arena. Entry is permitted with this badge. The rulebook has been synchronized to your watch. Lin Jin accepted the cold metal badge, disregarding the myriad of gazes around him, and turned to leave the crowd. He did not return to the apartment to rest, but instead made a beeline for the military exchange center. With 3702 merit points, he needed to convert them into immediate combat power for the battles ahead. He sought to exchange for high-purity fire or life potions that could swiftly heal Chi Feng's injuries and restore its state, allowing both of them to recover their strength and energy rapidly. The selection competition was just around the corner, the key to the new star's secret realm. He was determined to seize. In the early morning, the fortress was illuminated by artificial light mimicking the soft golden hues of dawn, yet struggled to penetrate the suffocating atmosphere of impending violence and fervor that enveloped the central arena. This steel behemoth, a remnant of an ancient stadium, towered with alloyed bleachers glistening coldly under the harsh illumination. The stands were already a sea of humanity, as citizens from various strata converged, their clamorous voices crashing against the walls, only to be absorbed by the immense energy shield, reverberating into a dull roar. At the center of the arena, a vast platform cloaked in dark gray special alloy bore the scars of battle. Surrounding it were deeply sunken buffer zones, encircled by a flickering azure energy shield. The contenders did not enter collectively. Rather, they found themselves in the dimly lit preparation area beneath the arena. The spatial layout here was uniquely designed, composed of individual metallic compartments. These compartments were separated from one another, creating relatively independent environments. Each compartment was furnished with the most basic of seating arrangements, simple yet sufficient to meet the fundamental resting needs of the occupants. Furthermore, each was equipped with observation screens to facilitate monitoring of the external conditions. The The soundproofing was remarkably effective. Even within the compartments, external noise was nearly imperceptible. Nevertheless, the vibrations from the audience above could still be felt. Akin to distant thunder, though the sound was muffled outside, the powerful impact resonated through the metallic structure. This sensation was both peculiar and striking, as if the entire space quivered in response to the fervor of the spectators. Lin Jin sat in his designated compartment, labeled B7. His deep gray sergeant's uniform was impeccably pressed, with only faint traces of mud and sulfuric blood meticulously removed. He bore no signs of fatigue, as the effects of the premium potion he had consumed the previous day were evident. Qifeng lay quietly in the Beast Master's space, having regained his peak condition. His aura stabilized at the pinnacle of a 5th-tier warrior, with the activation level of the world-burning calamity flame firmly at 016. The cold metal tag in his hand no longer bore a code name, but rather his true name, Lin Jin. This was a requirement of the selection process, aimed at enhancing the contestant's sense of responsibility and belonging, facilitating the fortress's record-keeping and subsequent training, while also serving as a symbol of honor. The screen on the compartment wall broadcasted live footage from the arena center and the large screens above. The backstage area was relatively quiet, yet an invisible pressure permeated the air like a viscous liquid. Young Beast Masters either rested with closed eyes, engaged in hushed conversations, or anxiously stared at the screens. The all-seeing eye operated at minimal power, and while Lin Jin's gaze appeared fixed on the screen, it functioned as an invisible radar, cautiously capturing the noteworthy auras and fragments of information that occasionally seeped through the cracks of neighboring compartments. Compartment C3. The moment the door creaked open, a solid, weighty presence, reminiscent of the earth itself, emanated forth. Beastmaster, Lin Jin, age, 19. Contracted beast, not summoned steel rock, giant shield tortoise, pinnacle of 4th-tier warrior. Attribute, earth. Core skills, speculated unmovable as a mountain, passive defensive enhancement, rock armor shield, active energy shield, earth pulse shockwave, area control. Status, composed, resolute, with a steady and profound mental aura. Threat assessment, medium-high, extremely strong defense, difficult to breach. A sturdy figure, akin to an iron tower, flashed past the door, his square face and calm eyes unmistakably identifying him as Lin Jin. He quickly shut the compartment door, sealing off his aura. Compartment A1. This compartment was ideally positioned, with 2 imposing guards stationed at the entrance. The door was not fully closed, and a wave of heat, laced with the scent of sulfur and a faint draconic pressure, wafted through. Beastmaster, Chen Hao, age, 17. Contracted beast, not summoned lava earth dragon, 5th-tier warrior. Attributes, fire, earth dragon. Core skills, lava breath, medium-range area attack. Earth charge, high-speed impact, armor breaking. Dragon scale hardening, passive defense and counterattack. Status, confident and spirited, with an active mental aura imbued with a hint of arrogance. Threat assessment, extremely high, advantage in tier, comprehensive attributes, powerful skills, top-tier resources. Chen Hao's figure did not directly appear, but the corner of his distinctive dark red light armor flashed in the door's crack, accompanied by the sound of youthful laughter tinged with superiority, signaling his presence. He was undoubtedly the focus of this selection competition. Compartment D5. The door was suddenly yanked open, revealing a slender figure peering out, his eyes sharp as lightning. Filled with impatience. Beastmaster, Wang Lei, age, 18. Contracted beast, not summoned thunderbolt weasel, 4th-tier warrior. Attribute, thunder. Core skills, lightning blitz, ultra-high-speed claw strike, paralysis orb, medium-range control. Thunder shadow clone, creates afterimages to confuse. Status, eager to leap into action, with a rapid and aggressive mental aura. Threat assessment, medium-high, extremely fast, strong explosive attack. Notable control ability. Why hasn't it started yet? What is taking so long? Wang Lei complained, meeting Lin Jin's calm gaze with a dismissive sneer before slamming the door shut once more. A deep, resonant chime echoed like the roar of an ancient beast, abruptly drowning out all other sounds. The colossal energy light fixtures atop the arena flickered to life, their blinding brilliance streaming through the observation screens into every compartment. Silence. The commanding voice of Major General Chun Weigua reverberated through the arena's loudspeakers, akin to thunder in each person's ear. The tumultuous roar from the stands subsided instantly, heralding the commencement of the first Youth Beast Master Selection Tournament at Fortress Yanhuang, the first session of the Fire and Flame Cup, officially beginning. As the announcement concluded, the enormous circular screens surrounding the arena illuminated with blinding radiance. Countless virtual totems of crimson and gold flames ascended, intertwining to form the grand emblem of the Yanhuang Fire and Flame. An exhilarating backdrop of music surged forth, resonating with the clash of metal, Rules reiterated. A booming voice took over, that of the chief judge atop the central platform. First, a knockout system. A contender loses when their contracted beast is rendered incapable of fighting, when the beast master concedes, or when they fall outside the designated arena. Second, the intentional killing of an opponent's contracted beast is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties. Third, during the battle, the beast master must command from the designated safe zone on the arena and must not directly participate in the combat. Violators will be disqualified. Now, we will commence the first round with random matchups. As the voice faded, the giant circular screens flashed, displaying the names and numbers of all participating contestants cascading like a waterfall. In the backstage preparation area, every gaze was fixated on the screens. The air felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the sound of tense breaths. Lin Jin calmly observed the screen, awaiting the results. Beep, beep, beep. The scrolling ceased. The screen clearly displayed the information of the first match of the first round. Match 1. Arena, number 3. Contestant A, number B7. Name, Lin Jin. Contestant B, number D12. Name, Shirley. A murmur of low discussion rippled through the audience. Lin Jin? This name was still unfamiliar to most spectators. Shirley, the rock-armored pangolin, renowned for its formidable defenses, stood ready for battle. In the arena's inaugural match, the resounding voice of the chief referee echoed through the broadcast system, reaching every nook and cranny of the beast fighting coliseum. Lin Jin versus Shirley. Contestants, please proceed to the designated area of Arena 3 at once. The door to Lin Jin's chamber unlocked automatically. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his collar with an air of calm, hesitated not a moment, and pushed open the metallic door, stepping into the corridor leading to Arena 3. The passage was brightly lit, culminating in the cacophony of the arena. Simultaneously, from another entrance, a burly youth clad in earthy-toned armor emerged, a flicker of tension gracing his features, yet his confidence shone through as he faced his relatively unknown opponent. The two briefly crossed paths at the exit of the corridor. Shirley appraised Lin Jin's somewhat slender frame and youthful, composed visage, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes before he strode boldly into the blinding light of Arena 3. Lin Jin followed closely, stepping into the arena of steel and glory. The deafening roar of the crowd enveloped him, the spotlight illuminating Arena 3. Opposite him, Shirley had already taken his position within the Beastmaster's safe zone, inhaling deeply as his mental energy surged. Come forth, rock-armored pangolin, he commanded in a low voice. With a hum, a beam of earthy yellow light surged forth, revealing a formidable beast over 2 meters in length, its body encased in a heavy, rock-like shell. With robust limbs resembling those of a giant pangolin, it emitted a low growl, its thick tail striking the alloy ground with a dull thud, exuding a steady, powerful presence. Indeed, a Tier 3 battle beast. Instinctively, upon its arrival, it dug into the ground, assuming a defensive posture, its heavy shell glinting under the stage lights. The audience's gaze shifted, many marveling at the creature's astonishing defensive capabilities. Lin Jin calmly walked to his designated safe zone, his eyes sweeping over the imposing rock-armored pangolin and the slightly anxious beastmaster. Shirley, without unnecessary gestures or words, he simply stirred his thoughts. In an instant, a dark golden and crimson flash manifested as the fiery dragon-armored insect, Chi Foam, silently hovered in midair before Lin Jin, its form approaching that of a robust hunting dog. The dark golden and crimson interlaced shell shimmered with a molten glow, its edges razor-sharp, and its menacing mandibles resembled 2 massive golden guillotines, sparking with embers as they opened and closed. Its cold, dark golden compound eye surveyed the opponent, exuding the latent yet overwhelming might of a peak Tier 5 battle beast, intertwined with a fierce flame intent, sweeping across Arena 3 like an invisible tide. The once formidable rock-armored pangolin, confronted by this sudden and terrifying pressure, stiffened abruptly. Its digging motion ceased, a low, anxious growl emanating from its throat as it instinctively retreated a step. The weighty shell seemed unable to provide the security it desperately sought. Shirley's confidence evaporated, replaced by disbelief and horror as he sensed the overwhelming fear radiating from his contracted beast. A Tier 5 battle beast. This insect. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. The dark golden and crimson dragon-armored insect, with its fearsome appearance and powerful aura, starkly contrasted with Shirley's cumbersome rock-armored pangolin. Particularly the latent dragons might send shivers down the spines of many perceptive spectators. In the preparation area, Chun Hao, witnessing this scene on screen, felt his previously proud smile falter, his gaze sharpening. Other competitors observing the initial match wore expressions of concern. The chief referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his authoritative demeanor. Contestants are in position. Contracted beasts have been summoned. The match begins. Lin Jin stood steadfast, like a pine rooted in place. His gaze beneath the hood calm and unperturbed. Without issuing any commands, he conveyed a simple, yet chilling intent through their soul link to Qi Feng. End this swiftly. Qi Feng's dark golden compound eyes locked onto the target, its mandibles widening as a terrifying surge of high-temperature energy began to coalesce. As the chief referee's voice rang out, declaring the match underway, the air in Arena 3 seemed ignited. Shirley's complexion paled, but he reacted swiftly, nearly shouting his command. Rock-armored pangolin. Earthquake. Restrict its movement. He understood all too well that his contracted beast was comprehensively suppressed both in tier and attributes, with speed as its Achilles heel. Thus, he relied on defense and terrain control to seek a fleeting opportunity. The rock-armored pangolin roared deeply, its powerful forelegs crashing against the alloy ground, creating visible yellow ripples radiating outward. The hard alloy platform in Arena 3 softened, resembling a quagmire as it sank. A muddy pit over 10 meters in diameter and half a meter deep forming in an instant. This was its signature skill, Earthquake. Not only did it restrict the opponent's movement, but it also provided advantageous defensive terrain. At the same time, the rock-armored pangolin curled into a ball, its heavy shell layered like a massive rock fortress, meticulously shielding its vulnerable underbelly, assuming its strongest defensive stance, Rock Guardian. Only its vigilant eyes remained visible, fixated on the floating Qi Feng at the edge of the pit. Shirley's strategy was clear, to utilize the terrain and defense to stall, depleting the opponent's energy while waiting for a moment of impatience to strike. A low murmur arose from the audience. The rock-armored pangolin's defensive prowess was indeed remarkable, and coupled with the earthquake control, many felt a sense of dread for Lin Jin, fearing the battle might devolve into a stalemate. Yet, Lin Jin's gaze remained unwavering. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the hood, even curled into a barely perceptible, frigid arc. The golden data stream of his all-seeing eye flickered momentarily in his vision. Target: rock-armored pangolin, rock guardian state. Weakness analysis: the curled state causes stress concentration at the joint connections, energy shields concentrated at the front. The energy circulation node on the back shell at the third section of the spine is relatively weak. Qi Feng. Lin Jin's thoughts remained tranquil, dragon flame cutting. Target: the third section of the spine. The command was clear, concise, and lethal. Hovering above the edge of the pit, Qi Feng's dark, golden membranous wings suddenly flared open. Boom. The dark golden flames surged explosively, propelling it upwards like a rocket ignited, easily rising to a height of 20 meters, well beyond the reach of the earthquake's influence. Simultaneously, its menacing mandibles gaped wide, and the terrifying crimson energy within coalesced violently. The fierce, dominating dragon's might and the intent to incinerate now held nothing back, cascading down like a tangible storm of flames, causing the temperature throughout Arena 3 to spike dramatically. Enclosed within its rocky fortress, the rock-armored pangolin felt a searing pain and fear emanating from the very depths of its soul. No. Shirley's pupils constricted, his voice breaking as he shouted, "Rock-armored pangolin. Quickly evade. Disperse the defense." But it was too late. With a hum, a perfectly condensed, arm-thick beam of destructive, high-temperature crimson light, the dragon flame cutting, descended like a spear of judgment, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, striking down with pinpoint accuracy at the weakest energy circulation node on the rock-armored pangolin's back, the third section of its spine. The speed of the crimson beam was blinding, the angle utterly unforgiving. Boom. Crash. The excruciating sound of rocks being forcibly melted and shattered resonated, accompanied by the agonizing, distorted wails of the rock-armored mountain beast. A radiant pillar of crimson gold pierced through the seemingly indestructible thick rock shell with unimpeded ferocity, as dark red lava mingled with charred rock fragments and sanguine flesh splattered in all directions. The terrifying heat and world-consuming flames contained within the dragon flame cutter instantaneously invaded the mountain beast's interior, wreaking havoc upon its organs and nerves. With a thud, the curled-up mountain beast suddenly stiffened, and then, as if all its bones had been extracted, it collapsed in a resounding crash. Its massive body slumped to the ground, revealing a shocking, charred hole that pierced through from front to back. The edges of its rocky shell melted, and its insides a gruesome mess. Smoke curling up in the air. It writhed in agony, frothy blood tinged with a burnt scent oozing from its mouth and nostrils, its gaze vacant, clearly having lost all combat capability. A swift kill, an absolute, crushing annihilation. The entire duration of the match spanned no more than 5 seconds. The arena was engulfed in an eerie silence. In the stands, the cacophony seemed to be stifled by an invisible hand, leaving only countless gaping mouths agape in shock and the sounds of gasps. In that fleeting moment, Many spectators had barely grasped what had transpired when a dazzling crimson gold beam descended from the heavens, striking down upon the mountain beast renowned for its defense. This beam appeared to embody boundless power, crashing into the mountain beast with astonishing speed and might. In an instant, a deep thud reverberated, causing the very space to tremble. The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths slightly ajar, utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. The once impenetrable mountain beast, under the assault of this crimson gold pillar, seemed to have its strength sapped in an instant, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Shirley's face turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling violently as he gazed in disbelief at his fallen contracted beast, his lips quivering, utterly speechless. The overwhelming sensation of fear and defeat engulfed him. Victory. The victor, Lin Jin. The chief referee was the first to regain composure, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as he announced loudly. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage to carry away the gravely injured mountain beast. The crimson blade slowly descended, retracting its fiery aura, and quietly hovered before Lin Jin. Its dark, golden compound eye surveyed the arena with a cold indifference, as if the earth-shattering strike had merely brushed off a speck of dust. Lin Jin inclined his head slightly, signaling to the referee. He paid no heed to the gradually rising tide of gasps, discussions, and applause from the audience. Nor did he glance at Shirley, whose face was ashen. He calmly turned and walked off the stage, his figure vanishing into the passage leading backstage. The entire process was swift and decisive, devoid of any superfluous hesitation, much like his combat style. In the backstage preparation area, when Lin Jin reappeared at the door of the B7 compartment, the previously noisy backstage fell into a notable hush. Many competitors focused their gazes upon him, filled with shock, trepidation, scrutiny, and even a hint of fear. Inside the A1 compartment, Shenhao's proud smile had completely vanished, replaced by a chilling seriousness. He had witnessed the overwhelming power, speed, and precision of that dragon flame cutter, far exceeding his expectations. The attack power of that mutated beetle undoubtedly reached the pinnacle level of a fifth-tier warrior, even bearing a trace of ancient pressure that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Jin, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sharpening. This sergeant, whom he had previously dismissed as background noise, had instantly ascended to the ranks of a formidable opponent worthy of high alert. The door to the C3 compartment was tightly shut, yet the steady aura leaking through the crack seemed to carry an even heavier weight. Inside, Lin Jin sat, replaying that horrifyingly precise strike in his mind. His steel rock giant tortoise possessed greater defensive strength than the mountain beast. Yet in the face of such a terrifying penetrating attack that disregarded defense and struck at its weaknesses, he had no absolute confidence in fully withstanding it. Attacking the core node, a terrifying insight, he silently assessed, raising his appraisal of Lin Jin once more. The door to the D5 compartment suddenly swung open, and Wang Lei peered out, watching Lin Jin enter the compartment, his eyes filled with astonishment and fervent battle intent. So swift, so ruthless. What kind of attack was that? A flicker of silver lightning seemed to flash across his shoulder. However, my speed, it may not be able to keep up. The other competitors buzzed with discussions. My heavens, what kind of beetle was that? Its attack power is simply terrifying. Shirley's rock armor defense is top-notch within our team. Yet it was vanquished in a single strike? Who is this Lin Jin? I've never heard of him before. Which family is secretly nurturing him? Given that he holds the rank of sergeant, could he be affiliated with the military? Now this is intriguing. It seems young Master Chen has encountered a rival. Lin Jin appeared unfazed by the gazes and discussions, calmly shutting the compartment door, isolating himself from the external clamor. He settled into a chair, closing his eyes to recuperate. The crimson blade conveyed a faint feedback of minimal exhaustion from within the Beastmaster space. The battle just fought seemed more like a precise warm-up for it. Its mental energy consumption was negligible. The matches continued on the screen. Other arenas engaged in combat, radiating bursts of light, interspersed with roars of beasts, a spectacle of excitement. Yet, with Lin Jin's earth-shattering swift kill as the prologue, the subsequent battles appeared somewhat tepid. As the matches progressed, Lin Jin took the stage. His opponent was a fourth-tier Wind Shadow Leopard, known for its speed. The Wind Shadow Leopard transformed into streaks of azure phantoms, its claws and wind blades relentlessly striking against the steel rock giant tortoise's mountainous shell, producing a cacophony of clinks, yet leaving not even a trace. Lin Jin commanded with composure. The steel rock giant tortoise remained steadfast, merely executing the occasional earth pulse quake, destabilizing the high-speed movements of the Wind Shadow Leopard. Ultimately, the Wind Shadow Leopard, exhausted from futile attacks, was sent flying off the stage by a simple, unadorned charge from the steel rock giant tortoise. Unmatched defense. Immovable as a mountain, the audience erupted in respectful applause. Wang Lei took the stage next, facing a third-tier Thornvine demon adept in toxic fog and binding techniques. As the battle commenced, the swift electric weasel transformed into a silver flash, its speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The Thornvine demon's toxic fog and binding tendrils were utterly unable to keep pace with its shadow. A paralyzing electric ball struck true, while the lightning shadow clone misled its vision, and the lightning ambush struck like a specter. In less than 10 seconds, the core tendrils of the Thornvine demon were shredded by the sharp claws. The audience was astonished by this unparalleled speed, erupting in fervent cheers. Chun Hao's appearance elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. His opponent was a fourth-tier ironclad rampaging bear, renowned for its brute strength. The ironclad rampaging bear roared as it charged forth, an intimidating spectacle. Chun Hao wore a disdainful smirk, not even bothering to shift his position. The lava earth dragon merely lifted its massive forepaw, covered in lava scales, delivering a seemingly casual ground strike. Boom! Like a meteorite collision. The ironclad rampaging bear's proud armor crumpled as if made of paper, its colossal body propelled into the air by the overwhelming force, blood gushing from its mouth. Akin to a torn sack, sent flying several meters away to crash against the protective shield at the edge of the arena, collapsing unconscious. The entire arena erupted in fervor. Chun Hao reveled in the thunderous cheers and adoring glances of the crowd, as the lava ground dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar, heralding the arrival of a true champion. The first round of the competition concluded in succession, with formidable contenders like Chun Hao, Lin Jin, and Wang Lei effortlessly advancing. A few other competitors, possessing commendable strength, also emerged victorious after fierce battles. However, there were a handful of surprising upsets, where seasoned fighters of the fourth tier fell prey to opponents exploiting elemental weaknesses or tactical strategies. Lin Jin's name, accompanied by his breathtaking instant kill, rippled through the arena like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves of shock and apprehension that spread rapidly. From being a mere backdrop, Lin Jin had transformed into a formidable dark horse, a force to be reckoned with, alongside his terrifying blaze beetle. With the conclusion of the first round, the list of advancing participants was promptly displayed. The chief judge's voice resonated, announcing that the names and numbers of all qualifiers were now on the massive screen. With Lin Jin's name prominently featured, the second round would commence tomorrow. Contestants were urged to prepare themselves. At that moment, the atmosphere in the backstage was enveloped in an almost tangible pressure, heightening the tension and gravity of the situation. The results of the first round had been revealed, and many competitors of slightly lesser abilities had been eliminated in the fierce contest, leaving only the elite among the elite. The remaining participants exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a desire for victory and wariness towards their rivals. They all understood that the upcoming battles would be a life-and-death struggle, where a single misstep could lead to elimination. Amidst this tense ambience, the contestants began to adjust their states of mind. Some were lost in contemplation, pondering strategies, while others silently prayed to avoid facing the top-tier contenders, hoping to avoid early elimination in the second round. Each individual exerted themselves to the fullest, preparing for the more merciless challenges ahead. Lin Jin remained in a meditative state, his breath calm and steady, akin to the stillness at the center of a storm. His mental faculties were quietly at work, replaying the crucial moments of the battles he had just observed, analyzing the characteristics, habits, and potential weaknesses of his key opponents. Chun Hao's overwhelming power, Li Yan's impenetrable defense, Wang Lei's extraordinary speed, and the hidden dark horse with ice attributes that he had identified. The first day of the preliminary matches drew to a close. The second round would commence the following morning. Chapter 23, Advancing Again. The night of recuperation for the backstage preparation area felt interminable, as if stretched by an unseen hand into a protracted ordeal. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, the restless energy of contract beasts, and an intensified mental pressure. Eliminated contestants departed in disappointment, while the qualifiers seized every moment to refine their states, either quietly discussing strategies or meditating in focus. The tension in the air palpable enough to hum. The contestants had largely remained in the venue throughout the night, conserving their energy in their compartments while analyzing potential opponents. Lin Jin's B7 compartment stood as a solitary island amidst this sea of anxiety. He continued to sit in tranquil meditation, his breath long and even, as if the astonishing instant kill had never transpired. In the beast space, the red flame conveyed a steady and fervent pulse. The recent battle was merely a warm-up for it. The all-seeing eye was far from dormant. Golden streams of data surged silently within the depths of his consciousness, endlessly dissecting and reconstructing every significant battle he had observed. The explosive power of Chun Hao's lava ground dragon, the barely perceptible energy fluctuations during Li Yin's defensive transitions, The trajectory patterns left behind by Wang Lei's lightning ferret during its extreme bursts of speed. Each detail was meticulously recorded, analyzed, and archived into a cold database. This was his battlefield. Long before stepping onto the platform, the fight had already begun. The second round was about to commence. Random matchups were underway. The chief judge's booming voice shattered the somber atmosphere of the backstage like a clarion call. The colossal circular screen displayed the names and numbers of all qualifying contestants, cascading like a waterfall. This time, the intensity of everyone's gaze was even more fervent, more anxious. The luck of the first round was now a distant memory. The second round heralded stronger adversaries and more brutal eliminations. In compartment A1, Chunhao stood with arms crossed, relaxed in demeanor, yet with eyes sharp as a hawk. Scanning the screen, he yearned for an encounter with Lin Jin, eager to crush this dark horse with absolute power and demonstrate to all who the true prodigy of Yan Huang No. 7 truly was. The lava-ground dragon exuded a wild battle intent in the beast space. The C3 compartment remained as silent as a rock. Lien's gaze was calm. Regardless of his opponent, he would meet them with the steadfastness of the earth itself. Suddenly, the door of compartment D5 burst ajar. Wang Lei emerged, his expression not one of tension, but rather overflowing with joy and fiery battle spirit. His eyes sparkled, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. As he intensely stared towards Lin Jin's compartment, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Ha, Lin Jin, I've been waiting for you. Your beetle packs a punch. But can it catch my little electric spark?" An invisible arc of electricity seemed to leap from his shoulders, and he was in an ecstatic state of exhilaration. The door of compartment B7 slowly opened as well. Lin Jin stepped out calmly, still clad in his deep gray uniform, his hood obscuring any fluctuations of emotion on his face, as if the surrounding clamor and focused gazes were irrelevant to him. He merely cast a serene glance at the exuberant Wang Lei, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. To the third arena. Lin Jin, Wang Lei, please enter at once. The chief judge's voice rang out appropriately, and so they walked forth. Wang Lei erupted into a hearty laugh, eagerly dashing towards the passage leading to the third arena, his figure slicing through the air with such swiftness that it stirred a gust of wind. Lin Jin, however, maintained a steady pace, following closely behind with measured steps. The contrast between them was striking. One exuded fervent energy akin to a blazing fire, while the other radiated a tranquil yet stoic demeanor, captivating the attention of everyone backstage until their silhouettes vanished at the end of the corridor. The third arena was ablaze with excitement, a colossal circular screen now fixated on the unfolding spectacle. The audience erupted into even more fervent cheers and discussions than before. The swiftness of the lightning weasel and the terrifying offensive prowess of the blazing dragon beetle had already made a profound impression during the initial round, igniting the fervor of all present for this intense confrontation. Lin Jin, defeat that lightning wielder. Wang Lei, teach him a lesson with your speed. I bet on Wang Lei for the win. Speed is the ultimate path. I'm betting on Lin Jin. Offense is the only truth. In the stands, some even began to place bets on the spot, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Wang Lei was the first to step into the blinding spotlight, taking his position within the safety zone. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his overly exuberant emotions, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the passage's exit. His hands swiftly formed seals, his mental energy pulsating like a lit fuse, vibrating with intensity. Little electric, come forth. Let them witness what true speed looks like. ZZZZT. A dazzling silver arc of electricity erupted as if from thin air. Amidst the shrill crackle of electricity, a weasel, no larger than a domestic cat, adorned with a coat of shimmering silver fur and a tail flickering with unstable arcs of electricity, appeared before Wang Lei, none other than the fourth-tier battle spirit, the lightning weasel. Upon its arrival, it did not roar or intimidate like other contract beasts. Instead, it simply crouched quietly on the metallic surface of the arena, its bright, agile eyes glinting with silver sparks as it surveyed its surroundings. Its muscular form was sleek and taut, seemingly brimming with explosive power. An invisible yet intensely sharp presence emanated from it, distorting the surrounding air as if it were charged with electricity, ready to tear through space at any moment. Far more imposing than any roar. Squeak. The lightning weasel emitted a brief, sharp cry, the sound not loud, yet akin to an invisible electric whip cracking through the air, sending a tingling sensation through the heads of the front-row spectators. Lin Jin's figure calmly emerged at the entrance of the passage. He did not cast a glance at the fierce duo before him, but walked directly to his own safety zone. The all-knowing eye activated instantly into battle mode. Streams of golden data cascading down like a waterfall, locking onto that silver lightning sprite. Target, Lightning Weasel, 4th tier battle spirit. Attributes, lightning. Core skills, lightning assault, super high-speed linear movement with tearing claw strikes, paralytic electric ball, mid-range paralysis control. Lightning shadow clone, creates energy-disturbing physical afterimages to confuse perception and disrupt targeting. Energy operation, core lightning nucleus highly active, energy concentrated in limb muscles and tail tip, exhibiting immense explosive power. Weakness analysis, linear acceleration trajectory predictable, but maneuvering trajectory is exceedingly tricky, greatly interfered with by lightning shadow clone. Defense is weak. Shell strength comparable to high-tier mundane bone, energy resistance concentrated in lightning type, low resistance to physical attacks and other elemental assaults. Mental link highly synchronized. Beastmaster's command response speed is extremely rapid. Threat assessment. Medium-high, speed is the greatest weapon, combined with lightning shadow clone and paralysis control, difficult to lock on, with attacks of formidable penetration. A torrent of information flooded Lin Jin's mind. The Lightning Weasel's speed exceeded his expectations, particularly with its lightning shadow clone skill, which posed a veritable nightmare for conventional targeting methods. Wang Lei's mental fluctuations melded almost seamlessly with the Lightning Weasel, resulting in virtually zero command delay. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened as he communicated with Qifeng. The opponent's speed is extreme, excelling in clone deception and paralysis control. The weakness lies in its frail defense, which can be exploited. Activate magma armor, maintaining constant defense on vital points. Prioritize eliminating the clones to force a direct confrontation. Whoosh. Dark golden-red streams of light shimmered, and the figure of Qifeng, the blazing dragon beetle, hovered before Lin Jin. Unlike in the first match, it did not suppress its aura. The interwoven dark gold and crimson armor glimmered with a sheen reminiscent of flowing lava, exuding and unrestrained. Scorching dominance that conveyed the oppressive presence of a pinnacle 5th-tier battle spirit. The cold, dark golden compound eyes locked onto the silver lightning sprite. And as its mandibles opened and closed, sparks flew, creating an invisible field of intense heat that clashed violently with the fierce aura emanating from the Lightning Weasel. One was like a volcanic eruption, heavy and searing, incinerating all in its path. The other was akin to a thunderstorm, sharp and unmatched, tearing through the void. The two distinctly powerful auras collided thunderously in the third arena. The air felt as though it had ignited and been ionized, emitting a series of subtle explosive sounds. While the energy shield at the edge of the arena rippled violently, the uproar from the audience was forcibly subdued by this invisible clash, as everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. The match commenced. The chief referee's arm descended. Little electric, lightning shadow clone, lightning assault. Wang Lei bellowed his command, his voice infused with palpable excitement. He understood that in the face of Lin Jin's terrifying offensive capabilities, he must seize the initiative, utilizing his speed advantage to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT. The Lightning Weasel's form instantly became a blur. Dazzling silver light erupted. In an instant, 3 identical figures of the Lightning Weasel, each radiating silver electricity and indistinguishable in aura, materialized on the arena. They surged forth like 3 bolts of silver lightning, converging on the hovering Qifeng from 3 distinctly cunning angles, left, right, and a highly peculiar arced trajectory, forming a triangular formation, racing towards their target with such speed that they left only 3 dazzling silver streaks on the retina. Lightning Shadow Clone. Activate. The 3 figures blurred the line between reality and illusion, each imbued with intense energy disturbances, perfectly disrupting mental targeting and visual capture. More deadly still, as they sprinted, all 3 figures simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing 3 fist-sized paralytic electric balls, crackling with blinding arcs of electricity. The electric balls did not follow a linear path. Rather, they traced a bizarre arc, cutting off Qifeng's avenues for evasion. Wang Lei's tactical intent was crystal clear, to use the clones for deception and to seal the avenues of escape, forcing Qifeng to endure the paralysis control. Should it succumb, its speed would plummet, leaving it vulnerable to the Lightning Weasel's lethal lightning assault. How fast? 3. How to differentiate? It's over. There's no way to evade. Gasps erupted from the audience, many believing Lin Jin was on the verge of disaster. However, Lin Jin's gaze remained as calm as the depths of an abyss. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath his hood, did not twitch in the slightest. The golden glow of the all-knowing eye blazed deep within his eyes like a furnace. Dynamic trajectory capture. Energy disturbance analysis. Core lightning nucleus positioning. Target lock. Right rear arc trajectory clone. Energy disturbance intensity. Main body 95. Left side. Direct front clone. Energy disturbance intensity. Physical afterimage 45. Paralytic electric ball trajectory prediction. Conventional evasion path sealed, but a high-altitude channel remains open. The directive was transmitted through the soul link in mere fractions of a second. Chiefing. Blazing dragon wing. Ascend vertically. Max speed. Evade the electric balls. Dragon flame cut. Instantaneous pinpoint strike. Target. The true body to the right rear. Chiefing's response was nothing short of flawless. In the very moment the paralytic electric balls were about to encircle it, its dark, golden membranous wings flared wide to their utmost limit. Boom. The dark, golden flames surged forth like a volcanic eruption. A tremendous recoil propelled it like an arrow released from a bow. Ascending in an almost vertical angle to a height exceeding 30 meters above the ground, its speed leaving a trail of fiery afterimages in its wake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 paralyzing electric spheres narrowly passed beneath it, colliding and bursting into a shower of jumping arcs of electricity, yet failing to graze even the shell of the Crimson Blade. At that very moment, as the Crimson Blade ascended, its fearsome mandibles had already locked onto the doppelganger, trailing a bizarre arc behind. There was no need for a charge. A crimson golden beam, slightly less condensed but swifter and more agile, tore through the air like a precisely aimed sniper bullet, emitting a piercing shriek as it unerringly targeted the inevitable intersection of the doppelganger's trajectory. What? The ecstatic expression on Wang Lei's face abruptly stiffened, his pupils constricting. He never expected Lin Jin to instantly discern the thunder shadow doppelganger, nor did he anticipate the astonishing explosive speed of the Crimson Blade. Almost instinctively, he howled. Xiaodian, dodge quickly. But it was too late. The true form of the swift thunder ferret was charging with all its might. The inertia from its change of direction rendering it incapable of executing an effective evasion within such a short distance. Thud! The crimson golden beam pierced through the rear leg of the swift thunder ferret, close to its hip, like a glowing steel needle. And the highly condensed blazing dragon flame erupted instantaneously. A blood-curdling scream, distorted to an inhuman degree, reverberated across the arena. The silhouette of the swift thunder ferret, struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, lost its balance and crashed onto the hardened alloy ground, a patch of its silvery fur scorched. The wound deep enough to expose bone, the edges charred black, and the surrounding muscle tissue carbonized under the searing heat, the jumping arcs of electricity now disordered and chaotic. The intense pain caused it to curl up, convulsing violently. One strike, a devastating blow. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the rapid turn of events. Wang Lei's pride in his speed and the doppelganger's deception crumbled under Lin Jin's terrifying insight and the Crimson Blade's precision strike, which was utterly devastating. Chapter 24. The finals begin. Xiaodian. Wang Lei's eyes widened in anguish, his heart twisted in pain, yet his instincts as a beast master remained intact. Although the swift thunder ferret was gravely injured, it had not lost its fighting spirit. The resilience of a speed-oriented contract beast exceeded all expectations. Don't give up. Thunder shadow doppelganger. Confuse them, create distance. Wang Lei bellowed, his mental energy surging wildly as he attempted to stabilize the situation. The fallen swift thunder ferret endured the excruciating pain, its body once again sparkling with silvery light. 2 identical afterimages appeared instantaneously to its sides, and the 3 figures, dragging their wounded forms, scattered in 3 different directions with a speed that, while significantly slower than before, remained remarkably swift. Attempting to use the afterimages to confuse the Crimson Blade and buy time for respite and healing. The Crimson Blade hovered high in the air, its dark golden compound eyes coldly surveying the 3 silver shadows fleeing below. The data stream of the all-knowing eye locked onto the target once again. Target locked, left side escaping doppelganger. Energy disturbance intensity, main body 92. Movement trajectory, straight line, intending to create distance. Severe injury to right leg impairs evasion ability. Warning. Energy fluctuation of remaining 2 doppelgangers diminishing, threat level decreasing. Trying to escape? Lin Jin scoffed inwardly, unleashing a torrent of lava. An area-wide assault. Target, the left side true form's escape path. The Crimson Blade opened its jaws wide, abandoning precision for relentless compression, channeling the surging fire energy within. A chilling wave of heat brewed in its mandibles, the surrounding air warping violently from the high temperature. In the next moment, whoosh boom, a viscous, scorching stream of dark red lava, exuding a sense of annihilation, erupted from the Crimson Blade like a miniature volcanic explosion. Though the range was limited, it fell like a fiery waterfall, precisely covering the inevitable escape route of the left side doppelganger. The thick lava stream, bearing terrifying heat and immense impact, crashed down onto the alloy arena. Sizzle. The deafening sound of erosion accompanied by a plume of white smoke shot skyward. The alloy surface was instantly corroded into a charred shallow pit, lava splattering everywhere. A more desperate and heart-wrenching scream echoed. The left-side doppelganger was none other than the true form of the swift thunder ferret. Already injured and slowed, it had no chance of fully evading this area-wide strike. The viscous lava stream clung to its rear half and its injured right leg like a parasite, the horrifying burning pain consuming it instantly. Its silvery fur turning to ash in the lava, the flesh emitting a nauseating charred odor. The sheer force of the lava stream sent it tumbling, dragging a charred, smoking trail across the alloy surface. Its body convulsed violently, the silver electricity dimming significantly, and after struggling a few moments, it finally lay still, its form spasming involuntarily from the agony. The other two Thunder Shadow doppelgangers dissipated like bubbles the moment their true form sustained grievous injuries. The outcome was clear. The entire beast fighting arena was once again engulfed in profound silence. Only the slow cooling and solidifying lava on the arena, accompanied by its sizzling sounds, and the faint, pained whimpers of the swift thunder ferret remained. Wang Lei stood frozen in the safety zone, his face drained of color, staring vacantly at his gravely injured and near-death companion on the arena, his lips trembling violently, fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. The earlier ecstasy and battle fervor had vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of defeat and heartache. The speed he prided himself on appeared so pale and powerless under Lin Jin's penetrating gaze and the crimson blade's precise and violent strikes. The chief judge took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and announced loudly, "The victor, Lin Jin." Medical personnel rushed onto the arena once more, carefully lifting the gravely burned and barely conscious swift thunder ferret away. The arena was left with the shocking scars of lava and a faint, burnt odor. The crimson blade descended slowly, retracting all its aura, quietly hovering before Lin Jin. Its dark golden compound eyes swept over the despondent Wang Lei, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Jin nodded slightly, turned, and calmly walked down from the arena. The audience erupted in even more fervent cheers and discussions than in the first round. My heavens! Another instant defeat. Not an instant kill, but a crushing victory. Wang Lei's speed looks like a joke in front of him. What kind of monster is that beetle? Strong attack is one thing, but its insight and reaction speed are equally monstrous. Blazing Dragon Armored Beetle? I'll remember that name. So powerful. A dark horse. Absolutely a dark horse. Chunhao is definitely in trouble now. In the backstage preparation area, the competitors watching this unfold on the screen were collectively rendered speechless. If Lin Jin's instant kill in the first round had shocked them, this round's overwhelming counter against Wang Lei's speed left them with a profound sense of chill and helplessness. In the A1 booth, Chunhao's expression darkened completely. He stared intently at the disappearing figure of Lin Jin on the screen, his eyes no longer holding any contempt, only wariness and a surge of battle intent. Insight into weaknesses, predicting trajectories. What a Lin Jin. It seems this is his talent. I must show my true abilities. He muttered to himself, while the lava earth dragon in the beast taming space emitted a furious low roar. In the C3 booth, Li Yan's rock-solid face also displayed an extremely grave expression. He pondered to himself, confronted by the enigmatic speed of Wang Lei and the lightning shadow clone. He recognized that while relying on defense might allow him to remain unbeaten, it was utterly impossible to inflict a precise and devastating blow to the opponent's core in such a brief period, as Lin Jin had done. The insight and striking efficiency demonstrated by Lin Jin filled him with an unprecedented sense of pressure. Weakness, attack the core, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously caressing the armrest of his chair. The gazes of the other competitors directed towards the B7 booth were now tinged with reverence, even fear. The name Lin Jin, accompanied by his unfathomable insight and the fierce brilliance of that terrifying armored beetle, had undoubtedly become the most unpredictable and threatening variable in this selection competition. Lin Jin returned to his booth and calmly closed the door. His mental energy flowed gently as he began to simulate potential battle scenarios for the next encounter. The pinnacle confrontation between Lin Jin and Wang Lei. A clash of speed and power, deception and insight, resonated like thunder echoing through the skies above the Yanhuang No. 7 barrier, with its aftershocks lingering long afterward. The arena was a cacophony of noise, while the backstage preparation area fell into an unusual silence, as if time itself had been frozen by the searing marks of molten lava and the mournful wails of the lightning weasel. Inside the B7 booth, Lin Jin sat in stillness with closed eyes, his breath elongated. The steady pulse from Chiefing resonated within the beast taming space, indicating that the previous battle had exerted only a minor toll, yet that fervent fighting spirit burned like a flame in a furnace, growing ever more intense. The activation level of the world-destroying cataclysmic flame stabilized at 017, with a trace of pure ancient dragon might settling within. The all-knowing eye remained in operation. The golden streams of data surged within his consciousness, dissecting the recent battle down to its minutest details. Was Wang Lei's talent a form of dynamic visual enhancement? Acceleration of neural reflexes? Or perhaps some rare affinity for lightning? Lin Jin could not ascertain with complete certainty, but the near-instantaneous mental synchronization demonstrated by Wang Lei, akin to the lightning weasel's almost zero latency, along with his rapid execution of complex commands, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary beast tamer. Such a gift was akin to adding wings to a speed-oriented beast tamer. Had it not been for the absolute insight suppression of the all-knowing eye and Qifeng's precise execution, the outcome would have been uncertain. The essence of the lightning shadow clone transcended mere illusion. The energy disturbances of the corporeal remnants were astonishingly realistic, capable of absorbing a portion of attacks. This was not merely a skill effect. It resembled an exquisite manipulation of lightning energy by the lightning weasel, or rather, a manifestation of energy sculpted under Wang Lei's mental commands. Should this ability mature, its potential would be immense. Analyze, archive, simulate. Lin Jin operated like the most sophisticated war machine, converting every threat posed by his opponent into nourishment for his own growth. He was acutely aware that his forthcoming adversaries would only grow stronger and more dangerous. In booth D5, the door remained tightly shut, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Wang Lei sat despondently in his chair, hands tangled in his hair, his shoulders trembling slightly. The medical report had already been synchronized. The lightning weasel suffered from corrosive fractures in its right hind leg bones, extensive carbonization and necrosis of muscle tissue, and severe nerve damage. Even with the finest genetic agents and biological repair technologies, it would be nearly impossible to restore its peak speed, unless they obtained precious nerve repair resources. This was a devastating blow for both him and the lightning weasel. Xiao Jian, Wang Lei's voice was hoarse, laden with nasal inflection. He was not one to shy away from defeat, but he could not bear the thought of his partner suffering such severe consequences due to his flawed tactical judgment. Lin Jin's all-seeing gaze and Qifeng's precise, ruthless strikes were etched like a brand deep within his mind. Insight, weakness, how did he achieve it? Wang Lei's eyes brimmed with unwillingness and profound trepidation. His prideful speed talent, which endowed him with reflexes and command execution far beyond the norm, appeared fragile in the face of absolute insight. He accepted his defeat with a sense of resigned admiration. In booth A1, Chun Hao's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water. The screen before him froze on the image of Lin Jin calmly descending from the arena. The magma earth dragon transmitted an agitated growl from the beast taming space, sensing its master's anger and the subtle threat emanating from Qifeng, a peak 5th tier battle soldier. With grotesquely precise attacks and that damned insight, Chun Hao muttered under his breath, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the metallic table, producing a dull thud. His father had newly contracted the magma crawler. Perhaps he could leverage that power? A thought flashed through his mind. He possessed not only his own strength, but also the vast resources behind him. He would not permit a sergeant emerging from the lower ranks to step on his head and seize the key to the new star's secret realm. In booth C3, Li Yan remained seated like a rock, though his breathing was somewhat heavier than usual. He repeatedly reviewed the replays of Lin Jin's 2 matches, particularly the moments when he shattered Wang Lei's lightning shadow clone and severely injured the lightning weasel. It was no mere coincidence. Each attack struck with precision at the weakest, most lethal points, or the inevitable nodes in the trajectory of movement. Li Yan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with gravity and a hint of perplexity. His talent was earth perception, allowing him to establish a deeper connection with his contracted beast, sharing certain sensory experiences. And he excelled at sensing the vibrations of the earth and the flow of energy, granting him a significant advantage in defense and positional warfare. Yet, the near precognitive insight displayed by Lin Jin transcended his comprehension. Against such an opponent, could his prideful absolute defense still remain unassailable? He had to endure the initial onslaught and find an opportunity. Li Yan silently strategized possible battle plans against Lin Jin. In the other booths, the atmosphere was stifling. The name Lin Jin hung like a heavy lead weight on the hearts of every competitor yet to be eliminated. His strength lay not only in that fearsome armored beetle, but also in his unfathomable insight, which seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. This surpassed their conventional understanding of power. The competition continued. Despite Lin Jin's brilliance preceding them, the battles on other platforms remained captivating, showcasing the diversity and potential of the younger generation from Yanhuang No. 7. On Arena 4, a female beast tamer named Zhou Qian showcased her 4th tier battle soldier, the Storm Falcon, exhibiting astonishing aerial combat skills. Her talent appeared to be airflow affinity, allowing her to subtly sense and guide changes in air currents. Under her command, the Storm Falcon danced through the skies, employing intricate air vortexes to maneuver the cumbersome rock giant as if it were a mere plaything, ultimately defeating it with a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Graceful and ethereal, it was a sight to behold. Simultaneously, a competitor named Chun-Ling revealed her prowess. Employing her ice attribute Frost White Tiger to achieve a crushing victory, her ice-type beast held a significant advantage in the fire and earth-dominated environment of the Yanhuang No. 7 barrier. The second round concluded. The day's events came to a close, yet discussions among the spectators remained fervent. The following morning, the arena buzzed with life. The cacophony within the arena fermented in the morning's dim light, akin to a long-suppressed volcano ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. The artificial dome simulated a not-so-warm dawn. The cold metallic stands reflecting an equally frigid sheen. The audience had become a roiling sea, their voices crashing against the thick energy shield, producing a deep, continuous rumble. In the backstage preparation area, the air was thick as if congealed asphalt, an invisible pressure weighing down every corner. The remaining 8 qualifiers were scattered across their respective metallic booths, some with closed eyes in concentration, others nervously adjusting their breathing, or repeatedly stroking the summoning marks of their contracted beasts. After the brutal elimination, only 8 contestants advanced to the third round, also known as the quarterfinals. The colossal screen unveiled the list of the top 8, with no particular ranking. Lin Jin, the fiery dragon beetle, 5th rank warrior. Chen Hao, the lava earth dragon, 5th rank warrior. Chun-Ling, the frosty white tiger, 4th rank warrior. Lien, the steel rock giant shield turtle, 4th rank warrior. Zhou Qian, the storm falcon, 4th rank warrior. Wu Gang, the iron armored bull, 4th rank warrior. Sun Hao, the iron arm monkey, 4th rank warrior. And Zhao Min, the water arrow turtle, 4th rank warrior. With the release of this list, the hierarchy of strength became evidently clear. The top 4, Lin Jin, Chen Hao, Chun-Ling, and Lien, were widely acknowledged as the most formidable contenders for the coveted 5th representative spot. The third round, the semifinals, commenced with a hint of excitement in the chief referee's voice. The screen rolled once more, heightening the tension in everyone's hearts, especially for the top 4 competitors. None wished to face each other before the final opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. The matchups were finalized. Semi-final match 1, Arena 1, Lin Jin, B7 versus Wu Gang, E7. Semi-final match 2, Arena 2, Chen Hao, A1 versus Zhao Min, F9. Semi-final match 3, Arena 3, Chun-Ling, C5 versus Sun Hao, D8. Semi-final match 4, Arena 4, Lien, C3 versus Zhou Qian, B2. Boom. As the match results were announced, the entire beast fighting arena erupted with fervor. This was the long-awaited semi-final. In the backstage preparation area, Lin Jin opened his eyes and gazed at the name of his opponent, Wu Gang, displayed on the screen. It seemed the military intended to position the seeded contestants for the finals. He stood calmly, making his way down the passage. His eyes, sharp as blades beneath the hood, reflected his unwavering resolve. Before him and the Crimson Edge, no barrier was insurmountable. Wu Gang also pushed through the partition door, his steps steady, reminiscent of a moving mountain. His gaze imbued with the steadfastness of rock. The steel rock giant shield turtle emanated a heavy and stable aura within the beast's space. Defense was his creed. In compartment A1, Chen Hao, upon seeing his opponent Zhao Min, exhaled in relief, thankful not to encounter Lin Jin before the finals. Zhou Qian, Wu Gang, and the others regarded their opponents with rekindled fighting spirit. Though their hopes for the top 5 seemed dim, reaching this stage was an honor in itself, and they were determined to fight with all their might. The semifinals commenced. The passage leading to the arena was brilliantly illuminated, culminating in a roar akin to a tidal wave. Lin Jin and Wu Gang briefly crossed paths in the corridor. Their gazes met calmly, devoid of words. Yet the air was thick with the unspoken clash of martial intent. Chapter 25, the semifinals begin. Emerging simultaneously from the exclusive passage of Arena 1, Lin Jin and Wu Gang presented a striking contrast. Wu Gang, true to his name, was a robust figure enveloped in specially designed heavy armor, each step resonating with the weight of a mountain. His face bore the marks of time and resilience, his eyes tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of fear in the face of formidable opponents, exuding an almost reverent focus. Lin Jin remained clad in his deep gray uniform, his features obscured in the shadows of the passage. He cast a calm glance at Wu Gang, his expression as unruffled as a stone by the roadside. Before stepping into the glaring spotlight of the arena, the enormous circular screen had locked its focus onto Arena 1. As Wu Gang summoned his partner, A wave of suppressed astonishment rippled through the audience. The low growl, akin to distant thunder, heralded the arrival of a colossal creature upon the alloy arena, the iron-armored bull. Measuring almost 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, it was enveloped in thick, plate-like armor that shimmered with a metallic sheen, its dark, horned hide glistening ominously. Its sturdy limbs resembled massive columns, each thud against the arena floor echoing with a sense of impending doom. Its massive head bore a spiraled horn that glimmered with a sinister light, exhaling hot white vapor. The palpable aura of a fourth-rank warrior weighed heavily upon every spectator's heart, an embodiment of absolute defense and raw power. Standing within the safety zone, Wu Gang pressed his hands onto a miniature, earthen-colored array before him, his mental focus sharpened to a razor's edge, merging with the iron-armored bull. His strategy was crystal clear: remain immovable as a mountain, wear down his opponent with absolute defense, and await the perfect moment to counterattack. The iron-armored bull lowered its massive body, concealing its relatively vulnerable abdomen behind its thick shoulder armor, its enormous head slightly bowed, horn aimed forward. Adopting the classic stance of an ironclad charge, like a fortress poised to unleash its might, Lin Jin approached his safety zone, his thoughts stirring. A rush of dark golden and crimson light tore through the air. The fiery dragon beetle, Crimson Edge, hovered several meters above the ground. Its thick exoskeleton shimmered with a molten glow, its fierce mandibles snapping, sparks flying. The intense presence of a fifth-rank warrior combined with the ancient aura of world-consuming flames surged like an invisible tempest. Colliding with the immense weight of the iron-armored bull's pressure, the air groaned under the strain of two opposing forces. One side unleashed a cataclysmic eruption of lava, while the other embodied the unyielding might of a steel mountain. The match had begun. The chief referee's arm descended decisively. Iron wall. Charge. Wu Gang's roar resonated like a battle drum, brimming with unwavering resolve. He understood that passive defense against Lin Jin's terrifying offensive power would only lead to gradual disintegration. The only path forward was to attack, utilizing the iron-armored bull's formidable momentum to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Boom. The iron-armored bull surged into motion, its hooves pounding the alloy ground with deafening intensity. Its massive form erupted with terrifying speed, incongruent with its size, like an uncontrollable heavy battering ram, propelled by a violent force that threatened to obliterate all in its path. Lowering its head, the spiraled horn glimmered ominously as it tore through the air, charging fiercely toward the suspended Crimson Edge, creating a visible conical shockwave in its wake. Gasps erupted from the audience as they envisioned the fearsome beetle being crushed to fragments by this overwhelming onslaught. However, Lin Jin's expression remained unperturbed. The golden light of the all-seer's eye erupted from the depths of his gaze. In his field of vision, streams of golden data cascaded like a waterfall. Target: iron-armored bull, iron wall charge state. Weakness analysis: charge trajectory is linear, difficult to change direction. The thick armor's defense is concentrated at the front and back, with relative vulnerability at the joints. During the charge, the energy gathering point at the horn and the rear hoof impact point create a temporary energy vacuum, causing a 15 drop in defense. Energy operation: core Earth nucleus is operating beyond capacity, channeling power to the horn and limbs, energy shields synchronously advancing, creating a brief gap in side and rear defenses. The torrent of information instantly transformed into cold commands, transmitted through the soul link directly to Crimson Edge. Crimson Edge: fiery dragon wings, maximum elevation. Evade the collision path. Unleash a lava spew to cover the rear end of its charge trajectory, creating a high-temperature mire. Target locked. Right hind knee joint energy vacuum, dragon flame slash. Instant pinpoint shot. The command was clear, concise, and lethal. The suspended Crimson Edge's dark, golden membranous wings suddenly flared open. Boom. The dark, golden flames surged forth like a volcanic eruption, propelled by a formidable recoil that sent it soaring straight up to an altitude of 40 meters, leaving behind a scorching afterimage in its wake. The rampaging ironclad bull charged with a piercing shriek that cleaved through the air, narrowly skimming beneath it at a perilous distance of less than 5 meters, the ferocious gusts it generated causing the figure of Chiefeng to sway slightly in the heights. Meanwhile, as Chiefeng ascended, its menacing jaws were already aimed at the latter half of the ironclad bull's charging trajectory. Whoosh boom. A viscous, searing, dark red torrent of lava, exuding an aura of devastation, erupted violently from Chiefeng's mouth, accurately engulfing the section of alloy ground just traversed by the ironclad bull, where its hind hooves were poised to exert force. Sizzle crack. The jarring sound of erosion accompanied by a billowing cloud of white smoke erupted forth. The once unyielding alloy surface softened, melted, and subsided under the terrifying heat, forming a lava mire with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a depth nearing half a meter. Bubbling with dark red froth. The viscous lava, imbued with a powerful adhesive force and persistent burning damage, ensnared the ironclad bull's massive body, which was leveraging its forward momentum to stomp down with its hind hooves, preparing for a second acceleration or a change of direction. However, one of its stout hind hooves stumbled heavily into the freshly formed, not yet fully solidified lava mire. Muah! A piercing cry of agony instantly drowned out the roar of the charge. The iron hoof, capable of collapsing city walls, sank into the sticky, searing lava. The dreadful heat swiftly burning through the keratin layer, producing a nauseating scent of charred flesh, while the overwhelming adhesive force caused it to lose balance in an instant. The furious momentum of the charge was abruptly stifled. The massive body lurched forward uncontrollably, stumbling awkwardly as its right hind leg sank deep into the lava, the agonizing pain causing it to tremble violently. Time was fleeting. In the sky, Chiefing's multifaceted eyes had already locked onto the target, the relatively vulnerable joint of the right hind knee of the ironclad bull, now exposed due to its intense pain and loss of balance. There lay the energy vacuum zone marked by the all-seeing eye. Buzz! A beam of concentrated, finger-thick, destructive golden red light, akin to the spear of judgment from death itself, tore through the heavens, shrieking as it descended with pinpoint accuracy. The target was the knee joint, now vulnerable from muscle spasms due to unbearable pain, and its defenses reduced to the bare minimum. Too fast, too precise. Wu Gang's eyes widened in horror. His voice a strained roar. Iron wall. Protect. Yet the command was scarcely uttered. Sizzle crack. The excruciating sound of molten penetration and shattering bones erupted. The golden red beam penetrated the relatively weak keratin defenses of the ironclad bull's knee joint without hindrance, the highly concentrated dragon fire energy exploding within the joint cavity, corroding and shattering the hard bones, while the thick tendons carbonized and snapped under the intense heat. Moo! The ironclad bull emitted a despairing wail. Its right hind leg severed as if by an invisible giant axe, unable to bear its tremendous weight any longer. Its massive form collapsed like a crumbling mountain, crashing down onto the edge of the molten lava mire, splattering dark red magma everywhere. Convulsing in agony, its right hind leg twisted at an unnatural angle. The charred wound deep enough to expose bone, while dark red blood mingled with lava gushed forth, instantly robbing it of all fighting capability. From the beginning to the end of the match, merely 10 seconds. Absolute defense, in the face of absolute power and absolute insight, crumbled like a paper castle, crushed mercilessly. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Only the bubbling sounds of the lava mire and the heavy, pained breaths of the ironclad bull remained. Sun Hao stood frozen in the safety zone, his face as pale as a ghost, his body feeling as if all strength had been drained, staggering slightly as he gazed in disbelief at his fallen companion. The once unyielding gaze of stone showed its first cracks, overwhelming feelings of defeat and heartache engulfing him. His proud iron wall appeared utterly feeble against Lin Jin's penetrating gaze and Chiefing's precise, violent strike. Winner, Lin Jin. The chief referee, suppressing his own shock, announced loudly. If he was not mistaken, that had already been a prototype of a domain skill, a skill exclusive to lords. Chiefing descended slowly, retracting all flames. Quietly hovering before Lin Jin, the dark, golden, multifaceted eyes swept over the ironclad bull, which was in pain and struggling, and the disheartened Sun Hao. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Lin Jin nodded slightly, turned, and calmly walked down from the arena. The audience erupted behind him with a roar, filled with fervor, shock, and reverence. Meanwhile, the battle on the second arena had concluded even more swiftly and bloodily. Sun Hao's opponent, Zhao Min, had a contract beast that was a Tier 4 water arrow turtle. As the match began, the water arrow turtle had just gathered energy for a high-pressure water cannon when Sun Hao wore a cruel smile, not even bothering to move. Crush it. The cold command was issued. The lava earth dragon emitted a deafening, brutal roar, its dark red body transforming into a torrent of destruction. It employed no flashy skills, merely the simplest, most primal, and violently straightforward charge, the earth charge. Its massive forelimbs, covered in lava scales, slammed down like a siege hammer. Crash! The spine-tingling sound of shell shattering filled the air. The water arrow turtle's once proud shell crumpled under the weight of absolute power, collapsing and fracturing instantly. The water arrow turtle was unable to emit even a cry. Its massive body was sent flying off the ground by the terrifying force. Blood and internal fragments spurting from its mouth, crashing down like a broken puppet against an energy shield dozens of meters away, producing a dull thud as its shell shattered, sliding limply to the ground, its life unknown. Instant kill. Absolute domination. Shunhao reveled in the tsunami of fervent cheers from the stands. While the lava earth dragon roared to the heavens, its brutal dragon might unleashed without restraint. He cast a provocative glance at Lin Jin, who had just stepped off the arena, a smirk of unmasked disdain and battle intent curling his lips. The battle on the third arena was akin to a graceful yet deadly dance of ice and snow. Chunling's opponent, Sun Hao, also had a Tier 4 contract beast, the Iron Arm Ape. Learning from Wu Gang's lesson, Sun Hao refrained from a reckless charge, instead directing the Iron Arm Ape to proceed steadily, attempting to wear down defenses. However, the moment Chunling's frosty white tiger made its entrance, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted. Its icy blue, luxurious fur stirred without wind, and beneath its elegant form lay a chilling aura of death. Chunling's expression was composed, her gaze focused, her innate ice-heart clarity allowing her to achieve an unparalleled spiritual link with the white tiger, perceiving every shift in airflow and temperature across the arena. Ice mist rise. Her voice was as cool as ice beads falling onto a jade plate. The frosty white tiger elegantly raised its head, opening its mouth to exhale. It was not a raging ice storm, but rather a silent, rapidly spreading dense ice-blue mist, chilling to the core, wherever it passed. The alloy surface instantly crystallized into a smooth layer of ice. Another prototype of a domain skill. The Iron Arm Ape's heavy limbs slipped on the icy surface. Its charge severely disrupted as it clumsily adjusted its footing. Sun Hao's expression changed. Frost path, tread snow. Chunling's command shifted once more. The frosty white tiger moved. It traversed the mist-laden ground on 4 agile limbs as if treading upon solid earth, exceeding even the speed of light. The ice-blue figure transformed into a graceful streak, appearing and vanishing amidst the icy fog. Each fleeting emergence was accompanied by a lethal ice claw strike or a frozen spike, precisely severing the vulnerable joints of the Iron Arm gorilla or targeting its straining limbs. The icy blades etched deep scars upon its thick, horned hide, as frigid air relentlessly permeated its defenses. Though the Iron Arm gorilla possessed immense strength, it was ensnared like a colossal beast caught in a spider's web. Utterly subdued by this realm of extreme cold and ethereal swiftness, it roared in fury, stomping the ground in an attempt to shatter the ice. Yet each forceful strike was met with the treacherous slickness of the icy surface, amplifying its vulnerabilities. Chunling's tactics were calm and efficient, utilizing environmental control and her speed advantage to gradually ensnare Sun Hao and his Iron Arm gorilla in a frost-laden death trap. Ultimately, the frostwing white tiger seized upon a moment when the Iron Arm gorilla lost its balance, delivering a long-charged breath of frigid air that accurately struck its left arm joint. The bone-chilling cold instantaneously froze tendons and muscle. The Iron Arm gorilla howled in anguish, crashing to the ground, completely enveloped by the subsequent storm of ice. Encased and stripped of its fighting spirit, Chunling's countenance remained unruffled as she recalled her elegantly striding white tiger and departed with tranquility. Her mastery over the frost domain and her control left an indelible impression on all present. Chapter 26. The appearance of the third-place contestant. The battle on Arena 4 was the longest and most brutal, showcasing an extreme confrontation between air and ground. Lian's steel rock giant shield turtle lay like an ancient mountain, sprawling in the center of the arena. Its heavy rocky shell adorned with patterns reminiscent of the Earth's veins. Its passive defense was elevated to the utmost extreme. Lian stood steadfast as a mountain within the safety zone, his mental focus razor-sharp, his innate earth perception allowing him to share every tremor of the arena with his contracted beast. His opponent, Zhou Qian, commanded a 4th-tier battle beast, the Storm Falcon. This azure giant falcon, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters, was a favored child of the skies. Zhou Qian's talent lay in her affinity for airflow, enabling her to keenly sense and manipulate changes in air currents, bestowing the Storm Falcon with astonishing aerial maneuverability. As the match commenced, the Storm Falcon transformed into a streak of azure lightning, soaring skyward. It traced dazzlingly intricate trajectories in the air, exploiting air vortexes to execute nearly impossible turns, sudden stops, and dives. Dense wind blades poured down like a torrential rain from all angles, striking the steel rock giant shield turtle's robust shell with a cacophony of ringing sounds akin to a torrential downpour. Sparks flew. The hard rocky shell bore numerous white marks, yet could not genuinely breach its defenses. Li Yin remained as steady as a mountain, commanding with certainty. Rock armor shield. A flash of earthy energy illuminated the surface of the giant turtle, further enhancing its defensive prowess. Earth tremor. The turtle's powerful forelimb suddenly stomped the ground. A deep, resonant shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, violently shaking the entire arena. The Storm Falcon, having just completed a high-speed dive and ready to ascend, was thrown off balance by this sudden tremor, narrowly evading disaster. Yet its fluid offensive momentum faltered. Zhou Qian's forehead glistened with sweat as her mental energy surged, striving to regain control of the rhythm. Tornado of rending, she cried out. The storm falcon shrieked fiercely, its wings flapping wildly. Two highly compressed, violently rotating azure tornadoes swiftly formed, akin to two roaring wind dragons, one to the left and one to the right, crashing down upon the earthen mountain below with a devastating force. Boom, boom. The tornadoes collided against the giant turtle's robust shell, producing a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder. The furious airflow tore at the rocky shell, sending fragments cascading down. The immense body of the giant turtle was pushed back over a meter from the impact, carving deep furrows in the alloy ground, with several fine cracks appearing on its shell. Li Yan's expression shifted, his gaze deepening with gravity. Crystal cluster proliferation, he intoned, hands forming seals as his mental energy surged forth. The crystalline patterns upon the turtle's shell suddenly glowed, as earthy energy crystals sprouted rapidly from the cracks, proliferating and covering the damaged areas. In an instant, not only were the cracks repaired, but an additional layer of energy crystal armor was formed, enhancing its defenses rather than diminishing them. This was Li Yan's hidden trump card, a skill that quickly repaired and fortified his defenses using earth energy. A flicker of despair crossed Zhou Qian's eyes. Ultimately, the Storm Falcon's attack power fell just short, unable to truly penetrate this self-repairing ultimate defense. The sustained high-intensity aerial assault exacted a tremendous toll on both the Storm Falcon's stamina and her mental energy. It is over, Li Yan declared solemnly. Earth tremor, maximum power. Target, airborne. The steel rock giant shield turtle emitted a deep growl like the rumble of the earth, its limbs deeply embedded in the alloy ground. The heavy crystal armor upon its back radiated a brilliant light as it raised its forelimb once more, this time channeling all its and Li Yan's strength, embodying the weight of the entire earth, and stomped down fiercely. Rumble, rumble. This shockwave was no longer circular, but akin to an invisible giant hammer, striking upward forcefully at the airborne Storm Falcon, with a broader range and concentrated power. The very air in the arena erupted with a deafening roar as it strained under the weight. The Storm Falcon struggled to evade, but the shockwave's coverage was too extensive. It was ultimately swept by the edge. Caw! A piercing cry of despair. The Storm Falcon was as if struck by an unseen giant hand, tumbling from the sky. Azure feathers scattering chaotically, crashing heavily upon the arena's edge, struggling a few times before being unable to rise again. Li Yan emerged victorious. Yet the victory was hard-won, fraught with peril. The crystalline armor upon his steel rock giant shield turtle dimmed, marred by the cuts of wind blades. Its breath significantly weakened. Yet it remained standing steadfast like a mountain. With the purest form of defense, he shattered the myth of agility in the skies. The 4 semifinals concluded, the dust settling. When the chief referee's resounding voice echoed through the smoke-laden arena, announcing the final 5 contenders, the vast circular screen illuminated the names and images of the victors in succession. Chun Hao, Lava Earth Dragon; Lin Jin, Blazing Flame Armored Insect; Chun Ling, Frostwing White Tiger; Li Yan, Steel Rock Giant Shield Turtle. Each name that lit up was met with a roar of approval from the corresponding supporters in the stands. Particularly, the names of Lin Jin and Chun Hao elicited a wave of fervor that seemed poised to shatter the very dome. Lin Jin stood at the entrance of the contestant passage, silently gazing at his name on the screen. The depths of his hooded gaze were inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow. The fiery spirit and desire from Qihong radiated within the beast space, as the aura of the world-burning cataclysm seemed to stir slightly. His gaze traversed the clamorous crowd, pinpointing the direction of Arena 2. There, Chun Hao was surrounded by fervent admirers. Sensing Lin Jin's gaze, Chun Hao abruptly turned his head. Across the expanse of the arena, their eyes met with the intensity of tangible blades clashing amidst the smoke, the scorched remnants of lava, and the lingering chill of frost. Erupting into an unspoken thunderclap, the artificial light above the arena's dome appeared murky and lethal amid the swirling smoke, lava burn marks, and unfading ice crystals. The screen began to scroll through the names of the 4 contestants before finally settling on a single matchup. Match 1. Li Yan vs. Chun Ling. Scene 1. Lin Jin vs. Chun Hao. The atmosphere is taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. The chief referee's authoritative voice reverberates throughout the arena. Final ranking match. Commence. In the first bout, Li Yan faces off against Chun Ling. Contestants, please enter the ring. On Arena 4, the spotlight shines down. Li Yan and Chun Ling emerge steadily from opposite ends of the passageway. Li Yan remains a moving mountain, his footsteps grounding him firmly. The colossal figure of the steel rock giant turtle appears upon the stage, its body marked by the remnants of yesterday's fierce battle, now mostly concealed beneath a fresh layer of crystalline growth. While fatigue lingers in the air, a weighty sense of earthiness becomes increasingly palpable. He stands in the safety zone, hands poised as if pressing against an invisible surface, his mental energy as calm as the abyss, merging seamlessly with his contracted beast. Opposite him, Chun-Ling dons a simple combat suit, her expression devoid of any visible emotion. The frosty white tiger makes a graceful entrance, its icy blue fur shimmering under the lights like cold jade. As it appears, the temperature in the arena plummets, the ground crystallizing into delicate frost flowers. Her gaze is intensely focused, her innate ice heart awakening, her mental energy delicately perceiving every fluctuation of airflow and temperature upon the stage. The match begins. The commands are issued almost simultaneously. Ice Mist Frost Path. Chun-Ling's voice, cool and crisp, resonates like ice shards striking the ground. The frosty white tiger raises its head elegantly, and a dense, viscous, bone-chilling blue mist rapidly envelopes a significant portion of the arena, where the mist travels. The metallic floor emits a sharp crackle, a thick layer of smooth, mirror-like ice swiftly spreading. The extreme cold domain takes shape in an instant, immovable as a mountain. Crystal Barrier. Lin Jin commands, his voice deep and commanding, his reactions as swift as lightning. The steel rock giant turtle emits a low, thunderous roar, its limbs embedding deeply into the still unfrozen ground. The earthy yellow glow intensifies upon its heavy rocky shell. Countless earthy yellow energy crystals sprout like mushrooms after rain, proliferating and stacking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its entire back is coated in a thick, angular crystal armor that glimmers with the luster of the earth, its defensive capabilities reaching unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, a robust yellow energy shield envelopes its massive frame like an inverted giant bowl. The icy blue mist collides violently with the earthy yellow crystal barrier. Zzz. The harsh sound of freezing sends chills down spines. As a thick layer of white frost instantly coats the surface of the barrier, the cold seeping aggressively into the crystalline structure. The proliferation of the crystals visibly slows, as if even the essence of the earth were being frozen by this extreme cold. Snowy cold assault. Chun-Ling issues another command. The frosty white tiger moves, gliding across the smooth, icy surface as if it were solid ground, its speed exponentially increasing. The icy blue figure transforms into a graceful yet lethal streak of light, swiftly circling the crystal barrier. With each flash, it unleashes a sharp ice claw or a piercing ice spike, precisely targeting the energy flow nodes or the comparatively weaker flanks of the crystal barrier. Clang, clang. The sounds of ice crystals and crystal fragments scattering fill the air. As ice claws leave deep gashes upon the heavy barrier, the cold continuously infiltrating. Lin Jin's forehead veins bulge, his mental energy output reaching its zenith as he directs the giant turtle to constantly adjust its stance. The heavy crystal shield steadfastly locking onto the direction of the white tiger's assault, while the crystals tirelessly regenerate, struggling to withstand both the cold's encroachment and the physical onslaught. The frost attempts to freeze the pulse of the earth, while the mountain resolutely resists the infiltration of the extreme cold. Extreme cold breath now. Chun-Ling seizes the moment when the giant turtle's turn falters, commanding fiercely. The frosty white tiger halts abruptly before the crystal barrier, opening its mouth to unleash a breath of ice, finally honed to a near ethereal blue hue, crashing into the center of the crystal shield like a glacial torrent. Crack! The shield undulates violently, its surface instantly forming spiderweb-like ice fissures. The terrifying cold surges through the energy veins of the shield, voraciously eroding from within, causing the giant turtle's movements to visibly stiffen for a moment, the growth rate of the crystal armor on its back nearly halting, the ice layer thickening. Now is the time. Chun-Ling's gaze sharpens like an ice spear, frostfall shards. The frosty white tiger emits a piercing howl, its claws striking the ice surface with ferocity. From its center, numerous sharp, massive ice spikes erupt as if summoned by a precise command. These spikes do not grow haphazardly. Rather, they resemble meticulously guided ice spears, densely packed and layered, imbued with the chilling essence of frozen souls, launching toward the now sluggish giant turtle, targeting its relatively vulnerable joint areas and the exposed edges of its abdomen where the crystals cannot reach. Icicle prison. A fatal trap. Lin Jin's pupils constrict, and he bellows, earth pulse quake. The steel rock giant turtle senses the imminent threat, unleashing its final reserves of power. It channels its last strength into its limbs, aiming to execute the strongest earth-shattering quake to shatter the ice and spikes. However, it is too late. The icy encroachment has already infiltrated its joints, stifling the energy release. Its massive form barely raises its forelimb before its movements are hindered by the ice binding its joints. Thud, 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 thud. Countless sharp ice spikes pierce fiercely, penetrating the giant turtle's relatively weak abdominal shell, invading the joint areas exposed when it lifted its forelimb, and piercing through the thin ice covering its hind knee joint. The sound of ice embedding into flesh is dull and terrifying, as deep blue cold instantly spreads from the wounds, freezing them. Roar! The steel rock giant turtle emits a painful, muffled wail, its raised forelimb falling limply, its massive form crashing to the ground, heavily striking the arena covered in ice spikes. Blood has yet to flow before it freezes, its limb joints pinned down by the spikes, encased in ice, like an ancient behemoth sealed in amber, completely immobilized. Only its murky eyes gaze in agony and despair toward the heavens. The luster of the crystals fades entirely, akin to extinguished stars. The victor, Chunling. The chief referee's voice carries a barely perceptible sigh. Chunling exhales softly, recalling her equally exhausted frosty white tiger. Her cool gaze sweeping over the frozen behemoth and the pallid-faced Lin Jin before she turns and exits with calm composure. Her victory is founded upon exquisite control and precise timing. The frost, in the end, has frozen the moving mountain. In the center of the arena, the main stage. Under the scorching gaze of countless spectators, the air feels as if ignited. The smoke of the semifinals has yet to dissipate. The traces of frost and the charred pits from lava burns stand as testament to the battle, imprinted upon the metallic ground. At this moment, all the clamor, all the anticipation, is like an arrow drawn to its fullest, keenly aimed at the two individuals poised to step onto this ultimate battlefield, Lin Jin and Chun Hao. At the entrance, two figures materialize simultaneously. Chun Hao, clad in dark red armor trimmed with gold, stands tall and proud. The customary arrogance on his face is replaced by an unprecedented gravity, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locking onto Lin Jin across the way. In his eyes burns a fervent fighting spirit, a thrill at meeting a worthy opponent, and an insatiable thirst for victory. The lava earth dragon lies coiled beside him, its dark red scales glistening with viscous magma flowing between the gaps, its low growl reminiscent of thunder from the depths of the earth, a violent, searing aura imbued with ancient draconic might surging forth, embodying the raw power of a fifth-tier warrior. Chapter 27, Frost and Flame Confrontation. Lin Jin. Chun Hao's voice pierces through the din, resonating with the sound of clashing metal. Unleash your full prowess. Let me behold the depths of your all-seeing gaze, and discern how far it can penetrate the infernal depths. This is not merely a declaration of war, but also an acknowledgement of strength. Lin Jin, clad in a deep gray sergeant's uniform, stepped onto the arena with a face obscured beneath the hood, rendered indistinct by the glaring light. He nodded slightly, remaining silent. As he calmly ascended the platform, the scarlet edge hovered silently beside him, its dark golden-red carapace exuding a subdued, molten luster, as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Its pair of dark golden compound eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor, confronting the violent pressure from across the arena with an ancient and restrained draconic majesty. It flapped its wings gently, emitting a brief yet piercing shriek in response to its opponent's challenge. The two combatants stood at opposite ends of the stage. One side was a tempest of raging lava that consumed all, while the other was the stoic and restrained flames of cataclysm. An invisible force field collided with a resounding crash, compressing the air into explosive reverberations. The energy shield at the edge of the platform pulsated violently, radiating blinding light. The audience's roar was instantly dampened by this terrifying aura, countless breaths held, hearts racing. Chun Hao's eyes sparkled with determination, no longer hesitating. Earthbound lava storm, he declared, his fighting spirit soaring as he pointed towards Lin Jin. The massive form of the lava earth dragon did not charge clumsily, but instead stomped its hooves fiercely upon the ground. Boom! The entire platform trembled violently. As from its epicenter, countless streams of viscous, searing dark red lava erupted from the metallic ground like a giant serpent, roaring forth to weave a devastating storm that enveloped most of the arena. The lava serpent writhed and coiled, spewing lethal lava fireballs, the intense heat distorting the air, while the stench of sulfur permeated the atmosphere. The overwhelming draconic majesty and scorching temperature made the front-row spectators' skin flush. This was the true legacy of the aristocracy, the genuine power of the Earth's fire. Faced with this cataclysmic tempest, Lin Jin's pupils constricted. The all-seeing eye operated at maximum capacity. Golden data streams surged forth like a flood, violently washing over his vision. A piercing headache akin to steel needles assaulted him. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a tempered blade, fixating unyieldingly on the core of the storm, the lava earth dragon. Target, lava earth dragon. Warning, Threat level, extremely high. Weakness analysis. Dynamic capture. The energy core is highly active due to external infusion, concentrated 3 inches beneath the heart, below the reverse scale. The surge of power leads to slight coordination delays, 0.1 seconds, increased turning radius. The lethal area of the storm's core is a fan-shaped zone directly in front of the eruption point. The reverse scale area, directly above the heart, is reinforced by concentrated energy, enhancing physical defense, but the energy resistance fluctuations are exacerbated. Energy operation. Core lava nucleus operating at super frequency. Energy output is chaotic yet orderly. Attack mode is area suppression. In a fraction of a second, the torrent of information transformed into a cold command, Scarlet Edge, maximum enhancement of lava armor, charged directly into the storm's core, high-frequency turbulence of draconic flames. Evade the encirclement of the lava serpent. Target locked. Energy reflux window at the reverse scale, dragon fire cutting to extreme compression, guide a minuscule amount of cataclysmic flame. Penetrate the energy node. Screech. The Scarlet Edge unleashed a piercing shriek that tore through the air, transforming into a blazing dark golden meteor as it charged defiantly into the storm. Its surface lava armor instantly blazed to an eye-searing brilliance. The dark golden energy akin to a stellar core explosion enveloping it. The membranous wings unfurled behind it, vibrating at an imperceptible frequency, stirring a maelstrom of turbulent air, forcing a path through the gaps in the rolling lava serpent. Boom, 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 boom. The dark golden meteor collided violently with the writhing lava serpent, each impact erupting with deafening roars and showers of molten fire. The Scarlet Edge's armor quaked violently, dark golden carapace acquiring charred marks and pockmarks. Yet it persevered like an indomitable warrior traversing the sea of hellfire, its speed hampered by the storm, but its trajectory unwavering toward the storm's core, the lava earth dragon. Roar. The lava earth dragon sensed the impending threat, its massive maw gaping wide, unleashing a more robust and higher temperature dark red lava breath, akin to a beam of annihilation, aimed ferociously at the advancing Scarlet Edge. Just as this lava breath erupted, reaching its peak energy output, the all-seeing eye captured that fleeting 0.3-second window of energy reflux, the fluctuation of resistance at the reverse scale. Hovering at the storm's edge, Lin Jin, bearing immense pressure, saw the golden data stream in his pupils nearly coalescing into substance, his mental strength taut as a bowstring drawn to its limit, precisely launching that command. The dark golden compound eyes of the Scarlet Edge instantly locked onto the target, just beneath the neck of the lava earth dragon, where a scale larger and darker than the others trembled slightly due to the violent energy flux. It forsook all evasion and defense, converting the impact of the lava breath into its final thrust. Its fearsome jaws opened to the utmost limit, as Lin Jin forcibly invoked a sliver of the cataclysmic flame's power within, merging it with the maximally compressed draconic fire energy. Buzz. A beam distilled to perfection, no thicker than a thumb, yet at its core entwined with a thread of subtle dark golden cataclysmic flame, shot forth like a needle of annihilation from the heart of a star, disregarding the distance of space, arriving before the lava breath could engulf it. Puffed. A sound that sent shivers through the soul, as if melting through the fabric of time and space. The dark, golden ensconced crimson beam pierced precisely and unobstructedly through the reverse scale area of the lava earth dragon, where energy reflux had caused defensive fluctuations. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The destructive beam of lava breath spewed by the lava earth dragon dissipated abruptly less than a meter before the Scarlet Edge. Its massive form froze, as if struck by an invisible hammer at its core. The lava-burning eyes widened in disbelief, filled with excruciating pain and the bewilderment of power being abruptly siphoned away. A howl erupted from its throat, twisted with agony, yet far from the brink of death. As the chaotic surge of lava energy became disordered and uncontrollable, like an engine with a critical node breached, the dark red glow within its body flickered erratically. The wound at the reverse scale charred black, while a faint dark golden cataclysmic flame danced like a maggot at the edge of the wound, ravenously eroding and destabilizing the energy structure. Though it did not prove immediately fatal, it entirely disrupted the dragon's frenzied output of power, resulting in severe energy backlash and internal injury. Boom! The lava storm dissipated in an instant, the once mighty lava serpent, deprived of its source of power, mournfully transformed into scalding magma, flowing over the charred arena. The lava earth dragon, resembling a small mountain, could no longer sustain itself. Its forelimbs buckled, and with a roar of unwillingness and suffering, it collapsed amidst the boiling lava. Its colossal head drooped, heavy with labored breaths, each exhalation releasing scorching gusts laced with sparks and turbulent energy, its body trembling violently from internal injuries and energy backlash, clearly bereft of any further fighting capability. The color drained from Chun Hao's face in an instant, his body swaying slightly. He gazed at his fallen companion, gasping in pain, yet unscathed at its core. A flash of intense heartache crossed his eyes, but more so, a profound shock and sense of release at the narrow margin of defeat. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous blood and feelings of defeat, striding out of the safety zone, heedless of the searing lava beneath his feet, making his way directly to the kneeling form of the lava earth dragon. His hand, stained with soot and dragon blood, rested gently upon the creature's lowered, scalding massive head, imbued with a complex and solemn emotion. Then, he lifted his gaze, through the swirling smoke and heat waves, meeting Lin Jin's equally exhausted and pale visage across the arena, his voice hoarse, yet resonating with clarity throughout the venue. "You have emerged victorious, Lin Jin." He paused momentarily, the pride characteristic of a scion from a prestigious lineage still evident in his gaze, now tempered with a newfound respect for strength. The victory was resplendent. This insight and mastery rendered my defeat entirely justifiable. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. No resentment lingered, nor threats were issued. It was merely the recognition of a warrior by another, the acceptance of defeat from the lips of the vanquished. The chief referee suppressed his inner tumult and announced with fervor, "The victor is Lin Jin." Advancing to the final battle, the stands erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, celebrating not only Lin Jin's triumph, but also the composure exhibited by Chun Hao. This was indeed the beacon of hope for the future of the barriers. Chun Hao withdrew his hand, casting a profound glance at Lin Jin, choosing silence as he summoned back the weary lava earth dragon. Striding down from the arena with an unwavering posture, he would claim the title of third place in this grand competition. Following a brief intermission, the arena was swiftly cleared. The charred traces left by the cooling lava remained, and the lingering heat in the air had yet to dissipate. Yet a new, stark chill began to subtly permeate the atmosphere. Lin Jin stood at one end of the arena, hastily consuming a potion to restore his mental energy, closing his eyes to recuperate. The crimson edge hovered before him, its dark golden shell marred by the scorch and impacts of the lava. The radiance of the lava armor dimmed, its aura fluctuating. Yet the flames of battle within his compound eyes burned ever more fiercely. His opponent had transformed from the ferocity of lava to the extremity of frost. Chun-Ling's silhouette approached, seemingly gliding upon the currents of cold air. Clad in immaculate combat attire, she displayed no hint of emotional turmoil upon her serene visage. Only her ice-blue eyes shone with an intensified focus and depth. The frost-white tiger paced gracefully at her side, its ice-blue fur shimmering with the luster of cold jade amidst the receding heat waves. With each step it took, the scorched ground beneath crystallized into delicate frost flowers. Her transparent ice heart talent reached its zenith, enveloping the entire arena with an invisible web of cold mental energy, sensing every remnant of warmth and every disturbance in the air currents. Her gaze toward Lin Jin remained calm and unperturbed. "Let the contest commence." The chief referee's voice resonated, akin to the thunderous drumroll of ice and fire. "Frost mist." Chun-Ling's voice, as frigid as the winds of the tundra, issued the first command, the ultimate domain control. The frost-white tiger raised its head and let out a piercing roar, unleashing a torrent of terrifying icy energy akin to an avalanche. The dense, unyielding ice-blue mist swiftly enveloped the entire arena, faster than any preceding attempt. Where the mist passed, moisture and even the lingering heat particles in the air instantaneously froze. The arena floor cracked under the immense pressure, a layer of ice half a foot thick, smooth as a mirror and as hard as steel, rapidly spread with visible velocity. The temperature plummeted below freezing, as if even the air itself was on the verge of solidification. The frigid domain took shape in an instant, broader and colder, with a freezing force more potent than ever. This was her design to transform the entire arena into her kingdom of frost, while simultaneously suppressing the fire abilities of the Crimson Edge, delaying its movements. As the Crimson Edge entered this icy domain, its speed immediately diminished. Thick frost rapidly formed on its dark, golden membranous wings, making each flap laborious and accompanied by a shrill friction sound. The glow of its lava armor dimmed rapidly under the extreme cold, its operations becoming sluggish. Crimson Edge. Activate lava armor. Blaze through with dragon wings. Dispel the freeze. Lin Jin's commands surged through the soul link like lightning, his mental energy once again sharply focused. The golden data flow of the all-knowing eye struggling to capture the critical nodes of energy flow within the icy mist. Screech. The Crimson Edge responded with a sharp cry, its dim lava armor contracting inward, redirecting energy to circulate rapidly within, maintaining its core temperature. The dark, golden membranous wings erupted in a blinding radiance. Vibrating at an extreme frequency, the heavy frost coating shattered into shards, scattering, though flight remained a challenge. It had at least evaded the impending threat of being completely encased in ice. Simultaneously, it opened its maw wide, forsaking the pursuit of condensation and instead unleashing a barrage of dozens of slender, but terrifyingly high-temperature crimson-golden beams, akin to a rain of scattered flames, accurately striking the most active energy nodes beneath the ice as marked by the all-knowing eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The resilient ice surface melted under the high-temperature beams, ice shards mingling with vapor soaring skyward, momentarily slowing the spread of the icy domain, as several critical nodes were disrupted, revealing a crack in the perfection of the domain. Ice crystal mirror array. Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, her second lethal move followed swiftly. The frost-white tiger elegantly stepped forward, its paws pressing against the ice surface. From its center, numerous massive, smooth, and sharply defined ice crystal mirrors erupted, instantly standing tall throughout the arena. These mirrors were not static. They circled around Lin Jin and the Crimson Edge, moving swiftly as if imbued with life, combining and refracting light. In an instant, countless reflections of Lin Jin, the Crimson Edge, and the frost-white tiger appeared in the ice mirrors, their forms intertwined, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. A bone-chilling cold emanated from each mirror, disrupting perception and freezing the spirit. More deadly still, at the edges of the mirrors, countless razor-sharp ice crystal spikes, akin to venomous serpents, emerged, silently lunging from all angles toward the trapped Crimson Edge in the center of the mirror array. Each spike harboring the extreme cold capable of freezing souls. Visual interference, sensory blockade, an all-encompassing onslaught of icy piercing attacks. Chapter 28, The Championship Battle. The Crimson Edge found itself ensnared in dire peril. With its lava armor in a state of internal circulation, its defensive capabilities were significantly diminished. The vibrations from the blazing dragon wings barely sufficed to dispel the close-range cold. Confronted with the overwhelming and indistinguishable assault of ice spikes, it was akin to a moth caught in a spider's web. The golden light of the all-knowing eye flickered frantically in Lin Jin's gaze, waves of intense dizziness washing over him. In his field of vision, countless reflections and trajectories of ice spikes intertwined chaotically. Yet the golden data stream was performing trajectory simulations and energy disturbance analyses at an astonishing pace. Warning: rapid mental energy depletion. Dynamic trajectory capture ongoing. Mirror reflection pattern analysis. Energy core localization. The energy source of the ice mirrors derives from the white tiger's essence. The core mirror movement trajectory mirrors that of the white tiger's movement, offset angle 37 degrees. Predicted trajectory of ice spike attacks, 97 are phantom disturbances. Actual attacks concentrate on the left rear 37-degree mirror cluster, right upper 52-degree mirror cluster, below ice surface thrust, body position locked, core mirror offset angle reverse calculated. Target, directly behind the third moving ice mirror ahead. Crimson Edge, ignore the phantoms. Unleash lava breath to cover the left rear 37-degree and right upper 52-degree mirror cluster areas. The blazing dragon wings shot vertically upward, evading the ice spikes below, locking onto the target, directly behind the third moving ice mirror ahead. Dragon Flame Cutter, full power strike. Lin Jin nearly drained the last reserves of his mental energy. The moment the command was issued, Lin Jin's body swayed, a trickle of blood seeping from his nose. He had overexerted his mental faculties. Screech. The Crimson Edge sensed its master's resolve and the imminent threat. It unleashed a roar that transcended its limits, disregarding energy depletion and armor defense. Compressing the remaining fire energy within, along with a fragment of the world-consuming flame's power. With a whoosh boom, the viscous, searing dark red lava surged forth like a flood unleashed, covering the left rear and right upper directions. The terrifying high temperature instantaneously eroding and vaporizing the ice mirrors in that area. Hidden within it, the entity of icicles was mercilessly engulfed and obliterated by the flowing lava. Simultaneously, the membranous wings behind it erupted with the last vestiges of energy, propelling it skyward like a rocket. Below the ice surface, countless sharp ice spikes burst forth, dangerously grazing its ascending underbelly. In that very moment of ascent, its fearsome mandibles had already zeroed in on the location pinpointed by the all-knowing eye, right in front of the rapidly moving colossal ice mirror. A beam of concentrated, dark golden flame, now thicker than before, entwined in a crimson gold radiance, surged forth with an aura of annihilation, akin to a spear of judgment piercing through the void. It tore through layers of icy mist and refracted illusions. Disregarding the distance of space, and struck violently towards the ice mirror behind. What? For the first time, Chun-Ling's cold visage displayed a violent tremor, her ice-blue pupils constricting sharply. She never anticipated that Lin Jin could, in such a brief span, accurately lock onto her true position amidst the absolute interference of the thousand-prism array. Absolute barrier. She cried out sharply. The frost tiger emitted a thunderous roar, abandoning the mirror array and instantly countering. Endless icy energy surged tumultuously before it, and Chun-Ling, compressing. A colossal diamond-shaped ice crystal shield, several feet thick, materialized in an instant, its surface adorned with arcane frost runes, exuding an absolute chill capable of freezing time itself. This was its most formidable absolute defensive skill. Boom. The dark golden flame-entwined crimson gold beam collided violently and unceremoniously against this ethereal blue, diamond-like absolute barrier. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Following this was a terrifying explosion that could rupture eardrums. The crimson gold and ethereal blue luminescence intertwined chaotically, annihilating, exploding, as the destructive force of the flame clashed directly and brutally with the absolute cold that froze all. Crack, crackle. An excruciating sound of shattering erupted, as the so-called absolute ice crystal barrier, centered at the point of impact, instantly spread a web of fine cracks, while the dark golden flame fervently corroded the structure of the ice crystal, destabilizing the energy within. Puff. Chun-Ling's complexion turned pale as she coughed up blood, her mental energy rebounding. The frost tiger emitted a muffled groan of pain, its limbs trembling slightly as it struggled to maintain the barrier. Meanwhile, the crimson gold beam unleashed by Chi Feng rapidly diminished in intensity, dimming. A standoff ensued, an ultimate deadlock between the destructive flame and the absolute chill. Energy clashed furiously. Give me break. Lin Jin's eyes burned red, squeezing the last remnants of mental strength from his mind, analyzing frantically. Chi Feng sensed its master as well. The dark, golden compound eyes ignited with a final frenzy. The dormant source of the world-consuming flame within it seemed to be completely ignited by this extreme collision. The activation level of 018 surged instantaneously. A purer and more domineering dark golden flame surged forth, crashing into the beam of dragon flame. Sizzle. Like a hot knife slicing through solidified butter, that pure dark golden flame swiftly penetrated the cracked and energy-chaotic absolute barrier. The barrier shattered explosively, transforming into a dazzling shower of crystalline ice shards that rained down like a brilliant diamond storm. The remnants of the crimson gold beam, still entwined with flame, struck fiercely against the frost tiger, which desperately attempted to evade but was still caught in the aftermath. A woo. The frost tiger let out a mournful cry. Its splendid ice blue fur scorched black in patches. The tremendous force of impact sent it crashing against the edge of the arena's icy surface, scattering shards of ice. It struggled to rise, but its breath was weak, clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. The frost field collapsed instantaneously. On the arena, only the cooled, charred remnants of lava, shattered ice crystals, and the lingering smoke and ice mist remained. Chun-Ling staggered a step, her face as pale as paper, blood staining the corner of her mouth as she gazed at her fallen companion, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes, swiftly replaced by a thrilling excitement akin to that of a worthy opponent, tinged with an almost imperceptible admiration. She looked at Lin Jin, who stood resiliently despite his own precarious state. Lin Jin gasped for breath, the dizziness from mental exhaustion crashing over him like a tide. He steadied his mind and looked across at Chun-Ling, whose face was pale, yet her eyes remained bright. Through the shattered ice crystals and swirling smoke, their gazes met. No words were exchanged, only the unspoken acknowledgement between warriors. Chi Feng gently descended onto the scorched ice surface, its dark golden shell marred by wounds. The glow of lava nearly extinguished, its aura faint, yet those compound eyes still burned with defiance. Victor, Lin Jin. The voice of the chief judge rang out with immense excitement and shock, and the applause from the audience thundered to the heavens. An hour later, after Chun Hao and Li Yan's beasts were healed, the battle for third place commenced, culminating in Chun Hao's unequivocal victory. In the resurrection battle of the defeated Zhou Qian, through the relentless maneuverability of her Storm Falcon and the final desperate strike of her Hurricane Beak, narrowly secured the last pass to the New Star Secret Realm for herself and her partner. Barrier number 7 of Yen Wang, the Ember Cup Youth Beastmaster Selection Tournament, concluded with the final rankings displayed on the vast circular screen, with 5 names shining against a backdrop of fire and ice. Champion, Lin Jin. Runner-up, Chun-Ling. Third place, Chun Hao. Fourth, Li Yan. Fifth, Zhou Qian. As Lin Jin's name soared to the top, the entire arena erupted in fervor. The cheers roared like a tsunami, echoing endlessly. The award ceremony was held at the center of the arena, where under the spotlight, Major General Chun Weigwa stood in a crisp dark green military uniform, the stars on his epaulets gleaming brightly in the strong light. He stood upon the high platform, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the 5 young, yet battle-hardened beastmasters below. The loudspeaker amplified his voice throughout the venue, resonating with a metallic clang. Lin Jin, Chen Ling, Chen Hao, Li Yan, Zhou Qian. Each name struck the air with authority. You are the flames of the Yanhuang Barrier No. 7, burning brightly in the wasteland era. Today's victory transcends the arena. You have demonstrated through your strength that even in this land tainted by crimson fog and plagued by ferocious beasts, humanity's successors can still wield power. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the 5 youthful yet resolute faces, his voice rising with undeniable weighty expectation. But beyond the fortress lies the endless wilderness. Within the alliance, formidable foes lurk. In a month, the Yanhuang Barrier Alliance Youth Elite Competition will be held at the heart of Yanhuang, a battlefield gathering the top geniuses from 17 barriers. The secret realm keys in your hands are not only stones for tempering, but also tickets to a grander stage. I look forward to seeing you represent Barrier No. 7 on the Alliance's arena, allowing our banner to fly high. As his words concluded, applause surged like a tsunami throughout the venue. The 5 youths straightened their backs, feeling the weight of this profound honor and responsibility. Major General Chun Weigwa descended from the platform, personally handing over 5 ancient-style, neither metallic nor wooden, keys that shimmered with a starlit glow, solemnly placing them in the hands of the 5. The keys felt warm to the touch, imbued with a peculiar energy fluctuation. As the clamor of the day faded, the atmosphere within a small banquet hall in the depths of the fortress was starkly different. Soft, warm light replaced the arena's harsh brightness. Exquisite synthetic foods and rare fruits adorned the long table, and the air was thick with a delicate aroma of food, mingling with a more relaxed yet subtly pressured ambience. This was a small-scale celebration banquet for the victors, attended solely by Major General Chun Weigwa, his aide, and the 5 newly crowned youths. Chun Weigwa exchanged his ceremonious uniform for a more approachable, yet impeccably tailored deep gray attire. His stern demeanor softened, infused with a touch of elder warmth. He raised his glass personally. There are no spectators here, no spotlight. This toast is to your sweat, your blood, and to the future. The 5 raised their glasses in unison, the crisp sound echoing throughout the hall. Despite his defeat, Chun Hao maintained the poise of a noble, proactively offering a toast to Lin Jin and Chun Ling, his words resonating with genuine admiration and anticipation for the upcoming alliance competition. Chun Ling, still aloof, responded with a slight nod. Lin Jin sat quietly in the corner, sipping his blended fruit juice in small sips, his gaze tranquil. Under Chun Weigwa's intentional guidance, the atmosphere of the banquet remained amicable. As the meal drew to a close, Chun Weigwa set down his utensils, surveying the assembly with a serious demeanor. The energy fluctuations of the New Star Secret Realm are stabilizing. Observations indicate that tomorrow at noon will present the most stable window for entering the spatial portal. You have one day to rest and prepare, gathering the necessary resources. Remember, within the Secret Realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. Proceed with caution and act within your means. The 5 exchanged solemn glances and nodded earnestly. The alliance competition lay far ahead, but the imminent exploration of the secret realm was the pressing trial. Lin Jin remained behind. Chun Weigwa waved his hand, signaling the others to depart. Well done today, everyone. Go back and rest well. Zhou Qian, Li Yan, Chen Hao, and Chun Ling rose in succession to bow and take their leave. As the heavy, intricately carved wooden door gently closed, muffling the outside sounds, only Chun Weigwa, the still figure of his aide standing like a statue in the shadows, and the quietly standing Lin Jin remained in the banquet hall. In the warm yellow light, the air seemed to hang heavily. Chun Weigwa did not speak immediately. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sparsely dotted lights of the dark wilderness beyond the fortress, his back turned to Lin Jin. The silence endured for several seconds, carrying an invisible weight of pressure. Finally, he turned, his piercing gaze landing on Lin Jin. Imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of hope, he seated himself on the sofa opposite Lin Jin, leaning slightly forward, his hands clasped on his knees, knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. The general's voice was low and steady as he posed a question that could create ripples of upheaval. Lin Jin, your blazing dragon beetle, Red Edge. Its predecessor was merely a common flame beetle found throughout the wilderness, correct? Lin Jin's heart leapt, his eyes, sharp as blades beneath his hood, instantly focused, yet his expression remained calm, though his fingers tightened slightly around the cup. He did not respond, merely observing Chun Weigwa in silence, awaiting his next words. Chun Weigwa met his gaze without flinching, his eyes honest yet infused with the military's pragmatic yearning for power. I have no intention of probing into the secret behind its remarkable transformation. That is your talent and opportunity. I simply ask, disregarding those unique personal factors, can this evolutionary path, or rather, this powerful mutated form, be subjected to controlled mass trials within the military? He paused, seemingly weighing his words, his brow furrowed, revealing a rare moment of almost audacious hesitation, quickly supplanted by a stronger sense of responsibility. You are aware of the situation at Barrier 7. The contract beasts of the lower-tier soldiers are mostly of ordinary quality. Their combat power limited. If we could enable ordinary flame beetles, even if only 1/10, 100th, to possess a fraction of Red Edge's potential, he inhaled deeply, his voice laden with gravity, it would significantly enhance our overall defensive capability and reduce soldier casualties. Lin Jin fell into silence. The only sound in the banquet hall was the distant crackling of the electronic flames in the simulated fireplace. Countless images flashed through his mind, fragments of star-fallen iron buried deep in the rusted bone wasteland, the arduous acquisition of dragon essence from the toxic nests, the exceedingly harsh evolutionary blueprints displayed within the all-knowing eye, and the minuscule probability of success accompanying each evolution. This was not mere mutation. It was a singular miracle forged from countless coincidences, rare resources, unique talents, and tremendous risks. After a moment, Lin Jin lifted his gaze, meeting Chun Weigua's expectant yet pressuring eyes, his voice steady and clear, devoid of any pretense or evasion. General, it cannot be done. A flicker of unmistakable disappointment crossed Chun Weigua's eyes, his body imperceptibly leaning back, yet he remained in a listening posture. Lin Jin continued, his tone hard with factual clarity. The evolution of Red Edge requires an exceedingly specific environment and core resources that are difficult to replicate. Each transformation comes with immense uncertainty and risks of failure, consuming resources far exceeding the cost of training 10 elite soldiers. It cannot be mass-produced. Forcibly attempting to replicate it would only result in wasted resources and needless sacrifices. He paused, adding a statement imbued with the stark awareness characteristic of those who struggle for survival. Moreover, its power does not solely stem from its form. It is born of countless life and death battles that have honed its will and synergy. He refrained from mentioning the existence of the all-knowing eye, but the term synergy subtly hinted at the irreplicable essence involved. Chun Weigua remained silent for a longer duration. He regarded the young man before him, recognizing in Lin Jin's eyes an undeniable honesty and an acute awareness of the essence. That flicker of disappointment ultimately transformed into a barely audible sigh, soon replaced by the steadfast resolve inherent to a soldier. I understand. Chun Weigua nodded slowly, his expression restoring to steadiness. It is I who was impatient. Great power often accompanies its unique trajectory, which cannot be coerced. He rose, stepping toward Lin Jin, delivering a firm pat on his shoulder, a gesture laden with acknowledgement. Your candor and clarity are equally precious. Lin Jin, remember your words today. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The new star secret realm presents an opportunity. Seize it wisely and grow stronger. His gaze pierced through Lin Jin, as if envisioning a broader battlefield and crises beyond the fortress, affirming that the future of Barrier 7 required the kindling of individuals like them to illuminate the path ahead. Yes, General. Lin Jin stood and rendered a precise military salute, his voice steady. Go now and rest well. Chun Weigua waved his hand, turning once more to gaze into the darkness outside, his silhouette as imposing as a mountain. Lin Jin turned and departed, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the empty hall. As the grand door closed again, Chun Weigua murmured softly, almost to himself, his voice imbued with complex sentiment. A unique beetle, a unique individual. The future of this barrier ultimately rests upon these singularities. Chapter 29, The Key Unsealed. At noon the following day, deep within Barrier 7, at the Star Realm Observation Station heavily guarded by energy shields and elite military personnel, the air was as tense as solidified mercury. Beneath the vast dome, intricate energy monitoring instruments emitted a low hum, their needles oscillating wildly. In the center, a swirling vortex of deep azure, approximately 3 meters in diameter, rotated slowly, its edges radiating fragmented spatial arcs, with light and shadow twisting within, exuding an ancient, primal, and dangerously alluring aura. The entrance to the new star secret realm. Major General Chun Weigua personally oversaw the proceedings, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 5 individuals poised for action. Lin Jin, clad in immaculate gray uniform, stood with Red Edge, which had subdued all its fiery radiance, quietly hovering behind him, its dark golden compound eyes scanning the vortex warily. Chun Ling donned a pristine white light armor, with the frost-white tiger emanating an aura of coldness by her side. Chun Hao, Lian, and Zhou Qian each summoned their contract beasts, their expressions grave. The stability of the space has reached the threshold. The entrance will enter the optimal passage window in 60 seconds. The observer's urgent report rang out. Remember, Chun Weigu's voice resonated like the clash of golden iron, piercing through the hum of the instruments. Within the secret realm, the laws diverged, fraught with peril and uncertainty. Opportunities coexisted with death. You are competitors, perhaps even temporary allies. But ultimately, survival and strength are the sole objectives. The stage of the Alliance tournament awaits you. Do not perish here. As his words faded, a deep azure vortex abruptly collapsed inward, forming a relatively stable portal, its edges flowing with starlight. In a fleeting exchange of glances, the five showed no hesitation, transforming into streaks of light, plunging into the profound passage. A violent sensation of space tearing assailed them, as though they had been cast into a high-speed centrifuge. Lin Jin fought against the dizziness as his all-knowing eye passively activated, his vision filled with a chaotic stream of distorted golden data, barely maintaining a sense of spatial orientation. Moments later, his feet landed solidly. A wave of scorching air, mingled with sulfur, ash, and the fetid scent of decaying vegetation, rushed towards him. The sight before him was disconcerting. The sky was a murky dark red, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only heavy, slowly rolling clouds of radiation casting a stifling light. The ground was charred black, with cracked fissures oozing a sluggish, dark red viscous liquid, exuding intense heat and a noxious odor. In the distance lay undulating purple-black mountains, resembling the rotting innards of a colossal beast, and beyond that, the outline of a vast, twisted forest, emanating an ominous aura, could be faintly discerned. The trees of the forest were not green. Instead, they displayed a putrid brown and sickly dark purple, their branches gnarled like ghostly claws, with viscous black tendrils hanging from their canopies. Environmental analysis: high radiation, high temperature, highly corrosive. The air contains faint corruptive energy particles. Prolonged exposure can erode mental fortitude. Energy concentration: 27 times higher than the outside world, with active fire, earth, poison, and shadow attributes. Threat scan: weak life signals detected underground, highly corrosive insect species. Chaotic energy fluctuations in the scorched fissure areas, spatial instability, and a strong aggregation of life responses towards the corrupted forest. The information flow from the all-knowing eye sent a chill down Lin Jin's spine. This was no benevolent land. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the other four. Spatial teleportation was random. Chiefing, remain vigilant. Lin Jin mentally communicated. And Chiefing's dark golden compound eyes illuminated, its lava armor pulsing slightly, dispelling the encroaching corrosive dust. Utilizing the all-knowing eye to locate the areas with the highest energy concentration or the most anomalous laws, for therein lies the true opportunity. Simultaneously, caution must be exercised to avoid the evident danger of the corrupted forest. He chose a relatively safe path, guided by the energy fluctuations leading towards a solitary blackened stone mountain in the distance. Chiefing flew low ahead to scout, while Lin Jin moved swiftly and silently like a shadow melded with the scorched earth, navigating between the cracked ground and jagged stones. Each step was careful to avoid the flowing dark red slime and the unstable energy fissures. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, he found himself in a relatively open scorched basin. The ground littered with depressions of various sizes resembling meteorite craters, their bottoms accumulating dark red corrosive liquid. At the center of the basin stood several bizarre plants, devoid of leaves, their trunks resembling twisted black metal, crowned with enormous dark purple flower heads akin to rotting sunflowers. In the center of these flower heads was not a stamen, but a slowly rotating, eerie eyeball emanating a ghostly green glow. Target: corrupted gazer, social, warrior tier 3. Attributes: dark, plant, mental. Core skills: corrupted gaze, deathbind, self-detonation spore cloud. Threat assessment: medium, individual, high, cooperative swarm. As the alarm from the all-knowing eye sounded, the eyeballs atop the corrupted gazers simultaneously turned towards Lin Jin, their ghostly green light suddenly intensifying. A surge of formless, corrosive mental waves, imbued with malevolent intent, crashed upon him like a tide. Lin Jin's vision blurred, and horrific specters of mountains of corpses and collapsing fortresses flooded his mind. Simultaneously, the scorched earth beneath him softened, and several obsidian-like roots, adorned with suction cups, erupted from the ground, swiftly encircling his ankles. Lin Jin concentrated his mental energy. The golden data streams in his mind surging forth to instantly tear apart the illusion. His body, like a wraith, slid sideways, narrowly evading the ensnaring roots. The specially crafted alloy dagger he held glinted coldly as it swiftly severed 2 of the roots, their severed ends spraying forth a foul, dark green liquid. Qifeng, expel lava. Cover the flower heads. Lin Jin commanded with the swiftness of lightning. Qifeng, already poised for action, opened its mandibles wide, unleashing a viscous torrent of scorching dark red lava, accurately targeting the massive flower head of the nearest corrupted gazer. Sizzle. The lava struck the flower head with tremendous force, the horrific heat instantly eroding a charred hole through the eerie eyeball. The ghostly green light extinguished, and thick, viscous juices along with burning fragments erupted. As the gazer emitted a silent wail, its massive form convulsing violently. However, the other gazers had completed their corrupted gaze, and a more potent mental assault surged forth. Simultaneously, they unleashed dense clouds of dark green spores, flickering with ghostly phosphorescence, which rapidly expanded and engulfed a vast area. The air became thick and toxic, the mental interference exponentially intensifying. Lin Jin felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, his movements momentarily hindered, as more roots burst forth from the ground. Dragon Flame Cut. Target the flower heads, and simultaneously, Dragon Wing Blaze. Disperse the spore clouds. Lin Jin gritted his teeth against the mental agony and issued another command. Qifeng let out a piercing cry, its dark golden membrane wings thrumming, stirring up a vortex of scalding air that forcibly blew away parts of the spore clouds approaching Lin Jin. At the same time, its mandibles snapped rapidly, firing concentrated beams of red-gold light, like precise sniper bullets, piercing through the remaining gazers' flower heads. Deprived of their core, these corrupted plants collapsed as if their spines had been severed, their massive bodies wilting rapidly into heaps of smoldering, decaying remains. The dense toxic mist, now unsupported, began to dissipate slowly. Lin Jin breathed heavily, feeling a notable drain on his mental energy. Qifeng landed on his shoulder, its breath somewhat erratic. Lin Jin quickly began to scour the battlefield for crystal cores. Suddenly, he noticed that the roots of one of the wilting gazers were entwined with a small, irregular crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering with faint starlight. Target, Stardust Crystal, Rare. Attributes, Space, Stars. Description, a mineral fragment containing weak spatial attributes and stellar energy, useful for repairing spatial equipment, nurturing certain space-based beasts, or as materials for special rituals. Spatial attributes? Lin Jin's heart stirred, and he carefully stowed it away. This may be related to the core of the secret realm. He gazed towards the distant blackened stone mountain and the deeper expanse of the corrupted forest, his expression growing more solemn. The remnants of the corrupted gazers emitted toxic smoke behind him, and without a moment's pause, Lin Jin darted like a feline through the jagged, charred rocks. His goal set firmly on the solitary, towering black stone mountain ahead. The air, saturated with radioactive dust and corruptive energy particles, slithered like invisible serpents, continuously eroding his mental fortitude. Qifeng circled low, its dark golden compound eyes scanning warily over the flowing dark red slime and the fissures that occasionally belched forth poisonous gas. As they approached the stone mountain, the desolation and silence deepened. The mountain exhibits a charred texture, as though it has been repeatedly ravaged by immense forces and then thoroughly scorched by high temperatures, riddled with enormous and twisted fissures. At the foot of the mountain lie countless bizarrely shaped fossilized bones, most of which are partially buried in the scorched earth, their osseous structure displaying an eerie dark purple or deep green, evidently having suffered severe decay and erosion in their former life. Environmental analysis. Radiation levels have increased by 17, and there is a slight rise in the concentration of corruption energy particles. An unusually active reaction of fire attribute energy and faint spatial fluctuations, suspected spatial rifts, have been detected within the mountain. Threat scan. Inert residual corruption has been detected within the skeletal fossils. Low threat. While high-activity thermal life signals, warrior level 4 and above, are present in the mountain's fissures. Lin Jin paused behind a natural cover formed by massive rib fossil structures, retrieving a high-energy nutrient supplement to quickly replenish his stamina. While his mental energy was fully engaged in the operation of the all-knowing eye, scanning the entrance of the largest fissure in the mountain like an invisible radar wave. The fissure was approximately 10 meters wide and seemingly bottomless, shrouded in darkness, with only a faint dark red glow emanating from within, and scorching air, laden with the scent of sulfur, surged forth from it. The core energy source and spatial fluctuations resided within. Lin Jin surmised this was also the greatest source of peril. He glanced at Qifeng, assessing its condition. Qifeng emitted a low, rumbling hiss, the molten sheen on its dark golden carapace swirling with increased intensity, conveying a fervent battle spirit. The previous skirmish had not significantly drained its energy. Rather, it seemed to be invigorated by the dense environment of fire attribute energy, with the activation level of the world-devouring flame appearing to have experienced a slight enhancement. Let us proceed. Lin Jin hesitated no longer. Pressing his form against the scorched mountain wall, slipping silently into the fissure's entrance like a gecko, Chi Feng retracted all radiance, resembling a dark stone, silently hovering above him in vigilance. The fissure did not descend straight down. Instead, it twisted and wound like the intestines of a colossal beast. The rock walls were scalding to the touch, and as they delved deeper, the light dimmed, yet the dark red glow intensified, and the temperature surged dramatically. The air was thick with the potent scent of sulfur and molten metal. After traversing several hundred meters, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. At the cavern's center lay a dark red lava lake, its viscous magma rolling languidly, occasionally bubbling up to create massive bubbles that burst, showering molten rock. The terrifying heat radiating from the lava lake distorted the air, rendering the entire cavern akin to a furnace of hell. Strangely, floating above the lava lake were several translucent dark red diamond-shaped crystals of varying sizes, seemingly alive as they slowly rotated and pulsed, absorbing the immense fire energy emanating from the lava, radiating a disquieting heat. Target: lava crystal core, pure. Attributes: fire earth. Description: a crystal containing the highly condensed essence of core lava energy from the Earth's veins, harboring vast and violent dual energy of fire and earth. It serves as a premier core material for the evolution of fire and earth beasts, and can also be utilized to forge top-tier fire-based weapons or energy cores. Direct absorption carries a high risk of explosive disintegration. Quantity: 17 small, 3 medium, 1 large. Lin Jin's heart raced. This was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. The value of these lava crystal cores far surpassed that of the previous corruption observer cores. However, wealth is often accompanied by guardians. At the edge of the lava lake, on the scorched rock, close to Lin Jin's position, lay a colossal creature, measuring over 5 meters in length, resembling a giant scorpion. Its entire body covered in a dark red, almost black, shell reminiscent of cooled lava. Its massive pincers resembled 2 colossal molten warhammers, shimmering with a golden red halo of searing heat. A scorpion tail, adorned with sharp crystalline clusters and burning with dark red flames, was raised high, poised like a molten projectile ready to launch. As it opened and closed its mouth parts, it exhaled a scorching breath filled with sparks, its 6 compound eyes resembling glowing embers, locking onto the unwelcome intruder. Target: lava crystal scorpion. Attributes: fire, earth, crystal. Life level: warrior level 6. Core skills: lava pincer, crystal tail spike, earth vein resonance, lava shield. Threat assessment: extremely high. Strong defense, attacks carry area burning and explosive effects, significant advantage in home ground combat. Weakness: relatively vulnerable at joint connections. Energy nodes at the base of the crystal tail spike. Warrior level 6. And in its element, the lava crystal scorpion clearly harbored animosity towards the intruder, emitting a low, rumbling hiss akin to the grinding of rocks. It did not immediately launch an attack, but slightly adjusted its stance, its massive lava pincers gently tapping against the rock below, producing a dull, thudding sound. With each strike, the entire cavern seemed to tremble slightly, loose stones and dust cascading from the ceiling. It was gathering strength, using earth vein resonance to sense its opponent, while simultaneously warning the intruder. Chapter 30. The Nightfall Menace. The dull thud of Chi Feng colliding with the rock wall resonated within Lin Jin's heart like a heavy hammer. The sight of the corrosion pockmarks on the dark golden shell was alarming, the glow of its lava armor dimming perilously, its breath fluctuating violently. The furious roar of the lava crystal scorpion and the cavern's intense tremors felt like a death knell as its colossal lava pincers, imbued with destructive force, struck down once more, sealing off Lin Jin's escape route, while the crystalline tail spike, burning with dark red flames, rose again, aiming directly at the injured Chi Feng. A desperate situation. The shadow of death had never been so palpable. Lin Jin's vision was instantly engulfed in crimson, a manifestation of his utmost desire for survival and indomitable madness. His mental ocean ignited. The golden data streams of the all-knowing eye surged at an unprecedented speed, nearly scorching through his mind. In his field of vision, the tumultuous energy of the lava lake, the core lava nucleus of the crystal scorpion oscillating violently in its rage, and the dormant, yet cataclysmic force of the world-devouring flame within Chi Feng. Countless fragments of information were forcibly intertwined in a moment of crisis. Chi Feng. Lin Jin's thoughts echoed like a soul's howl, imbued with a resolute determination. Lava lake. Maximum power lava eruption. Target: the rock layer beneath the crystal scorpion's foothold. Ignite the earth fire, world-devouring flame. Burn for me. The instant the command was issued, Lin Jin felt as though his soul had been drained, his mental energy surging towards Chi Feng like a dam bursting. It was a gamble, betting on whether Qi Feng could endure, whether the world-devouring flame could be forcibly ignited, and whether the cavern's earth veins could be detonated. Screech! Qi Feng sensed its master's will, and deeper within its bloodline, it felt the roar of ancient power. Its small form unleashed a piercing scream that transcended its limits, for the first time containing a discernible, soul-chilling ancient dragon might. Upon its dark golden shell, the minute pockmarks along the edges suddenly ignited with glimmers of dark gold patterns, deep as the cosmic abyss, yet seemingly capable of incinerating all. Activation level of the world-devouring flame. 0-18-0-25. It abandoned all defense, channeling its remaining strength along with Lin Jin's infused mental energy, as well as the flicker of the flame's origin ignited within, frantically feeding into its fearsome maw. The target was not the scorpion, but the fissured, charred rock layer beneath its feet, long baked by the lava lake's searing heat over countless ages. With a whoosh boom, a torrent of dark red lava, nearly solid in its viscosity and intertwined with strands of dark golden calamity flames, erupted like a world-ending pillar from the depths of hell, crashing violently onto the rock layer beneath the scorpion's feet. The terrifying heat instantaneously melted through the rock. More deadly still was the dark golden calamity flame that, as if imbued with life, frantically burrowed deep into the strata along the molten lava flow. Wherever it passed, the stone did not simply dissolve, it was rendered into nothingness. It precisely located the most vulnerable energy nodes linking the depths of the rock layers to the lava lake. A thunderous roar erupted, a terrifying cacophony 100-fold more fearsome than any prior explosion, as if an invisible giant hand had tightly grasped and crushed the entire cavern. The ground beneath the crystalline scorpion, extending dozens of meters in radius, collapsed like a fragile eggshell. The surging lava lake below, freed from the constraints of the rock layers, surged upwards like an enraged crimson dragon, carrying with it destructive energy and the world-burning power of calamity flames. The massive form of the molten fire crystal scorpion bore the brunt of this eruption. Its heavily armored shell, capable of withstanding lava splashes, proved as fragile as paper before the dual destructive forces of earth fire and calamity flames converging from below. The dark red, nearly black shell was instantaneously melted and vaporized, and the terrifying torrent of lava forcefully surged into its comparatively weak abdomen, eroding and incinerating its innards and energy core. The scorpion emitted an indescribable wail, a blend of excruciating pain and despair. Its massive form was violently propelled skyward by the raging earth fire, akin to a broken puppet, crashing against the cavern's ceiling before plummeting back down, splattering molten rock everywhere. Its pincers shattered, the crystalline tail stingers severed halfway, and a colossal, charred hole was melted through its abdomen, from which lava and fragments of its innards flowed. Dark red blood mingled with lava, gushing forth like a dying ember, its life force dimming rapidly, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The cavern lay in ruins, lava rampaging and debris falling like rain. After delivering that earth-shattering blow, Crimson Fang seemed to have exhausted all its strength, its small form plummeting from the air, caught deftly by Lin Jin. The dark golden calamity flame patterns on its surface quickly faded and extinguished, the lava armor completely quenching, its shell riddled with fine cracks. Its breath reduced to the faintest whisper, descending into a deep slumber. The activation level of the world-burning calamity flame stabilized at 0.25, but at a tremendous cost of overexertion. Lin Jin's complexion was equally pale as paper, blood seeping from the 7 orifices, his mental energy utterly depleted. His head pounding with pain, he summoned his last vestige of willpower and quickly surveyed the battlefield. The lava lake had shrunk by nearly half due to this eruption, and the molten crystal cores floating above were scattered throughout the energy storm. Most of the smaller cores were swallowed by lava or shattered. Yet 3 medium-sized cores and the most precious large molten crystal core, due to their high energy density, were blown to the cave's edge by the shockwave. Resting amidst the scalding debris, Lin Jin disregarded Crimson Fang's severe injuries and his own weakness, gritting through the searing pain and dizziness, racing towards the scattered cores. He removed his heat-resistant gloves and, using specially designed energy-isolating pincers, endured the excruciating burn in his palms to swiftly collect the 3 fist-sized, searing medium molten crystal cores and the 1 large core the size of an infant's head, within which molten rivers seemed to flow. He quickly stowed them in his wristwatch. The weight was substantial. The heat radiating through the leaden container felt akin to holding a small sun. Having accomplished this, he cast not a glance at the critically wounded molten fire crystal scorpion, which was on the verge of detonating along with the cores, and staggered with the unconscious Crimson Fang towards the fissured passage he had entered. Behind him lay the mournful cries of the dying beast in the hellish cavern. Under the night sky, the scorched earth of the secret realm loomed. The dark red radiation clouds above thickened, almost obliterating the light, leaving only the dark red slime flowing across the ground and the eerie green, ghostly phosphorescence emitted by certain decaying plants, sketching grotesque, distorted outlines. The temperature had not dropped significantly, yet the air was thick with active particles of corruptive energy, resonating with a disconcerting hum and whispers that insidiously eroded the mind. Lin Jin found a relatively sheltered and dry stone crevice backed by a colossal charred rock pillar. He quickly set up rudimentary alert traps and energy concealment devices, then carefully laid the slumbering Crimson Fong upon a relatively flat stone slab. Crimson Fong's condition was dire. The cracks in its shell would require time to heal, and its core energy was severely depleted. More troubling was the forced activation of the world-burning calamity flame, which had caused a source oscillation. Lin Jin retrieved all his reserves of high-purity fire energy crystals and precious life source energy potions, meticulously guiding the gentle energy into Crimson Fong's body, aiding in stabilizing its injuries and replenishing its expended energy. He himself consumed several vials of highly effective mental recovery potions and gene repair fluids, enduring the brain-splitting agony and the profound weakness of his body as he sat cross-legged, fully engaging in basic meditation to recover. The new star realm key in his arms emitted a warm, star-like aura, seemingly soothing the mental erosion slightly. The night was silent yet perilous. Only the occasional, piercing howls of unknown beasts echoed from afar, alongside the almost imperceptible whispers of corruption carried by the wind. Deep within the fortress, at the Astral Observation Station, Major Chinwagwa stood before a massive screen monitoring the energy of the secret realm, segmented into several areas displaying the weak life signal positions and general conditions of Lin Jin and his companions, a special method bestowed by the key. In the shadows behind him stood his statue-like aide. General, the corruption nest operatives have been intentionally infiltrated as planned through the abandoned B7 exploration passage. The aide's voice was deep and devoid of emotion. The drop point is near the signal zones of number 3, Chenling, and number 5, Zhouqian. They carry the latest gene hybrid samples, including Hunter Type 4 and Plague Spreader. Chun Weigua's expression remained impassive, his gaze deep as a cold pool, his fingers unconsciously tapping the cold metallic edge of the control panel. Is the signal disguised properly? It won't be rejected by the secret realm's monitoring rules. We have employed the phase interference technology provided by the Spirit Network, simulating it as low-tier corruptive organism signals, with an estimated success rate of 92, the aide replied. Chun Weigua's eyes swept over the light point representing Lin Jin, number 1. Its glow was somewhat dim, evidently having endured a fierce battle. Darkness is the fastest nourishment for growth. Let them witness the true brutality of this apocalyptic world, which encompasses not just beasts and corruption, but also the treachery of the human heart and the so-called path to salvation. His voice was cold, reflecting the ruthless resolve of an iron-fisted commander. Record all battle data, especially their reactions to those hybrids. This trial is more significant than the secret realm itself. Will they become steadfast guardians of the barrier or be seduced by extreme ideologies? Understood. The aide's figure silently melded into the shadows. In the stone crevice camp of the scorched earth, several hours of deep meditation, coupled with high-efficiency potions, allowed Lin Jin's mental energy to recover by 3 to 4 tenths, significantly alleviating his bodily weakness. He opened his eyes, immediately checking on Crimson Fong. The little creature remained in slumber, yet the fine cracks on its surface had begun to slowly heal under the nurturing of life source energy and high-purity fire energy, and its dim shell regained a hint of subdued luster. What reassured Lin Jin the most was that the source power within it, which had been agitated by the forced activation of the calamity flames, had returned to a tranquil state, albeit with a slight refinement. The activation level of the world-burning calamity flame stabilized at 0.25, a tremendous gain, yet the cost was equally heavy. Lin Jin sighed softly in relief, preparing to continue guiding energy into Crimson Fong when his keen senses detected an exceedingly subtle, yet unusual sound of friction and a suppressed hissing, unmistakably not the sound of natural winds or ordinary insects. He momentarily held his breath, his mental energy spreading out like a delicate web. The all-seeing eye, constrained by insufficient mental power, could only maintain its minimal passive scanning. Warning, abnormal biological signals approaching. Distance, 120 meters, 100 meters, trajectory, encircling. Signal characteristics, hybrid life response, unknown human genetic sequence combined with highly corrupted beast genes. Energy fluctuations, warrior level 3 to 4, multiple entities, carrying highly active corruption pathogens. Gene fusion between human and beast. Corruption pathogens. Lin Jin's heart sank heavily. This was no native creature of the secret realm. It was a monstrosity of human creation. Moreover, the target was clearly encircling him from the crevice where he was concealed. Who could it be? Other explorers? Impossible. Such a tactic. Could it be the fallen organization mentioned by the general? The sense of crisis surged to its zenith. With Chi Feng gravely injured and in slumber, and his own condition not yet recovered, he was faced with multiple unknown gene-fused monsters. Just as he prepared to forcibly awaken Chi Feng, bracing for the worst, a sudden, clear, and icy voice echoed from another direction outside the crevice, accompanied by a commanding tiger's roar. Frostbound path. Roar. Immediately following was the rapid sound of cracking ice and the sudden shattering of some creature that had been frozen. A cold figure, exuding a piercing chill, appeared not far from the entrance of the crevice, like an ethereal spirit of ice and snow walking upon moonlight. The pristine white armor shimmered with a cold glow under the dim phosphorescence, and the frost-white tiger stood guard at her side, its ice blue fur moving without wind, exhaling an aura of frigid air, while beneath its feet, the scorched earth rapidly spread into a smooth sheet of ice. Chunling. She had evidently also encountered an attack. A trace of post-battle chill lingered on her icy visage, and her ice-blue eyes sharply scanned the crevice and Lin Jin, naturally observing the slumbering Chi Feng in his arms, as well as several grotesque, twisted bodies frozen into ice sculptures on the icy surface outside the crevice, their shapes vaguely human yet blended with bestial characteristics. They were the gene-fused monsters. Their gazes met instantaneously in the dim light. Lin Jin's eyes held wariness and a barely perceptible scrutiny. Chunling's eyes conveyed coldness and an equally evident vigilance, but more than that was her gravity and disdain toward the monsters before them, without the need for words. After a brief silence, from the depths of darkness further beyond the crevice, a more chilling and dense chorus of hissing sounds and heavy footsteps emerged, accompanied by a voice that seemed to choke on viscous fluid, fragmented yet filled with malice. Flesh, evolution, new world, eliminate, old humanity, seed. The enemy has not been completely resolved. A darker hunt was merely beginning under the shroud of night in the secret realm, and Lin Jin and Chunling, two young powerhouses who should have been adversaries, found themselves forced to stand on the same front in the face of this sudden, malevolent crisis. Chapter 31. Shadows of the Corruption Nest. Outside the crevice, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged like a tangible tide, mingling with the nauseating stench of corruption and the suffocating cacophony of cries coming from all directions. In the darkness, more twisted figures flickered under the ghostly green and pale phosphorescence, their erratic movements carrying an intention to encircle, their throats emitting incomprehensible, malicious whispers. Eliminate, old humanity, seed. Lin Jin, cradling the slumbering Chi Feng, leaned against the cold rock wall, the dizziness from his drained mental energy still lingering, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. He quickly swept his eyes over Chunling and the frost-white tiger beside her, which emanated a frigid aura. This cool young woman also appeared slightly disheveled, indicating that her previous skirmish had not been easy, but her posture remained upright, her ice-blue eyes devoid of fear, only reflecting a cold disdain and heightened vigilance toward the tainted entities. The brief silence was shattered. Hiss! Several piercing sounds tore through the darkness, shooting toward them from different directions. Those were black tendrils covered in viscous pus, their tips sharp as bone spurs, moving with astonishing speed, directly targeting the vital points of Lin Jin and Chunling simultaneously. Heavy footsteps approached from directly ahead, belonging to a creature standing over 2.5 meters tall. Its muscles knotted like rock, skin bearing a sickly gray-green hue, with its head partially fused with characteristics of a beetle, charging forth with a suffocating sense of oppression. Wielding deformed arms akin to siege hammers, its surface constantly oozed dark green slime, dripping onto the ground with a hissing corrosive sound. Target, Hunter Type 4, Gene Fusion Entity. Attributes, Strength, Corruption, Poison. Life Level, Warrior Level 4. Core Skills, Bone Spike Tendrils, Corruption Heavy Strike, Hyper-Regeneration. Threat Assessment, High. Strong in power, defense, and regeneration, with potent toxins. Target, Plague Spreaders, Gene Fusion Entities. Attributes, Mental, Corruption, Poison. Life Level, Warrior Level 3. Core Skills, Mental Shriek, Corruption Spore Cloud, Whisper Interference. Threat Assessment, Medium-High. Area Control and Sustained Damage. Threat level increases with numbers. The information from the all-seeking eye's passive skin flooded into Lin Jin's mind instantaneously. Though blurred due to insufficient mental power, the key points were crystal clear. He gritted his teeth against the headache, speaking rapidly, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. Chunling. To the 3 o'clock direction behind the rock pillar, 2 spreaders. In the 9 o'clock direction crevice, another one is lurking. Directly ahead is the hunter. Its joints are weak points. Have the white tiger intercept its charge, target its left knee. The instructions were precise and succinct, akin to a cold combat code. There were no requests, only an inevitable choice based on the battlefield situation. Chun-Ling's ice-blue pupils subtly constricted. Lin Jin's perceptiveness in this chaotic darkness remained terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, she instantly communicated with the frost white tiger. Ice barrier, halt the flow. Roar. The frost white tiger let out a low growl, its claws striking the icy surface fiercely. A wall of ice, half a meter thick, crystal clear, yet radiating absolute coldness, shot up instantly. Positioned precisely in front of the charging hunter Type 4. Boom. The hunter's massive body collided violently with the ice wall, shards of ice flying everywhere. The wall trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, yet it successfully halted the creature's frenzied momentum. The immense inertia caused it to stagger, its left knee absorbing the brunt of the impact. Simultaneously, Chun-Ling's cold voice rang out, Iceheart's soul-binding. She formed hand seals, her mental energy concentrated intensely, her innate Iceheart ability activated to its fullest. As an invisible barrier, imbued with a piercing cold, expanded outward from her, actively countering the incoming threat. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, two sharp mental shrieks, capable of tearing through eardrums and filled with intense confusion and dizziness, pierced through from behind the rock pillar at the 3 o'clock position. Thud. The icy mental barrier collided with the invisible mental shrieks in midair, producing a muffled explosion. Chun-Ling's body swayed slightly, her complexion paling further. Yet the barrier successfully mitigated the majority of the impact and directed the residual chaotic energy toward the ground, causing the ice surface to crack instantaneously. She had successfully interfered with and repelled this area mental attack. Now's our chance. White Tiger, unleash the extreme cold breath and target its left knee. Chun-Ling seized the moment when the hunter's center of gravity was compromised from its collision with the ice wall, exposing its left knee. The frost-embracing white tiger had long been poised for action, unleashing a breath of ice so concentrated it appeared almost ethereal blue, akin to a precise beam of freezing energy that instantaneously struck the relatively fragile left knee joint of the hunter Type 4. A chilling crack echoed, a sound that sent shivers through the teeth, as the hunter's robust left leg was instantly encased in a thick layer of deep blue ice, more solid than steel. The horrifying cold rapidly infiltrated, rendering tendons and muscles devoid of vitality. With a pained roar, the hunter's massive form lost balance, toppling violently to the left. Lin Jin. Chun-Ling called out, her mental energy severely depleted from the continuous casting. Without further ado, Lin Jin's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he gently placed the slumbering chiefing in a safe spot behind him, summoning the last vestiges of his mental strength. He darted forth from the crevice like a specter, his specially crafted alloy dagger glinting with lethal intent in the dim light. His target was the exposed armpit joint, connecting the grotesque arm to the torso, its keratin layer comparatively weak and a crucial node for energy flow. With a swift thrust, the dagger, imbued with Lin Jin's full force and precise insight, sank deeply into the joint's crevice. A flick of the wrist and a deft twist ensued, accompanied by the sickening sound of tendons tearing and the hunter's anguished wail, as Lin Jin expertly severed the grotesque arm, akin to a battering ram, from its body. Dark green, toxic blood erupted like a fountain. With one arm and its mobility lost, the hunter's threat diminished significantly. Suddenly, a plague spreader lurking in the fissure at 9 o'clock seized the moment, bursting forth in an attempt to spew a cloud of corrupt spores to shield its companion or flee. Too late. Ice spear piercing. Chun-Ling would not allow its success. The frost-embracing white tiger had already locked onto the target. A volley of sharp ice spears shot forth with the precision of a crossbow, instantly piercing the relatively vulnerable torso of the plague spreader, pinning it against the scorched rock wall, its dark green ichor splattering. The remaining 2 plague spreaders, witnessing the strongest hunter's devastating blow and the death of their companion, emitted terrified shrieks, abandoning their assault and retreating into the darkness. We cannot let them escape. They will summon more, Lin Jin admonished, grappling with the dizziness from his mental exhaustion as he concentrated the eye of omniscience, instantly pinpointing the energy cores of the 2 fleeing plague spreaders at 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock. The frost-embracing white tiger growled in response, its ice-blue silhouette darting forth, claws slashing as 2 highly compressed, rotating ice blades accurately targeted the plague spreader at 11 o'clock, while simultaneously, it unleashed a sharp ice spear aimed at the back of the target at 2 o'clock. With a resounding thud, both strikes landed almost simultaneously. The ice blades obliterated the plague spreader's chest cavity, while the ice spear penetrated its energy core. The 2 abominations convulsed before collapsing, their decaying energy rapidly dimming. The battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated, yet the peril was no less than that faced against the magma crystal scorpion. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, mingled with the lingering chill of ice. Lin Jin leaned against the rock wall, gasping heavily. His complexion as pale as parchment, cold sweat soaking through his inner garments. Chun-Ling also breathed heavily, recalling the white tiger, her cool visage betraying a hint of fatigue. Yet her vigilant gaze swept the surrounding darkness to ensure no foes remained. A brief silence enveloped the two, punctuated only by the distant roars of beasts and the mournful whisper of the wind. What are these creatures? Lin Jin broke the silence first, his voice hoarse as he surveyed the ground littered with corpses of various forms, all exuding a mixed aura of artificiality and corruption. Though he harbored suspicions, confirmation was needed. Chun-Ling approached a relatively intact corpse of a plague spreader, cautiously nudging it with the tip of her boot, observing its grotesque features. A twisted amalgamation of human and insect traits, and the stitched scars adorning its surface, her ice blue eyes darkened with revulsion. She glanced up at Lin Jin, her voice still cold but now laced with gravity. The corruption nest. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was this organization, one of the fallen factions alluded to in the documents he had perused. An extreme faction of the fallen, Chun-Ling continued, her speech deliberate as she chose her words. They believe in the ascendance of flesh and blood, asserting that only by fully embracing corruption and merging with the genes of formidable beasts can humanity achieve ultimate evolution in this wasteland era, establishing what they term a new world. She paused, her gaze drifting toward the slumbering chiefing in Lin Jin's arms. Her intent clear. They regard all beast tamers who evolve their beasts through traditional contracts and training as remnants of a bygone age, obstacles that must be eradicated. Especially those like you, who can induce remarkable transformations in ordinary beasts. They see this as a desecration of the path to fleshly ascendance and the greatest threat. Lin Jin's understanding deepened. No wonder their targets were so explicitly focused on attacking the elite who entered the secret realm. The key to the starry realm must also be their objective. The key itself, imbued with spatial energy and the potential remnants of ancient heritage, would be immensely appealing to their so-called research on ascendance. Chun-Ling nodded, adding, moreover, they perceive the elite seed bearers who possess the key as potential core forces obstructing the spread of their ideology, and they must be stifled or converted before they can mature. Her words confirmed Lin Jin's suspicions. This was not merely a contest for resources, but a struggle of ideologies and survival. General, are you aware of their existence? Do you know of their infiltration into the secret realm? Lin Jin posed the most crucial question, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Chun-Ling. As a scion of the upper echelons of the barrier, she was likely privy to more insider information. Chun-Ling remained silent for a few seconds, her icy countenance revealing little emotion, yet a flicker of complexity seemed to pass through her eyes. Finally, she spoke slowly. The corruption nest has always been a grave concern for the Alliance and the various barriers. They are like venomous snakes in the shadows, omnipresent. The recent activation of the secret realm, with its complex spatial fluctuations, is inherently a high-risk zone. The Alliance's intelligence department had issued warnings regarding such infiltrations, but specifically regarding this operation. She hesitated, not directly answering Lin Jin's question, instead stating, the general is stationed at the observation post, monitoring the overall situation. He should have received signals regarding our ambush. This response was deft, acknowledging the Alliance's awareness of the corruption nest's threat, while implying that the general might be informed yet unable to halt such infiltrations in real time, simultaneously indicating that their predicament was known. As for whether the general had deliberately permitted or even utilized this, she left unspoken, allowing Lin Jin to draw his own conclusions. Lin Jin regarded Chun-Ling intently, refraining from further inquiries. The information was sufficient. The general's stance, in this dark trial, was itself a part of the answer. Your beast. Chun-Ling's gaze fell once more upon Chiefing. The little creature's cracked shell appeared to be slowly mending under the nurturing of faint energy. Does it require assistance? None needed. Lin Jin replied decisively. He retrieved a star fragment crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, emanating a pure and gentle stellar fluctuation, as well as the smallest magma crystal core. Though diminutive, the magma crystal core contained vast and violent elemental energy. He carefully placed the star fragment beside Chiefing. Utilizing the weak spatial and stellar energy it radiated to form a soothing force field to stabilize Chiefing's disrupted aura due to exhaustion and origin turbulence. Then, he grasped the small, searing magma crystal core with both hands, cautiously guiding a relatively mild fire attribute energy within, like a gentle stream, slowly infusing it into Chiefing's body. Warning: target is in a state of deep slumber and weakness. Forcibly guiding high-energy substances poses risks. The alert from the Eye of Omniscience flashed through his mind. Lin Jin remained undeterred. His mental control was meticulous, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. The pure essence of fire energy surged into Qifeng's being, inciting no violent repulsion. Instead, it was akin to sparks igniting dry tinder, instinctively captured, absorbed, and refined by the dormant source of the burning world cataclysm within him. A faint hum resonated as a delicate, dark golden sheen flickered momentarily from the minute cracks on the dim shell of Qifeng, before vanishing into obscurity. Its subtle aura seemed to solidify slightly, further stabilizing its slumbering state. Effective. Lin Jin felt a flicker of reassurance. The burning world cataclysm, true to its innate nature, could passively refine and absorb energy even in slumber. This diminutive molten fire crystal, in conjunction with the stabilizing properties of the stardust crystal, would undoubtedly expedite Qifeng's recovery. Chunling observed Lin Jin's meticulous maneuvers, watching him guide the tempestuous energy with near scrupulous precision, a glimmer of barely perceptible admiration crossing her gaze. Such mastery over energy and beast manipulation was far beyond that of an ordinary beastmaster. Once Qifeng's state stabilized and began to absorb energy for self-healing, Lin Jin stowed away the remaining stardust crystal and molten fire core. Rising to his feet, he stretched his weary limbs, which ached from exertion, and turned to Chunling. The information has been shared. What are our next steps? Our paths diverge, Chunling replied succinctly, her gaze shifting towards the sinister outline of the corrupted forest under the dark red sky, a place where I might find what I seek and perhaps deeper targets within the corruption nest. What of your direction? Lin Jin cast his gaze afar, his all-seeing eye gradually regaining strength, faintly sensing peculiar spatial fluctuations in the depths of the scorched earth rift, which resonated weakly with the stardust crystal he had previously acquired. There are spatial anomalies deeper within the rift, he disclosed, but said no more. Chunling nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The brief alliance stemmed from a shared threat. With that threat abetted, their paths naturally parted. She tossed a small, diamond-shaped communicator, resembling sculpted ice, to Lin Jin, a one-way short-range communicator, effective within a 10-kilometer radius. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis from a corruption nest or secret realm, crush it. I shall decide whether to offer assistance based on the circumstances. Likewise, should I require aid, I hope you will respond. This is a mutually beneficial agreement based on acknowledged strength. Lin Jin caught the communicator, its icy chill penetrating his palm. He glanced at it before tucking it away, understood. No pleasantries were exchanged. The two shared an unspoken understanding as they discreetly erased any traces of their battle, then turned to embark on their distinctly different paths. Chunling, accompanied by the frost-white tiger, moved like an ethereal spirit of ice and snow, her form melding into the shadows cast by jagged rocks leading toward the corrupted forest, her chill receding into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Jin cradled the still sleeping yet stabilizing Qifeng, heightening his vigilance like the most cautious of hunters, stealthily advancing toward the source of the anomalous energy perception in the scorched earth rift. As Lin Jin progressed, he directed a fragment of his consciousness inward to assess Qifeng's condition. Under the continuous nourishment of the pure energy from the molten fire core and the stability provided by the stardust crystal, the cracks on the little creature's shell were visibly healing, the subdued dark golden sheen deepening. The activation of the burning world cataclysm seemed to be solidifying and advancing towards a higher echelon during this restful phase. Simultaneously, his all-seeing eye passively scanned the surroundings ahead. The spatial fluctuations emanating from the depths of the rift grew increasingly distinct, imbued with a strange allure. Chapter 32. The Rift's Astral Crystals. Deep within the scorched earth rift, the air hung thick like solidified lead, infused with the peculiar scent of sulfur interwoven with spatial chaos. Towering rock walls on either side appeared as if they had been rent asunder by some colossal claw, their surfaces charred black, as though scorched by infernal flames. The shadows cast by these walls were unnaturally dense, forming an impenetrable barrier of darkness that enveloped the entire space. Amidst this oppressive gloom, the sole source of illumination came from the noxious, radiation-laden clouds above, which displayed a bizarre gray hue, exuding an atmosphere of suffocation and unease. Yet, at the terminus of this darkness, a mesmerizing spectacle unfolded, shimmering with a kaleidoscopic brilliance. After a day of travel, Lin Jin finally arrived at the rift, concealing himself behind a massive, grotesquely contorted black rock, distorted by heat, and lowered his breathing to a whisper. The rhythmic inhalations of Qifeng in his arms were steady and elongated. The cracks on its shell had healed significantly, the dark golden sheen glimmering in the dim light. Its aura much more solid than before. Peering through the crevices of the rock, his gaze fixated on a relatively open expanse at the bottom of the rift. This area was not filled with flowing dark red sludge, but rather a peculiar, dry terrain strewn with silver grains. At the center of the grains hovered several fist-sized crystalline formations, glistening and translucent. They were not motionless. Instead, they appeared to possess life, gently floating and rotating within an unseen gravitational field. The interiors of the crystals were not solid, resembling a frozen, miniature vortex of the cosmos, with silvery starlight flickering within, emanating a pure, vast, and yet rippling spatial energy. Target: astral crystal, pure. Attributes: space, stars. Description: a rare crystal highly condensed at a spatial node, containing pure spatial origin energy. Uses: repairing and enhancing spatial equipment. Evolution material for space-type beast cores, core components for spatial teleportation arrays, and catalyzing the incubation of spatial attribute life forms. Quantity: 7 pieces. Astral crystals. Lin Jin's heart raced. These were the very source of the spatial fluctuations he had sensed and were crucial for catalyzing the mysterious beast egg. However, alongside wealth, there surely lurked guardians of peril. Suspended approximately 3 meters above the floating astral crystals was a creature both ethereal and lethal. Its form was not that of a monstrous beast, but rather a massive butterfly with a wingspan nearing 2 meters. Its wings were not composed of flesh or scales, but rather constructed from countless minute, ephemeral fragments of space, presenting a translucent, ever-shifting hue of deep azure, as if draping a folded starry sky over its form. The edges of its wings were jagged, resembling shattered glass, shimmering with a menacing silver gleam. Silver patterns flowed along its wings like a river of stars, each slow flap generating subtle ripples in the surrounding space and a low, resonant hum. Its slender, elongated body was adorned with a shell reminiscent of intricately carved sapphire, and 6 delicate appendages glimmered with a cold light akin to spatial cutting. 2 long, crystal-like antennae on its head swayed slightly, sensing every disturbance in the fabric of space. Its compound eyes resembled 2 miniature black holes, impossibly deep, as if capable of absorbing one's very soul. Target: ethereal star butterfly. Attributes: space. Life level: warrior stage 6. Core skills: phase shift, spatial cutting, spatial ripples, stardust shield. Threat assessment: extremely high. Space-based abilities are elusive and difficult to counter, exhibiting remarkable mobility and decent defense, with significant advantages in home field combat. Weakness: the main body's defense is relatively weaker than the wings, and the continuous use of high-load spatial skills incurs a brief cooldown. The ethereal star butterfly. Lin Jin's expression turned grave. Space-based entities were inherently challenging, being the rarest of attributes. The emergence of this attribute signified immense power and control capabilities. And this star butterfly had reached the zenith of warrior stage 6, posing a danger that was certainly comparable to the previous molten fire scorpion, if not exceeding it in its agility and enigmatic nature. Moreover, its position is exceptionally advantageous, suspended in midair, providing an unobstructed view, making it nearly impossible to approach silently and steal the void crystals. The crimson edge stirred slightly within Lin Jin's embrace, its restoration nearing completion, its state gradually recovering. Unable to confront it directly, he resolved to rely on cunning instead. Lin Jin swiftly made his decision. The objective was the void crystals, not the annihilation of this formidable guardian beast. He needed to create chaos to divert the attention of the star butterfly, even if only for a few seconds. Enough for him to snatch several void crystals and then escape into the treacherous terrain of the rift. The plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He retrieved several fire-type crystals of the warrior tier, quickly placing them at various points behind the rocks to form a rudimentary, delayed energy detonation trap. Simultaneously, he infused his mental energy into the all-seeing eye, locking onto the 2 nearest void crystals, which were suspended at a relatively low position. Crimson Edge, prepare, Lin Jin whispered, gently placing the now-recovered Crimson Edge on the rock. The little creature's dark golden compound eyes flickered with sharp light, its lava armor swirling gently across its surface, and it began to gather and compress the draconic flame energy in its mandibles. Just as Lin Jin was about to activate the trap to create an explosion to distract the star butterfly, a familiar, oppressive hiss and malevolent whisper echoed, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps rapidly approaching from the direction of the rift entrance. The corrupted Nest people. They had actually tracked him here, and judging by the noise, their numbers were substantial. Lin Jin's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. He was caught between 2 threats. In an instant, he abandoned the plan to detonate the trap. With pursuers closing in from behind and the formidable star butterfly ahead, making a forced strike would be tantamount to seeking death. Without hesitation, Lin Jin swiftly scooped up Crimson Edge, pressing his body against the charred rock wall and retreating silently into the deeper, narrower fissures of the rift at the utmost speed. Just as he concealed himself, Three genetically fused monsters of varying forms charged into the vicinity of the void crystals. Leading them was a creature resembling a previous hunter, but slightly smaller, followed by two new plague bearers. They were evidently attracted by the spatial energy emitted by the void crystals, their eyes brimming with greed and twisted desire. Powerful energy, seize it. The lead-fused creature issued a vague command, lunging directly at the suspended void crystals. In that instant, the suspended star butterfly, with its eyes resembling black holes, instantly locked onto the intruders. The fact that lowly corrupted beings coveted its treasure thoroughly enraged this noble spatial entity. There was no thunderous roar, only the sickening sound of space being torn apart. The butterfly wings of the star butterfly, composed of fragments of space, suddenly flared, and its massive figure vanished from its original position, reappearing directly above the head of the lunging lead-fused creature. At the edges of its wings, where the sharpness resembled shattered glass, a silver light burst forth. Two invisible blades, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and distorting light, appeared out of thin air, crossing to slash at the fused creature. The battle-hardened warrior tier-fused creature, despite its considerable defenses, was effortlessly sliced apart, as if cut by the sharpness of space itself. Its massive body instantly divided into four smooth segments, its dark green blood and entrails unable to spew forth before being shredded and annihilated by the chaotic forces of space. It was a swift execution. The two plague bearers, terrified, turned to flee. The star butterfly's compound eyes flashed coldly, and its wings flapped gracefully once more. A ripple of invisible spatial energy radiated from it, ensnaring the two bearers as if they were trapped in viscous glue, their movements becoming sluggish. Even their hisses elongated and distorted. Following this, the star butterfly elegantly spun, its wing edges shimmering with silver light once again. Two silent, spatial cuts swept through. The upper halves of the two bearers vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving their rigid lower halves to topple slowly to the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and the three warrior tier-fused creatures were completely obliterated, unable to mount any semblance of resistance. Hidden in the shadows of the rift, Lin Jin was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced. So strong, far beyond expectations. The spatial slashes of the star butterfly disregarded physical defenses, and its phase shifting made it elusive, while its spatial ripples rendered control impossible. A peak 6th-tier spatial entity in this environment was nothing short of a killing machine, had he rashly charged out. His fate would not have been much better than those fused creatures. The void crystals were tantalizingly close, yet felt as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. Lin Jin's gaze flickered intensely, his mind racing. The presence of the corrupted nest's people here indicated their infiltration range was extensive. Chunling's side was likely in trouble as well. It was nearly impossible to take the void crystals under the watchful eye of the star butterfly alone. Her frost control, especially the ice domain formed by Frost Path, combined with Crimson Edge's nascent domain, might interfere to some degree with the star butterfly's phase shifting and spatial ripples, perhaps creating a precious opportunity. Cooperation was the only viable way to break the deadlock. Even if they had to share the spoils, it was far better than returning empty-handed. And the acquired void crystals would be sufficient to hatch a beast egg. Without further hesitation, Lin Jin decisively retrieved the ice crystal communicator given to him by Chunling, infused it with mental energy, and transmitted critical information. In the depths of the rift, discovered void crystals, guarded by the deadly spatial butterfly, peak 6th tier, urgent assistance required. The message sent, the communicator transformed into glistening ice crystals that dissipated. He trusted that with Chunling's wisdom and her current predicament, she would comprehend the urgency and value of this information. Next, it was a matter of waiting and concealing himself deeper before the star butterfly potentially expanded its search range. Lin Jin cradled Crimson Edge, fully retreating into a narrow crevice, holding his breath and focusing, adjusting his state to its optimum, preparing to confront the impending fierce battle. Time passed second by second, the rift filled only with the humming of the star butterfly's gently flapping wings and the subtle glimmers of the void crystals, alongside the silent remnants of horror scattered on the ground. The atmosphere of impending doom had reached a climax. A chilling aura, like an invisible tide, silently spread from the direction of the rift entrance. The sulfurous scent in the air dissipated, while fine frost flowers rapidly crystallized on the charred rock walls. A cool figure, exuding an elegance that accompanied the ice, appeared in the shadows at the rift's entrance. The frost-white tiger crouched beside her, its ice blue fur swaying without wind, exhaling frosty breath while its tiger eyes locked onto the distant hovering star butterfly, emitting a low, battle-charged growl. Chunling had arrived. Her ice-blue eyes scanned the horrifying remnants of the battlefield before turning to the suspended star butterfly and the void crystals. Ultimately resting her gaze on the crevice where Lin Jin was concealed, giving a slight nod. No words were exchanged, but the intent to cooperate was clear. The star butterfly, sensing the presence of a new and more powerful intruder, slowly turned, its black hole-like compound eyes locking onto Chun-Ling and the white tiger. The frequency of its wing flaps quickening, and the fluctuations of spatial ripples becoming more pronounced. The tension in the rift escalated to its zenith. The star butterfly hovered above the void crystals, the starry patterns flowing on its wings suddenly illuminating, its profound compound eyes resembling two miniature black holes. Firmly fixating on the Frost Lord who had intruded into the rift, the space around her emitted an unbearable, subtle groan. As an invisible pressure surged towards Chun-Ling like an encroaching tide, her expression was as cold as frost, yet her gaze was as piercing as an ice shard. She did not hesitate, fully aware that seizing the initiative was paramount when confronting such a spatial beast. Frost mist path. The crisp command sliced through the air like a bitter wind across the icy plains. The frosty white tiger let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying torrent of icy energy without reservation. The dense, ice-blue mist no longer dispersed slowly. Instead, it surged forth like an avalanche, engulfing a significant portion of the chasm's bottom in an instant. Where the mist passed, the air emitted a sharp, freezing sound, and the silver gravel on the ground was swiftly covered by a layer of deep blue, iron-hard ice, exceeding a foot in thickness. The surface of the ice gleamed like a mirror, radiating an absolute chill capable of freezing souls. This was Chun-Ling's full-fledged domain of frost, with the objective not merely to restrict, but to forcibly alter the entire battlefield environment, disrupting the stability of space. Buzz. The void star butterfly's wings fluttered violently, initiating a phase shift as its form blurred, attempting to escape the core of this frigid realm. However, just as it vanished from sight, within the icy domain, countless massive, sharply defined ice crystal mirrors coalesced out of thin air, precisely appearing near the possible phase nodes it might occupy. The star butterfly re-emerged, somewhat disheveled. Near one of these nodes, its wings tainted by fine ice crystals, its movements noticeably hindered. The refraction of the ice crystal mirrors and the extreme cold of the domain interfered with its phase traversal to a certain extent. Well done. Lin Jin silently praised from the shadows. Chun-Ling's control over the situation was indeed formidable, successfully limiting the star butterfly's most formidable spatial mobility. Roar. Seizing the moment of the star butterfly's delay caused by the icy realm, the frosty white tiger transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, charging forward. Its claws poised to strike, imbued with the chilling essence of freezing all things, aimed directly at the slender body of the star butterfly. Chapter 33, Frozen Starlight. A flicker of anger flashed in the compound eyes of the void star butterfly as it abandoned the notion of re-entering the phase, the edges of its wings shimmering with silver light. With a swift motion, two twisted, invisible blades slashed out, converging toward the advancing white tiger. Ice barrier break. Chun-Ling had anticipated this. A thick, diamond-shaped ice crystal shield instantly materialized before the white tiger. Boom. The spatial slicing struck the ice shield with a jarring force, producing a piercing sound of shattering. The shield was marred by two deep, nearly penetrative cracks, the terrifying cutting force momentarily stalling the white tiger behind the shield. Yet, the ice shield did not shatter completely, successfully blocking this lethal attack. Lin Jin. Chun-Ling shouted. The moment had come. Lin Jin, akin to a long-hidden cheetah, burst forth from his concealed crevice. Chi foam could no longer contain itself, transforming into a blazing dark gold meteor, its speed surpassing that of Lin Jin. Chi foam. Dragon flame cut. Target. Energy node at the base of the wings. Lin Jin's command was precise. His all-seeing eye had detected a momentary, intense fluctuation and a relatively weak window at the connection between the star butterfly's wings and its body after it executed the spatial cutting. Screech. Chi foam unleashed a high-pitched cry, expending its recently restored power and the remnants of the molten core energy, a previously unseen, concentrated core entwined with several strands of dark gold cataclysmic flames erupted forth, carrying the essence of destruction that could incinerate the void, tearing through the frigid air, accurately targeting the connection between the star butterfly's right wing and body. Having just exerted all its strength to repel the white tiger, the star butterfly was still hindered by the icy domain, and thus, faced with this ingenious, precise, and perfectly timed ambush, its response was ultimately a fraction too late. Buzz. A shield composed of fragmented spatial shards, shimmering like starlight, instantaneously appeared on its surface, attempting to defend itself. However, Chi Feng's dragon flame cut was a full-force strike, coalesced from the essence of world-consuming flames. PSHHHH. The dark gold light beam, entwined with cataclysmic flames, pierced through the thin ice, instantly melting away the stardust shield and striking fiercely at the target node. Pshhhh. A chilling, soul-shattering shriek echoed from within the star butterfly as a large, charred hole was blasted into the base of its dreamlike wing, composed of spatial shards. Countless tiny fragments scattered like shattered stars, causing the entire wing to dim. Its flapping rendered exceedingly difficult, even showing signs of instability. Severely wounded. Although not completely vanquished, its functionality was greatly diminished. The Void Star Butterfly erupted into a fit of rage, disregarding its injuries, its black hole-like compound eyes locking on a chi foam, the source of its grievous injury. The left wing flapped violently, the spatial ripples transforming from a delay into a tempestuous spatial maelstrom, violently sweeping towards chi foam, while the edges of its wings shimmered again, unleashing an even more concentrated spatial cut aimed directly at chi foam. Having successfully landed a strike, chi foam found itself caught between the remnants of its prior power and the onset of new energy, being swept away by the turbulent spatial currents, causing its form to falter. Lava armor. Lin Jin poured forth his mental energy with reckless abandon. The lava armor enveloping chi foam surged to its absolute limit, radiating a brilliant dark gold light. Boom. The spatial cut struck the lava armor with tremendous force, the terrifying slicing power instantly tearing through the armor, leaving a deep, charred crack that exposed bone beneath the dark gold shell. Chi foam was violently hurled away by the immense impact, crashing against the rocky wall, its breath momentarily faltering. Frozen forever. Chen-Ling would not let this rare opportunity slip by. In that fleeting moment when the star butterfly launched a full-scale attack against Chi foam, its old power spent and new energy yet to arise, she and the frosty white tiger had also completed their build-up. The frosty white tiger howled to the heavens, endless icy energy surging madly into the frozen ground. Chen-Ling formed seals with her hands, the ice heart's innate ability operating at its zenith, her mental energy cascading forth like a glacial river, centered around the void star butterfly, the ice beneath it, the surrounding air. And even the drifting spatial fragments were instantly frozen by an irresistible, absolute cold force, transforming into an ethereal blue, an absolute ice that seemed capable of solidifying time itself. The massive body of the star butterfly, its damaged wings, and even the rippling spatial waves around it were forcibly frozen at that moment, as if encased within a colossal, ethereal blue ice amber, its compound eyes filled with shock and disbelief, yet unable to muster even a hint of struggle. Chi foam. The final blow, dragon flame cut. Target, the compound eyes on its head. Lin Jin bellowed. This was the only chance. The severely injured Chi foam unleashed a defiant cry, forcing out its final reserves of strength, its mandibles agape, releasing a diminished yet still concentrated dark gold light beam that accurately aimed at the deep-set compound eyes of the frozen star butterfly's head. Simultaneously, the frosty white tiger unleashed its last concentrated breath of extreme cold, targeting the same area. Boom. Pshhhh. The dark gold dragon flame and the ethereal blue chill struck their target almost simultaneously. The cataclysmic energies of ice and fire erupted with a thunderous explosion at the star butterfly's head, shattering the solid ice and obliterating the spatial fragments. Creak. A heart-wrenching, distorted shriek, filled with pain and resentment, reverberated through the chasm as the massive body of the void star butterfly quaked violently. The ethereal blue ice encasing it fracturing inch by inch. The area around its head, where the compound eyes resided, was eroded into a charred void by the dragon flame, instantly frozen into a clump of ice by the chilling air. Its life force flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly extinguishing. It plummeted from midair, crashing heavily onto the solid ice surface with a resounding thud, as the starlight on its wings faded into oblivion. At this moment, after enduring a period of arduous training, Chiefing successfully transcended its limits. The severely injured Chiefing, with its surface marred by charred cracks, rapidly healed under the nurturing energy, its dull carapace regaining a profound and subdued golden sheen. Not only had its breath been completely restored, but it also felt as if it had shattered an invisible shackle, experiencing a sudden elevation. A surge of pure and potent primordial energy surged into Lin Jin's being. He felt his depleted mental strength rejuvenate almost instantly, even experiencing a subtle enhancement. Beast Mastery. Chiefing, Flame Dragon Armored Beetle. Rank, Warrior Level 6. Core Talent, World Burning Calamity Flame. Activation, 028. Status, Light Injuries, Life Source Energy, 85. Warrior Level 6. The breakthrough had finally been achieved. Lin Jin let out a long sigh, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Chen-Ling also breathed slightly heavier. Recalling her own highly exhausted Frostwind White Tiger, a trace of fatigue evident on her otherwise cold visage, yet her gaze remained bright. She looked at the corpse of the astral butterfly, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. It was a rare spatial creature, and had it not resisted so fiercely, binding it as her beast would have been immensely powerful. Who knows when they might encounter another? The two swiftly began to clear the battlefield. Lin Jin dashed towards the 7 floating void crystals, carefully stowing them all away in a specially designed spatial containment vessel. Chen-Ling approached the massive corpse of the astral butterfly, preparing to collect any valuable materials. However, as she drew near, her ice-blue pupils suddenly constricted. Beneath the relatively soft abdomen of the butterfly, pressed against the cold ground, lay a translucent egg woven from countless tiny, softly glowing spatial threads. The egg was about the size of a basketball, within which a curled silhouette, reminiscent of butterfly wings, could be faintly discerned, pulsating gently with the dim starlight. Chen-Ling did not immediately claim it for herself. Instead, she called Lin Jin over. Target, astral butterfly egg, unhatched. Attribute, space. Potential qualification, Lord level, stable. Potential, monarch level. Status, healthy, energy abundant, infused by the mother before her death, about to hatch. Description: the astral butterfly constructed this sanctuary using primordial spatial power and starlight essence before its demise, enhancing the qualification and protecting its unhatched offspring. It contains powerful spatial and stellar essence. So that's it. No wonder the astral butterfly fought so desperately to guard this place. It was not only protecting an energy source, but also its progeny. This unhatched chrysalis was its true Achilles heel. It was no surprise that a spatial creature could be encountered in such a small secret realm. It required those void crystals to hatch its offspring. Only a recently stabilized secret realm, under the influence of spatial turbulence, could produce void crystals. Its own strength was too feeble compared to a grand secret realm. Had they not entered the realm, but rather sent a vanguard, there would have been ample time for the young to hatch and escape through the spatial passage. Lin Jin gazed at the chrysalis radiating ethereal starlight, his eyes flickering with intrigue. An egg with monarch-level potential in the space attribute was invaluable. Yet, he understood that he already possessed a mysterious egg of the same attribute. With the aid of these void crystals, he had enough resources to hatch it and replenish his primordial essence. One cannot be overly greedy, especially since cultivating spatial beasts requires vast amounts of specific resources. The void crystals were far more practical for him. Chen-Ling's gaze shifted from the dreamlike star chrysalis to Lin Jin, her cold expression bearing an unprecedented seriousness as she inquired, Lin Jin, you may take all the void crystals. This chrysalis is an invaluable powerful beast for me. I know that these crystals pale in comparison to this beast egg. I promise to assist you 3 times in the future, provided it does not endanger my life or position. Are you willing to part with it? Her offer was exceedingly generous and made clear the chrysalis's value to her. Her stance humble, not leveraging her previous contributions to coerce him. Lin Jin barely hesitated, replying, certainly. The void crystals are mine, and the chrysalis is yours. I have noted your promise. He needed the crystals. The chrysalis held far less value in his hands than in Chen-Ling's, and it could garner him the commitment and goodwill of a formidable ally. Thank you. A flicker of relief and genuine gratitude flashed in Chen-Ling's eyes. She carefully stowed the star butterfly chrysalis in a specially crafted cold jade box. With the distribution settled, both of them had regained considerable composure. Chen-Ling turned her gaze towards the deeper, more ominous, and energetically turbulent depths of the corrupted forest, addressing Lin Jin. Deep within the corrupted forest lies a treasure I am aware of, but it may also attract the main forces of the corrupted nest. The environment there is perilous, yet the opportunities are great. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me. She paused, her ice-blue eyes locking onto Lin Jin's. Your insight and Qifeng's combat prowess would be of immense aid to me. Similarly, in the treacherous environment of the forest, having an additional ally would provide greater security. The spoils will be distributed according to contribution. What say you? Lin Jin did not respond immediately. The corrupted forest was evidently a place of great danger, and the main forces of the corrupted nest were no benevolent entities. However, high risks often accompany high rewards. He glanced at Qifeng, whose aura had intensified with its recent elevation, realizing that the world-burning calamity flame required stronger adversaries and resources to hone and activate. Moreover, although Chen-Ling was cold, her actions were methodical, and she valued promises. She was a reliable temporary partner. Very well, Lin Jin nodded. But we need to clarify our objectives and devise a detailed plan. Tomorrow at noon, we shall meet at the fissure where we first encountered the ambush of the corrupted nest, to exchange information and establish a route. Agreed, Chen-Ling replied briskly. Tomorrow at noon, at the fissure. She spoke no further, vanishing into the shadows of the fissure leading towards the corrupted forest. The cold jade box containing the chrysalis in hand. Lin Jin, cradling Qifeng, turned towards a relatively safe and concealed area on the opposite side of the fissure. He needed to find an absolutely secure location to utilize the recently acquired void crystals and attempt to hatch the long-silent mysterious beast egg. The newly birthed beast could perhaps serve as an unexpected trump card when they ventured deeper into the corrupted forest the following day. Deep within the fissure, in a natural stone niche formed by two massive twisted rock walls, the light was dim, resembling night. Leaning against the cold, rough rock wall, Lin Jin's breath, suppressed intentionally, grew long and faint. He spread his mental perception like an invisible web, meticulously probing every energy fluctuation and air disturbance within 100 meters around the stone niche, confirming that, aside from the faint heat waves and residual spatial turbulence emanating from the distant lava lake, there were no other signs of life. His taut nerves relaxed just a fraction. "Here is temporarily safe," he murmured, his voice carrying a raspy echo in the confined space. He gently placed the lightly injured chieftain on a relatively flat rock. The little creature's condition was far better than anticipated. The primordial enhancement from breaking through to warrior level 6, combined with the energy absorbed from the small lava crystal core earlier, had significantly bolstered its self-healing capabilities. Lin Jin retrieved 2 vials of high-purity life source energy concentrate, carefully guiding the gentle life energy like a trickling stream into Chiefing's body, accelerating the repair of its final internal shocks and energy deficits. Simultaneously, he placed a warrior-level fire crystal core beside Chiefing, allowing it to instinctively absorb the gentle heat energy. After completing these tasks, he turned his gaze towards the watch's spatial compartment. 7 void crystals, each the size of a pigeon's egg, floated quietly within the specially designed containment vessel, resembling a frozen miniature universe, emanating an unsettling spatial fluctuation. Beside them, the dormant black beast egg, shrouded in silence for an indeterminate duration, seemed to emanate a subtle, dim luster that appeared more vibrant than before, as if responding to the call of the empty crystal stone. Chapter 34, A New Companion. He cautiously extracted the black beast egg, its icy weight palpable in his hands, the intricate dark silver patterns on its shell flickering in the dim light. The surface of the shell seemed to be enveloped in an invisible membrane, significantly isolating the overwhelming vitality and spatial fluctuations contained within. Target deep scan. Unknown beast egg, black. Encountering high-intensity information shielding layer, spatial attribute. Breaking the shielding layer, phase 1. Life source energy. Underneath the camouflage layer, extremely abundant. Life origin strength. Warrior level, damaged. Breaking the shielding layer, phase 2. Potential core analysis, qualification, general, damaged. Potential, lord level, damaged state, maximum. Core energy attributes, space, mind, light. Breaking the shielding layer, final phase, core talent identification, fragment, void stealth, prototype. Spatial anchoring, prototype. Status, deep slumber, life origin self-protection mechanism. Hatching key, requires a powerful spatial energy impact to awaken the core or high-purity life energy to forcefully nourish and guide. Natural hatching success rate, current state 5, forceful awakening, correct guidance 85. Risk warning, spatial energy impact requires precise control of intensity. Evolution map projection, extremely blurry empty crystal deer, warrior level, illusory cosmic radiant deer, lord level, dimensional divine, thought deer, emperor level, mythical, route unknown, potential enormous. Space, mind, light, the damaged lord level potential. Lin Jin's gaze swept over the information stream from the all-seeing eye. The empty crystal deer, illusory cosmic radiant deer, dimensional divine thought deer. This vague evolutionary path hinted at a mythical possibility, although currently limited to lord level potential due to damage. The assistance of the empty crystal stone could compensate some of that potential, making it the most suitable companion for him. Forceful awakening, correct guidance. He murmured the critical hints, his gaze falling upon the 7 empty crystal stones. Drawing a deep breath, he quelled the tumult within, his expression sharpening with unwavering focus. Upon contracting it, his mental energy, akin to the most delicate probe, slowly pierced through the spatial shielding layer enveloping the egg's surface. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread across the surface of the eggshell. The resistance immense, as though moving through viscous glue. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Lin Jin's forehead, the consumption of his mental energy surging steeply. Shielding layer energy structure analysis in progress. Constructing spatial node distribution map, weak points location. Golden data streams surged through his consciousness, breaking down the invisible spatial membrane on the egg's surface into countless tiny energy nodes and flow paths. Soon, 3 relatively sluggish energy flows, their structures somewhat loose, were precisely locked onto the weak points, arranged in a triangular formation on the upper half of the eggshell. Lin Jin carefully retrieved 3 empty crystal stones, each containing enough ferocious spatial energy to rend an ordinary warrior-level beast asunder. His task was to guide this energy to strike the 3 weak points with utmost precision and appropriate intensity, akin to unlocking 3 locks with a single key, initiating a chain reaction to rupture the entire shielding layer without harming the eggshell or the dormant life within. He levitated the 3 empty crystal stones using his mental energy, suspending them above the corresponding positions on the beast egg. A thread of faint yet intensely concentrated mental energy coalesced at his fingertips, cautiously piercing into the interior of the empty crystal stones, attempting to establish a tenuous connection with the wild spatial energy inside. This process proved far more arduous than anticipated. The spatial energy within the empty crystal stones was as untamed as a wild stallion, unruly and filled with properties of tearing and annihilation. The moment Lin Jin's mental energy thread made contact, he felt an excruciating pain akin to being pricked by needles, as though his very soul were about to be severed. He bore the agony, pushing his mental energy to its limits, while the all-seeing eye tirelessly analyzed the frenzied frequency and impact direction of the energy, continuously fine-tuning the entry point and guidance method of the mental energy thread. Seconds turned into minutes, the stone niche echoing only with Lin Jin's heavy breaths and the faint hum of mental energy clashing with spatial energy. Sweat drenched his brow, cascading down his pallid cheeks. At last, after an indeterminate duration, finally, buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 suspended empty crystal stones emitted a deep resonance simultaneously, the internal wild spatial energy temporarily soothed. And under Lin Jin's guidance, it coalesced into 3 slender beams of silver light, each as fine as a hair, yet radiating a disquieting spatial fluctuation, aimed precisely at the 3 weak points on the eggshell. Now, Lin Jin's gaze sharpened, willpower ignited. Swoosh! 3 delicate, yet piercing silver beams, capable of penetrating even the toughest steel, traversed the spatial distance in an instant to strike their targets. Upon the eggshell, the 3 impacted points blazed with blinding silver light. Buzz! A wave of spatial shock far more intense than any preceding ones erupted from the beast egg's core. The entire stone niche trembled violently, debris cascading down. Lin Jin stifled a grunt as the shockwave slammed him against the rocky wall behind, a metallic taste flooding his throat, yet he forcefully suppressed the rising bile, his mental energy firmly locking onto the egg's transformation. The invisible spatial shielding layer on the eggshell twisted and oscillated violently, akin to ripples on the surface of water when a stone is cast, and then at the center of the 3 beams' impact points, a fine crack, sparkling like starlight, appeared. Crack, crackle. The fissure spread rapidly as if it were alive, swiftly enveloping the upper half of the eggshell. The invisible spatial shielding shattered. A surge of life energy, far more formidable and purer than previously detected, mingled with the attributes of space, mind, and light, erupted forth as if a volcano suppressed for eons had finally burst. The stone niche was instantly filled with a soft, radiant silver light, within which countless tiny starlights danced and flowed, imparting a sense of tranquility that cleansed the soul and a vastness of space. The air was suffused with a refreshing, pure essence reminiscent of a forest after rain, starkly contrasting with the sulphurous stench of the scorched earth outside. Following this, at the apex of the cracked black eggshell, a soft pop resonated as a small piece of the shell was pushed open from within. A delicate hoof, covered in fine silver fluff and glistening with moisture, cautiously emerged, gently resting on the shattered edge of the eggshell. Then, a diminutive head, similarly adorned with soft silver fur, timidly poked through the opening. Its head was elegantly contoured, embodying the features of a deer, yet proportionately more exquisite and petite. The moment its eyes opened, its pupils were not the usual vertical or round shapes of common beasts, but rather 2 swirling silver vortices, continuously spinning and shifting, seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos, pure, curious, yet touched with a hint of newborn bewilderment. At the center of its forehead, a small, diamond-shaped crystal, seemingly carved from pure crystal, protruded slightly, emanating a soft, warm white light, resembling a beacon in the night. Target, empty crystal deer, juvenile. Life level, warrior level 1. Attributes, space, mind, light. Potential qualification, lord level, stable, potential, monarch level. Origin under repair. Skills, starlight soothing, passive. Proficiency level 1, a gentle radiance of starlight emanates from the body, capable of gradually alleviating mental anguish and purifying faint negative states. When activated, it creates a small luminous domain that accelerates the recovery of allies' mental and life energies. Spatial perception, passive, proficiency level 1, acutely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. It allows for the vague detection of anomalies within a short distance, such as rifts and teleportation points. Starlight Flicker, Proficiency Level 1, a short-range, instantaneous movement. Currently limited to unobstructed locations within sight, with a very short distance and substantial energy consumption. Minor Healing Spell, Proficiency Level 1, restores the target's injuries and conditions. Mental Disruption, Proficiency Level 1, causes confusion in the target's mind, currently lasting 1 second. Core Talent, Void Stalking, Prototype, allows for brief integration into spatial crevices, evading physical and certain energy attacks, with a short duration and considerable energy cost. Spatial Anchoring, Prototype, enables the marking of a fixed spatial coordinate, allowing for vague sensing and teleportation within the range of mental power, currently with limited range and low precision. Status, Healthy, highly dependent. Origin Restoration in progress, sustained by the energy of the Void Crystal. Evolutionary Chart Projection, Completion. Void Crystal Deer, Cosmic Luminary Deer, can evolve at Warrior rank 9. Dimensional Divine Wool Deer, can evolve at Lord rank. Void Star Shepherd, Mythical rank. Perfect Evolution, Cosmic Luminary Deer, can evolve at Warrior rank 9. Conditions for perfect evolution. Utilize spatial energy to replenish the origin, restore the origin to level 10, and reach Warrior rank 9 for natural evolution. Contract feedback. The host's mental strength has risen to Warrior rank 3, physical strength has increased, and a faint affinity for spatial, mental, and light energies has been acquired. Random skill acquired. Minor Healing Spell. As Lin Jin gazed upon the newly born creature, a small being seemingly formed from condensed starlight, he was filled with awe. With kingly potential and properties of space, mind, and light, along with an evolutionary chart pointing towards the mythical rank, it was as if this entity were crafted specifically as his core support for control. Although it had not acquired the most pivotal skill, the healing spell could still play a significant role in combat. The little fawn struggled, its slender yet remarkably powerful legs, covered in damp silver fur, made an earnest attempt to rise, yearning to break free from the confines of its eggshell. Clumsily, its wet fur clung to its body, rendering it even more diminutive and delicate. At last, it stood upright, albeit unsteadily, its body shimmering under the starlight with a gentle glow, its 4 slender legs supporting it, quivering yet exuding an innate elegance. It shook its small head, attempting to rid itself of the egg fluid clinging to its fur. Then it raised its head, its eyes resembling swirling nebulae, filled with the pure curiosity and exploration of a newborn encountering an unfamiliar world, slowly sweeping across every corner of the cramped stone niche. When its gaze met Lin Jin leaning against the rock wall, the swirling nebula suddenly froze. Time seemed to crystallize in that moment. In the pristine silver depths of its eyes, Lin Jin's weary face, marred with dust and blood, was vividly reflected. An instinctive tremor, rooted in its lineage and the deepest recesses of its soul, surged through the newborn fawn like the warmest tide, instantly enveloping it. Its small body ceased to tremble, confusion and helplessness dissipating like morning mist under the sun. A soft, clear, and delicate call resonated, imbued with boundless reliance and affection, akin to mountain springs trickling over jade stones, gently echoing within the stone niche. The little deer took its first step into this world, not stumbling, but with a profound sense of determination, imbued with a near-sacred ritual as it advanced towards Lin Jin. Though it moved slowly, its newly formed hooves unsteady upon the cold rock, it remained focused, its pure starlit gaze firmly locked onto Lin Jin, as if he were the very center of its universe. After a few steps, it finally reached Lin Jin's feet. It lifted its tiny head, tentatively brushing its moist, egg-scented nose against the back of Lin Jin's hand. The cool, soft touch, imbued with the unique, quivering sensation of life, sent a shiver through Lin Jin's body. He momentarily stiffened, accustomed to the fervor and ferocity of chiefing, familiar with the harshness and chill of the wasteland. This unguarded, unconditional trust and affection stirred a subtle tremor within his heart, one he had never felt before. He slowly lowered his head, meeting the fawn's pure, unblemished silver eyes filled with adoration. The little creature, sensing his gaze, seemed even more delighted, nuzzling his hand again while emitting a faint sound of contentment, as if affirming his existence. Just then, a sharp, alert hiss pierced the air, tinged with displeasure and a hint of jealousy. Chiefeng, having just completed its final restoration and stabilized at warrior rank 6, had awakened unbeknownst to them. It hovered upon Lin Jin's shoulder, its dark golden compound eyes shimmering with a cold light, fixated on the newly emerged, small creature radiating an alien purity that instinctively set off its alarm. The molten armor on Chiefeng shimmered slightly, an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty intertwined with the ancient essence of the cataclysmic flames, resembling an invisible storm of fire pressing down upon the little deer. This was territorial instinct, a primal rejection and warning towards the newcomer. The space beside the master was its domain. The recently birthed void crystal deer had never encountered such an ordeal. The terrifying aura that embodied the wrath of the world and the will of the flames crashed down like a cold tidal wave. Its small body stiffened suddenly, its 4 delicate legs locking rigidly in place, its silvery furred form trembling uncontrollably. In its pure silver eyes, the newborn curiosity and affection were instantly eclipsed by overwhelming fear. With a frightened whimper, it instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Jin, yet its legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Lin Jin furrowed his brow. "Chiefeng," he called sharply, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Simultaneously, a gentle yet resilient mental barrier unfurled, absorbing most of the pressure emanating from Chiefeng. Chiefeng emitted a dissatisfied snort, but ultimately refrained from defying its master's will, retracting its oppressive aura while its compound eyes remained coldly focused on the trembling fawn. As the pressure suddenly lessened, the little deer gasped for breath. As if saved from drowning, its small body still quivering slightly, but its pure silver eyes now gazed at Lin Jin with a deeper reliance, filled with grievance and trepidation. Lin Jin observed the frightened fawn at his feet, akin to a startled little beast, then glanced at Chiefeng, who hovered protectively on his shoulder, exuding a heated presence. The stark contrast in attributes and the chasm in their temperaments were evident. He crouched down, endeavoring to make his actions appear more gentle. Extending his finger, he lightly touched the diamond-shaped crystal on the fawn's forehead, emanating a warm white light. The touch was soothing. A stream of pure and gentle light energy coursed through his fingertip, possessing a unique ability to calm the spirit. "Do not be afraid." Lin Jin's voice remained calm, yet softened slightly, lacking its usual hardness, infused with an almost imperceptible warmth. "This is Chiefeng, a companion." Having said that, he turned to Chiefeng, stating, "It shall henceforth be our partner in battle. You are all my most cherished family. I hope you can coexist harmoniously." The little deer appeared to comprehend. Or perhaps it was merely soothed by the warmth radiating from Lin Jin's fingertips and the comforting aura that enveloped him. It ceased trembling, cautiously lifting its head to gaze once more at the hovering Chiefeng. This time, although its eyes still bore a timid wariness, the pure fear had dissipated. Chiefeng turned its head, emitting a faint, almost disdainful snort, yet it refrained from exerting its oppressive presence. It instinctively felt discomfort and aversion toward the gentle aura emitted by this diminutive creature, but since it was an approved companion of its master, it could only begrudgingly accept its presence. Lin Jin observed this tenuous coexistence with a sense of reassurance. He needed time for these two little beings to acclimatize to one another. Chapter 35, Family Secrets. He directed his attention to the crystal deer, attempting to convey a command through the newly established mental link. "Show your power," Starshine soothing. A response of pure, warm, and somewhat bewildered energy resonated from the other end of the mental link. The crystal deer seemed a bit perplexed, tilting its small head as its pristine silver eyes blinked. Soon after, the diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead began to emit a gentle white glow. A faint, almost imperceptible silver halo, akin to ripples on water, emanated from the center of its petite body, gradually spreading outwards to encompass an area of approximately 1 meter in radius. Under this halo, Lin Jin felt an indescribable comfort wash over him. The mental pain and lingering fatigue inflicted by the forced activation of the all-knowing eye to breach the shielding layer and guide the crystal's impact were gently alleviated, akin to being cleansed by a soothing spring. Although the effect was subtle and far from sufficient to restore his mental energy instantaneously, this sustained, gentle sense of relief held immense value in the perilous environment of the secret realm. What delighted him further was that as this faint halo enveloped Chiefeng, it seemed to elicit a slight, tingling sensation from the minuscule dark wounds left behind from battles and breakthroughs, indicating that the cells were accelerating their repair under the stimulation of the light attribute energy. Target, Crystal Deer, Juvenile. Starshine Soothing activated, mental trauma recovery rate increased. 0. 5 minutes, mild negative status purification rate increased. 1 minute, mild life source energy recovery rate increased. 0. 1 minutes. The data returned clearly. Excellent. Lin Jin could not help but exclaim. The passive effects of Starshine's soothing exceeded his expectations in terms of endurance and recovery, and this was merely its nascent state. As it matured, the effects would undoubtedly strengthen. The little deer seemed to sense its master's satisfaction and happily emitted a couple of soft calls, causing the halo to brighten slightly. Lin Jin suppressed his excitement and issued another command. Attempt, Starlight Flicker. This time, the instruction was more precise. A subtle sensation of spatial fluctuation emanated from the other end of the mental link. The little deer's pure silver eyes whirled with a galaxy of activity, appearing somewhat strained as its small body tensed slightly. The crystal on its forehead flickered with brilliance. In an instant, its form became blurred and transparent, akin to the reflection in water disturbed by a stone, and the next moment, it materialized half a meter in front of Lin Jin. The distance was minimal, merely half a meter. However, the little creature stumbled slightly upon landing, its breath momentarily faltering, and the glow of the diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead dimmed significantly, clearly indicating a considerable expenditure of energy. Starlight flicker successfully activated. Distance, 0, 5 meters. Consumption, current total mental energy 15. Cooldown, estimated 30 seconds. The ability for spatial teleportation, even in its initial form, elicited a flicker of astonishment in Lin Jin's eyes. Although the distance was short, the consumption was substantial, and the cooldown lengthy. This was a genuine capability for spatial displacement. In critical moments, it could potentially turn the tide, whether to evade lethal attacks or execute tactical assaults. Well done, Lin Jin said, extending his hand to gently pat the little deer's damp head in encouragement. From now on, you shall be called Light Vortex. The little creature affectionately nuzzled against his palm, emitting a contented purr, as the fatigue from its previous exertion seemed to diminish considerably. Lin Jin retrieved the last 4 crystal stones. The rich energies of stars and space instantly enveloped the area, prompting the crystal deer to emit a contented chirp and instinctively draw closer. These are for you. Lin Jin placed the 4 crystal stones before the little deer, urging it to absorb their power and restore some of its essence, enabling it to grow swiftly. The pure longing in the little deer's eyes was palpable as it cautiously lowered its head to let the crystal on its forehead touch one of the crystal stones. A strange resonance echoed. The pure spatial and stellar energy within the crystal stones seemed to find an outlet, transforming into delicate silver streams of light that surged into the diamond-shaped crystal on the little deer's forehead. The little creature's body began to emit a faint glow, its essence visibly solidifying and expanding. The other 3 crystal stones were similarly drawn in, levitating and swirling around the little deer, continuously releasing their energy. Crystal deer absorbing pure spatial and stellar energy, life essence restoration accelerating, potential upper limits gradually increasing, soldier tier realm stabilized, skill proficiency slightly enhanced. Lin Jin watched this scene with satisfaction. He took out the last of the high-energy nutritional paste, distributing it to Chiefing and the little deer to replenish their stamina. He also consumed the final vitality potion, settling down cross-legged to fully restore his significantly depleted mental energy. Within the stone shrine, light and shadow intertwined. On one side, Chiefing floated quietly, its dark golden shell shimmering with a subtle molten sheen under the dim light, resembling a dormant volcano. On the other, the crystal deer was encircled by the 4 rotating crystal stones, basking in a starlit glow akin to a sacred sprite. Lin Jin sat between the 2, his mental energy gradually flowing. His weary body slowly recuperated under the gentle effects of starshine's soothing, while his exhausted sea of consciousness gradually replenished in meditation. Time passed in silence. When Lin Jin reopened his eyes, his mental state had recovered to approximately 70%, and his physical condition had been optimized. The 4 crystal stones surrounding the crystal deer had become dull and lifeless, resembling ordinary gray stones, their internal energies thoroughly absorbed. Yet, the aura emanating from the little creature was several times more refined than before, its form appearing slightly larger, its silver white fur shining even more brightly and smoothly, with the diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead radiating a warm and stable white light. It lay quietly at Lin Jin's feet, its pure silver eyes half closed, seemingly in a light slumber. Chiefing remained loyally hovering by his side, its aura composed, the power of a 6th-tier soldier contained yet formidable. Beast of Control, Crystal Deer, Light Vortex. Level, Soldier Tier 1. Status, Healthy, Life Source Energy, 100. Potential Qualification, Lord Tier, Stable. Potential, Epic, Essence Restoration Progress, 20. Starshine Soothing, Passive, Range, 15 meters. Mental Trauma Recovery Rate, 0, 8 minutes. Mild Negative Status Purification Rate, 1, 5 minutes. Mild Life Source Energy Recovery Rate, 0, 2 minutes. Starlight Flicker, Incipient Distance, 0, 8 meters. Consumption, 12. Cooldown, 25 seconds. With an Essence Restoration Progress of 20. The effects of all skills had improved. Lin Jin felt invigorated. He gently lifted the still, dozing crystal deer. The little creature stirred, but, upon recognizing Lin Jin, affectionately nuzzled its head against his chest, emitting a soothing hum. It is time to embark on our journey. Lin Jin spoke in a hushed tone, his gaze directed toward the stone niche outside. He meticulously inspected his gear and condition one last time, gently placing the newly born crystal deer into a soft pocket within the lining of his specially tailored combat suit. This little creature, still in its infancy, possessed nearly zero defensive capability and required close protection. Chi Feng, meanwhile, retracted his presence, silently hovering beside him. The area surrounding the stone crevice had deliberately concealed the traces of the fierce battle from the previous day, leaving only a few charred patches of frozen earth and barely perceptible remnants of energy. The noontime's murky sunlight struggled to penetrate the radiating cloud cover, casting distorted shadows upon the jagged rocks. Lin Jin's figure blended seamlessly into the backdrop, a silent gray shadow appearing at the designated location. Chi Feng suppressed all fiery luminescence, resembling a dull metallic plate suspended behind his shoulder, its dark golden compound eyes vigilantly scanning every inch of the surroundings. From the specially designed inner pocket on his chest, the crystal deer peeked out, its pure silver eyes curiously surveying this more expansive yet stifling world. The diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead emitted a faint but resolute warm white light, dispelling the faint corruptive aura that approached Lin Jin. Almost as soon as Lin Jin came to a halt, a chilling aura wafted from the other side of the rock wall. Chen-Ling emerged, still clad in her unadorned combat attire, yet her demeanor bore an inexplicable change. Her gaze settled upon Lin Jin, her ice-blue eyes sweeping over Chi Feng perched on his shoulder, finally fixating on the small pocket at his chest, where the crystal deer was poking its head out, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. However, what captured attention more was the delicate right shoulder, upon which rested a small, ethereal blue butterfly, its wings about half a foot wide, already taking on a dreamlike form. Its wings, as thin as those of a cicada, displayed a semi-transparent azure hue, adorned with minuscule silver specks that flowed like a nascent starry river. Each minuscule flutter created imperceptible ripples in the air surrounding it. Despite its diminutive size, the pure and enigmatic spatial fluctuations it emanated were undeniable. Target, ethereal star butterfly, larval stage. Life level, mortal grade 9, rapid growth. Attribute, space. Potential qualification, Lord level, stable. Potential, monarch level, 95. Skills, phase flicker, spatial perception, stardust barrier. Status, healthy, highly dependent on contract holder, origin stable, absorbing maternal energy. Evolutionary chart, blurred ethereal star butterfly, ethereal monarch butterfly. Immense potential. The stream of information from the all-seeing eye surged into Lin Jin's mind, vividly outlining the astonishing potential of this newly born star butterfly. With the potential of a monarch-level seed and a talent for spatial manipulation, it may currently be feeble, but its growth capacity and value in reconnaissance, control, and even future long-range spatial movement were immeasurable. Your new companion? Chun-Ling's voice rang out, still cool. Her gaze fixed on the crystal deer. It possesses a rather unique aura. The little star butterfly on her shoulder seemed to sense its owner's attention and slightly fluttered its wings, curiously gazing toward the direction of the light whirlpool, the spatial ripples gently rippling. The crystal deer, acquired from the secret realm, Lin Jin replied succinctly, offering no further explanation, merely nodding. His gaze also turned to the star butterfly on her shoulder, noting its hatching. It seems you have had a notable harvest. Its potential is extraordinary. A subtle smile seemed to tug at the corners of Chun-Ling's mouth, a tacit acceptance of his appraisal. She gently raised her hand, and the tiny ethereal star butterfly obediently took flight, landing affectionately on her outstretched fingertip. Its name is Xing Yi, still quite fragile, requiring time to grow. She paused, her gaze shifting to the distant outline of the corrupted forest, sprawling beneath the dark red sky like a prostrate beast, her expression turning grave. Lin Jin, before we enter the forest, there are some vital pieces of information that need to be shared. This pertains to the core objectives of our mission. Chun-Ling's voice lowered slightly, imbued with a formal tone. Lin Jin's expression tightened. Please, go on. I am a disciple of the Chun family from Barrier 7. Chun-Ling stated directly. The Chun family is not confined solely to Barrier 7. Many of our elders hold positions within the military, dispersed across various barriers in the Alliance, particularly in frontline fortifications that guard against large-scale beast-tide incursions. The little Xing Yi on her shoulder seemed to sense her seriousness, folding its wings and remaining still. Our branch, Chun-Ling continued, unconsciously brushing her fingertip over Xing Yi's wings, is primarily tasked with a special mission, purifying areas deeply tainted by corruption. This is also one of the core objectives of my entry into this secret realm. She looked at Lin Jin, her ice-blue eyes clear and sincere. Our family detected an unusually active and potent source of corruption deep within this corrupted forest before the secret realm was opened. Using a special artifact. This source is not of natural origin. It resembles a disease implanted or catalyzed by some external force. It is purifiable, yet it continues to spread, eroding the potential laws and vitality that may exist within the secret realm. If left unchecked, this secret realm will ultimately devolve into a land of corruption, devoid of value, possibly even becoming a conduit connecting to the external corrupted regions. Artifact. Lin Jin's keen mind seized upon the term, a concept unfamiliar to him. Chen-Ling appeared to anticipate his question. Artifacts are special creations forged by humanity during the wasteland era in their desperate struggle for survival. They are not beast tamers, but are crafted by artisans possessing unique forging talents and skills, utilizing the core bones of at least a general-grade ferocious beast as primary materials, supplemented with various rare minerals, energy crystals, and even fragments of ancient relics, through an exceedingly complex arcane process. Each artifact possesses unique and powerful functions, far exceeding conventional technological creations. She provided a brief explanation. The powers of artifacts are generally divided into 3 tiers: Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3, each further classified into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Level 1 artifacts are already rare, with effects potent enough to influence battles or missions at the general level. Level 2 artifacts are strategic resources often held by the upper echelons of fortifications or top-tier powerhouses. Level 3 artifacts exist only in legend, said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Due to the preciousness of their materials, the low success rate of their forging, and the stringent talent requirements for the forgers, artifacts are exceedingly rare, forming one of the core strengths of major fortifications and elite factions. Non-core members, or those lacking sufficient strength, have no access to related information. Chen-Ling regarded Lin Jin. With your talents, strength, and the potential displayed by your flame beetle, you will inevitably touch upon this realm in the future. Telling you now is to make you aware of the level of the corruption source we face and the reliability of our family's detection methods. Lin Jin understood. The artifact perfectly explained why the Chun family could acquire such precise intelligence in advance. Understood. Then, how do you purify such a deeply rooted source of corruption? He inquired, steering the conversation back to the core issue. Corruptive forces, as I know, are extremely difficult to eradicate. He recalled the land outside the fortifications, forever altered by the red mist. Chen-Ling fell silent for a moment, as if touching upon a deeper secret. The power of purification does not stem from the artifact, she replied, her voice deepening, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and the weight of bloodline heritage. It originates from our lineage. It traces back to the brutal siege against the darkness beasts at Barrier 3 70 years ago. Her gaze seemed to pierce through time. The direct ancestor of our branch was one of the vice commanders stationed at Barrier 3 at that time. His contracted beast was a peak lord-level radiant unicorn endowed with the gift of holy light purification. As the city walls teetered on the brink of collapse and the encroaching forces of corruption threatened to engulf the heart of the bastion, the radiant unicorn sacrificed its very essence, igniting the ultimate purification ritual that temporarily dispelled the corruption from the core zone, thereby granting precious time for reinforcements. However, this noble act led to its complete demise. Chen-Ling paused, seemingly striving to quell a tumult of emotions. In the fleeting moment before its life force extinguished, it forcibly bound its final and most profound purification talent to the blood and soul of the ancestor through a covenant link. This was not merely a contract. It resembled a bequest and curse of bloodline. From that moment forth, the ancestor and his direct descendants possessed a natural resilience against the corruptive forces and inherited a faint ability to purify. The corrosive effects of mental energy upon us were significantly diminished. Thus, Chen-Ling's gaze regained its resolute determination, purifying the land tainted by corruption, particularly eradicating those nascent and not yet deeply entrenched sources of pollution, became an inescapable duty and destiny for our lineage. The source of pollution deep within this forest was my target. Purifying it would not only prevent the secret realm from being utterly corrupted, but also offer the chance to release the original powers of the secret realm, distorted and devoured by the pollution, back into a pristine state. Moreover, during the purification process, the removal of the pollution source often yielded rare resources that had been forcibly aggregated or spawned by it. This was both a recompense from the corruptive forces and a bounty for us. The purifiers. She turned to Lin Jin. I must delve into the core and ascertain the precise location of the pollution source. This endeavor will be exceedingly perilous, with corrupt creatures, the denizens of the corruption nests, and the forest's own bizarre environment posing significant threats. If my conjecture holds true, your talent can discern dangers, identify the optimal path, and even uncover the weaknesses of the pollution source, while Chiefing's combat prowess will ensure the removal of obstacles. Her gaze swept over Lin Jin once more. Our collaboration promises the greatest probability of success. The spoils acquired will be distributed according to contribution, and you shall have the privilege to select from the resources extracted during the purification process. Of course, you may refuse. I shall first scout the area, and should I find it insurmountable, my clan brother will join the expeditionary team upon our return to carry out the repurification. Chun-Ling laid bare a portion of her family's secrets, her personal mission, the foundation for their cooperation, and the distribution of benefits before Lin Jin with clarity. Her candor stemmed not only from her acknowledgement of Lin Jin's strength, but also from the arduous and urgent nature of the purification task. Lin Jin remained silent, processing this influx of information. The relics, the bloodline purification talent, the secrets from 70 years past, the sources of corruption, the pristine land, and the resources to be extracted. All of Chun-Ling's words unveiled a more secretive and burdensome facet of power within the wasteland world. This trust and reliance also heralded immense responsibility and risk. Barrier number 3 of Yanhuang? Lin Jin inquired with curiosity. To my knowledge, only barrier number 6 and no. 7 of Yanhuang currently exist. Chun-Ling regarded Lin Jin, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes, which soon deepened into a heavy sorrow. This is knowledge we acquire within the barriers. Initially, there were 9 Yanhuang barriers when they were first constructed. But after years of war, only number 6 and number 7 remain. It appears that the Yanhuang barrier number 3, once protected by the ancestor of the Qin family, has ultimately faded into history. He glanced at the steadfast chiefing perched upon his shoulder, then lowered his gaze to the little crystal deer in his arms, its pure starry eyes gazing curiously at Chun-Ling. The Inferno Cataclysm requires a more rigorous tempering. The growth of the crystal deer necessitates resources, and the evolutionary path revealed by the all-seeing eye demands vast opportunities as well. The core of the corrupt forest undoubtedly harbors tremendous dangers, but also unimaginable prospects. I agree to collaborate. I will assist you in locating the pollution source. Lin Jin's voice was calm and resolute as he made his decision. A flicker of relief and recognition illuminated Chun-Ling's ice-blue eyes. Very well, she nodded, her gaze turning toward the corrupted forest. We must not delay. Based on the vague indications from the relic, the pollution source lies deep in the forest toward the northeast, where the corruptive energy is most intense and the spatial disturbances most chaotic. Let us depart. With no further words exchanged, they each adjusted their states. Lin Jin and Chun-Ling exchanged a glance. Then their figures surged forth, one gray, one white, unflinchingly plunging into the ominous black mist of the twisted forest, where the branches writhed like ghastly claws. Deep within the forest, the whispers of corruption seemed to grow clearer, mingled with the shrieks of unknown hunters, awaiting their arrival. Chapter 36. The corrupted forest. The moment they stepped into the corrupted forest, it felt as if they had penetrated a viscous, icy veil. The tainted, dark red light from the outside world was completely severed, replaced by a sickly gloom, as if it were steeped in ink. The air was oppressively thick, saturated with the pungent aroma of decaying vegetation, the metallic tang of soil, and an indescribable sense of dread, akin to the murmurs of countless vengeful spirits. The twisted, gnarled trunks resembled the limbs of dying behemoths, cloaked in slick moss and dangling strands of black filaments. Beneath their feet lay soft, slippery, black soil intermingled with decaying leaves, each step threatening to ensnare them. The light was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by certain fungi emitting a ghastly green or ghostly blue phosphorescence, alongside the viscous, pus-like fluids oozing from the trunks, outlining the contours of this land of death. Watch your step. Avoid those glowing fungi and the viscous liquids. They may contain potent toxins or corrosive properties. Chun-Ling's voice was low, imbued with an instinctive gravity. The star butterfly upon her shoulder fluttered slightly, emanating a faint yet stable spatial fluctuation, seemingly assisting its master in sensing anomalies within their environment. Lin Jin's all-seeing eye had long been operating in passive mode, with streams of golden data continuously refreshing the environmental analysis and threat alerts within his field of vision. The crystal deer nestled in his pocket seemed somewhat unsettled, its pure starry eyes reflecting a hint of vigilance, while the diamond-shaped crystal upon its forehead glowed steadily, dispelling the invisible whispers of corruption that sought to invade Lin Jin's mind. This forest, Chun-Ling explained in a hushed tone as she cautiously selected her footing, is a quintessential product of the corruptive forces eroding the natural ecosystem. The ominous aura that permeates here is the embodiment of highly concentrated corrupt energy, posing grave dangers to all living beings. Her gaze swept across a small, desiccated skeleton of a beast hanging from a tree trunk. Firstly, the threat it poses to feral beasts. Prolonged exposure to this environment corrupts their minds with corruptive energy, rendering them exceedingly violent, tormented, and filled with indiscriminate destructive urges. Their bodies undergo irreversible mutations, while their strength may see a fleeting increase, their potential is utterly obliterated, and their lifespans drastically shortened. Such deeply corrupted beasts are nearly impossible to contract normally, and even forceful contracts expose the beast tamers to constant risks of mental backlash and further corruption. Unless, before they are entirely consumed by corruption, they are purified by a beast or talent with purification abilities, can they hope to regain some semblance of sanity and contractual value. She paused, gesturing toward the phosphorescent fungi and the oozing fluids. Secondly, the danger to resources. The corruptive forces distort ley lines and taint water sources, causing what could have been nurturing spiritual flora and exotic fruits to either wither or mutate into perilous entities laden with toxins or corrupt energy. Valuable minerals become contaminated, and the yield of energy crystals plummets, their quality tainted by corrupt impurities. Over time, this region will become akin to the lands beyond the barriers, where the red mist has thoroughly corroded all resources, leaving only danger and despair. Purification, Chun-Ling's voice bore a sense of mission, is the only hope to reverse this encroachment. However, not all powers can accomplish this. Only beasts with light or wood attributes, and those that have awakened specific purification skills or talents, can effectively dispel the corruption. Those like me, who have inherited the power of blood purification, are indeed exceptional. She cast a glance at the empty crystal deer adorning Lin Jin's chest. Your empty crystal deer possesses attributes of light and spirit. Should you develop related skills in the future, it may very well serve as a formidable ally against corruption. Within the alliance, she continued, in addition to eliminating newly emerged sources of pollution, the military will also organize powerful purification beastmasters and gifted individuals to venture into relatively secure areas outside the barrier, attempting to undertake small-scale reclamation of pure land, thus securing greater living space and resource points for humanity. However, the process is arduous and the cost is tremendous. Has the core area shrouded in red mist transformed into such a state? Lin Jin inquired. His previous excursion had only brought him to the outskirts of the wasteland, without delving into the core area. Currently, we have not identified any sources of pollution outside the barrier. Such sources only manifest in certain secret realms tethered to the main world, seemingly designed specifically to taint these resource points. The red mist itself is an embodiment of pollution. It appeared suddenly, and no one knows its origin. After a century of evolution, the core area enveloped by the red mist has seen some ferocious beasts mutate into entities of necromantic attributes, becoming irritable and volatile, yet gaining heightened potential. Some of the more powerful beasts manage to maintain a semblance of their original forms and living conditions, serving as the sole sanctuaries within the red mist. The remaining beasts, however, have succumbed entirely to corruption, and resources have similarly dwindled. The barrier, protected by an energy shield, remains impervious to the red mist's encroachment. The closer one gets to the barrier, the lesser the pollution and the lesser the impact on the beasts. Except for the corrupted ones, most are capable of forming contracts, and the resources are worth exploring. Lin Jin listened silently, gaining a more visceral and profound understanding of the hazards posed by the corrupted lands. The struggle for survival space was not merely against the ferocious beasts, but also against the omnipresent, ever-encroaching force of corruption itself. Under his guidance, the two moved like silent shadows through the contorted trees. The all-seeing eye deftly avoided several traps ensnared with corrupting vines, steered clear of a decaying swamp that emanated strong waves of mental interference, and even provided an early warning, allowing Chun-Ling to silently dispatch a third-tier corrupted shadow bat lurking in the canopy's shadows with a well-formed ice spear. Chi Foam, akin to the most loyal of guardians, hovered by Lin Jin's side, its dark golden compound eyes vigilantly scanning for any potential threats. The empty crystal deer remained quietly nestled in his pocket, its passive aura of starlight soothingly maintaining a rare clarity for both Lin Jin and Chun-Ling amidst the corrupting environment. As they ventured deeper into the northeast of the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly dire. The trees contorted into grotesque shapes, as if silently screaming. Black soil beneath their feet began to ooze a viscous dark red liquid, exuding a noxious amalgamation of rust and blood. An ominous presence seemed to pervade the air, coiling around their souls like icy tendrils. Right ahead, Chun-Ling suddenly halted, her ice-blue eyes sharply fixed on a relatively open glade within the woods. In the center of the clearing, the ground appeared violently torn apart, forming an irregular pit approximately 10 meters in diameter. The soil at the pit's edge exhibited a bizarre purplish-black hue, with thick, dark red liquid gushing forth like blood. A wave of chilling, chaotic malice emanated from the depths of the pit, marking it as the core of the polluted source identified by the secret artifact. However, at the edge of the pit stood 3 figures. They were clad in special black combat suits, starkly differing from the stitched monstrosities previously encountered. The suits were adorned with dark red, pulsating patterns resembling veins. Leading them was a tall, gaunt figure, half of his face obscured by a grotesque metallic mask, with eyes gleaming with a frenzied and greedy dark red light. Flanking him were two companions. One was a towering brute, muscles bulging on his bare arms, his skin exhibiting an unnatural grayish metallic sheen. The other was a hunchbacked individual, cradling a writhing, corruption-emitting tumor-like object. They were systematically searching for something. Target: Corruption Nest Overseer, Polluter. Attributes: Corruption, Mental, Contaminated. Life Level: Warrior Tier 5, Forcefully Enhanced by Corruption. Core Abilities: Whisper of Corruption, Touch of Pollution. Corruption Shield. Status: Deeply Corrupted, Mind in Chaos but Retaining Organization. Target: Corruption Nest Brute, Chimera. Attributes: Strength, Corruption, Metal. Life Level: Warrior Tier 5. Core Abilities: Metal Heavy Fist, Corruption Roar, Extreme Defense. Status: Highly Complete Gene Chimera, Controlled by Overseer. Target: Corruption Nest Medic, Manipulator. Attributes: Mental, Corruption. Life Level: Warrior Tier 4. Core Abilities: Corruption Spore Bomb, Mental Link, Chimera Catalyst. Status: Specialization in Corrupted Mental Power, Manipulating Bioweapons. The denizens of the Corruption Nest. They are indeed plotting against the source of pollution. Chun-Ling's gaze turned icy as steel, her murderous intent palpable. Now, should the polluted source be exploited or taken by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Attack! Lin Jin commanded without hesitation, mentally communicating with Chi Feng. Lava Eruption. Target the medic and brute. Light Vortex, Mental Interference. Target the Overseer. With a roar, Chi Feng unleashed its pent-up battle spirit. Its Ma Agape as a viscous torrent of molten lava intertwined with strands of dark golden flame surged forth, directed at the tumor-holding medic and the iron tower-like brute. The terrifying heat instantly vaporizing the surrounding corrupt plants. Simultaneously, the light vortex within Lin Jin's embrace thrust forward, its pure silver eyes swirling with cosmic energy as the diamond crystal on his forehead erupted with intense mental waves. A powerful, invisible force imbued with pure mental impact collided precisely with the Overseer's mind. Ugh! The Corruption Nest Overseer was caught off guard. Feeling as though countless icy needles pierced his brain, the frenzied whispers and corrupt will abruptly disrupted, eliciting a pained groan as his coalescing corruption shield trembled violently. Seeking death, the brute roared, unflinching, as his gray metallic fist met the molten torrent with ferocity, sending splashes of lava scattering. Yet, his fist was instantly seared by the lava, emitting a hissing sound as smoke billowed. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked medic let out a shrill cry, hurling the corruption-laden tumor into the air, where it erupted, showering the area with a dense cloud of spores glowing with lethal green light, enveloping Lin Jin and Chun-Ling frostbound path. Absolute barrier. Chun-Ling reacted swiftly. The frost-white tiger materialized instantly, its claws striking the ground, and an extreme cold fog rapidly spread, freezing most of the incoming spore cloud into icy shards that cascaded down. At the same time, a thick, diamond-shaped ice crystal shield materialized before her and Lin Jin, blocking a massive corrupted rock hurled back by the brute after it deflected the molten lava. Star Ripple, Phase Flicker. With a flick of her fingertip, the ethereal star butterfly vanished from her shoulder, only to reappear behind the hunchbacked medic the next moment, its wings glinting with silver light. With a swift motion, a delicate spatial cut sliced through the medic's fragile neck. The medic's body froze abruptly, head tilting askew. Dark green blood gushing forth as the corruption spores he had been readying fell helplessly to the ground. Roar! As the warrior witnessed his companion's demise, he succumbed to a state of utter rage, disregarding the searing wounds inflicted by molten lava. Like an uncontrollable bull, he charged towards Chun-Ling, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Crimson Edge, Dragon Flame Slash. Target the joints. Lin Jin commanded with calm precision. The Crimson Edge shrieked as a concentrated beam of crimson gold light surged forth, striking with uncanny accuracy at the exposed hollow of the warrior's knee as he barreled forward. With a sickening sound, the entwined flames of calamity instantly melted through the warrior's seemingly resilient, ashen skin and partially metallic tissue. The enormous figure stumbled, his charge abruptly halted. Frostfall Thousand Spikes. Seizing the moment, Chun-Ling unleashed a roar akin to that of a white tiger, summoning countless massive, sharp ice spikes that erupted like a prison of frost, piercing the warrior's relatively vulnerable joints and armpits from all directions. With a deafening howl, the warrior was impaled by the multitude of ice spikes, pinning his colossal body to the ground, dark green ichor gushing forth, his struggles gradually ceasing. In mere moments, two of his subordinates lay lifeless. Purifiers, you shall pay. The leading attendant, finally breaking free from the mental interference of the ethereal crystal deer. Beheld the carnage of his men, his eyes behind the mask consumed entirely by a frenzied crimson. No longer attempting to maintain control, he plunged his hands into the dark red viscous liquid seeping from the ground. Source of corruption, heed my call, devour them. Upon uttering this, his entire being melded into the dark red sludge. Suddenly, a horrifying wave of pollution surged from the pit, causing the ground to tremble violently as innumerable viscous dark red tendrils erupted like serpents from the depths and surrounding earth, reeking of nauseating stench and overwhelming mental corruption. Sweeping mercilessly towards Lin Jin and Chun Ling simultaneously, a powerful and chaotic mental onslaught crashed upon them like a tsunami. Light vortex, star radiance. Shield us with all your might. Crimson edge, protect the light vortex. Chun Ling, freeze the base of the tendrils. Lin Jin gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his mind, bellowing with fervor. The diamond-shaped crystal upon the light vortex erupted in an unprecedented brilliance, expanding into a pale silver domain with a 3-meter diameter, enveloping Lin Jin and Chun Ling within. The pure, warm, and soothing energy washed over them like a gentle current, significantly diminishing the impact of the corrupting mental assault. The crimson edge transformed into a dark golden barrier, fully activated, encircling Shaoxing and Lin Jin, as searing flames crackled, incinerating the encroaching corrupt tendrils into charred remnants. Eternal Frostlock. Chun Ling, pale yet resolute, joined forces with the frosty white tiger, channeling their innate abilities to the utmost, unleashing a terrifying force of absolute cold that spread across the ground, precisely freezing the roots of the tendrils that emerged from the earth. With a series of sharp cracks, the frozen tendrils became rigid and shattered. Now, Crimson Edge, unleash the molten torrent, strike at the heart of the pit. Lin Jin's all-seeing eye pierced through the chaotic energy field, locking onto the core of the pollution wave at the pit's bottom. Without hesitation, the Crimson Edge unleashed its final surge of power alongside the essence of calamity, a concentrated stream of dark golden red lava, akin to a spear of judgment. Thrusting deep into the pit's core, a thunderous roar reverberated as the pit erupted in a blinding display of dark red and crimson gold light, accompanied by an inhumanly sharp, malevolent mental wail. Countless corrupt tendrils disintegrated into ashes, and the tumultuous wave of pollution diminished abruptly, collapsing like a deflated balloon. As the light faded, the pit's bottom lay in disarray, charred and desolate. At the center, where the lava cooled, lay a metallic plate approximately half a meter long and 30 centimeters wide. It exhibited a hue unlike any metal or stone, its surface adorned with intricately complex, twisted patterns that seemed to pulsate with an endless malice. Its shape was both simple and bizarre, with smooth, flowing edges emanating a chilling sense of technology starkly divergent from that of the Alliance or any known civilization on Earth. Chapter 37, Gift of the Divine. Lin Jin's pupils constricted. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the metallic fragment he had obtained deep within the molten secret realm. It is indeed the same. Chun Ling, straining against her exhausted body, approached the edge of the pit, gazing at the metallic plate exuding residual malice. Her eyes filled with revulsion and gravity. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her hands, palms directed towards the plate. A pure, warm, and sacred white light radiated from her being, resonating with faint echoes of a divine hymn. This was the purifying power derived from her bloodline. The white light cascaded over the malevolent metallic plate like a gentle stream, with a hissing sound, akin to cold water poured upon a red-hot iron. The dull sheen of the plate fluctuated violently, the twisted patterns of mental pollution struggling and writhing under the onslaught of the white light, emitting silent, anguished cries until they gradually dimmed, blurred, and finally vanished entirely. As the last vestige of malice was eradicated, the metallic plate trembled as if stripped of all sustaining vitality. Its dark luster completely faded, revealing a nondescript, grayish appearance akin to an ordinary metal plate, even somewhat coarse. Yet, in that very instant of purification, a minuscule, remarkably stable silver spatial vortex silently materialized above the plate. Immediately thereafter, as if a dimensional pocket had been opened, a myriad of objects radiating vibrant hues and pulsating energy emerged from the spatial vortex, cascading into the charred depths of the pit. Among them were a fist-sized core, its interior resembling flowing lava, vibrant green branches of ancient life, vines exuding rich vitality, silver metal star essence that shifted shape like stardust, and several high-purity energy crystals of varying attributes, rare resources forcibly extracted and condensed from the secret realm to serve as sources of pollution energy. The two quickly approached, under the vigilant watch of the Crimson Edge, cautiously selecting the resources most beneficial to them. Lin Jin opted for fire and space attribute crystals, the molten heart, and the larger piece of star essence, while Chun-Ling took the ancient life vine branches, several ice and space attribute crystals, and a small shard of star essence. Once the resources were divided, Lin Jin's gaze returned to the now unremarkable metallic plate. He knelt, scrutinizing it closely. It seemed that the peculiar metallic fragment he had first acquired was also a source of pollution that had yet to undergo deep contamination. What exactly is this thing? Lin Jin's voice was laced with profound confusion. Its material, the patterns upon it, and this mechanism of automatically collecting and storing resources could not possibly be a natural product. Nor did it resemble anything currently manufacturable. Why were the inhabitants of the corruption nest so obsessed with it? Chun-Ling remained silent for a moment, observing Lin Jin's inquisitive expression before speaking slowly. Your questions echo the greatest perplexities of the Alliance's upper echelons and various research institutions. This is not an unspeakable secret. The military is also preparing to gradually disclose certain secrets to ordinary soldiers. However, the truth may weigh heavier than you imagine. I hope you can sign a confidentiality contract. This contract is inscribed by an artifact imbued with contract powers. If you violate it, there will be repercussions, and your location will remain exposed to the military, subject to their relentless pursuit. After speaking, Chun-Ling produced a piece of parchment from her wristwatch and handed it to Lin Jin. I am providing this to you in advance. After the secret realm concludes, the Major General will also allow the top 10 to choose whether to sign the contract and disclose some confidential information. Objective: confidentiality contract, protected by contract powers. Effects: after signing, one must not disclose relevant information to those without a contract. Hazards: breaching the contract results in spiritual backlash, permanent decline in mental fortitude, and a lasting mark on one's position. Adhering to the contract incurs no harm. Why do you carry such an item into the secret realm? Lin Jin remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chun-Ling awkwardly rubbed her nose and replied, I am a special operative of the military, belonging to the Purification Division of the Exploration Department, also known as a purifier. Prior to entering the secret realm, the Major General was aware of my purification task and permitted me to seek allies for this mission. This is prepared for my teammates. Understood. Lin Jin accepted the piece of parchment and inscribed his name upon it, a thread of spiritual energy tethering itself to the parchment. Evidently, the Major General possesses a keen vigilance regarding those entering the secret realm. He handed the signed document back to Chun-Ling. She took it and pointed at a metallic plate. After numerous analyses of this metal's composition, the results are disheartening. The elements constituting it do not belong to our known periodic table. It is synthesized from an element that either does not exist in our world or has yet to be discovered. This can only lead to one conclusion. It originates from beyond our realm, from higher dimensions or a more advanced civilization. Taking a deep breath, her tone turned gravely serious. Considering the deliberate distribution of these metallic plates and the pollution they generate, alongside the technology and power they inherently possess that far surpasses our understanding, we must suspect the existence of some godlike entities beyond our world. They are silently observing this wasteland and sowing these specially crafted sources of pollution into our realm, akin to a cold game played by deities. Lin Jin's heart quaked at the mention of deities and games. It was grander and more terrifying than any conspiracy he had anticipated. What happens to these metallic plates after purification? What purpose do they serve? He pressed. After purification, they transform into blank metallic blanks, Chun-Ling explained. They lose their pollutive properties but gain an extraordinarily unique ability. They can be bound by a contract. Contract? Lin Jin was taken aback. Indeed, much like a contract with a spirit beast, Chun-Ling affirmed, nodding. Anyone whose mental strength reaches a certain threshold can attempt to establish a mental link with this purified metal plate to form a contract. Once the contract is successful, the metal plate will automatically reshape itself according to the deepest subconscious, soul traits, or most intense desires of the contractor. It may become a weapon, be it a knife, sword, gun, or shield, or even armor, or a uniquely functional auxiliary device like a detector or a prototype for spatial storage equipment. They possess consciousness akin to newborn infants, and their wisdom grows with increasing strength, each endowed with distinct and formidable abilities. A complex light flickered in her eyes as she continued. The most fundamental power derived from this contract is the unity of man and object. Provided the contractor's mental energy is sufficient, they can temporarily merge with the metallic creation, synchronizing their hearts and frequencies. At that point, the contractor will gain the terrifying powers bestowed by this metallic creation, with enhanced defenses or special abilities, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat prowess, potentially transcending levels. This is one of the reasons they are deemed the strongest spirit beasts. Even more frightening, Chun-Ling's voice took on an icy tone, is that these metallic creations are not static. They can continuously strengthen themselves by devouring rare metallic ores, enhancing their might, and even elevating their intrinsic limits. Theoretically, as long as they are nourished with sufficiently advanced metallic minerals, they could grow stronger indefinitely. Lin Jin inhaled sharply. Unlimited growth. This is unprecedented, precisely because of their boundless potential and immense power, alongside their enigmatic origins. Chunling's tone turned grave. The military alliance enforces the strictest control over every purified metallic creation recovered. Contractors must register with the military and submit to monitoring, as the metallic creations themselves are regarded as strategic resources. No one can guarantee that these creations from the divine will not someday turn against their contractors or be remotely controlled by the entities behind them. She gazed toward the pit, seemingly envisioning the madness of the members of the corruption nest. The members of the corruption nest claim to have encountered deities and assert that the power of these deities is insurmountable. They believe that only by embracing corruption and merging with it can one attain ascension. They view the unpurified pollutive metallic plates as fragments of the deity's original power. They collect these plates and directly contract with the unpurified pollutants to gain even more ferocious strength. Disgust and a hint of trepidation filled Chunling's eyes. Contracting with unpurified pollutants comes at a harrowing cost. Contractors must daily combat the incessant corruptive erosion emanating from within the metallic plates with their own will and mental strength. This process is excruciating and gradually distorts their bodies and minds. Ultimately, they transform into the grotesque figures you see among the corruption nest's attendants, their bodies half corrupted, their reason teetering on the brink of madness, much like living corpses. The attendants of the corruption nest we encountered are yet unqualified to contract with the polluted sources. They merely represent those on the periphery, fused with the corrupted entities. However, once the corruptive power is bound by a contract, it cannot be purified by external forces. It can only be suppressed or weakened by purifying powers. The reason they still maintain a degree of awareness and organization is due to this twisted faith in the partial power obtained after contracting. Utilizing the principle of man and object unification, they have embarked on inhumane human experiments. Chunling's voice turned frigid. They attempt to directly merge the powerful genetic fragments of ferocious beasts with human bodies, creating hybrid warriors capable of bearing the corruptive force while exhibiting the effects of unification. The stitched monstrosities we previously encountered were merely rudimentary products, executing simple commands with a high failure rate. The truly refined creations, like that brute, possess greater strength and a degree of combat instinct, but have similarly been reduced to mere tools of slaughter. Now it all makes sense. Lin Jin's mind cleared as he recognized that the twisted creations and frenzied behaviors of the corruption nest stemmed from this mysterious metallic plate. He recalled the peculiar metal within his wristwatch, pondering how the military could ascertain if someone had contracted a metallic plate. If it were stored within a spatial device, the military would currently be unable to detect it. However, once a contract is made, the elemental powers within the body will meld with the divine particles. Upon entering the fortress, they would be detected by monitoring devices, leading to military control, Chunling remarked, glancing at Lin Jin. I see. It seems that the metallic plate in my backpack must wait until the crystal deer learns the purification skill to process the resource, he thought, redirecting his gaze to the dull metallic plate on the ground. This time, he hesitated no longer and poured his dwindling mental energy unreservedly into the all-knowing eye, conducting an in-depth analysis of the purified metallic plate. Target depth analysis. Purified divine metallic blank encountered high-intensity information shielding. Rule level. Mental energy insufficient. Forced breakthrough. Warning. Mental energy overload. Breakthrough of the first layer of shielding. Obtaining fragmentary information. Material composition. Confirmed as non-known elements of this universe. Higher dimensional matter manifested. Core mechanism. Conceptual shaping rule imprint. Restructuring form according to the contractor's soul mark. Endowing corresponding conceptual power. Energy circuit. Detected dimensional energy absorption and transformation channel. Suspected essence of devouring metallic minerals is to absorb material dimensional energy. Contract feedback. Man-object unification state is a temporary dimensional interference phenomenon. Contractor's soul and metallic blank rule projection overlap. Potential risks. No potential risks. Status. Silent. The essence of growth. The absorption of high-grade metallic minerals is, in truth, the assimilation of fragments of the world's rules contained within, thereby completing one's own rule imprint. Overall evaluation. Extremely high potential, a divine gift. Breaking through the second layer shield. Breakthrough failed. Mental energy exhausted. Host suffers backlash. Intense headache. Temporary disruption of mental perception. Buzz. Lin Jin's vision darkened. An overwhelming dizziness and a pain akin to being torn apart surged through him, causing his body to sway precariously, nearly toppling over. The golden data streams in his sight shattered in an instant, leaving only chaotic light spots and a ringing in his ears. Lin Jin, Chen exclaimed, quickly supporting him. Lin Jin's face was as pale as a sheet, cold sweat soaking his back instantaneously. He gasped for breath, enduring the agony of his tumultuous consciousness. Managing to utter a few indistinct words, high dimension, divine, gift, before he could no longer hold on. The severe depletion of his mental energy plunging him into a semi-conscious state. Chen Ling observed his suffering, then glanced at the seemingly mundane yet profoundly secretive metallic plate on the ground, her ice-blue eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and concern. She swiftly stowed away the metallic ingot and assisted Lin Jin, stating, "This place is not safe. We must leave the heart of the forest immediately." Lin Jin's collapse alarmed Qi Feng and Guang Xian, both beasts of burden filled with guilt and apprehension. Chen Ling placed Lin Jin upon the back of the white tiger and then tucked Guang Xian into her pocket, hastening their retreat along the same path. In the fissured region, Chen Ling swiftly located a concealed cave, placing Lin Jin inside. She retrieved a high-grade mental energy recovery potion from her watch and poured it into Lin Jin's mouth. While observing the ever-reassuring starlight-emitting crystal deer and the steadfast Qi Feng beside Lin Jin, she then retreated to lean against the white tiger, closing her eyes to recuperate. Chapter 38. An Encounter with Chun Hao. As dawn broke, Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes. Within his consciousness, it felt as though he had endured a tempest. The tearing pain had not fully subsided, yet the chaotic light spots and the piercing ringing in his ears had gradually diminished. The crystal deer nestled in his arms remained quietly, a pure halo of starlight soothingly enveloping him, akin to the gentlest of springs, gradually washing away the wounds inflicted by mental exhaustion. Qi Feng hovered nearby, vigilantly on guard. Chen Ling leaned not far off, tightly gripping the now dull metallic ingot, her ice-blue eyes swirling with thought, evidently still contemplating the astonishing information Lin Jin had revealed. After about half an hour, Lin Jin slowly reopened his eyes. Although fatigue lingered in the depths of his pupils, his usual calmness and sharpness had returned. The depleted mental energy, bolstered by the potion and the presence of the crystal deer, had barely recovered to around 50 or 60%, sufficient to support his actions. He glanced at Chen Ling, who immediately cast an inquiring look in return. "I've regained some strength." Lin Jin's voice remained somewhat hoarse yet steady. "Regarding that metallic ingot, the information I forcibly gleaned through my talent, though fragmented, allows for a few confirmations." Chen Ling held her breath. She understood the extent of Lin Jin's perceptive abilities. "Firstly, it is indeed harmless." Lin Jin pointed towards the metallic ingot, articulating each word clearly, at least on the level of a contractee. "It possesses no mechanism to actively harm the contractee. As of my current level of mental energy, I cannot perceive any intentions of active surveillance or manipulation from the divine." Instantly, disbelief ignited in Chen Ling's eyes, her grip on the metallic ingot tightening slightly. "Are you saying it is truly just a blank tool? That the divine has not left any imprint upon it?" "From what I can ascertain, yes," Lin Jin affirmed, offering only the most crucial conclusion. "It resembles more of an object endowed with specific rules rather than a bait or surveillance device infused with divine will." This conclusion reverberated in Chen Ling's mind like thunderclaps. If Lin Jin's insights were accurate, what would that imply? It would mean that these purified metallic ingots could be safely utilized as artifacts in the hands of humanity. Their terrifying growth potential and explosive power when harmonized with humans would become an unprecedented instrument for humankind to combat ferocious beasts, purify corruption, and expand territories. The apprehension and strict control strategies of the Alliance's upper echelon regarding the metallic ingots might require reevaluation. Moreover, the interpretation of the divine's motives, whether they were malicious games or some form of cold gift, needed to be reassessed. The value of this information was immeasurable. "Lin Jin," Chen Ling's voice carried a hint of excitement and an unprecedented seriousness. "This matter is of utmost importance. It holds the potential to influence the strategic direction of the Alliance's future. I must report your discovery, along with this metallic ingot, to Major General Chen Weigua. He will relay it to the highest echelons of the Alliance." Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Jin's eyes. "This anomaly is your discovery as an observer. Do you agree?" Lin Jin remained silent for a moment. The risk of exposing part of his talent was present. General Chen Weigua was no fool. He had already harbored doubts about the transformation of his flame beetle. Now, with Lin Jin's profound insights into the divine metallic ingot, there would be even more points of suspicion. However, as Chen Ling had stated, the value of this information was too significant. If it could enhance the strength of the entire human faction against corruption and ferocious beasts, then it was worth the personal risk he would have to bear. After all, Even the peak beastmaster of the Chun family's ancestral leaders had perished in a siege. What could a mere sergeant like him do? Furthermore, the greater the value he showcased, the more weight he would carry in the eyes of the general and the alliance, which, to some extent, also served as a form of protection. Even if he exposed some of his talents, the military would not easily target him. To his knowledge, the military provided substantial protection for geniuses. Every rising civilian talent had its secrets. Otherwise, how could civilian prodigies continue to emerge amidst the current monopolization of resources? If his all-knowing eye analyzed the information correctly, then the mysterious metallic ingot within his watch was the most suitable third beast for him. If he could alleviate suspicion regarding the metallic ingot and prompt the military's high command to reinvestigate it, then one day, he could contract the metallic ingot openly. Very well. Lin Jin finally nodded. The information can be reported, but the details regarding my talent should remain as vague as possible. Understood. A glimmer of gratitude and admiration flashed in Chunling's eyes. I will handle it with care. She carefully stored the metallic ingot into a specially made metallic box adorned with isolation runes. Having completed these tasks, she turned to Lin Jin. There is only one day remaining in the secret realm. Shall we split up? Explore separately to maximize our gains, and then meet near the entrance on the last day? Lin Jin concurred with her sentiment. Accompanied by the crystal deer, he needed to seek resources conducive to the growth of spatial and light attributes. While Qi Feng also required fire-based resources to solidify his realm, their target areas might differ. Agreed. Lin Jin replied succinctly. Without further farewells, they tacitly chose different directions. Chunling, accompanied by the star butterfly, melded seamlessly into the cold currents, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Lin Jin, cradling the crystal deer and accompanied by Qi Feng, stealthily journeyed towards a region starkly opposed to the core area of the corrupted forest, where energy fluctuations were relatively tranquil. Utilizing the precise warnings of his all-knowing eye and Guangxian's faint yet effective spatial perception, Lin Jin evaded most of the wandering corrupted creatures and hazardous zones. Along the way, he encountered several waves of scattered corrupted beasts, their strengths varying from the 3rd to 4th ranks of battle soldiers, perfect for the fledgling Guangxian to practice against. Guangxian, mental interference. Target, the corrupted wolf on the left. Yao. Guangxian's pure starry eyes locked onto the target. An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth instantaneously. The wolf, poised to pounce, suddenly froze, its gaze caught in a momentary daze. Qi Feng, lava breath, finish it off, Lin Jin calmly instructed, ready to deliver the final blow. The dark golden lava flow swiftly engulfed the ferocious wolf. Light swirl, with its scintillating brilliance, darted behind the designated cover indicated by Lin Jin, successfully evading a surprise attack from a corrupted poison arrow frog's venom. Although light swirl skills were still in their infancy, demanding significant energy and yielding limited results, the potential for growth and the prowess displayed in actual combat greatly pleased Lin Jin. Meanwhile, Qi Feng stood resolutely, serving as the main source of firepower and defense. Their journey was mostly uneventful, yielding several energy crystals of decent quality and some rare minerals. Throughout, Lin Jin pondered how to address the general's possible inquiries. Ultimately, he resolved to conceal the full capabilities of the all-knowing eye, attributing its revealed insights to a natural talent for keen observation and information processing. As long as he did not expose the extraordinary function of the evolution chart, he believed he would face little trouble. Moreover, he had attempted to explore the accurate evolution information of others' contracted beasts, although his current mental strength allowed him to perceive their potential. He could only provide precise routes for the evolution from the bone stage to the warrior stage, which was somewhat lackluster, as complete evolution information could only be applied to his own beasts. As time passed, the light within the secret realm appeared to dim, heralding the impending closure of the domain. Lin Jin decided to return to the underground cavern where he had previously discovered the magma crystal. Although he had already taken the core magma crystal, the scattered smaller crystals, along with the special minerals that might form after the lava lake cooled, would serve as excellent supplementary energy sources for Qi Feng and should not go to waste. Following the path etched in his memory, he traversed a desolate area strewn with peculiar rocks, nearing the charred stone mountain. However, before he could reach the fissured entrance, the sounds of fierce battle and violent energy fluctuations reached his ears. Boom, roar, hiss, the explosive rumble of lava, the furious roar of the earth dragon, and the sound of some corrosive attack that made one's teeth ache intertwined. Lin Jin's expression sharpened as he signaled Qi Feng and Light Swirl to conceal their presence, then silently ascended a large rock that offered a broad view, peering down. There, near the fissure's entrance, chaos reigned. A familiar figure was entangled in a desperate struggle. It was Chun Hao. His dark red and gold armor was heavily damaged, stained with charred and dark green marks, rendering him somewhat disheveled. His contracted beast, the formidable lava earth dragon, stood protectively in front of him, emitting an exhausted yet wrathful roar. The dragon's dark red scales bore numerous wounds, with deep pits corroded into its hide, hot lava-like blood flowing from its injuries. Its strength evidently diminished to the warrior stage, suggesting it had endured a grueling battle. Surrounding them were 5 grotesque, gene-spliced monsters. 3 resembled the plague bringers they had encountered before, incessantly spewing dark green corrupt spores and acid arrows to disrupt and weaken. The other 2 were of a new model, their lower halves resembling massive metal spiders. 8 gleaming metal limbs moving swiftly, while their upper halves melded scythe-like arms and mouths that sprayed corrosive slime, their movements swift and lethal. Target, corrupted nest cutter, chimera. Attributes, wind, corruption, metal. Life level, warrior stage. Core abilities, metal scythe arm cutting, corrosive slime spraying, rapid mobility. Chun Hao and the lava earth dragon were besieged, struggling to hold their ground. The lava fireballs expelled by the dragon were easily evaded by the agile cutters, while the corrosive slime and scythe attacks continually added to their wounds. Chun Hao himself wielded an energy longsword, desperately blocking against the acid and the occasional surprise attack from the scythe arms, but he was clearly exhausted, teetering on the brink of danger. Big shot. Help. Big brother. Over here. Chun Hao's sharp eyes caught sight of Lin Jin peeking from behind the rock, and he immediately seized the opportunity. His voice filled with the exhilaration of survival. Lin Jin furrowed his brow, but acted without delay. Qi Feng, unleash a lava torrent on the cutters. Light swirl. Disrupt the plague bringers. The commands were issued in an instant. With a roar, Qi Feng transformed into a dark golden meteor, its jaws agape, unleashing a torrent of lava far more concentrated and searing than the earth dragon's fireball, crashing down upon the 2 swiftest cutters. The terrifying pressure and intense heat enveloped the battlefield. The 2 cutters sensed the impending doom and screeched, attempting to evade. But Qi Feng's attack had a vast coverage and was swifter than lightning. Boom. One cutter was struck head-on by the lava torrent. Its metal limbs instantly melted away, its upper body obliterated, while the other suffered collateral damage, its legs severed, rolling on the ground in agony. Simultaneously, Light Swirl's mental disruption pierced through the minds of the 3 plague bringers like an invisible spear. Their actions of spewing spores and acid momentarily halted, plunging them into brief confusion. The pressure plummeted. Now is our chance. Old lava, seismic shockwave. Chun Hao felt invigorated and seized the opportunity. The lava earth dragon roared, its forelimbs crashing down. Boom. A powerful circular shockwave radiated outward, sending the 3 disoriented plague bringers staggering in disarray. Qi Feng did not relent. Diving down like the harbinger of death, the edges of its dark golden membrane wings shimmering with lethal cold light. The dragon flames slicing through the energy cores of 2 plague bringers with surgical precision. Simultaneously, a torrent of lava engulfed the last disoriented plague bringer entirely. The remaining cutter, with a severed leg, was swiftly dispatched by Chun Hao, who lunged forward and pierced the relatively vulnerable connection of its head with a single thrust of his sword. With Qi Feng's intervention, the battle concluded in mere seconds. Panting heavily, Chun Hao leaned on his energy longsword, surveying the wreckage of the corrupted monsters strewn across the ground, then looked up at Lin Jin, who had just leaped down from the rock. His face instantly filled with exaggerated gratitude and flattery. Big shot. Big brother. My dear brother. Chun Hao limped over, and had Lin Jin not sported such a cold demeanor, he would have undoubtedly rushed in for an embrace. You are truly my savior. My life is now yours. You direct me east, and I shall not veer west. You tell me to catch a dog, and I shall not chase a chicken. Lin Jin couldn't help but twitch his lips. This once proud young man in the competition turned out to be quite the comedian. No wonder he had said so little during the contest. Perhaps he feared tarnishing his image? Lin Jin, with an expressionless face, interrupted his incessant chatter. What are you doing here? Have you attracted the attention of the corrupted nest? Upon mentioning this, Chun Hao's handsome face instantly fell, filled with indignation and the lament of a misfortunate soul. Big shot. Don't even mention it. Just talking about it brings tears. He plopped down onto the ground, disregarding the scorched earth beneath him, and began to vent his frustrations. I have been utterly unfortunate. The moment I teleported into the secret realm, I fell into a vacuum zone. A vacuum zone? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. Yes, Chun Hao replied, his expression one of exasperation. I had no elemental power whatsoever. It was dead silent. I thought it was a sign of some rare treasure emerging. Instead, I wandered around like a headless fly for 3 whole days. Not even a feather to be found. My energy was nearly depleted. He pounded his chest in frustration. Just when I was out of options and ready to give up, lo and behold, The elemental energy in that cursed place inexplicably returned. So, I wasted 3 days for nothing. Isn't that infuriating? Lin Jin interjected. Could it be that the pollution source was purified, prompting the elemental energy to return? And that is not all. Chen Haiyue grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while I, feeling dejected, stepped out. Not far from my exit, I stumbled upon a fissure leading to a cave that emanated an alarming concentration of fire elements. Upon entering, I was astounded to discover a massive lake of molten lava, surrounded by glimmering stones. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and I immediately recognized their value. Stealthily, I pilfered, collected a few pieces. A flicker of guilt crossed his face as he glanced at Lin Jin, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, he continued, just as I had secured my treasures. I inadvertently roused a fearsome creature within, the molten fire crystal scorpion. By heavens, it was a peak 6th-tier warrior. It chased me relentlessly. I ran for dear life, nearly turned into a skewered delicacy. Chen Haiyue patted his chest, still trembling from the ordeal, just when I thought I was doomed in that ghastly place. The scorpion suddenly seemed to slow down, its breath weakened. I turned back to find several massive wounds adorning its body, as if it had been grievously injured by some dreadful force. Lava was still oozing from the gashes. A glint of determination and pride flashed in his eyes. Damn it. I'll seize the opportunity. Despite my misfortunes, I'm not one to be trifled with. With renewed vigor, old Roan and I charged back to confront it. After a titanic struggle, we finally managed to subdue it. He gestured towards his tattered light armor and the wounds on the earthbound dragon, a testament to the price paid. But it was worth it. I packed every last glimmering stone from the cave into my specially designed storage pouch. However, Chen Haiyue's expression soured once more. Before I could bask in my triumph, we were beset by those relentless minions of the corrupted nest. They pursued me like hyenas catching wind of blood. Wave after wave attacked. I fought while fleeing, nearly exhausting my energy. Were it not for your timely appearance, old master, old Roan and I would have faced dire consequences today. With a pitiful gaze, he looked at Lin Jin, then suddenly remembered something. He hastily unfastened his storage pouch and poured out its contents. Instantly, the air was saturated with a searing heat. There lay a dozen molten fire crystal cores of varying sizes. While most were small, 3 were of medium size, and the largest was the size of a fist. Its interior shimmering with a dazzling flow of molten lava, pulsating with astonishing energy. This was precisely the portion Lin Jin had missed collecting earlier. Master, I owe you a debt of gratitude that I cannot repay, Chen Haiyue exclaimed, seizing the largest medium core and a few smaller ones, thrusting them into Lin Jin's hands. They're all for you. Please don't refuse. Without you, these treasures and I would have perished. Lin Jin regarded the hot crystal cores in his hands, then glanced at the small pile on the ground, as well as the earnest look in Chen Haiyue's eyes. One of his objectives for this expedition was the remaining molten fire crystals. Now, they lay before him. But they had been obtained by Chen Haiyue under dire circumstances and with great sacrifice. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Jin, not being one to covet excessively, chose to take only the medium-sized crystal core possessing pure energy. This core contained enough energy to stabilize and slightly enhance Qifeng's realm. This is sufficient, Lin Jin said, gently pushing the remaining crystals back towards Chen Haiyue. You deserve these. Chen Haiyue was taken aback, watching Lin Jin accept only one medium core while he returned the more valuable largest one. Old master, you are truly generous. I, Chen Haiyue, owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to command me. If all else fails, I have an uncle. Lin Jin disregarded his vow of loyalty and replied, no need to call me old master, just my name will suffice. It was a mere trifle. His gaze shifted towards the cave's fissure. Is there anything else inside? No, I've taken all that I could. Only some cooled lava stones remain. Chen Haiyue quickly shook his head. Lin Jin nodded, choosing not to linger. He glanced at the increasingly dim sky of the secret realm. Time is short. We must leave promptly. Let us converge at the entrance. With that, he turned and swiftly led Qifeng and Guangshuan towards the entrance of the secret realm. Chen Haiyue watched Lin Jin's figure disappear in haste, then looked down at the largest molten fire crystal core and the pile of crystals he had regained. He scratched his head, his expression a blend of admiration and the realization of Lin Jin's unfathomable depth. Old Roan, hurry. We must also retreat. I can't bear to remain in this wretched place any longer. He gathered the crystals, beckoning the battle-scarred yet invigorated earthbound dragon, limping yet full of spirit, as they followed Lin Jin's departing path. Chapter 39. The Underlying Currents of Return. On the journey back, Lin Jin passed through the cooled region of the lava lake. The charred cavern, once filled with rolling lava, had solidified into a rugged surface of obsidian, radiating residual warmth and the scent of sulfur. just as Chun Haoyue had described. The scattered small molten fire crystal cores had been completely cleared away. However, as he prepared to leave, Guangshuan in his arms suddenly let out a soft chirp. Its pure silver eyes curiously gazing into an inconspicuous corner deep within the cave. There, half buried beneath cooled lava and rubble, lay an unremarkable dark silver ore, emanating an exceedingly faint spatial fluctuation, reminiscent of the stardust crystal obtained earlier. Lin Jin's interest piqued. He approached, cleared the rubble, and unearthed the fist-sized dark silver ore, within which a fragment of a starry river seemed to flow gently. Target: stardust crystal, pure. Attributes: space, stars. Description: a mineral containing relatively pure spatial and stellar energy. Uses: reinforcement and repair of spatial equipment, core cultivation material for spatial beasts. A delightful surprise. This must be a product of the lava lake's eruption or cooling process, where spatial energy and stellar matter accidentally coalesced. Perfect for Guangshuan's growth. After securing this pure stardust crystal, Lin Jin did not linger, swiftly vanishing into the passageway leading to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point near the entrance, Chunling and Chun Haoyue had already arrived. Chunling remained as composed as ever, while the star butterfly perched on her shoulder seemed slightly larger. Chun Haoyue appeared somewhat exhilarated, animatedly recounting his heroic feat of slaying the molten fire scorpion to Chunling. Upon seeing Lin Jin, Chun Haoyue immediately fell silent, a broad smile replacing his earlier fervor. Old Master Lin, you've returned. Chunling offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The energy vortex of the secret realm began to fluctuate erratically, signaling the impending closure. The trio ceased their chatter, recalled their beasts into the spatial realm, and cast one last glance at this land rife with danger and opportunity before stepping into the swirling, azure passage. The cold, metallic doors of the stone realm observation station sealed shut behind them, completely isolating the mingled air of sulfur, decay, and bloodshed from the secret realm. As Lin Jin, Chunling, and Chun Haoyue emerged from the passage, the familiar yet tainted air of the fortress, tinged with a faint scent of filtration agents, wafted into their nostrils, providing a fleeting sense of reassurance. Outside the passage, Li Yin and Zhou Qian had been waiting for quite some time. Their appearances were hardly commendable. Li Yin's combat suit was caked with dried mud and bore several torn sections, his demeanor steady yet marked by an undeniable weariness. Zhou Qian's complexion was pale, her left sleeve burned through by some corrosive liquid, exposing a freshly bandaged arm beneath, while her storm falcon perched on her shoulder, its feathers ruffled, scanning the surroundings with a sharp, vigilant gaze. The 5 pairs of eyes met, each reflecting similar experiences. Their tattered garments bore witness to the trials they had endured. Though their breaths had grown more concentrated and powerful since their entry, they were still marked by the aftermath of battle and the weariness of travel. Evidently, they had all faced the relentless pursuit of the corrupting nest before the secret realm's closure. Well done, a steady voice resonated. Major General Chen Weiguo was not present. Only his aide stood at the entrance of the passage. The aide's sharp gaze swept over the 5 individuals, lingering for a moment on Chunling and Lin Jin, before giving a slight nod. The Major General is occupied with urgent matters and cannot greet you at this moment. He is aware of your considerable gains, as well as the dangers you faced. He has instructed that you return to rest and cleanse yourselves of the dust of your journey. Tomorrow at noon, the Major General will host a banquet at his residence to welcome you and address your inquiries, as well as announce significant matters. The aide's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it exuded an authority that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Chunling stepped forward, an undercurrent of urgency in her tone. Aide, Lin Jin and I have crucial information that must be reported to the Major General immediately. It pertains to the core findings of the secret realm, and there is no time to lose. The aide's composed expression revealed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. The Major General has already issued instructions. If Miss Chen has urgent business, she may accompany me. He turned his gaze to Lin Jin, adding, Corporal Lin Jin is also requested to join. I will go too. Chun Hao's voice interjected as he stepped forward to stand beside Chunling, his gaze resolute as it met the aide's. There may be details where I can be of assistance. The aide paused for a moment before nodding. Very well. The 3 of you may follow me. Corporals Li Yin and Zhou Qian, please return to the barracks and rest. Li Yin and Zhou Qian exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the situation, and nodded in agreement. They understood that whatever had prompted Chunling's urgency, involving Lin Jin and Chun Hao, must be of great consequence. Within the Major General's residence, in his study, heavy alloy doors insulated them from the external clamor. Major General Chen Weiguo was clad not in his military uniform, but in a deep gray civilian outfit. Seated behind a spacious desk cluttered with documents, though he appeared disinclined to attend to them. His fingers absent-mindedly drummed on the surface of the desk, his gaze penetrating, as if he were awaiting something. As the aide ushered Chun-Ling, Lin Jin, and Chun-Hao into the room, he lifted his eyes, his gaze piercing as it swept over the three. "Sit," he commanded succinctly. "Chun-Hao, you may step outside. This matter does not concern you." Chun-Hao nodded at the Major General, casting a worried glance back at Chun-Ling and Lin Jin. "I will wait for you outside," he said before turning to leave. The two took their seats. Without exchanging pleasantries, Chun-Ling retrieved a specially crafted metal box, inscribed with isolation runes, and placed it on the Major General's desk. Her voice was clear and grave. "General, this is what we obtained after purifying the pollution source at the core of the corrupted forest." Lin Jin utilized his unique insight to conduct a thorough analysis, leading to groundbreaking conclusions. She recounted the events of their encounter with the corrupting nest, the subsequent purification of the pollution source, the resources extracted, and Lin Jin's analytical process and core conclusions as clearly and concisely as possible. Lin Jin supplemented her account with key details, particularly regarding the backlash experienced when the all-seeing eye forcibly breached the information blockade, as well as the vague yet profound assessment of the divine gifts. Silence enveloped the study. Major General Chun Weigui ceased his drumming, leaning slightly forward. His sharp gaze scrutinized the unassuming metal box on the desk, then slowly traversed to Lin Jin's pale, yet resolute face, finally resting on Chun-Ling non-active monitoring. "No harm mechanism, concept shaping dimensions, interference absorption of world rule fragments," he murmured, repeating these revolutionary terms, each word laden with gravity. The atmosphere in the study seemed to solidify, the intangible pressure making it difficult for Chun-Hao to breathe. After a long pause, Major General Chun Weigui inhaled deeply. Gradually leaning back against his chair, the tumult in his eyes forcibly subdued, returning to a depth akin to an abyss. He regarded Lin Jin and Chun-Ling with an unprecedented solemnity. "The intelligence you have brought back is of immeasurable value. This concerns not merely a strategic resource, but may fundamentally alter our understanding of the divine, the essence of corruption, and even the future of our world." He picked up the metal box, his fingertips gliding over the cold runes. "This matter is of such magnitude that it exceeds my authority. I must report it immediately to my direct superior, General Li Jinwu, one of the 12 generals. He will make the determination and may directly report to the highest council of the alliance." His gaze burned with intensity as he looked at the two. "You have done exceptionally well. Especially you, Lin Jin. Your insight has once again proven its worth. This matter is classified as top secret. Until the high command of the alliance has formally established its stance, not a word must be disclosed to anyone, including Chun-Hao, Li Yan, and Zhou Qian." "Understood." Chun-Ling and Lin Jin responded with solemnity. "Very well, you have both worked hard. Please return to rest." Major General Chun Weigui waved his hand, his tone softening slightly. "Ensure you are present at the banquet tomorrow at noon. There will be further arrangements." The two rose and took their leave, exiting the Major General's residence. The lights in the fortress's internal passage felt somewhat blinding. The life and death struggles within the secret realm intertwined with the heavy atmosphere of the study, leaving the three with a surreal sensation. Chun-Hao exhaled deeply, rubbing his still tense temples, then turned to Lin Jin with a hint of sincerity in his smile. "Lin Jin, thank you for your assistance this time." He paused, giving Lin Jin's shoulder a friendly pat. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal at the old gourmet house. It will help ease the tension, and I want to express my gratitude for your help in the secret realm." Lin Jin initially intended to decline and return to rest, but seeing Chun-Ling nod in agreement and feeling the pangs of hunger, he acquiesced. "All right." The Old Gourmet House is a renowned private restaurant within the inner city of Fortress No. 7. Legend has it that the owner's ancestors were chefs before the cataclysm, and they have maintained a foothold in the fortress using ancestral recipes for synthetic foods and the occasional supply of processed low-radiation, mutated beast meat. The prices here are steep, primarily transacted using credit points circulating within the fortress, frequented by mid-level officers, technicians, and some capable mercenaries and merchants. The ambience of the restaurant far surpasses that of military mess halls, with warm lighting and relatively clean synthetic tables and chairs. The air is fragrant with the complex aromas of heated food, imbued with the fortress's characteristic industrial feel, yet deemed quite comfortable. Chun-Hao was evidently irregular. Upon entering, he was greeted warmly. He confidently ordered several signature dishes, carbon-grilled synthetic meat steaks, a rich soup stew, and 3 cups of what was said to be a special vintage processed liquor. The meat steaks and wine here are considered unparalleled in Fortress No. 7. Although they cannot compare to the seafood of the deep blue dome, they certainly satisfy one's cravings. Chun-Hao poured the slightly murky liquor for Lin Jin and Chun-Ling. It was spicy on the palate, yet surprisingly rich in its aftertaste. The synthetic meat steaks surpassed military rations by leaps and bounds, offering a delightful chewiness with a variety of seasonings. Chun-Ling ate sparingly, her movements remaining graceful, occasionally using a clean napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. Lin Jin, meanwhile, focused on the food, replenishing his depleted energy. As they discussed the upcoming alliance competition, Chun Hao set down his wine glass, his eyes igniting with determination. That will be the true stage. The top talents of Fortress number 17 will gather at the heart of Yanhuang. How about we team up then? Your insight combined with my frontal assault capabilities would undoubtedly sweep across the battlefield. He looked at Lin Jin with a hint of recruitment in his expression. With your potential, remaining in Fortress number 7 is a waste of your talents. The Chen family, residing in the heart of the main city, Yanhuang, wields considerable influence, and its resource channels far surpass those found here. What do you think, my esteemed friend? Have you given it some thought? I could facilitate an introduction. The Chen family? What is your connection to the Chun family that Chun-Ling belongs to? Lin Jin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. With a playful grin, Chun Hao replied, "Ah, Chun-Ling is my cousin. We both belong to the Chen family, though we are not from the same lineage." Chun-Ling, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, "The Chen family is indeed a vast clan. Although we are not of the same bloodline, the family is remarkably united and not overly fragmented." Lin Jin swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth, lifted the cup of murky wine, and took a sip. The fiery sensation surged down his throat, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He set down the cup and turned to Chun Hao, his gaze calm and unwavering. "I appreciate your kindness. The league competition is my goal, but the path I must tread requires further contemplation. Moreover, the competition's mechanism has yet to be revealed. For now, I must focus on the challenge presented by the general tomorrow." He neither outright declined nor accepted the offer, instead deftly steering the conversation away. The olive branch extended by the Chun family may indeed be tempting, yet entanglement could imply constraints. He was accustomed to relying on himself. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Lin Jin's reaction, and laughed heartily. "Very well. There's no rush. Take your time to ponder. Come, let us drink. Who knows what surprises await us at the Major General's residence tomorrow." He raised his cup once more, with Lin Jin and Chun-Ling offering a token gesture in kind. The sound of their cups clinking together resonated crisply in the air. The table was a mess, the aroma of the charred synthetic meat and the spicy aged wine still lingering. Boss, a middle-aged man, slightly plump and wearing a genial smile, approached with a platter of specially crafted desserts. "Young Master Chun, your presence has truly graced this humble establishment." He placed the desserts on the table, his gaze shifting to Lin Jin and Chun-Ling, surveying them with the astuteness characteristic of a businessman. Might these be the youthful prodigies who have emerged from the secret realm competition? "Sergeant Lin Jin, Miss Chun-Ling, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Jin nodded politely at the proprietor, while Chun-Ling merely acknowledged him with a cool as a response. The boss maintained his smile, then, as if performing a magic trick, produced two exquisitely crafted metal cards from his sleeve, presenting them respectfully to Lin Jin and Chun-Ling. The cards felt cool to the touch, their surfaces etched with alluring neon lines, encircling an enticing silhouette, while the reverse displayed a clear address coordinate located within a certain area of the inner city of the barrier. Having just returned from the perilous secret realm, the two young heroes must surely be fatigued, the boss remarked. "This is our barrier's VIP card for the Luminous Pavilion, an establishment offering a top-tier environment and attentive service. An ideal retreat for relaxation. Please accept it as a token of our esteem." His tone carried an implicit suggestion. Lin Jin examined the card's garish design and address, his brow furrowing, his eyes reflecting pure bewilderment. Chun-Ling's icy blue gaze swept over the card before returning to the proprietor, though her expression bore no overt disdain. A hint of scrutiny mingled with her cool demeanor. "Ah, old Zhang." Chun Hao's voice rose, tinged with dissatisfaction and exasperation. "You are being rather ungracious. My two friends are earnestly pursuing the path of power and are honorable individuals. Spare them your dubious enticements. Quickly retract those cards." He feigned a move to snatch the cards away. The boss hastily withdrew his hands, maintaining his smile. "Young Master Chun, please calm down. I merely thought to offer a place for these two heroes to unwind after their arduous efforts." Faced with Chun Hao's glare, he sheepishly retreated. The room fell into a brief silence. Lin Jin held the cold metal card, turning to Chun Hao. "What kind of place is this luminous pavilion?" He instinctively sensed that the imagery and address hinted at a lavishness and decadence that clashed starkly with the ironclad atmosphere of the barrier. Chun Hao's expression grew serious as he poured himself another drink, downing it in one gulp, the sharpness seeming to sharpen his clarity. He set the cup down with a sigh, his tone becoming somber and complex. "Lin Jin, Chun-Ling, this is barrier number 7 of Yanhuang, or rather, a gray area that exists in many large barriers, the red light district." "The red light district?" Lin Jin mulled over the term. In a world where survival in the wasteland was fraught with difficulty, how could such a place exist? Indeed, Chun Hao affirmed, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. The military turns a blind eye, and it can even be described as a semi-official zone. In essence, it is a place where flesh trade occurs, as well as various illicit transactions. The military turns a blind eye? Lin Jin's voice was laced with disbelief. Why? Resources are so scarce in the barrier, and soldiers are fighting valiantly on the front lines, yet such places, which deplete energy and foster corruption, are allowed to exist? He thought of the emaciated refugees struggling to survive in the slums outside the barrier and the meager resources scavengers risked their lives to obtain. Noting the shock and confusion flickering in Lin Jin's eyes, Chun Hao offered a wry smile. Lin Jin, you are immensely talented, a prodigy emerging from the slums. Yet the logic behind the operation of some barriers is harsh and unforgiving. He paused to gather his thoughts, his voice heavy with sincerity. Firstly, population. This is the core reason. In the era of wastelands, the population has plummeted. Beast tides, environmental corruption, disease, and internal strife claim lives daily. Humanity needs to reproduce. It requires fresh blood. The military explicitly prohibits any contraceptive measures in the red light district. These places essentially function as vast breeding factories. A hint of bitterness tinged Chun Hao's voice. For many ordinary individuals without awakened beast taming abilities or those with meager talents who dare not venture outside the barrier, the red light district offers at least a relatively safe haven, stable food, devoid of the constant dread of starvation or being dragged away by beasts as in the slums. They barter their bodies for survival, and in doing so, they contribute to the next generation for the barrier. For many of them, this may not even be the worst choice. Lin Jin fell silent, recalling the numb and desperate expressions of those in the slums outside the barrier, and the precarious existence of scavengers. Safety and sustenance, in the wasteland, were indeed temptations difficult to resist. Secondly, relieving stress, Chun Hao continued. The barrier is not a paradise. With stringent management, a harsh hierarchy, the ever-looming threat of beast tides, and the unending oppression of resource rationing, the nerves of soldiers, workers, and technicians alike are stretched taut. The red light district serves as an officially sanctioned safety valve, allowing them to vent their frustrations and despair, which is preferable to the risk of unrest within the barrier. This is a means of maintaining internal order, cruel, yet effective. Do children born there truly serve a purpose for the military? Lin Jin inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Chun Hao's gaze sharpened. As for your concerns about children born in such an environment becoming waste, no, the military does not squander any resources. His tone turned cold and systematic. Babies born in the red light district, regardless of gender, are taken within a week of birth to centralized nurseries established by the military for upbringing. They will never know their parents, instead receiving standardized education and training that the barrier requires. They grow up within the barrier system, receiving uniform guidance. Furthermore, the nurseries also provide an opportunity for heroes who dedicate their lives to the barrier, remaining solitary, to adopt children. Those who are adopted are considered fortunate, often faring better than the majority of children within the barrier. If one were to awaken the ability to summon beasts before the age of 20, even the most rudimentary of such powers, the military would uniformly distribute basic summoning beasts, integrating them into the reserves or logistics of the army, effectively transforming them into cogs within the machinery of defense. Their life trajectories would thus be irrevocably altered, liberating them from the indelible mark of the lower strata. Conversely, should one awaken a formidable talent prior to reaching adulthood, congratulations would be in order, as the high-ranking officials of the military or a prominent faction would swiftly take notice and whisk you away, much like. Chun Hao paused, glancing at Lin Jin, much like Wang Lei, whom you encountered during the competition. He emerged from the orphanage, having awakened a powerful summoning talent in his youth, and was recognized by a senior member of the military's exploration division, who took him on as an apprentice. The swift ferret he possesses was a gift from his master, showcasing considerable potential and aligning perfectly with his innate abilities. This represents one of the most promising paths for children from the red light district. Although you have damaged his foundation, his exceptional performance in the competition has demonstrated his worth. The military provided him with restorative potions and absorbed him into a priority training program within the exploration division. But what if one does not awaken by the age of 20? Lin Jin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Then their options in life become exceedingly limited. Chun Hao shrugged, noting that those with robust physicality would be assigned to the heavy industrial sectors of the barrier, such as the auxiliary factories related to Furnace Fortress, the energy sector, or the grueling tasks of city defense construction and waste management, trading their labor for barely sufficient sustenance. This is the fate that awaits the majority. He paused, lowering his voice further. There exists a segment of individuals, particularly those accustomed to a certain service model from their time in the orphanage, or those unable to endure physical toil, who would voluntarily choose to return to establishments akin to the Glamour Pavilion, becoming commodities once more. After all, such places offer relative ease, along with food and shelter. Those who cannot even survive in the red light district, lazy and indolent, will find that the barrier does not accommodate idlers, and will ultimately be expelled to the impoverished districts beyond the barrier, left to fend for themselves. This is nearly a road to ruin. A profound silence enveloped the private room. Only the resonance of Chun Hao's somber voice lingered, alongside the chilling touch of the metallic card in Lin Jin's grasp. Lin Jin stared at the illusory splendor depicted on the card, as if witnessing the myriad destinies crushed by the system. The cost of the safe zone is the silent sacrifice of countless individuals and a life meticulously orchestrated. He reminisced about his struggles in the refuse district, pondering which was more suffocating compared to the ease of the red light district. At least the refuse district offered a sliver of hope for altering one's fate through sheer strength, whereas the comfort of the red light district resembled a slow-acting poison wrapped in a sugary coating, ultimately leading one toward the cold assembly line of the orphanage or a fate of exile. Chun Ling's expression remained cool, yet a subtle weight flickered within her ice-blue eyes. Born into privilege, she too understood the shadows lurking beneath the barrier's glamorous facade. The Chun family's intelligence network delved far deeper than Chun Hao could fathom. She was acutely aware of the helplessness and coercion underpinning these matters, recognizing the innocence and fear of the unknown deliberately erased from the eyes of the children within the orphanage. Chun Hao observed the two in silence, pouring himself another drink, this time savoring it slowly. He was no longer the playful jester. His status as a scion of a prominent family had afforded him an earlier and more profound understanding of the brutal laws governing the barrier's operation. His prior explanation resembled a dissection of his own upbringing, imbued with resignation and a barely perceptible weariness. Thus, old Zhang bestowed this card upon you too. Chun Hao indicated the card in Lin Jin's hand, his tone laced with mockery, feigning camaraderie. Perhaps also intending to remind you new elites that the rules of the barrier extend beyond mere combat and evolution, encompassing darker elements hidden within the shadows. Lin Jin's fingers tightened slightly, the exquisite metallic card emitting a faint creak in his grasp. He refrained from gazing once more at the card's garish display, silently placing it on the table. Let us depart. Lin Jin rose, his voice calm, yet imbued with an icy resolve that kept others at bay. Tomorrow he would meet the general. He strode toward the door, not casting a second glance at the card. Chun Ling likewise stood and followed suit. Chun Hao observed the abandoned card on the table, then glanced at Lin Jin's erect posture, ultimately sighing, draining the remnants of his drink, and hastening to catch up. As the trio exited the old gourmet house, the artificial daylight within the inner city of the barrier had already simulated the hues of dusk. In the distance, the low hum of the barrier's engines and the commands of soldiers changing shifts on the city walls could be faintly heard. Meanwhile, in a neon-lit district, another facet of life within Barrier Number 7 was just commencing. Beneath that shimmering facade lay countless silent sighs and lives shackled by the chains of fate, representing the heavy and distorted price humanity paid to sustain its existence in the wasteland era. Stepping out of the establishment, Lin Jin inhaled the crisp air laced with the scent of filtration. He cast a final glance at the warm lights of the old gourmet house, then turned his gaze toward the dimly lit region within the barrier, emanating an alluring glow. Extending his hand, a fleeting wisp of dark gold flame flickered from his fingertips, and the metallic card he had left on the table instantaneously transformed into a small pile of ashes, silently dispersing into the shadows of the corner. The firelight illuminated the fleeting chill in his eyes, which quickly returned to the depths of silence. Emerging from the warm glow of the old gourmet house, the simulated twilight of the inner city felt starkly cold, imbued with the harshness of filtered metallic pipes. The trio exchanged brief farewells at the entrance. Chun Ling departed directly, her figure swiftly disappearing toward the Chun family estate. Chun Hao intended to converse further with Lin Jin, but upon noticing the deeper frost upon his features than usual, he merely placed a hand on his shoulder, uttering a simple "see you tomorrow," before turning to leave. Lin Jin did not immediately depart. He lingered at the street corner, his gaze sweeping over the distant area, now flickering with ambiguous neon lights, the red light district housing the Glamour Pavilion. The hazy glow vaguely outlined the contours of the buildings, accompanied by a distinct rhythm of muted music that clashed with the barrier's overall atmosphere of somberness, yet resembled a stubborn moss, parasitically thriving in the shadow of this metallic behemoth. He stood there for roughly a minute, devoid of anger or disdain, only a near-cold scrutiny. Then, he withdrew his gaze, turned, and with steady steps, merged into the throng of returning home, heading toward his rented apartment. Click. The door lock clicked softly, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Almost concurrently upon entering, Lin Jin heightened his vigilance to its utmost. The all-seeing eye passively activated. His mental energy swept through every corner of the room like an invisible web, confirming the absence of any residual energy, listening devices, or signs of intrusion before he secured the door and activated the energy shield. After completing these measures, his taut nerves began to ease slightly. Yet an indescribable weariness surged within him. The life-and-death struggles within the secret realms, the severe depletion of mental energy, the heavy pressure from the general's residence, and the chilling truths about the barrier's operations he had just learned weighed upon his mind like an invisible boulder. He approached his desk and sat down without turning on the light, allowing the faint artificial glow filtering through the gaps in the pipes outside to outline the contours of the room. After a moment of silence, he raised his wrist, mentally connecting with the beast summoning space. A flicker of light heralded the simultaneous appearance of Qifeng and Guangshuan within the somewhat cramped room. Chirp! Qifeng emitted a soft cry. The aura of a sixth-tier battle beast subdued and restrained. Yip! Guangshuan's call was much crisper, imbued with evident affection. As soon as the little creature touched down, it delicately approached Lin Jin's feet with its slender legs, adorned with a silvery down. Its pure silver eyes sparkled in the dim light like two tiny stars. Gazing up at him, the diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead emanated a gentle, warm white light, naturally dispelling the faint aura of decay and the oppressive sensation that clung to Lin Jin. The soothing halo of starlight unfurled quietly, creating a sanctuary of purity within a radius of just over a meter, allowing Lin Jin's taut nerves to experience a rare moment of relief. He extended his hand, the motion unusually tender, as his fingertips brushed against the soft, cool crystal on the creature's forehead. The little one blissfully squinted its eyes, emitting a faint purring sound. He attentively sensed the state of the light swirl. Beast, light swirl, void crystal deer. Status, healthy, life source energy, 98. Potential qualification, Lord level, stable, potential, epic level, origin restoration progress, 21. Growth, transitioning from juvenile to mature phase, steadily increasing affinity with spatial, mental, and light energies. Size has grown approximately 5 since birth. Bones, muscles, and energy core are rapidly developing and strengthening. The creature's body resembled a sprouting sapling, eagerly absorbing the ambient energy, striving to grow. Next, Lin Jin's gaze shifted to the Crimson Edge as he concentrated his mental power for a deeper scan. Beast, Crimson Edge, blazing dragon beetle. Status, healthy, light injury recovering, life source energy, 92. Core talent, world burning catastrophe flame, activation level, 028, status, stable. Injury, shell erosion repair progress at 85, energy core slightly oscillating. Needs, high purity fire, dragon attribute energy supplementation, consolidation of the 6th rank in combat, acceleration of erosion repair, and mild stimulation of world-burning catastrophe, flame activation. You've both worked hard, Lin Jin murmured, his voice seemingly out of place in the stillness of the room. Without further hesitation, he flipped his wrist and retrieved resources obtained from the secret realm from his wristwatch. The first was a star fragment crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, radiating pure starlight and spatial fluctuations. He gently placed the crystal on the ground before the light swirl. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the creature's pure eyes brightened, instinctively lowering its head to touch the crystal with its forehead. A resonant hum filled the room, as the pure energy within the star fragment crystal seemed to find its home, transforming into visible silver streams of light that willingly flowed into the diamond crystal on the light swirl's forehead. The little creature's body glowed slightly, its silvery fur appearing to be coated with starlight, its essence visibly thickening and elongating, while its form appeared to swell slightly under the nurturing energy. Subsequently, Lin Jin produced 3 fist-sized molten fire cores. The crimson cores resembled solidified molten lava hearts, with golden red halos flowing within, emanating a powerful and fierce dual fire-earth energy. The dark golden compound eyes of the Crimson Edge instantly locked onto them, emitting a low, desirous hum. For you, Lin Jin declared, tossing the molten fire cores into the air. The Crimson Edge transformed into a streak of dark golden light, deftly catching the cores with its mandibles. Observing both beasts safely absorbing energy and growing, Lin Jin finally felt his taut nerves relax. He leaned against the cold chair back, and the room was filled only with the soft hum of energy circulation and the satisfied murmurs of the light swirl as it absorbed the star fragment crystal. Outside the window, the neon lights seemed to shine even brighter, penetrating the gaps in the pipeline forest and casting distorted, shifting shadows on the cold walls. Lin Jin's gaze fell upon those shadows, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to Chunhao's heavy explanations at the old gourmet's residence, wandering toward the district shrouded in neon. Red light districts, nurseries, assembly lines, slums. These terms churned in his mind, constructing a vivid picture of survival beneath the shadow of barriers. The cold laws materialized in his mind with unsettling clarity. Without power and without special value, one could only serve as fuel for the machinery of the system. Resources are eternally skewed towards the strong. The attention from the general's residence, the Chun family's overtures, and even the flattery of the old gourmet's owner all stemmed from the value he exhibited. If he were still Lin Jin, the scavenger from the garbage district, who would spare him a glance? The heaviness in Chunhao's gaze while recounting was genuine. Yet within that weight lay the condescending scrutiny of a scion from a noble family, along with a hint of an indifference long since accustomed to. Lin Jin could sense the pity that might lurk beneath Chun Ling's cold exterior, yet none could alter the reality. In this world, an abundance of sympathy merely renders oneself prey. In the slums beyond the barriers, companions are killed for a moldy piece of bread within the shadows of the barriers. Betrayal and treachery are the norm for the sake of climbing a single step higher. Lin Jin had survived to this point by casting aside superfluous emotions, etching caution into his very bones, and viewing strength as the sole path to survival. Why could General Chun Weiguo dictate the fates of others? Why could the 12 generals govern a region's barriers? Because they possessed the power to suppress all. The only way to escape the fate of being a pawn, to avoid being crushed by that cold system, was to become stronger. Strong enough to compel the rules to yield, strong enough to wield the power of choice. Once the light swirl absorbed the last remnants of energy from the star fragment crystal, it affectionately nudged Lin Jin's calf, its pure eyes filled with dependence. The crimson edge also consumed the final essence of the molten fire core, its aura growing denser and heavier, the erosion points on its shell nearly vanishing. With a dark golden sheen circulating, hinting at a more formidable presence, Lin Jin withdrew his thoughts, his gaze sharpening and reaffirming. The neon outside continued to flicker, casting reflections upon his sharply defined profile, yet it could no longer stir any ripples within his eyes. To grow strong, to become resolutely strong, this was the singular path he had discovered amidst the merciless wasteland, for himself and for the partners who placed their trust in him. He closed his eyes, turning away from the shadows outside, letting his consciousness sink into his mind's sea, commencing the basic meditation technique. A thread of faint yet pure mental energy slowly began to blossom, mending the overdrawn depths of his consciousness. Chapter 41. The banquet begins. Artificial daylight simulated the morning sun as it filtered through the narrow window of the apartment, casting weak patches of light upon the cold floor. Lin Jin gradually opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils lingering with the remnants of spiritual meditation. The shadows of the barriers he had heard about last night at the old gourmet's residence failed to stir further tumult in his heart. Those chilling realities merely reaffirmed the understanding that had long been etched into his very being. Only power serves as the passport in this wretched era. His wristwatch vibrated gently as noon approached, projecting the formal invitation from the Major General's residence into the air. Lin Jin quickly freshened up, donned a clean standard combat uniform, and adjusted himself to peak condition. The crimson edge withdrew its presence into the beast space, while the light swirl was carefully placed in a specially designed inner pouch, its pure starry eyes curiously exploring the outside world. It was still too young to linger long in the beast space. The banquet hall of the Major General's residence exuded an atmosphere starkly different from the previous day's study. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, a long dining table was set, adorned with a pristine white tablecloth upon which lay a bountiful spread of synthesized foods and processed beast meats, a veritable feast within the confines of the Huangqi No. 7 barrier. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of food and an intentionally cultivated relaxed ambience. A total of 10 invitees were present, aside from Lin Jin, Chun Ling, and Chunhao, who had secured the top 5 positions in the recent competition. There were also Wang Lei and others who had performed exceptionally well in the fortress competition, securing spots in the top 10 on the comprehensive strength assessment. Wang Lei's complexion remained somewhat pallid, yet his gaze was as sharp as ever. The swift-winged ferret lay quietly upon his shoulder, its eyes directed towards Lin Jin, harboring a complex mixture of hostility and trepidation. Major General Chun Weiguo, clad in a crisp military uniform, stood before the assembly with a formulaic smile gracing his countenance. Esteemed guests, his voice resonated throughout the hall. Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to each of you for emerging victorious from the grueling selection trials and the trials of the secret realm. You are the new generation of elite from the Yanhuang Barrier number 7, the very hope for the future of our bastion. Today's banquet serves not only to honor your accomplishments, but also to foster interaction and understanding among you promising young talents. The future of the Alliance shall ultimately rest upon your shoulders. Please, do not be reserved. Indulge yourselves freely, and any inquiries can be addressed later. Following the Major General's opening remarks, the atmosphere of the banquet grew lively. Chun Hao thrived in the convivial environment, quickly engaging in conversation with several familiar and newly acquainted youths. In contrast, Chun Ling remained aloof, quietly seated in a corner, delicately consuming her food. While the ethereal star butterfly occasionally fluttered its deep blue wings, drawing curious glances from the onlookers. Lin Jin, however, was even more taciturn, intently replenishing his energy while calmly observing each individual present, meticulously analyzing their expressions and discussions. Occasionally, eyes would dart towards the light vortex in his pocket, flickering with envy. Once the meal concluded, the attendants swiftly cleared away the dishes. The smile on the Major General's face faded, giving way to a serious and solemn demeanor. He scanned the 10 young individuals present, an intangible pressure beginning to permeate the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, Major General Chun Weigwa began, his voice deep and authoritative. After rigorous evaluation, you 10 are the most outstanding and promising elites among the new generation of Yanhuang Barrier Number 7. From this day forth, the Bastion will allocate a portion of its vital resources to you, facilitating your accelerated growth. At this proclamation, excitement and yearning ignited in the eyes of several youths of modest backgrounds. Resources within the Bastion were perpetually scarce. An official allocation signified a ticket to a stronger path. However, the Major General's tone shifted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet, this allocation of resources is accompanied by corresponding responsibilities and constraints. He gestured for his aide to step forward, who bore a metallic tray upon which lay 7 neatly arranged scrolls radiating faint energy fluctuations. These were indeed the confidentiality agreements that Chen Ling had previously signed with Lin Jin. This is a confidentiality contract, bound by the power of a unique artifact. The content inscribed herein, along with my forthcoming words, pertains to the core secrets and future strategic directions of the Bastion. Signing it signifies your formal entry into the Bastion's core training sequence, and it also imposes upon you the imperative to safeguard these secrets. Should any information be divulged, the backlash of the contract will directly affect your mental essence, leaving indelible tracking marks. You should be fully aware of the consequences. Lin Jin, Chun Ling, and Chun Hao had already signed similar contracts during prior missions and required no repetition. His gaze swept over the remaining 7. Now, those willing to accept the resource allocation and the obligation of confidentiality, please step forward to sign. Those who do not wish to comply may leave freely. And the previous rewards shall still be granted, but access to the core resource sequence will no longer be available. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Wang Lei was the first to rise, resolutely advancing to sign his name on the scroll with decisive strokes, his eyes reflecting a determination born of desperation. The other 6 exchanged glances, ultimately gritting their teeth and stepping forward to sign as well. No one chose to forfeit. Missing this opportunity would render entry into the Bastion's core training exceedingly difficult. The allure of the core resources and the yearning for the future outweighed their apprehensions regarding the constraints of the contract. Observing the 7 complete their signatures, the Major General nodded slightly. Excellent. Your choices will be remembered by the Bastion. He turned to his aide. Escort the remaining 5 to the side hall. The heads of the relevant departments will discuss the specific training agreements and subsequent arrangements with them. He then addressed the 5 youths, adding, the choice you make shortly may influence your entire lives. Different military departments have varying training agreements and directions. I hope you choose wisely, maximizing your respective strengths. The 5 youths, called out by name, departed the main banquet hall, filled with excitement and a touch of trepidation, following the aide. Only Lin Jin, Chun Ling, Chen Hao, Li Yan, and Zhou Qian, those who would compete in the alliance-wide tournament, remained. The atmosphere grew even more solemn. You 5, the Major General's gaze fell upon them. Imbued with deeper expectations, not only represent the future of Yanhuang Number 7, but also bear the grave responsibility of securing glory for the entire Bastion within the Alliance. He gestured, summoning several guards who entered bearing 5 sealed metallic boxes, placing them before each of the 5. These are the rewards for the top 5 in this competition. In addition to the promised rewards, they include pure energy cores or specially formulated evolution serums that align with your beast mastery attributes. The Major General continued, yet, this is merely the beginning. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to convey a sense of earnest intimacy. Do you understand why the Alliance expends tremendous resources to host this genius tournament encompassing 17 bastions? Lin Jin's eyes narrowed, while Chun Ling and Chun Hao held their breath. The century-long red mist catastrophe has seen humanity struggling for survival, yet we have never relinquished hope. Major General Chun Weigua's tone resonated with historical gravitas. Not long ago, several adept seers and mentalists within the Alliance dedicated themselves to a divination concerning the fate of humanity. They glimpsed that this tournament shines with a constellation of brilliance, heralding the most propitious era for humanity in a century. Among you, there lies the potential to nurture the future hope of leading humanity in a counteroffensive against the ferocious beasts and reclaiming our homeland. Consequently, the joint meeting of the 12 generals unanimously resolved to devote the full might of the Alliance to selecting and nurturing the most elite seeds. The Alliance tournament is your moment to ascend to a grander stage and demonstrate your worth to the entire Alliance. Within the heart of Yanwang, you will confront the most exceptional talents from the 17 bastions. That is where the true contest of dragons and tigers unfolds. The resources and support provided to genuine core seeds by the Alliance, the Major General paused meaningfully, far surpass what is presented before you now. The ability to seize this opportunity lies solely within your own capabilities. Having conveyed this, no further words were necessary. Lin Jin understood that the Alliance tournament essentially represented a selection and redistribution of resources among the top-tier forces of the new generation across the Alliance. Greater opportunities and harsher competition lay ahead. Yanwang No. 7 is not a bastion rife with conflict. Your practical combat experience is scant, and your strength does not stand out among the bastions. To elevate Yanwang No. 7's overall ranking in the Alliance tournament and secure a better starting point for you, the Major General continued, the Bastion will provide you 5 with an additional half-month of elite special training. This will be guided by seasoned war generals and beast masters, or even under my direct supervision, imparting deeper knowledge of beast mastery, combat techniques, team coordination, and experiences in dealing with various ferocious beasts and unique environments. Moreover, as I am aware, most of the first-tier youthful geniuses from various bastions have already contracted a second beast suited to themselves in preparation for the Alliance tournament. This includes Lin Jin and Chen Ling among you, who have each contracted remarkably outstanding second beasts. As he spoke, he cast a satisfied glance at Chun Ling's star butterfly and the empty crystal deer nestled within Lin Jin's pocket. Acknowledging the fortuitous generation that could acquire 2 beasts of such potent spatial fluctuations from a single secret realm, I implore you not to hastily make the decision to contract a second beast companion, for it pertains significantly to the course of your lives. During your time in the training camp, each of you will have a singular opportunity to venture into a higher-level secret realm under the guidance of a general-level beastmaster, in search of a high-potential beast that suits you. This chance is fleeting, and I hope you will cherish it deeply. However, let me emphasize that this special training is of an exceptionally high intensity and carries certain risks. Participation is entirely voluntary. Chun Hao immediately expressed his eagerness. I will participate. Of course I shall. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Chun Ling nodded slightly, and the other 2 quickly concurred. Lin Jin remained silent for a moment before also nodding. He would not miss an opportunity that could systematically enhance his abilities. Excellent, the Major General remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his features. The special training will commence in 3 days. The location will be announced later. You may return to prepare. As the group stood to take their leave, the Major General called out, Lin Jin, Chun Ling, please remain. Once the hall was left with only the 3 of them, and the aide retreated to guard the entrance, the Major General's demeanor became unusually solemn. What you have brought back, along with Lin Jin's discovery, Chen Weiguo said, his gaze intense upon the 2. I have reported to General Li Junwu overnight. He attaches great importance to this matter, believing it to be of significant consequence that may shake the foundational understanding of the Alliance regarding the divine and corruption. He has immediately convened an urgent communication meeting with the 12 generals. The meeting lasted the entire night, and I was granted special permission to participate. The Major General's voice tinged with fatigue, yet underscored by gravity. The final resolution was clear. This matter is of utmost importance and must be confirmed without fail. The Alliance will dispatch the Guardian of Dreamweaving City, General Su Mingyu, whose mastery of the mental realm is unparalleled, to personally investigate the veracity of your claims regarding the metallic embryo's lack of surveillance and harm mechanisms and its boundless potential. General Su Mingyu? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Ling's icy blue eyes. Rising from humble beginnings, General Su is renowned for her mental beasts, the thousand threads vine and the illusory light butterfly swarm, and is recognized as one of the most trustworthy top-tier experts within the Alliance. Her involvement carries immense weight. Indeed, the Major General affirmed. Lin Jin, you need not worry. General Su's purpose is not to delve into the secrets of your talents. Her intentions are quite clear. First, with her formidable mental strength and a special artifact, she will ascertain the truth of your conclusions regarding the metallic embryo. Second, should your conclusions prove accurate, She will fully assist you by providing stronger mental protection and guidance, enabling you to explore the core mysteries of that metallic embryo more deeply and safely. The entire process will occur under the remote projection of General Lin Jin, with myself and Chun Ling as witnesses, ensuring fairness and transparency. The entire procedure will also be recorded for posterity, to be submitted to the 12 generals for resolution. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety throughout. He paused, his tone laced with both apology and unyielding resolve. Given the gravity of this matter concerning the future strategy of the alliance, General Su has already arranged her affairs overnight upon receiving the order and has departed via the remote spatial transmission array of the heart of Yanhuang. She is expected to arrive at Yanhuang number 7 tonight. To ensure your absolute safety and facilitate tomorrow morning's meeting, I would like you to stay overnight at the Major General's residence. The security level here is the highest. Lin Jin remained silent. General Su's personal visit, the convening of the 12 generals meeting overnight, and the utmost security arrangements all underscored the staggering intelligence value represented by that metallic embryo. The general's arrangements, though ostensibly protective, carried an undercurrent of invisible surveillance. Yet he had no choice but to comply. Very well. Lin Jin's voice was calm and unwavering. I shall remain. Major General Chun Weigua visibly exhaled in relief. Excellent. A room has been prepared for you in the west wing of the residence. Chun Ling, you should return and rest. Come back tomorrow morning. Chun Ling exchanged a glance with Lin Jin, her expression complex, before she nodded slightly and vanished into the doorway. The aide guided Lin Jin to a room in the west wing of the Major General's residence, simply furnished yet remarkably fortified. The heavy alloy door and the energy shielding embedded within the walls spoke volumes about the security level of this place. Alone in the room, Lin Jin stood by the window as the barrier's daylight dimmed entirely. Beneath the simulated night, the neon lights of certain areas in the inner city shone even more brilliantly, casting distorted shadows. He stood at the window, the light whirl in his arms seemingly attuned to his emotional fluctuations. The crystal on his forehead emanating a soft and steady white glow that dispelled the invisible oppression. Qi Feng lay quietly dormant in the beast space, the flames of the cataclysmic inferno flowing gently beneath its shell. General Su Mingyu, the pinnacle of the mental realm, tomorrow, the gift from the higher dimensions shall undergo the most thorough examination. Lin Jin closed his eyes, turning away from the neon-lit, twisted nightscape that belonged to the barrier. Chapter 42, The Appraisal of the Divine Embryo. The morning in the Major General's residence carried the distinctive metallic chill of the barrier. Following a simple breakfast under the silent guidance of the attendant, Lin Jin met Chun Ling, who had been waiting outside. The two exchanged no words, their gaze confirming their mutual understanding of the imminent challenges they were about to face. The attendant led them through the layers of heavy alloy gates, passing through several energy scans and identity verifications, until they finally arrived at a special conference room located in the core area of the Major General's residence. The heavy alloy doors slid open silently, and a dense, powerful aura enveloped them. The room was not large and was simply arranged. At the center was a wide alloy round table, the walls clad in matte gray sound-absorbing material, and the ceiling embedded with several soft white light cold lamps. The most striking feature was a vividly projected virtual figure on the wall opposite the round table, the guardian of the deep blue dome, one of the 12 generals. Li Jinwu, clad in a deep blue general's uniform, his countenance was imposing, and his gaze pierced through the projection, landing squarely on Lin Jin and Chun Ling as they entered the room. Beside the round table stood Major General Chun Weigua in solemn attendance. Next to the projection of General Li Jinwu sat a woman of distinctly different demeanor. She wore a well-tailored, unadorned azure robe devoid of any military insignia. Her black hair simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a dignified visage. Her features were not classically beautiful, yet their combination exuded an unparalleled sense of comfort and tranquility, as if capable of soothing the turmoil within one's heart. Her gaze was gentle yet profound, akin to a lake harboring the vastness of the starry sky, calm yet seemingly perceptive of all. This was General Su Mingyu, the master of Dreamweaving City, unrivaled in her mental prowess within the alliance. General Lin Jin and Chun Ling both bowed in unison, their voices resonating with clarity in the hushed conference room. There is no need for excessive formality, General Su Mingyu responded, her voice melodious and soothing, akin to a clear spring flowing over jade, imbued with an extraordinary calming power. Corporal Lin Jin, Miss Chun Ling, thank you for your efforts. Major General Chun, General Li, this matter is of great importance. Let us commence. She nodded slightly to her colleagues. Major General Chun Weigua gestured for the two to take their seats at the round table, and then activated a silver-white metallic sphere atop the table. The sphere emitted a gentle light screen that enveloped the entire room, and produced a low humming sound, indicating that the highest level recording device was now activated, ensuring comprehensive documentation and confidentiality of this exploratory process. Corporal Lin Jin, General Su Mingyu's gaze fell kindly upon him, devoid of any sense of pressure, yet seemingly able to peer directly into the human heart. Shall we begin? She then addressed Major General Chun. Major General Chun, please retrieve the purified metallic embryo. Major General Chun nodded, rolling his wrist to produce a specially crafted metallic box inscribed with isolation runes from the space of his wristwatch, placing it on the smooth tabletop. As the box opened, a dull, unremarkable metallic plate lay quietly within. General Su Mingyu's gaze fell upon the metallic embryo, her gentle eyes instantly transforming into a profound focus. Akin to the most intricate of scanners, an invisible yet vast mental force quietly permeated the room, swiftly enveloping the entire conference chamber. Lin Jin felt an ineffable soothing energy wrap around him, as if he were nestled within a warm current, swiftly alleviating his mental fatigue and lingering tension. Yet, at the core of this power lay an incisive, penetrating clarity that seemed to comprehend all. Relax, Lin Jin. General Su Mingyu's voice resonated directly within Lin Jin's consciousness. Gentle yet clear. Do not resist my mental perception. I shall synchronize with the mental fluctuations you emit while utilizing your talent to verify the authenticity of your previous conclusions. Please commence your insight. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jin suppressed all distracting thoughts. He concentrated, once more channeling his mental energy into the all-knowing eye. Before him, the familiar golden streams of data began to emerge, targeting the metallic embryo on the table. Target, purified divine metal embryo information shield, rule level, attempting to break through. As before, a severe drain of mental energy and a sensation of tearing washed over him. Lin Jin's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just as he forcefully activated his talent, the golden data stream struggled against the intangible information barrier when a more majestic and pure mental force, vast as the starry sky, gently merged with his perception. It was General Su Mingyu's mental energy. This force was not dominant. Rather, it resembled a sturdy bridge and a clear mirror. It supported Lin Jin's faltering mental exploration, while simultaneously reflecting the most subtle fluctuations of his mental state and the most primal responses of his intent. As clearly as a mirrored image, for General Su Mingyu's own perception and judgment. Breakthrough of the first layer of shielded information, flow stabilized with no signs of disguise. Mental fluctuation points to no active monitoring mechanism, no harm feedback. Core rules, concept shaping dimension, transformative channel. With her eyes closed, General Su Mingyu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Through the mental link, she distinctly sensed Lin Jin's pure consumption of mental energy during the analytical process, the pain of forcibly breaching the information barrier, and most importantly, when arriving at the core conclusions of no monitoring, no harm, and concept shaping, there was not a trace of deceit, hesitation, or subjective distortion in Lin Jin's mental fluctuations. It was purely derived from insight itself, yielding an exceptionally clear feedback. Confirmed without error, General Su Mingyu's voice echoed simultaneously in the conference room and through the link, laced with a barely perceptible astonishment. Corporal Lin Jin's conclusion is indeed authentic. This entity bears no imprint of divine will, but is merely a creation of rules. General Li Junwu's virtual projection became animated, while Major General Chun Weigua's tightly clenched fist slightly relaxed, his palms slick with sweat. Excellent. General Li Junwu's projection declared in a subdued voice, barely containing his excitement. General Su, please proceed. Let us share his perspective and delve deeper into the core of this entity. Lin Jin, hold on. General Su Mingyu's voice conveyed encouragement and immense support. Expand your perception, resonate with my mental energy, and together we shall explore further. Lin Jin felt that vast and gentle mental force transform from mere support into an active guide for his all-knowing eye talent. Much like two streams converging into a mighty river, surging with an intensity far beyond his own capabilities, once more forcefully crashing against the intangible information shielding layer. Buzz. This time, the resistance to breakthrough seemed significantly diminished. Bolstered by General Su Mingyu's starry mental energy, the golden data streams surged like a flood breaching a dam, instantly collapsing the second layer, and even the third layer of shielding. An even larger and more core informational torrent flooded into Lin Jin's consciousness, simultaneously perceived by General Su Mingyu through the mental link, while also being captured and transformed into comprehensible text and data projected above the round table. Divine metal embryo, purified silent state. Material essence, a projection of a high-dimensional rule creation within this universe, composed of elements not known in this universe. Basic attributes, gold, to be determined. Upon contract. It will automatically absorb and lock onto the higher concentration of single elemental energy active in the environment, with a 95 probability of acquiring common attributes such as fire, water, ice, earth, wind, and thunder, and a 5 probability of obtaining rare attributes such as space and spirit as its secondary basic attribute beyond gold, determining the core direction of power after shaping the metallic embryo. Core mechanism, concept shaping rule imprint, upon binding with the soul, will automatically shape into the most fitting object form based on the deepest subconscious, soul traits, or strong desires of the contractee, endowing corresponding conceptual power. Energy circuit, dimensional energy absorption and transformation channel, consuming the essence of metallic or to absorb fragments of world rules contained within the material, completing its own rule imprint, enhancing conceptual strength and the entity's own energy level. Contract feedback, basic, the object fits perfectly as an extension of the arm, with an energy conduction efficiency of 100. Core, a state of unity between person and object, a brief dimensional interference phenomenon, where the contractee's soul and the rule projection of the metallic embryo overlap, gaining the terrifying powers endowed by the object, defense, and special abilities, with explosive growth and strength. The duration and intensity of the enhancement depend on the contractee's mental strength and the entity's energy level. Note, after the contract, the level cannot exceed the highest level of all contracted beasts. Current status, silent, awaiting contract, unconscious germination. As this pivotal information was revealed, General Lin Jinwu's projection abruptly stood up, the virtual image even vibrating slightly. He stared intensely at the text projected, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. Gold as the base, environmental elements as the auxiliary, capable of molding all things. By consuming metallic ores, it can grow infinitely, achieving unity between person and object, he muttered, his voice trembling with excitement. This is undoubtedly a third fateful contract item tailored for battle generals and king-level beast masters. It perfectly compensates for the limitations of high-level beast masters in finding powerful beasts with perfectly matching attributes. Major General Chun Weihua also breathed heavily, his fist clenched, knuckles white. He pondered the implications of the Yanhuang No. 7 barrier being the site of this discovery, envisioning the monumental leap in status and resource allocation for the Alliance once the rewards were announced. General Su Mingyu gradually retracted her vast mental energy, her eyes sparkling with starlight, reflecting profound shock and contemplation. She gazed at the dull gray metallic embryo on the table, then at Lin Jin, whose pale countenance was beaded with cold sweat, yet still straining to maintain composure, her gentle eyes filled with complex admiration. Incredible, she murmured. The rules contained within this entity have touched upon the secrets of creation. Corporal Lin Jin, your talent is indispensable. Generally, Major General Chun. Su Mingyu turned to her colleagues, her tone growing exceedingly solemn. The value of this entity far surpasses our previous estimations. Its characteristic of locking onto the primary environmental element means that when contracted in specific environments, there is a certain probability of acquiring urgently needed attribute capabilities. Its limitless growth characteristic can also create high-level beasts in a short period. We must immediately reconvene an emergency meeting of the 12 generals. This intelligence will fundamentally alter the future power dynamics of the Alliance and our strategies against corruption, paving the way for a purified land. Agreed. General Lin Jinwu's projection declared decisively, prompting the immediate initiation of the meeting. General Su, please take the first-hand exploration data and this divine embryo back to the heart of Yanhuang at once. Ensure absolute safety. Understood. General Su Mingyu replied solemnly. She stood, carefully using her mental energy to lift the metallic embryo, placing it back into a specially designed containment box. After completing this task, she approached Lin Jin. At this moment, Lin Jin was experiencing immense mental exhaustion, his complexion pale, yet his gaze remained tranquil. General Su Mingyu regarded him with a gentle and sincere smile, stating, Corporal Lin Jin, you have rendered immeasurable service to the Alliance. The ultimate reward shall be determined collectively by the 12 Generals Council, based on the strategic value of this item and your contributions. Rest assured, the Alliance will not neglect its heroes. Before proceeding, she elegantly turned her hand, revealing an extraordinary gemstone the size of a dove's egg, perfectly round and exuding a deep, starry hue. Within the gem, countless tiny stars appeared to rotate and flicker, radiating a pure and vast spectrum of spatial and mental vibrations. This object is known as the Void Stone. General Su Mingyu gently placed the gemstone into Lin Jin's hands, explaining, I obtained this in an ancient spatial realm, imbued with the essence of pure spatial origin and calming mental energy. I see that your spatial essence, the little deer, has been damaged and is in the process of recovery. The energy contained within this stone should significantly aid in its restoration and enhance its affinity for space. Consider it a personal token of gratitude and a welcoming gift. The gemstone felt warm to the touch, and a surge of pure, expansive spatial energy and tranquil mental vibrations flooded into Lin Jin, revitalizing his exhausted spirit. Target: Void Stone. Attributes: Space, Mental. Description: the essence of highly condensed spatial nodes, containing pure spatial and mental energy. Uses: greatly accelerates the growth of spatial and mental beasts, repairs origin injuries, enhances skill comprehension probability, and slightly raises potential limits. Status: abundant energy. Thank you, General Su. Lin Jin earnestly stowed away the invaluable gemstone. This gift held immeasurable significance for both him and the light spiral. Rest well. Lin Jin, General Su Mingyu gently advised, you have expended too much energy. The alliance competition is imminent. The future of the Yanhuang No. 7 and the alliance depends on young individuals like you. With a nod to Chun Ling and Major General Chen Weigua, she said no more. Her figure fading amidst soft spatial ripples, along with the metallic box containing the divine embryo, vanishing from the conference room. It was evident she had departed using some form of spatial maneuver. General Li Jinwu's projection cast a deep gaze upon Lin Jin. Lin Jin, prepare well for the alliance competition. The information you have brought back is a beacon of hope. With that, the projection dissipated. Only Lin Jin, Chun Ling, and Major General Chun Weigua remained in the conference room. Go back and rest, Major General Chun Weigua said. Observing Lin Jin's pale complexion, his tone considerably softened. Do not dwell on anything. Focus entirely on recovery. We will discuss the special training once you have regained your strength. Remember, you are now one of the most important seeds of Yanhuang No. 7 and, indeed, of the entire alliance. Lin Jin nodded and, under Chun Ling's slightly worried gaze, silently turned to leave. As he walked through the cold corridor back to his room, Lin Jin clutched the warm void stone in his embrace. Feeling the exuberance from the light spiral, the fatigue in his consciousness remained heavy, yet his eyes shone brighter than ever before. Chapter 43, Training and Reflection. The cold apartment door closed behind him, isolating him from the unique atmosphere of Barrier Street, mingled with filtering agents and metallic dust. Leaning against the door, Lin Jin inhaled deeply, savoring the relatively clean air indoors, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax a fraction. The tearing sensation from forcibly breaking through the deep information shielding of the divine metallic embryo now receded like a tide, revealing the underlying rocks clearly. Waves of subtle pain emanated from the depths of his consciousness. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and the edges of his vision occasionally flickered with tiny golden specks, after effects of overextending the all-knowing eye. He approached his desk, his gaze falling upon the projected information displayed on his wristwatch. Yanhuang No. 7 Barrier Military Notification, 2nd Lieutenant Lin Jin. Congratulations on securing a position among the top 5 in this barrier competition and successfully exploring the secret realm. Your rank has been elevated from corporal to 2nd lieutenant. Awarded merit points, 30,000 points. Current total merit points, 35,480 points. Special rewards for the top 5 have been issued. Please check. 2nd lieutenant. Over 35,000 merit points. Lin Jin's eyes revealed little emotion. The promotion signified greater authority and a higher monthly stipend. While this was significant, what captivated him more at this moment was the special reward. With a flicker of thought, a metal box approximately half a meter long, adorned with the military's sword and shield emblem and exuding a cold metallic sheen, materialized on the desk. This was the special reward he had received from the Major General's residence the previous day. The lid of the box slid open silently. Buzz. A wave of pure, searing, and domineering energy instantly permeated the room, raising the temperature by several degrees. Inside, cushioned by specially designed energy-absorbing fabric, lay a fist-sized crimson crystal core, glistening like blood. Within the core, the molten essence flowed like a living entity, swirling in a golden-red galaxy. The sheer energy emanating from it caused the fire energy within Lin Jin to stir restlessly, and in the beast's space, the red edge expressed an eager longing. Target: Fire Attribute Crystal Core. Quality: General Rank. Energy Intensity: highly pure, containing fragments of general-level fire rules, accompanied by a faint fire origin aura. Uses: greatly enhances the life level of fire-type beasts, strengthens fire-type skill power and comprehension probability. Particularly effective for fire-type beasts below the Lord level. Beside it, there was another crystal core the size of a dove's egg, a deep silver gray, with faint spatial ripples shimmering across its surface. Its energy fluctuations were not as domineering and searing as the fire crystal core, yet it was more reserved, profound, and bore a sharpness that suggested the ability to cut and fold space. Target: Space Attribute Crystal Core. Quality, Soldier Rank. Energy Intensity, a condensation of pure spatial energy. Uses, elevates the life level of space-type beasts, accelerates the growth of space-type skill proficiency, and slightly enhances spatial affinity. Truly a grand gesture, Lin Jin murmured to himself. The general-level crystal core was exceptionally precious, tailor-made for the Red Edge. Although the spatial crystal core was of a slightly lower grade, it was still exceedingly rare and a timely boon for the nascent light spiral. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his wrist. Red Edge. A dark golden stream of light flickered, and the fierce form of the lava-patterned fiery dragon beetle appeared in the room, emanating a heavy aura of a 6th-tier soldier. Its dark golden compound eyes immediately locking onto the general-level fire crystal core, emitting a low, yearning growl. Light spiral. A soft silver light illuminated the space as the ethereal crystal deer, cloaked in soft starlit fur, gracefully landed, its pure silver eyes curiously surveying the spatial crystal core. The diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead glimmered gently, conveying a sense of affinity. "These are yours," Lin Jin said as he pushed the 2 crystal cores toward them. With a low roar, the Red Edge opened its mandibles, and a surge of suction emerged, lifting the fist-sized general-level fire crystal core as it floated before its mandibles. The pure and violent golden-red energy transformed into visible streams of light, continuously being consumed by it. The dark golden carapace of the beetle glimmered, its lava patterns seemingly coming to life, radiating an even more intense heat, causing the temperature in the room to soar, the air slightly warping. In contrast, the light spiral remained tranquil. It lowered its head, gently touching the silver-gray spatial crystal core with the crystal on its forehead. The pure spatial energy within the crystal appeared to have found its most comfortable haven, transforming into wisps of silver light mist that actively merged into the crystal. The little creature comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting soft purring sounds, and the halo of starlight surrounding it brightened and softened further. As Lin Jin observed the 2 beasts beginning their absorption, his gaze ultimately settled upon the empty realm stone, no larger than a pigeon's egg. Nestled within the confines of his wristwatch's space, a gift from General Su Mingyu, whose value surpassed all imagination. However, the moment was ill-suited for utilizing the light vortex. The primal power contained within the empty realm stone was far too immense for the current light vortex to withstand. The most appropriate course of action would be to fashion it into a necklace, allowing it to continuously nurture the light vortex. With this thought, he activated the exchange system on his wristwatch and began to search, finally discovering a suitable retractable alloy inlaid necklace capable of withstanding energy attacks from a 9th-tier warrior. Priced at 1,500 merit points. He exchanged for one and opted to add an additional 5 merit points for delivery. Within half an hour, the doorbell of his apartment rang, revealing a middle-aged man clad in an orange vest, emblazoned with the insignia of military express delivery. Lin Jin opened the door, and the man presented a box retrieved from his wristwatch, stating, "Second Lieutenant, your ordered item has arrived. Please sign for it." Upon receiving the box and opening it, Lin Jin found the necklace he had ordered, plain and unadorned, yet gleaming with a metallic luster, featuring an adjustable clasp in the center. He nodded towards the middle-aged man, inquiring, "How do I sign for it?" "Simply bring your wristwatch into contact with mine," he replied, lifting his own watch to display it to Lin Jin. Lin Jin brought his wristwatch closer, and with a beep, both devices announced simultaneously, "Order has been signed for. We wish you great success in your martial endeavors." The man smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Returning to his apartment, Lin Jin approached the light vortex, extracting the empty realm stone and placing it into the necklace's clasp. As he positioned the necklace around the light vortex's neck, it automatically adjusted to fit snugly. The empty realm stone continuously emanated a gentle energy, nourishing the light vortex. He then sat cross-legged, entering into a basic meditation technique, guiding the thin strands of ambient energy in the air, while the soothing aura of the light vortex's passive halo gradually revitalized his exhausted consciousness. The recovery was slow, akin to a parched riverbed awaiting the gentle embrace of a trickle. Each minute increase in mental energy was accompanied by a tearing pain. Yet, he remained serene, steadfast as a rock. When the simulated light from the barrier once again filtered through the window, Lin Jin opened his eyes. His mental energy had recovered by approximately 30%. Although still lacking, the intense headache and the blinding spots in his vision had dissipated. Both Qi Feng and the light vortex had completed their initial absorption, the brilliance of the crystal core dimming imperceptibly, while vast amounts of energy settled within them, awaiting refinement and transformation. In the inner city of the Yan Huang No. 7 barrier, core area, navigating through layers of imposing alloy gates and energy scans, Lin Jin presented the recently updated 2nd Lieutenant Authorization and Training Ground Usage Permit, and was escorted by staff into a private high-level training facility, where a heavy alloy door silently slid open before him. Instantaneously, a torrent of rich elemental energy surged forth. Behind the door lay an astonishingly expansive space. The ceiling soared high, resembling an inverted colossal bowl, comprised of a high-strength transparent energy shield, from which a gentle halo mimicked natural sunlight. The ground was covered in a deep, gray, energy-absorbing alloy, unwaveringly extending to the horizon. Rough estimations suggested that the area was sufficient to accommodate 10 standard football fields. The elemental concentration here was at least 3 times that of the outside world, with visible motes of energy floating in the air, fervent reds, profound browns, sharp golds, shimmering purples of lightning, deep blue currents, and even the faint yet palpable silver-gray ripples of space and milky white auras of the mind, all flowing and colliding like living entities, forming a vibrant mist of elements. The training ground was distinctly divided into massive zones, a dedicated half-spherical energy stilling chamber for beastmasters. With walls adorned in soothing white light patterns, its elemental concentration specially regulated to facilitate meditation, a physical limit zone, a high-gravity chamber, ultra-high-speed particle flow impact tunnels, and a colossal array of comprehensive apparatuses filled with various force field obstacles. Additionally, there was a recovery area, where a pale green life energy liquid slowly coursed within a vast transparent life pod, alongside energy massage platforms radiating a gentle glow. The Beastmaster skill testing ground occupied the largest area. The floor and parts of the walls were layered with thick, high-strength energy-absorbing cushioning material, marred with traces of energy burns, freezes, corrosions, and cuts. In the distance stood dozens of specially crafted alloy pillar targets, each several meters in diameter and exceeding 20 meters in height, inscribed with intricate energy absorption runes, specifically designed to test the destructive power of Beastmaster skills. Another section simulated complex miniature terrains, quicksand, swamps, steep slopes, and water bodies, intended to train the mobility and environmental adaptability of the beasts. Moreover, there was an energy circulation and endurance zone, featuring a massive circular track, its surface embedded with special force field generators to accelerate the internal energy flow of the beasts. Lin Jin inhaled deeply the rich elemental air. Feeling a slight rejuvenation in his parched consciousness, he wasted no time, following the guidance of the intelligent light beam directly to the corner energy stilling chamber. The heavy alloy door slid open and closed behind him, isolating him from the external clamor. The stilling chamber was sufficiently spacious, with the flowing white light patterns on the walls inducing a natural relaxation and focus of the mind. The central floor was engraved with a complex energy-gathering rune array, currently radiating a soft white light, guiding the dense elemental energy within the chamber to slowly converge. Qi Feng, unleash a full-on assault on those alloy pillar targets, Lin Jin directed, gesturing towards the vast trial area outside the stilling chamber. Utilize lava bursts and dragon flames repeatedly, refining and accelerating the absorption of the crystal core's energy. Attempt to infuse your dragon might into the flames. Remember, once your energy is depleted, absorb the fire attribute crystal core to replenish. Qi Feng, having already restrained its eagerness, transformed into a stream of dark golden light, bursting forth from the stilling chamber and instantly appearing before a thick alloy pillar target. Its jaws gaped wide, and the amassed energy erupted explosively. Boom. A compressed core entwined with strands of clear, dark, golden calamity flames struck the alloy pillar with a fierce dragon flame, producing a piercing sound of metal tearing as a terrifying gorge, half a foot deep and with edges melting into dark red molten iron, was instantaneously carved into the pillar. The intense heat distorted the air, and shockwaves kicked up clouds of dust. Qi Feng pressed on relentlessly, flapping its wings and deftly maneuvering between the pillar targets, unleashing lava bursts like a hailstorm, covering the target area with numerous lava fireballs, scorching the alloy ground to a fiery red. Each attack forcefully siphoned the pure energy contained within its battle crystal core, merging it into the assault, igniting its meridians while accelerating the fusion of energy with itself. Faint yet undeniably present, traces of dragon might began to entwine around the flames it expelled, imbuing its attacks with a soul-stirring sense of oppression. The dark golden sheen of its exterior grew increasingly radiant, with fine patterns reminiscent of dragon scales subtly surfacing along the edges of its carapace. Lin Jin's gaze shifted from Qi Feng to the light vortex at his feet. Light vortex, your battlefield lies here, under the soothing starlight. Maintain your utmost strength and envelop me. He simultaneously retrieved the previously unabsorbed space attribute crystal core and placed it beside the light vortex. With a soft sound, the pure silver eyes of the light vortex shimmered with swirling nebulae, reflecting a hint of seriousness. A crystal glow flickered upon its forehead, and the gentle silver starry halo surrounding it steadily expanded to its maximum range, tenderly yet resolutely enveloping Lin Jin. Seated cross-legged upon the energy-gathering rune in the center of the stilling chamber, Lin Jin closed his eyes. Under the powerful embrace of the luminous whirlpool starlight, the sharp pangs and fatigue of his mind were significantly soothed, akin to being immersed in a gentle spring. He devoted himself fully to the fundamental meditation technique, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the sea of perception. This time, the efficiency of recovery far surpassed that of his apartment. With a threefold concentration of elemental environment and the guidance of energy-converging runes, combined with the potent solace of the starlight's embrace, the three elements synergized beautifully. The air was thick with vibrant points of spiritual energy, irresistibly drawn to him, penetrating through his skin and seeping into the sea of perception. His exhausted mental strength greedily absorbed this influx, reminiscent of a parched riverbed eagerly welcoming much-needed rain. The slow and persistent sensation of tearing was gradually supplanted by a nurturing warmth, with each breath bringing forth a subtle, yet solid growth in mental power. Time flowed amidst the evaporation of sweat, the resonating energy, and the profound stillness of spirit. When Lin Jin finally opened his eyes once more, the simulated daylight within the tranquil chamber had transitioned to a soft, dusky hue. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming with inner vitality. Although still a distance from his peak condition, his mental power had recovered to approximately 70%, his sea of perception stable, and his spirit refreshed. He glanced outside the tranquil chamber. Qi Feng remained tireless, hovering in front of a battered alloy target, scarred and pockmarked with molten craters, its body encased in a brilliant dark golden armor of lava. Suddenly, the space around its maw imploded and twisted inward, as a torrent of dark golden energy far more refined and violent than lava began to converge and compress within its jaws. The essence of calamity flame at its core more vividly clear than ever before. Boom! A robust pillar of dark golden fire erupted forth, akin to the breath of a slumbering flame dragon awakening, carrying with it an aura of annihilation and the oppressive weight of draconic might, crashing forcefully against the alloy target. Thunderous! A deafening roar ensued. The specially designed, energy-absorbing alloy pillar groaned under the unbearable strain, instantaneously melting a massive cavity at the point of impact. The edges of the alloy flowing like wax, the entire pillar violently swaying, with the energy absorption runes etched upon its surface flashing frantically, their brilliance dimming to a mere whisper. A terrifying shockwave, entwined with searing heat, swept through the vicinity, clearing away the surrounding dust. Qi Feng has grasped the rudimentary form of a skill, Dragon's Breath. Description: concentrating the essence of the calamity flame and draconic might. It releases a devastating dark golden flame pillar, embodying terrifying heat, physical impact, and mental intimidation, at a tremendous cost. Qi Feng let out a triumphant yet weary cry. Its surface sheen slightly dimmed, yet its aura became more ferocious and solid. Evidently this strike had also drained a considerable amount of its strength. The energy from the battle crystal core had been pushed to new heights. With a few more days of practice, it would surely master and flawlessly unleash this power. Meanwhile, within the tranquil chamber, the aura of the luminous whirlpool had noticeably strengthened. Its size had grown from that of a newborn kitten to that of a medium-sized dog. Its silver fur now glistening and silky, its limbs long and powerful. The diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead radiated a warm and stable glow. After this period of energy accumulation, it had seamlessly advanced to the second tier of a battle beast. Lin Jin nodded in satisfaction. The day's extreme exertion had yielded immense rewards. He stepped out of the tranquil chamber, with Qi Feng retracting its aura and flying back to his side, while the luminous whirlpool affectionately brushed against his leg. The training facility's restaurant was brightly lit, offering specially crafted high-energy synthetic food to replenish the energy expended by beast tamers during intense training. More remarkably, there were also rigorously processed beast meat steaks and specially formulated juvenile beast milk available for the creatures. Lin Jin ordered a hearty synthetic meat steak set, while for Qi Feng, he chose a large chunk of roast steel-haired wild boar leg, sizzling and fragrant with grease. The luminous whirlpool received a generous bowl of warm, sweet-smelling juvenile beast milk. Seated by the window, the view outside revealed the nightscape of the training ground, with streams of energetic light resembling a galaxy in the twilight. Lin Jin silently consumed his meal, swiftly replenishing his physical strength. Qi Feng rested at the table's edge, tearing into the tough beast meat with its sharp beak, producing satisfying crunching sounds. The luminous whirlpool licked its bowl of milk delicately, its pure eyes narrowing in contentment, the crystal on its forehead glowing softly as it fed. "Lieutenant, your appetite, along with that of your beasts, is truly astounding," a neatly uniformed server remarked in hushed admiration as they departed with an empty plate. Their gaze sweeping over the skeletal remains of the massive beast leg bone beneath Chi Feng's claws and the spotless bowl of milk before the luminous whirlpool. Before glancing at Lin Jin's nearly empty synthetic meat steak, Lin Jin merely nodded slightly. The replenishment after high-intensity training was simply a part of the survival code. He observed the merit point numbers on his wristwatch, his heart unperturbed. Here, merit points served as fuel for strength. As night deepened, Lin Jin chose not to return to his apartment. The elemental concentration, safety, and the residual, beneficial training atmosphere for beast tamers within the private tranquil chamber of the training facility were incomparable to his modest dwelling. He returned to that private high-intensity tranquil chamber with Chi Feng and the luminous whirlpool. The heavy alloy door closed behind him, activating the energy shield. The luminous whirlpool quietly settled at the edge of the energy-converging runes, emanating a gentle starlight, maintaining the soothing halo of starlight that dispelled the last remnants of mental fatigue. Lin Jin did not immediately rest. He sat cross-legged in the center of the energy-converging runes, once again entering a shallow meditation. Slowly and resolutely continuing to restore the remaining mental power while guiding the ambient energy to nourish the yet-to-be fully absorbed core energy within Chi Feng and the luminous whirlpool. The tranquil chamber was enveloped in silence. Only the subtle hum of flowing energy and the rhythmic breathing of the luminous whirlpool could be heard. The energy patterns flowing across the ceiling cast moving light spots upon Lin Jin's closed eyelids, resembling a silent tide. He breathed deeply, the gentle stream of mental power. Under the soothing embrace of the luminous whirlpool's starlight, gradually and steadfastly flowed into the sea of perception, mending the last of the voids. Within Chi Feng and the luminous whirlpool, the vast core energy resembled a dormant volcano, slowly and continuously transforming into a more refined essence through cycles of tempering and absorption, nourishing their sinews and cleansing their bloodlines.